and is during that differentiation in an abnormal state, in other words, a transitory illusion of the senses. As to the elemental atoms, so-called, the occultists refer to them by that name, with a meaning analogous to that which is given by the Hindu to Brahma when he calls him Anu, the atom. Every elemental atom in search of which more than one chemist has followed the path indicated by the alchemists is, in their firm belief, when not knowledge, a soul. Not necessarily a disembodied soul, but a jiva, as the Hindus call it, a center of potential vitality, with latent intelligence in it, and, in the case of compound souls, an intelligent active existence. From the highest to the lowest order, a form composed of more or less differentiations. It requires a metaphysician, and an Eastern metaphysician, to understand our meaning. All those atom souls are differentiations from the One, and in the same relation to it as the divine soul, the Buddhi, to its informing and inseparable spirit, or Atman. Modern physics, while borrowing from the ancients their atomic theory, forgot one point, the most important of the doctrine. Hence they got only the husks, and will never be able to get at the kernel. They left behind, in the adoption of physical atoms, the suggestive fact that, from Anaxagoras down to Epicurus, the Roman Lucretius, and finally even to Galileo, all those philosophers believed more or less in animated atoms, not in invisible specks of so-called brute matter. Rotatory motion was generated in their views by larger, read more divine and pure, atoms forcing downwards other atoms, the lighter ones being thrust simultaneously upward. The esoteric meaning of this is the ever-cyclic curve downward and upward of differentiated elements through intercyclic phases of existence, until each reaches again its starting point or birthplace. The idea was metaphysical as well as physical, the hidden interpretation embracing, quote, gods, unquote, or souls, in the shape of atoms, as the causes of all the effects produced on earth by the secretions from the divine bodies. Note, Plato uses the words secretions of turbulent elements. See Timaeus, end of note. No ancient philosopher, not even the Jewish Kabbalists, ever dissociated spirit from matter, or vice versa. Everything originated in the One, and proceeding from the One must finally return to the One. Quote, light becomes heat, and consolidates into fire particles, which, from being ignited, become cold, hard particles, round and smooth, and this is called soul imprisoned in its robe of matter. Unquote. Note Valentinus' esoteric treatise on the doctrine of Gilgul. End of note. Atoms and souls having been synonymous in the language of the initiates. The whirling souls, Gilgolem, a doctrine in which so many learned Jews have believed, see Mackenzie's Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, had no other meaning esoterically. The learned Jewish initiates never meant by the promised land Palestine alone, but the same nirvana as the learned Buddhist and Brahmin do, the bosom of the Eternal One, symbolized by that of Abraham, and by Palestine as its substitute on earth. Note, surely no educated Jew ever believed in the literal sense of this allegory, namely, that, quote, the bodies of Jews deposited in a foreign land contain within them a principle of soul which cannot rest until by a process called the whirling of the soul, the immortal particle reaches once more the sacred soil of the promised land. Unquote. The meaning is evident to an occultist. The process was supposed to be accomplished by a kind of metempsychosis, the psychic spark being conveyed through bird, beast, fish, and the most minute insect. See Royal Masonic Cyclopedia by Mackenzie. The allegory relates to the atoms of the body, which have each to pass through every form before all reach the final state, which is the first starting point of the departure of every atom, its primitive Aya state. But the primitive meaning of Gilgolem, or revolution of souls, was the idea of the reincarnating souls or egos. All the souls go into the Gilgola, into a cyclic or revolving process, that is, they all proceed on the cyclic path of rebirths. Some Kabbalists interpret this doctrine to mean only kind of purgatory for the souls of the wicked, but this is not so. End of note. The passage of the soul atom through the 7 planetary chambers had the same metaphysical and also physical meaning. It had the latter when it was said to dissolve into ether. See Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, page 297. Even Epicurus, the model atheist and materialist, knew and believed so much in the ancient wisdom that he taught that the soul, entirely distinct from immortal spirit when the form is enshrined latent in it, as it is in every atomic speck, was composed of a fine, tender essence formed from the smoothest, roundest, and finest atoms. And this shows that the ancient initiates, who were followed more or less closely by all profane antiquity, meant by the term atom a soul, a genius or angel, the firstborn of the ever-concealed cause of all causes. And in this sense their teachings become comprehensible. They claimed, as do their successors, the existence of gods and genii, angels or, quote, demons, unquote, not outside or independent of the universal plenum, but within it. Only this plenum, during the life cycles, is infinite. They admitted and taught a good deal of that which modern science teaches now, namely the existence of a primordial world stuff or cosmic substance, from which worlds are formed, ever and eternally homogeneous, except during its periodic existence, when it differentiates its universal diffusion throughout infinite space and the gradual formation of sidereal bodies from it. They taught the revolution of the heavens, the Earth's rotation, the heliocentric system, and the atomic vortices, atoms, in reality souls and intelligences. But those, quote, atomists, unquote, were spiritual, most transcendental, and philosophical pantheists. It is not they who would have ever conceived or dreamt that monstrous contrasted progeny, the nightmare of our modern civilized race, namely inanimate material, self-guiding atoms on the one hand, and an extra-cosmic God on the other. It may be useful to show what, in the teachings of the old initiates, the monad was, and what its origin. Modern exact science, as soon as it began to grow out of its teens, perceived the great and, to it, hitherto esoteric axiom that nothing, whether in the spiritual, psychic, or physical realm of being, could come into existence out of nothing. There is no cause in the manifested universe without its adequate effects, whether in space or time. Nor can there be an effect without its primal cause, which itself owes its existence to a still higher one, the final and absolute cause having to remain to man forever an incomprehensible causeless cause. But even this is no solution, and must be viewed, if at all, from the highest philosophical and metaphysical standpoints. Otherwise the problem had better be left unapproached. It is an abstraction on the verge of which human reason, however trained to metaphysical subtleties, trembles, threatening to collapse. This may be demonstrated to any European who would undertake to solve the problem of existence by the articles of faith of the true Vedantin, for instance. Let him read and study the sublime teachings on the subject of soul and spirit of Sankaracharya, Vivekachudamani, and the reader will realize what is now said. Note: translated for the Theosophist by Mohini M. Charteri as Crest Jewel of Wisdom, 1886. See Theosophist, July and August numbers. End of note. While the Christian is taught that the human soul is a breath of God, being created by him for sempiternal existence, that is, having a beginning but no end, and therefore never to be called eternal, the occult teaching says, nothing is created but is only transformed. Nothing can manifest itself in this universe from a globe down to a vague, rapid thought that was not in the universe already. everything on the subjective plane is an eternal is, as everything on the objective plane is an ever-becoming, because transitory. The monad, a truly indivisible thing, as defined by Good, who did not give it the sense we do now, is here rendered as the Atma in conjunction with Buddhi and the higher manas. This trinity is one and eternal, the latter being absorbed in the former at the termination of all conditioned and elusive life. The monad, then, can be traced through the course of its pilgrimage and its changes of transitory vehicles only from the incipient stage of the manifested universe. In Pralaya, or the intermediate period between two manvantaras, it loses its name, and it loses it when the real one self of man merges into a Brahm, in the case of a high Samadhi, the Turiya state, or final Nirvana, when the disciple, in the words of Sankara, having attained that primeval consciousness, absolute bliss, of which the nature is truth, which is without form and action, abandons this elusive body that has been assumed by the Atma, just as an actor abandons the dress put on. For Buddhi, the Anandamaya sheath is but a mirror which reflects absolute bliss, and moreover that reflection itself is yet not free from ignorance, and is not the Supreme Spirit, being subject to conditions, being a spiritual modification of Prakriti, and an effect. Atma alone is the one real and eternal substratum of all, the essence and absolute knowledge, the Kshetragna. Note: now that the revised version of the Gospels has been published, and the most glaring mistranslations of the old versions are corrected, one will understand better the words of St. John, chapter 5, 6, and 7. It is the Spirit that beareth witness, because the Spirit is the truth. The words that follow in the mistranslated version about the three witnesses, hitherto supposed to stand for the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, show the real meaning of the writer, St. John, very clearly, thus still more forcibly identifying his teaching in this respect with that of Sankaracharya. For what can the sentence, "There are three who bear witness, the Spirit, and the water, and the blood," mean, if they bear no relation to or connection with the more philosophical statements of the great Vedanta teacher, who, speaking of the sheaths, the principles in man, Jiva, Vijnanamaya, etc., which are, in their physical manifestation, water and blood, or life, adds that Atma, spirit alone, is what remains after the subtraction of the sheaths, and that it is the only witness, or synthesized unity. The less spiritual and philosophical school, solely with an eye to a trinity, made three witnesses out of one, thus connecting it more with earth than with heaven. End of note. It is called the esoteric philosophy, the one witness, and, while it rests in Devakan, is referred to as the three witnesses to karma. Atma, our seventh principle, being identical with the universal spirit, and man being one with it in his essence. What is then the monad proper? It is that homogeneous spark which radiates in millions of rays from the primeval seven, of which seven further on. It is the emanating spark from the uncreated ray, a mystery. In the esoteric and even exoteric Buddhism of the North, Adi-Buddha, Choidang Pui Sangye, the one unknown, without beginning or end, identical with Parabrahm and Ein Sof, emits a bright ray from its darkness. This is the Logos, the first, or Vairadhara, the Supreme Buddha, also called Dorje-Chang. As the Lord of all mysteries, he cannot manifest, but sends into the world of manifestation his heart, the quote, diamond heart, unquote, Vairasattva, Dorje-Sempa. This is the second Logos of creation, from which emanate the seven, in the exoteric blind, the five Dhyani Buddhas, called the Anupadaka, the parentless. These Buddhas are the primeval monads from the world of incorporeal being, the Arupa world, wherein the intelligences, not that plane only, have neither shape nor name in the exoteric system, but have their distinct seven names in esoteric philosophy. These Dhyani Buddhas emanate or create from themselves, by virtue of dhyana, celestial selves, the superhuman bodhisattvas. These incarnating at the beginning of every human cycle on earth as mortal men become occasionally, owing to their personal merit, bodhisattvas among the sons of humanity, after which they may reappear as manushi, human Buddhas. The Anupadaka, or Dhyana Buddhas, are thus identical with the Brahmanical Manasaputra, mind-born sons, whether of Brahma or either of the other two Trimersian hypostases, hence identical also with the Rishis and Prajapatis. Thus a passage is found in Anugita, which, read esoterically, shows plainly, though under another imagery, the same idea and system. It says, "Whatever entities there are in this world, movable or immovable, they are the very first to be dissolved at Pralaya, and next the developments produced from which the visible universe is fashioned, and after these developments evolved entities, all the elements." Such is the upward gradation among entities, gods, men, Gandharvas, Pisakas, Asuras, Rakshasas, all have been created by Svabhava, Prakriti or plastic nature, not by actions, nor by a cause, that is, not by any physical cause. These Brahmanas, the Rishi Prajapati, the creators of the world, are born here on earth again and again. Whatever is produced from them is dissolved in due time in those very 5 great elements, the 5 or rather 7 Dhyana Buddhas also called elements of mankind, like billows in the ocean. These great elements are in every way beyond the elements that make up the world, the gross elements. And he who is released even from these 5 elements, the Tanmatras, goes to the highest goal. Note on Tanmatras. The Tanmatras are literally the type of rudiment of an element devoid of qualities, but esoterically they are the primeval noumenoi of that which becomes in the progress of evolution a cosmic element in the sense given to the term in antiquity, not in that of physics. They are the logoi, the 7 emanations or rays of the logos. End of note. The Lord Prajapati, Brahma, created all this by the mind only, that is, by dhyana, or abstract meditation and mystic powers, like the Dhyana Buddhas, Veda Supra. Evidently, then, these Brahmanas are identical with the Bodhisattvas, the terrestrial, of the heavenly Dhyana Buddhas. Both, as primordial intelligent elements, become the creators or the emanators of the monads, destined to become human in that cycle, after which they evolve themselves, or, so to say, expand into their own selves as bodhisattvas or brahmanas, in heaven and earth, to become at last simple men. The creators of the world are born here on earth again and again, truly. In the northern Buddhist system, or the popular exoteric religion, it is taught that every Buddha, while preaching the good law on earth, manifests himself simultaneously in 3 worlds, in the formless as Dhyana Buddha, in the world of forms as a bodhisattva, and in the world of desire, the lowest or our world, as a man. Esoterically, the teaching differs. The divine, purely adibuddhic monad manifests as the universal Buddhi, the Mahabuddhi, or Mahat in Hindu philosophies, the spiritual, omniscient, and omnipotent root of divine intelligence, the highest anima mundi, or the Logos. This descends like a flame spreading from the eternal fire, immovable without increase or decrease, ever the same to the end of the cycle of existence, and becomes universal life on the mundane plane. From this plane of conscious life shoot out, like 7 fiery tongues, the sons of light, the logoi of life, then the Dhyana Buddhas of contemplation, the concrete forms of their formless fathers, the 7 sons of light, still themselves, to whom may be applied the Brahmanical mystic phrase, "Thou art that," Brahm. It is from these Dhyana Buddhas that emanate their chayas, shadows, the bodhisattvas of the celestial realms, the prototypes of the super-terrestrial bodhisattvas, and of the terrestrial Buddhas, and finally of men. The 7 sons of light are also called stars. The star under which a human entity is born, says the occult teaching, will remain forever its star throughout the whole cycle of its incarnations in one manvantara. But this is not his astrological star. The latter is concerned and connected with the personality, the former with the individuality. The quote angel, unquote, of that star, or the Dhyani Buddha, will be either the guiding or simply the presiding angel, so to say, in every new rebirth of the monad, which is part of his own essence. Through his vehicle, man may remain forever ignorant of this fact. The adepts have each their Dhyani Buddha, their elder twin soul, and they know it, calling it Father Soul and Father Fire. It is only at the last and supreme initiation, however, that they learn it when placed face to face with the bright image. How much has Bulwer-Lytton known of this mystic fact when describing in one of his highest inspirational moods Zanoni face to face with his Ogoades? The Logos, of both the unmanifested and the manifested word, is called by the Hindus Ishvara, the Lord, though the occultists give it another name. Ishvara, say the Vedantins, is the highest consciousness in nature. This highest consciousness, answer the occultists, is only a synthetic unit in the world of the manifested Logos, or on the plane of illusion, for it is the sum total of Dhyan-Kuchanic consciousnesses. O wise man, remove the conception of that non-spirit is spirit, says Sankaracharya. Atma is not spirit in its final parabrahmic state, Ishvara or Logos its spirit, or as occultism explains, it is a compound unity of manifested living spirits, the parent source and nursery of all the mundane and terrestrial monads, plus their divine reflection, which emanate from and return into the Logos, each in the culmination of its time. There are 7 chief groups of such Dhyan-Kochans, which groups will be found and recognized in every religion, for they are the primeval 7 rays. Humanity, occultism teaches us, is divided into 7 distinct groups and their subdivisions, mental, spiritual, and physical. Note, hence the 7 chief planets, the spheres of the indwelling 7 spirits, under each of which is born one of the human groups, which is guided and influenced thereby. There are only 7 planets specially connected with Earth, and 12 houses, but the possible combinations of their aspects are countless. As each planet can stand to each of the others in 12 different aspects, their combinations must therefore be almost infinite, as infinite in fact as the spiritual, psychic, mental and physical capacities in the numberless varieties of the genus Homo, each of which varieties is born under one of the 7 planets and one of the said countless planetary combinations. See Theosophist for August 1886. End of note. The monad, then, viewed as one, is above the 7th principle in cosmos and man, and as a triad it is the direct radiant progeny of the said compound unit, not the breath and special creation, auto nihil, of, quote, God, unquote, as that unit is called, for such an idea is quite unphilosophical and degrades deity, dragging it down to a finite attributive condition. As well expressed by the translator of the crest jewel of wisdom, though Ishvara is God unchanged in the profoundest depth of pralayas and in the intensest activity of the manvantaras, still beyond him is Atma, round whose pavilion is the darkness of eternal Maya. Note, the now universal error of attributing to the ancients the knowledge of only 7 planets simply because they mentioned no others is based on the same general ignorance of their occult doctrines. The question is not whether they were or were not aware of the existence of the later discovered planets, but whether the reverence paid by them to the 4 exoteric and 3 secret great gods, the star angels, had not some special reason. The writer ventures to say there was such a reason, and it is this. Had they known of as many planets as we do now, and this question can hardly be decided at present either way, they would have still connected with their religious worship only the seven, because these seven are directly and specially connected with our earth, or, using esoteric phraseology, with our septenary ring of spheres. See Supra. End of note. The, quote, triads, unquote, born under the same parent planet, or rather the radiations of one and the same planetary spirit, Dhyani Buddha, are, in all their afterlives and rebirths, sister or twin souls on this earth. Note: it is the same, only still more metaphysical idea as that of the Christian Trinity, 3 in 1, that is, the universal overspirit manifesting on the 2 high planes, those of Buddhi and Mahat, and these are the 3 hypostases, metaphysical but never personal. End of note. This was known to every high initiate in every age and in every country. I and my Father are one, said Jesus. John chapter 10, verse 30. Note: the identity and at the same time the elusive differentiation of the angel monad and the human monad is shown by the following sentences. My Father is greater than I. John 14:26. Glorify your Father who is in heaven. Matthew 5:16. The righteous will shine in the kingdom of their Father, not our Father. Matthew 13:43. Know ye not ye are a temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you. 1 Corinthians 3:16. I ascend to my Father, etc., etc. End of note. When he is made to say elsewhere, 20:17, I ascend to my Father and your Father, it meant that which has just been stated. It was simply to show that the group of his disciples and followers attracted to him belonged to the same Dhyani Buddha, star or father, again of the same planetary realm and division as he did. It is the knowledge of this occult doctrine that found expression in the review of the Idol of the White Lotus, where Mr. T. Sabaro wrote, every Buddha meets at his last initiation all the great adepts who reached Buddhahood during the preceding ages. Every class of adepts has its own bond of spiritual communion which knits them together. The only possible and effectual way of entering into such brotherhood is by bringing oneself within the influence of the spiritual light which radiates from one's own logos. I may further point out here that such communion is only possible between persons whose souls derive their life and sustenance from the same divine ray, and that, as 7 distinct rays radiate from the central spiritual sun, all adepts and Dhyankokhans are divisible into 7 classes, each of which are guided, controlled, and overshadowed by one of the 7 forms or manifestations of the divine wisdom. See Theosophist, August 1886. It is then the 7 sons of light called after the planets and, by the rabble, often identified with them, namely Saturn, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, Venus, and presumably for the modern critic, who goes no deeper than the surface of all religions, the sun and moon, which are, according to the cult teachings, our heavenly parents, or Father, synthetically. Note: these are planets accepted for purpose of judicial astrology only. The astrotheogonical division differed from this one. The sun, being a central star and no planet, stands in more occult and mysterious relation with its 7th planet of our globe than is generally known. The sun was therefore considered the great father of all the 7 fathers, which accounts for the variations found between 7 and 8 great gods of the Chaldean and other countries. Neither the earth nor the moon, its satellite, nor yet stars, for another reason, were anything else than substitutes for esoteric purposes. Yet, even with the sun and the moon thrown out of the calculation, the ancients seem to have known of 7 planets. How many more are known to us so far if we throw out the earth and moon? 7, and no more. 7 primary or principal planets, the rest planetoids rather than planets. End of note. Hence, as already remarked, polytheism is really more philosophical and correct as to fact and nature than anthropomorphic monotheism. Saturn, Jupiter, Mercury, and Venus, the 4 exoteric planets, and the 3 others which must remain unnamed, were the heavenly bodies in direct astral and psychic communication with the earth, its guides and watchers, morally and physically. The visible orbs furnishing our humanity with its outward and inward characteristics, and their, quote, regents, unquote, or rectors, with our monads and spiritual faculties. In order to avoid creating new misconceptions, let it be stated that among the 3 secret orbs, or star angels, neither Uranus nor Neptune entered, not only because they were unknown under these names to the ancient sages, but because they, as all other planets, however many there may be, are the gods and guardians of other septenary chains of globes within our systems. Nor do the 2 last discovered great planets depend entirely on the Sun, like the rest of the planets. Otherwise, how explain the fact that Neptune receives 900 times less light than our Earth, and Uranus 390 times less, and that their satellites show a peculiarity of inverse rotation found in no other planets of the solar system? At any rate, what we say applies to Uranus, though recently the fact begins again to be disputed. This subject will of course be considered merely vagary by all those who confuse the universal order of being with their own systems of classification. Here, however, simple facts from occult teachings are stated to be either accepted or rejected, as the case may be. There are details which, on account of their great metaphysical abstractions, cannot be entered upon. Hence we merely state that only 7 of our planets are as intimately related to our globe as the Sun is to all the bodies subject to him and his system. Of these bodies, the poor little number of primary and secondary planets known to astronomy looks wretched enough in truth. Note: when one remembers that under the powerful telescope of Sir W. Herschel, that eminent astronomer, gauging merely that portion of heaven in the equatorial plane, the approximate centre of which is occupied by our Earth, saw pass in 1/4 of an hour 16,000 stars, and applying this calculation to the totality of the Milky Way, he found in it no less than 18 millions of suns. One wonders no longer that Laplace, in conversation with Napoleon I, should have called God hypothesis, perfectly useless to speculate upon for exact physical science at any rate. Occult metaphysics and transcendental philosophy will alone be able to lift the smallest corner of the impenetrable veil in this direction. End of note. Therefore it stands to reason that there are a great number of planets, small and large, that have not been discovered yet, but of the existence of which ancient astronomers, all of them initiated adepts, must have certainly been aware. But as their relation to the gods was sacred, it had to remain arcane, as also the names of various other planets and stars. Besides which, even the Roman Catholic theology speaks of 70 planets that preside over the destinies of the nations of the globe. And, save the erroneous application, there is more truth in this tradition than in exact modern astronomy. The 70 planets are connected with the 70 elders of the people of Israel, chapter 2:16, because the regions of these planets are meant, not the orbs themselves. And the word 70 is a play and a blind upon the 7 by 7 of the subdivisions. Each people and nation, as said already, has its direct watcher, guardian, and father in heaven, a planetary spirit. We are willing to leave their own national god Jehovah to the descendants of Israel, the worshippers of Sabaoth or Saturn. For indeed, the monads of the people chosen by him are his own, and the Bible has never made a secret of it. Only the text of the English Protestant Bible is in disagreement, as usual, with those of the Septuagint and the Vulgate. Thus, while in the former one reads in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verses 8 and 9, when the Most High, not Jehovah, divided to the nations their inheritance, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. And in the Septuagint the text reads, according to the number of the angels, planet angels, which is more concordant with truth and fact. Moreover, all the texts agree that the Lord's, Jehovah, portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. Deuteronomy 32 verse 9. And this settles the question. The Lord Jehovah took for his portion Israel. What have other nations to do with that particular national deity? Let then the, quote, angel Gabriel, unquote, watch over Iran, and, quote, Michael Jehovah, unquote, over the Hebrews. These are not the gods of other nations, and it is difficult to see why Christians should have selected a god against whose commandments Jesus was the first one to rise in rebellion. The planetary origin of the monad, soul, and of its faculties was taught by the Gnostics. On its way to the earth, as on its way back from the earth, each soul born in and from the boundless light had to pass through the 7 planetary regions both ways. Note, C.W. King identifies it with that summum bonum of oriental aspiration, the Buddhist nirvana, perfect repose, the Epicurean indolentia, which looks flippant enough in its expression, though not quite untrue. End of note. The pure dhyani and devas of the oldest religions had become, in course of time, with the Zoroastrians, the 7 devs, the ministers of Ahriman, each chained to his planet. See Origen's copy of the chart, with the Brahmins, the Asuras, and some of its rishis, good, bad, and indifferent, and among the Egyptian Gnostics it was Thoth, or Hermes, who was the chief of the 7, whose names are given by Origen as Adonai, genius of the sun, Tau, of the moon, Eloi, of Jupiter, Sabo, of Mars, Ori, of Venus, Astaphi, of Mercury, and Ildabaoth, Jehovah, of Saturn. Finally, the Pistis Sophia, which the greatest modern authority on esoteric Gnostic beliefs, the late Mr. C.W. King, refers to as that precious monument of Gnosticism. This old document echoes, while distorting it to sectarian purposes, the archaic belief of the ages. The astral rulers of the spheres, the planets, create the monads, the souls, from their own substance out of the tears of their eyes and the sweat of their torments, endowing the monads with a spark of the divine light, which is their substance. It will be shown in Book 2 why these lords of the zodiac and spheres have been transformed by sectarian theology into the rebellious angels of the Christians, who took them from the 7 devs of the Magi, without understanding the significance of the allegory. Read Part 2 on the 7 souls, and Section 15 in this part, God's monads and atoms. As usual, that which is and was from its beginning divine, pure, and spiritual in its earliest unity became, by reason of its differentiation by the distorted prism of man's conceptions, human and impure, as reflecting man's own sinful nature. Thus, in time, the planet Saturn became reviled by the worshippers of other, quote, gods, unquote. The nations born under Saturn, the Jewish, for instance, with whom he had become Jehovah, after having been held as the son of Saturn, or Ildabaoth, by the Ophites, and in the book of Jasher, were eternally fighting with those born under Jupiter, Mercury, or any other planet except Saturn Jehovah. Genealogies and prophecies notwithstanding, Jesus the initiate, or Jeshua, the type from whom the historical Jesus was copied, was not of pure Jewish blood, and thus recognized no Jehovah, nor did he worship any planetary god beside his own Father, whom he knew, and with whom he communed, as every high initiate does, spirit to spirit, and soul to soul. This can hardly be taken exception to, unless the critic explains to everyone's satisfaction the strange sentences put in the mouth of Jesus by the author of the 4th Gospel, chapter 8, during his disputes with the Pharisees. Quote, "I know ye are Abraham's seed." Note, Abraham and Saturn are identical in astrosymbology, and he is the forefather of the Jehovistic Jews. End of note. "I speak the things which I have seen with my father, and ye do the things which ye heard from your father. Ye do the works of your father. Ye are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning, and stood not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When one speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for his father also is a liar, and the father thereof," unquote, etc., etc. That, quote, father, unquote, of the Pharisees was Jehovah, because identical with Cain, Saturn, Vulcan, etc., the planet under which they were born, and the god whom they worshipped. Evidently there must be an occult meaning sought in these words and admonitions, however mistranslated, since they are pronounced by one who threatened with hellfire anyone who says simply raka, fool, to his brother. See Matthew 5:22. And evidently again the planets are not merely spheres, twinkling in space, and made to shine for no purpose, but the domains of various beings with whom the profane are so far unacquainted, nevertheless having a mysterious, unbroken, and powerful connection with men and globes. Every heavenly body is the temple of a god, and these gods themselves are the temples of God, the unknown, not spirit. There is nothing profane in the universe. All nature is a consecrated place, as Young says. Each of these stars is a religious house. Thus can all exoteric religions be shown, the falsified copies of the esoteric teaching. It is the priesthood which has to be held responsible for the reaction in favor of materialism of our day. It is by worshipping and enforcing on the masses the worship of the shells, personified for purposes of allegory, of pagan ideals, that the latest exoteric religion has made of Western lands a pandemonium in which the higher classes worship the golden calf, and the lower and ignorant masses are made to worship The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Book 1, Part 3, Science and the Secret Doctrine Contrasted. Addenda to Book 1. Addenda 12. Ancient Thought in Modern Dress. Modern science is ancient thought distorted, and no more. We have seen, however, what intuitional scientists think and are busy about. And now the reader may be given a few more proofs of the fact that more than one FRS is unconsciously approaching the derided secret sciences. With regard to cosmogony and primeval matter, modern speculations are undeniably ancient thought, improved by contradictory theories of recent origin. But the whole foundation belongs to Grecian and Indian archaic astronomy and physics, in those days always called philosophy. In all the Aryan and Greek speculations, one meets with the conception of an all-pervading, unorganized and homogeneous matter, or chaos, renamed by modern scientists nebula condition of the world stuff. What Anaxagoras called chaos in his Homoeomeria is now called primitive fluid by Sir W. Thomson. The Hindu and Greek atomists, Canada, Leucippus, Democritus, Epicurus, Lucretius, etc., etc., are now reflected as in a clear mirror in the supporters of the atomic theory of our modern days, beginning with Leibniz's monads and ending with the vortical atoms of Sir W. Thomson. Note, the elemental vortices inaugurated by the mind have not been improved by their modern transformation. End of note. True, the corpuscular theory of old is rejected, and the undulatory theory has taken its place, but the question is whether the latter is so firmly established as not to be liable to be dethroned as was its predecessor. Light from its metaphysical aspect was fully treated of in Isis Unveiled. Quote, "Light is the first begotten and the first emanation of the Supreme, and light is life," says the evangelist and the Kabbalists. Both are electricity, the life principle, the anima mundi, pervading the universe, the electric vivifier of all things. Light is the great protean magician, and under the divine will of the architect, or rather the architects, the builders, called one collectively, its multifarious, omnipotent waves gave birth to every form as well as to every living being. Note, I have been often taken to task for using expressions in Isis denoting belief in a personal and anthropomorphic God. This is not my idea. Kabbalistically speaking, the architect is the generic name for the Sephiroth, the builders of the universe, as the universal mind represents the collectivity of the Diana-Kochanic minds. End of note. From its swelling electric bosom spring matter and spirit. Within its beams lie the beginnings of all physical and chemical action, and of all cosmic and spiritual phenomena. It vitalizes and disorganizes, it gives life and produces death, and from its primordial point gradually emerged into existence the myriads of worlds, visible and invisible celestial bodies. It was at the ray of this first mother, one in three, that, quote, God, unquote, according to Plato, lighted a fire which we now call the sun, and which is not the cause of either light or heat, but merely the focus, or as we might say, the lens, by which the rays of the primordial light become materialized, are concentrated upon our solar system, and produce all the correlations of forces. Unquote. Note, see Timaeus. End of note. This is the ether, as just explained in the views of Metcalfe, repeated by Dr. Richardson, save the submission of the former to some details of the modern undulatory theory. We do not say that we deny the theory, but assert only that it needs completion and rearrangement. But the occultists are by no means the only heretics in this respect, for Mr. Robert Hunt, FRS, remarks in his researches on light and its chemical relations that, quote, "The undulatory theory does not account for the results of his experiments. Sir David Brewster, in his treatise on optics, showing that the colors of vegetable life arise from a specific attraction which the particles of these bodies exercise over the differently colored rays of light, and that it is by the light of the sun that the color juices of plants are elaborated, that the colors of bodies are changed, etc., remarks that it is not easy to allow that such effects can be produced by the mere vibration of an ethereal medium, and he is forced, he says, by this class of facts to reason as if light was material, within brackets question mark. Professor Josiah P. Cook of Harvard University says that he cannot agree with those who regard the wave theory of light as an established principle of science. Note, see Modern Chemistry. End of note. Herschel's doctrine that the intensity of light in effect of each undulation is inversely as the square of the distance from a luminous body, if correct, damages a good deal, if it does not kill the undulatory theory. That he is right was proved repeatedly by experiments with photometers, and though it begins to be much doubted, the undulatory theory is still alive. Unquote from Isis Unveiled. To this remark of Sir W. Brewster, forced to reason as if light was material, there is a good deal to reply. Light, in one sense, is certainly as material as electricity itself is. And if electricity is not material, if it is only a mode of motion, how is it that it can be stored up in Fourier's accumulators? Helmholtz says that electricity must be as atomic as matter, and Mr. W. Crookes, F.R.S., supported the view in his address to the chemical section of the British Association, of which he was president at Birmingham, 1886. This is what Helmholtz says in his Faraday Lectures, 1881. If we accept the hypothesis that the elementary substances are composed of atoms, we cannot avoid concluding that electricity also, positive as well as negative, is divided into definite elementary portions, which behave like atoms of electricity. Here we have to repeat that which was already said in section 9. There is but one science that can henceforth direct modern research into the one path which will lead to the discovery of the whole hitherto occult truth, and it is the youngest of all, chemistry, as it now stands reformed. There is no other, not excluding astronomy, that can so unerringly guide scientific intuition as chemistry can. Two proofs of it are to be found in the world of science, two great chemists, each among the greatest in his own country, and these are Mr. Crookes and the late Professor Butterworth. One, a thorough believer in abnormal phenomena, the other as fervid a spiritualist as he was great in natural sciences. It becomes evident that while pondering over the ultimate divisibility of matter, and in the hitherto fruitless chase after the element of negative atomic weight, the scientifically trained mind of the chemist must feel irresistibly drawn towards those ever-shrouded worlds, to the mysterious beyond whose measureless depths seem to close against the approach of the too materialistic hand that would fain draw aside its veil. It is the unknown, and the ever unknowable, warns the monist agnostic. Not so, answers the persevering chemist. We are on the track, and are not daunted, and fain would we enter the mysterious region which ignorance tickets unknown. Note from Mr. Crookes' presidential address at Birmingham. There is but one unknown, the ultimate substratum of spirit, space, that which is not the absolute, and the one is, in virtue of that very differentiation, however far removed from the physical senses, always accessible to the spiritual human mind, which is a coruscation of the undifferentiable integral from Practical Lessons on the Occult. End of note. A few lines at the very close of his lecture on the genesis of the elements, 2 or 3 sentences, show the eminent scientists to be on the royal road to the greatest discoveries. He has been overshadowing for some time the original protyle, and came to the conclusion that he who grasps the key will be permitted to unlock some of the deepest mysteries of creation. The protyle, as the great chemist explains, is a word analogous to protoplasm, to express the idea of the original primal matter existing before the evolution of the chemical elements. The word I have ventured to use for this purpose is compounded of pro, earlier than, and ule, the stuff of which things are made. The word is scarcely a new coinage, for 600 years ago Roger Bacon wrote in his Archechemia, "The elements are made out of ule, and every element is converted into the nature of another element." The knowledge of Roger Bacon did not come to this wonderful old magician by inspiration, but because he studied ancient works on magic and alchemy, having a key to the real meaning of words. Note, thus, what the writer of the present work said 10 years ago in Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, was prophetic, it seems. These are the words. Many of the mystics, by following what they were taught by some treatises, secretly preserved from one generation to another, achieved discoveries which would not be despised even in our modern days of exact sciences. Roger Bacon, the friar, was laughed at as a quack, and is now generally numbered among pretenders to magic art. But his discoveries were nevertheless accepted, and are now used by those who ridicule him the most. Roger Bacon belonged by right, if not by fact, to that brotherhood which includes all those who studied the occult sciences. Living in the 13th century, almost a contemporary, therefore, of Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas, his discoveries, such as gunpowder and optical glasses, and his mechanical achievements, were considered by everyone as so many miracles. He was accused of having made a compact with the evil one. End of note. But see what Mr. Crookes says of protyle, next neighbor to the unconscious mula prakriti of the occultists. Let us start at the moment when the first element came into existence. Before this time, matter as we know it was not. It is equally impossible to conceive of matter without energy as of energy without matter. From one point of view, both are convertible terms. Before the birth of atoms, all those forms of energy which become evident when matter acts upon matter could not have existed. They were locked up in the protyle as latent potentialities only. Coincident with the creation of atoms, all those attributes and properties which form the means of discriminating one chemical element from another start into existence full endowed with energy. See Presidential Address, page 16. Note, just so, those forms of energy which become evident in the laboratory of the chemist and physicists. But there are other forms of energy wedded to other forms of matter, which are supersensors, yet known to the adepts. End of note. With every respect due to the great knowledge of the lecturer, the occultists would put it otherwise. They would say that no atom is ever created, for the atoms are eternal within the bosom of the one atom, the atom of atoms, viewed during Manvantara as the Jagat Yoni, the material causative womb of the world. Pradhana, unmodified matter, that which is the first form of prakriti, or material visible, as well as invisible nature, and Purusha, spirit, are eternally one, and they are nirupadhi, without adventitious qualities or attributes, only during pralaya, and when beyond any of these planes of consciousness of existence. The atom, as known to modern science, is inseparable from Purusha, which is spirit, but is now called energy in science. The protyle atom has not been comminuted or subtilized. It has simply passed into that plane which is no plane, but the eternal state of everything beyond the planes of illusion. Both Purusha and Pradhana are immutable and unconsumable, or are parinamin and avayaya in eternity, and both during the Mayavic periods may be referred to as Vyaya and Parinamin, or that which can expand, pass away and disappear, and is modifiable. In this sense, Purusha must, of course, be held distinct in our conceptions from Parabrahman. Nevertheless, that which is called energy or force in science has been explained as dual force by Metcalfe, is never, in fact, and cannot be energy alone, for it is the substance of the world, its soul, the all-permeant sarvaga, in conjunction with kala, time. The three are the trinity in one during Manvantara, the all-potential unity, which acts on the plane of illusion, Maya, as three distinct things. In Orphic philosophy in Greece they were called Phanes, Chaos, and Kronos, the triad of the occult philosophers of that period. Let's see how closely Mr. Crookes brushes by the unknowable, and what potentialities there are for the acceptance of occult truths in his discoveries. He continues, speaking of the evolution of atoms, let us pause at the end of the first complete vibration and examine the result. We have already found the elements of water, ammonia, carbonic acid, the atmosphere, plant and animal life, phosphorus for the brain, salt for the seeds, clay for the solid earth, phosphates and silicates sufficient for world and inhabitants, not so very different from what we enjoy at present day. True, the human inhabitants would have to live in a state of more than Arcadian simplicity, and the absence of calcic phosphate would be awkward as far as the bone is concerned. Note, it is just the existence of such worlds in other planes of consciousness that is claimed by the occultist. The secret science teaches that the primitive race was boneless, see Book 2, and that there are to us invisible worlds, peopled as our own, besides the populations of the Ankochans. End of note. At the low end of our curve we see a great hiatus. This oasis and the blanks which precede and follow it may be referred with much probability to the particular way in which our Earth developed into a member of our solar system. It may be that on our Earth only these blanks occur, and not generally throughout the universe. This justifies several assertions in the occult works. Firstly, that neither stars nor the sun can be said to be constituted of those terrestrial elements with which the chemist is familiar, though they are all present in the sun's outward robes, and a host more of elements so far unknown to science. Secondly, that our globe has its own special laboratory on the far-away outskirts of its atmosphere, crossing which every atom and molecule change and differentiate from their primordial nature. And thirdly, that though no element present on our Earth could ever be possibly found wanting in the sun, there are many others which have either not reached or not as yet been discovered on our globe. Some may be missing in certain stars and heavenly bodies in the process of formation, or, though present in them, these elements, on account of their present state, may not respond as yet to the usual scientific tests. Note. See 5 Years of Theosophy, page 258, et sequens. End of note. Mr. Crookes speaks of an element of still lower atomic weight than hydrogen, an element purely hypothetical as far as our Earth is concerned, though existing in abundance in the chromosphere of the sun, the helium. Occult science adds that not one of the elements regarded by chemistry as such really deserves the name. Again we find Mr. Crookes speaking with approbation of Dr. Connolly's weighty argument in favor of the compound nature of the so-called elements, from their analogy to the compound radicals. Hitherto alchemy alone succeeded within the historical periods and in the so-called civilized countries in obtaining a real element or a particle of homogeneous matter, the mysterium magnum of Paracelsus. But then it was before Lord Bacon's day. Note, says Mr. Crookes in the same address, the first riddle which we encounter in chemistry is, what are the elements? Of the attempts hitherto made to define and explain an element, none satisfy the demands of the human intellect. The textbooks tell us that an element is a body which has not been decomposed, that it is a something to which we can add, but from which we can take nothing, or a body which increases in weight with every chemical change. Such definitions are doubtfully unsatisfactory. They are provisional, and may cease tomorrow to be applicable in any given case. They take their stand not on any attribute of the things to be defined, but on the limitations of human power. They are confessions of intellectual impotence. End of note. Quote, let us now turn to the upper portion of the scheme. With hydrogen of atomic weight equals 1, there is little room for other elements, save perhaps for hypothetical helium. But what if we get through the looking-glass and cross the zero line in search of new principles? What shall we find on the other side of zero? Dr. Connolly asks for an element of negative atomic weight. Here is ample room and verge enough for a shadow series of such unsubstantialities. Helmholtz says that electricity is probably as atomic as matter. Is electricity one of the negative elements, and the luminiferous ether another? Matter, as we now know it, does not here exist. The forms of energy which are apparent in the motions of matter are as yet only latent possibilities. A substance of negative weight is not inconceivable. Note. And the lecturer quotes Sir George Airy, who says, in Faraday's Life and Letters, Volume 2, page 354, I can easily conceive that there are plenty of bodies about us no subject to this intermutual action, and therefore not subject to the law of gravitation. Unquote. But can we form a clear conception of a body that combines with other bodies in proportions expressible by negative qualities? Note, the Vedantic philosophy conceives of such, but then it is not physics, but metaphysics, called by Mr. Tyndall poetry and fiction. End of note. A genesis of the elements, such as is here sketched out, would not be confined to our little solar system, but would probably follow the same general sequence of events in every center of energy now visible as a star. Before the birth of atoms to gravitate towards one another, no pressure could be exercised, but at the outskirts of the fire mist sphere within which all is protile, at the shell on which the tremendous forces involved in the birth a chemical element exert full sway, the fierce heat would be accompanied by gravitation sufficient to keep the newly born element from flying off into space. As temperature increases, expansion and molecular motion increase, molecules tend to fly asunder, and their chemical affinities become deadened. But the enormous pressure of the gravitation of the mass of atomic matter outside what I may for brevity call the birth shell would counteract the action of heat. Beyond the birth shell would be a space in which no chemical action could take place owing to the temperature there being above what is called the dissociation point for compounds. In this space the lion and the lamb would lie down together. Phosphorus and oxygen would mix without union, hydrogen and chlorine would show no tendency to closer bonds, and even fluorine, that energetic gas which chemists have only isolated within the last month or two, would float about free and uncombined. Outside this space of free atomic matter would be another shell, in which the formed chemical elements would have cooled down to the combination point, and the sequence of events so graphically described by Mr. Matthew Williams in The Fuel of the Sun would now take place, culminating in the solid earth and the commencement of geological time." End unquote. Page 19. This is, in a strictly scientific but beautiful language, the description of the evolution of the differentiated universe in the secret teachings. The learned gentleman closes his address in words, every sentence of which is like a flash of light from beyond the dark veil of materiality, hitherto thrown upon the exact sciences, and a step forward towards the sanctum sanctorium of the occult. Read paragraph 15, God's monads and atoms. Thus he says, quote, "We have glanced at the difficulty of defining an element. We have noticed, too, the revolt of many leading physicists and chemists against the ordinary acceptation of the term element. We have weighed the improbability of their eternal existence or their origination by chance." Note on their eternal existence. "In the form they are now, we conceive." End of note. As remaining alternative, we have suggested their origin by a process of evolution like that of the heavenly bodies according to Laplace, and the plants and animals of our globe according to Lamarck, Darwin, and Wallace. Note, and to Capilla and Manu, especially and originally. End of note. In the general array of the elements, as known to us, we have seen a striking approximation to that of the organic world. Note, here is a scientific corroboration of the eternal law of correspondences of and analogy. End of note. In lack of direct evidence of the decomposition of any element, we have sought and found indirect evidence. We have next glanced at the view of the genesis of the elements, and lastly we have reviewed a scheme of their origin suggested by Professor Reynolds' method of illustrating the periodic classification. Note, this method of illustrating the periodic law in the classification of elements is, in the words of Mr. Crookes, proposed by Professor Emerson Reynolds of Dublin University, who points out that in each period the general properties of the elements vary from one to another, with approximate regularity until we reach the seventh member, which is in more or less striking contrast with the first element of the same period, as well as with the first of the next. Thus chlorine, the seventh member of Mendeleev's third period, contrasts sharply with both sodium, the first member of the same series, and with potassium, the first member of the next series, while on the other hand sodium and potassium are closely analogous. The 6 elements whose atomic weights intervene between sodium and potassium vary in properties step by step, until chlorine, the contrast to sodium, is reached. But from chlorine to potassium, the analog of sodium, there is a change of properties per saltum. If we thus recognize a contrast in properties, more or less decided, between the first and the last members of each series, we can scarcely help admitting the existence of a point of mean variation within each system. In general, the fourth element of each series possesses the property we might expect a transition element to exhibit. Thus, for the purpose of graphic translation, Professor Reynolds considers that the fourth member of a period, silicon for example, may be placed at the apex of a symmetrical curve, which shall represent, for that particular period, the direction in which the properties of the series of elements vary with rising atomic weights. Now the writer humbly confesses complete ignorance of modern chemistry and its mysteries, but he is pretty well acquainted with the occult doctrine with regard to correspondences of types and antitypes in nature, and perfect analogy as fundamental law in occultism. Hence she ventures a remark which will strike every occultist, however it may be derided by orthodox science. This method of illustrating the periodic law in the behavior of elements, whether or not still a hypothesis in chemistry, is a law in occult sciences. Every well-read occultist knows that the seventh and fourth members, whether in a septenary chain of worlds, the septenary hierarchy of angels, or in the constitution of man, animal, plant, or mineral atom, that the seventh and fourth members, we say, in the geometrically and mathematically uniform workings of the immutable laws of nature, always play a distinct and specific part in the septenary system. From the stars twinkling high in heaven to the sparks flying asunder from the rude fire built by the savage in his forest, from the hierarchies and the essential constitution of the Dyankochans, organized for divine apprehensions and a loftier range of perception than the greatest Western psychologist ever dreamed of, down to nature's classification of species among the humblest insects. Finally, from worlds to atoms, everything in the universe, from great to small, proceeds in its spiritual and physical evolution, psychically and septennially, showing its seventh and fourth number, the latter the turning point, behaving in the same way as shown in that periodic law of atoms. Nature never proceeds per saltum. Therefore, when Mr. Crookes remarks to this that he does not wish to infer that the gaps in Mendelbrief's table, and in this graphic representation of it, the diagram showing the evolution of atoms, necessarily mean that there are elements actually existing to fill up the gaps. These gaps may only mean that at the birth of the elements there was an easy potentiality of the formation of an element which would fit into the place. An occultist would respectfully remark to him that the latter hypothesis can only hold good if the septenary arrangement of atoms is not interfered with. This is the one law and an infallible method that must always lead to success, one who follows it. End of note. Summing up all the above considerations, we cannot indeed venture to assert positively that our so-called elements have been evolved from one primordial matter, but we may contend that the balance of evidence, I think, fairly weighs in favor of this speculation." Unquote. Thus, inductive science, in its branches of astronomy, physics, and chemistry, while advancing timidly towards the conquest of nature's secrets in her final effects on our terrestrial plane, recedes to the days of Anaxagoras and the Chaldees in its discoveries of A, the origin of our phenomenal world, and B, the modes of formation of the bodies that compose the universe. And having to turn back for the cosmogonical hypotheses to the beliefs of the earliest philosophers and the systems of the latter, systems that were all based on the teachings of a universal secret doctrine with regard to the primeval matter with its properties, functions, and laws, have we not the right to hope that the day is not far off when science will show a better appreciation of the wisdom of the ancients than it has hitherto done? No doubt occult philosophy could learn a good deal from exact modern science, but the latter, on the other hand, might profit by ancient learning in more than one way, and chiefly in cosmogony. For instance, the mystical signification, alchemical and transcendental, of the many imponderable substances that fill interplanetary space, and which, interpenetrating each, are the direct cause at the lower end of the production of natural phenomena manifesting through vibration, so-called, of the production of natural phenomena manifesting through vibration, so-called. The knowledge of the real, not the hypothetical, nature of ether, or rather of the akasha, and other mysteries, in short, can alone lead to the knowledge of forces. It is that substance against which the materialistic school of the physicists rebels with such fury, especially in France. Note, a group of electricians has just protested against the new theory of Clausius, the famous professor of the University of Bonn. The character of the protest is shown in the signature which has Gilles Bourdin in the name of the group of electricians, which had the honor of being introduced to Professor Clausius in 1881, and whose war cry, Qui de Raymond, is à bas l'éther, down with ether. Even they want universal void, you see. End of note. And which exact science has to advocate notwithstanding, they cannot make away with it without incurring the risk, like a modern Samson, of pulling down the pillars of the temple of science and getting buried under its roof. The theories built upon the rejection of force outside and independent of matter pure and simple have been all shown fallacious. They do not and cannot cover the ground, and many of the scientific data are thus proved unscientific. Ether produced sound is said in the Puranas, and the statement is laughed at. It is the vibrations in the air we are corrected. And what is air? Could it exist if there were no etheric medium in space to buoy up its molecules? The case stands simply thus. Materialism cannot admit the existence of anything outside matter, because with the acceptance of an imponderable force, the source and head of all the physical forces, other intelligent forces, would have to be admitted virtually, and that would lead science very far. For it would have to accept as a sequel the presence in man of a still more spiritual power, entirely independent for once of any kind of matter physicists know anything about. Hence, apart from an hypothetical ether of space and gross physical bodies, the whole sidereal and unseen space is, in the sight of the materialists, one boundless void in nature, blind, unintelligent, useless. And now the next question is, what is that cosmic substance, and how far can one go to suspect its nature or to wrench from its secrets, and thus feel justified in giving it a name? How far especially has modern science gone in the direction of those secrets, and what is it doing to solve them? The latest hobby of science, the nebula theory, may afford us some answer to this question. Let us then examine the credentials of the nebula theory. Next chapter is Agenda 13, Scientific and Esoteric Evidence for The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Book 1, Part 3, Science and the Secret Doctrine Contrasted. Addenda to Book 1. Addenda 13. Scientific and Esoteric Evidence for and Objections to the Modern Nebula Theory. Of late, esoteric cosmogony has been frequently opposed by the phantom of this theory and its ensuing hypotheses. Can this most scientific teaching be denied by your adepts? It is asked. Not entirely, is the reply, but the admissions of the men of science themselves kill it, and there remains nothing for the adepts to deny. To make of science an integral whole necessitates indeed the study of spiritual and psychic as well as physical nature. Otherwise it will ever be like the anatomy of man, discussed of old by the profane from the point of view of his shell side and in ignorance of the interior work. Even Plato, the greatest philosopher of his country, became guilty before his initiation of such statements as that liquids pass into the stomach through the lungs. Without metaphysics, as Mr. H. J. Slack says, real science is inadmissible. The nebula exists, yet the nebula theory is wrong. A nebula exists in a state of entire elemental dissociation. It is gases and something else besides, which can hardly be connected with gases as known to physical science, and it is self-luminous, but that is all. The 62, quote, coincidences, unquote, enumerated by Professor Stephen Alexander confirming the nebula theory may all be explained by esoteric science, though, as this is not an astronomical work, the refutations are not attempted at present. Note C. Smithsonian Contributions 21, Article 1, pages 79 to 97. End of note. Laplace and Fay come nearer to the correct theory than any, but of the speculations of Laplace there remains little in the present theory except its general features. Nevertheless, there is in Laplace's theory, says John Stuart Mill, nothing hypothetical. It is an example of legitimate reasoning from present effect to its past cause. It assumes nothing more than that objects which really exist obey the laws which are known to be obeyed by all terrestrial objects resembling them. See a System of Logic, page 229. This from such an eminent logician as Mill was, would be valuable if it could only be proved that terrestrial objects resembling celestial objects at such a distance as the nebula are, resemble those objects in reality, not alone in appearance. Another of the fallacies from the occult standpoint, which are embodied in the modern theory as it now stands, is the hypothesis that the planets were all detached from the Sun, that they are bone of his bone and flesh of his flesh, whereas the Sun and planets are only co-uterine brothers, having had the same nebular origin, only in a different mode from that postulated by modern astronomy. The many objections raised against the homogeneity of original diffuse matter on the grounds of the uniformity in the composition of the fixed stars by some opponents of modern nebular theory do not affect the question of that homogeneity at all, but only the said theory. Our solar nebula may not be completely homogeneous, or rather it may fail to reveal itself as such to the astronomers, and yet be de facto homogeneous. The stars do differ in their constituent materials and even exhibit elements quite unknown on Earth. Nevertheless, this does not affect the point of primeval matter, that is, as it appeared even the first differentiation from its Laya condition, is yet to this day homogeneous, at immense distances, in the depths of infinitude, and likewise at points not far removed from the outskirts of our solar system. Note on the Laya condition. Beyond the zero line of action. End of note. Finally, there does not exist one single fact brought forward by the learned objectors against the nebular theory, false as it is, and hence, illogically enough, fatal to the hypothesis of the homogeneity of matter, that can withstand criticism. One error leads into another. A false premise will naturally lead to a false conclusion, although an inadmissible inference does not necessarily affect the validity of the major proposition of the syllogism. Thus, one may leave every side issue and inference from the evidence of spectra and lines as simply provisional for the present, and abandon all matters of detail to physical science. The duty of the occultist lies with the soul and spirit of cosmic space, not merely with its elusive appearance and behavior. That of official physical science is to analyze and study its shell, the ultima thule of the universe and man, in the opinion of materialism. With the latter, occultism has naught to do. It is only with the theories of such men of learning as Kepler, Kant, Ørsted, and Sir W. Herschel, who believed in a spiritual world, that occult cosmogony might treat and attempt a satisfactory compromise. But the views of those physicists differed vastly from the latest modern speculations. Kant and Herschel had in their mind's eye speculations upon the origin and the final destiny, as well as the present aspect of the universe, from a far more philosophical and psychic standpoint, whereas modern cosmology and astronomy now repudiate anything like research into the mysteries of being. The result is what might be expected: complete failure and inextricable contradictions in the 1,001 varieties of so-called scientific theories, and in this theory as in all others. The nebular hypothesis, involving the theory of the existence of primeval matter, diffused in a nebulous condition, is of no modern date in astronomy, as everyone knows. Anaximenes of the Ionian school had already taught that the sidereal bodies were formed through the progressive condensation of a primordial pre-genetic matter which had almost a negative weight and was spread out through space in an extremely sublimated condition. Tycho Brahe, who viewed the Milky Way as an eternal substance, thought that the new star that appeared in Cassiopeia in 1572 had been formed out of that matter. See Progymnasmata, page 795. Kepler believed the star of 1606 had been likewise formed out of the ethereal substance that fills the universe. De Stella Nova in Pede Serpentari, page 115. He attributed to that same ether the apparition of a luminous ring around the moon during the total eclipse of the sun observed at Naples in 1605. See Hypothesis Cosmogonique by C. Wolf. Still later, in 1714, the existence of a self-luminous matter was recognized by Halley. See Philosophical Transactions. Finally, the journal of his name published in 1811 the famous hypothesis on the transformation of the nebula into stars by the eminent astronomer Sir W. Herschel. See Philosophical Transactions of 1811, page 269, et sequens, after which the nebula theory was accepted by the Royal Academies. In 5 Years of Theosophy, on page 245, an article headed "Do the Adepts Deny the Nebula Theory?" may be read. The answer there given is no, they do not deny its general propositions, nor the approximative truth of the scientific hypotheses. They only deny the completeness of the present, as well as the entire error of the many so-called exploded old theories, which, during the last century, have followed each other in such rapid succession. This was proclaimed at the time an evasive answer. Such disrespect to official science, it was argued, must be justified by the presentation to replace the orthodox speculation of another theory more complete than theirs, and having a firmer ground to stand upon. To this there is but one reply. It is useless to give out isolated theories with regard to things embodied in a whole and consecutive system which, when separated from the main body of the teaching, would necessarily lose their vital coherence and thus do no good when studied independently. To be able to appreciate and accept the occult views on the nebular theory, one has to study the whole esoteric cosmogonical system, and the time has hardly arrived for the astronomers to be asked to accept Forhat and the divine builders. Even the undeniably correct surmises of Sir W. Herschel that had nothing supernatural in them about the sun being called globe of fire, perhaps metaphorically, and his early speculations about the nature of that which is now called the Nasmyth willow-leaf theory, caused that most eminent of all astronomers to be smiled at by other, far less eminent colleagues, who saw and now see in his ideas only imaginative and fanciful theories. Before the whole esoteric system could be given out and appreciated by the astronomers, they would have to return to some of those antiquated ideas, not only to those of Herschel, but to the dreams of the oldest Hindu astronomers, and to abandon their own theories, none the less fanciful because they have appeared in one case nearly 80 years, and in the other many thousands of years later. Foremost of all, they would have to repudiate the ideas of the sun's solidity and incandescence, the sun glowing, most undeniably, but not burning. Then it is stated with regard to Sir W. Herschel's view that those objects, as he called the willow leaves, are the immediate sources of the solar light and heat. And though the esoteric teaching does not regard these as he did, namely, organisms, as partaking of the nature of life for the solar, quote, beings, unquote, will hardly place themselves within telescopic focus, yet it asserts that the whole universe is full of such, quote, organisms, unquote, conscious and active according to the proximity or distance of their planes to or from our plane of consciousness, and that finally the great astronomer was right in saying that we do not know that vital action is competent to develop at once heat, light, and electricity, while speculating on those supposed organisms. For at the risk of being laughed at by the whole world of physicists, the occultists maintain that all the, quote, forces, unquote, of the scientists have their origin in the vital principle, the one life collectively of our solar system, that life being a portion, or rather one of the aspects of the one universal life. We may, therefore, as in the article under consideration, wherein, on the authority of the adepts, it was maintained that it is sufficient to make a résumé of what the solar physicists do not know, we maintain, define our position with regard to the modern nebular theory and its evident incorrectness by simply pointing out facts diametrically opposed to it in its present form. And to begin with, what does it teach? Summarizing the aforesaid hypotheses, it becomes plain that Laplace's theory, now made quite unrecognizable moreover, was an unfortunate one. He postulates, in the first place, cosmic matter existing in a state of diffuse nebulosity, quote, so fine that its presence could hardly have been suspected, unquote. No attempt is made by him to penetrate into the arcana of being, except as regards the immediate evolution of our small solar system. Consequently, whether one accepts or rejects his theory in its bearing upon the immediate cosmological problems presented for solution, he can only be said to have thrown back the mystery a little further, to the eternal query, whence matter itself, whence the evolutionary impetus, determining its cyclic aggregations and dissolutions, whence the exquisite symmetry and order into which the primeval atoms arrange and group themselves, no answer is attempted by Laplace. All we are confronted with is a sketch of the probable broad principles on which the actual process is assumed to be based. And what is this now celebrated note on the said process? What has he given so wonderfully new and original that its groundwork at any rate should have served as a basis for the modern nebular theory? This is what one gathers from various astronomical works. Laplace thought that, consequent to the condensation of the atoms of the primeval nebula, according to the law of gravity, the now gaseous or perhaps partially liquid mass acquired a rotary motion. As the velocity of this rotation increased, it assumed the form of a thin disk. Finally, the centrifugal force overpowering that of cohesion, huge rings were detached from the edge of the whirling incandescent masses, contracting necessarily by gravitation as accepted into spheroidal bodies, which would necessarily still continue to preserve the same orbit occupied previously by the outer zone from which they were separated. Laplace conceived that the external and internal zones of the ring would rotate with the same angular velocity which would be the case with a solid ring, but the principle of equal areas requires the inner zones to rotate more rapidly than the outer. Note: see WordLife. Professor Winchell points to a good many mistakes of Laplace in his work, but as a geologist he is not infallible himself in his astronomical speculations. End of note. The velocity of the outer edge of each nascent planet, he said, exceeding that of the inner, their results are rotary on its axis. The more dense bodies would be thrown off last, and finally, during the preliminary state of their formation, the newly segregated orbs in their turn throw off one or more satellites. In formulating the theory of the rupture and planetation of rings, Laplace says, quote, almost always each ring of vapors must have broken up into numerous masses, which, moving with a nearly uniform velocity, must have continued to circulate at the same distance around the sun. These masses must have taken a spheroidal form with a motion of rotation in the same direction as their revolution, since the inner molecules, those nearer to the sun, would have less actual velocity than the exterior ones. They must then have formed as many planets in a state of vapor. But if one of them was sufficiently powerful to unite successively by its attraction all the others around its center, the ring of vapors must have been thus transformed into a single spheroidal mass of vapors circulating around the sun, with a rotation in the same direction as its revolution. The latter case has been the more common, but the solar system presents us the first case in the 4 small planets which move between Jupiter and Mars." Unquote. While few will be found to deny the magnificent audacity of this hypothesis, it is impossible not to recognize the insurmountable difficulties with which it is attended. Why, for instance, do we find that the satellites of Neptune and Uranus display a retrograde motion? That, in spite of its closer proximity to the Sun, Venus is less dense than the Earth? Similarly, the more distant Uranus is more dense than Saturn. How is it that so many variations in the inclination of their axis and orbits are present in the supposed progeny of the central orb? That such startling variations in the size of the planets is noticeable, that the satellites of Jupiter are more dense by 288 than their primary, that the phenomena of meteoric and cometic systems still remain unaccounted for. To quote the words of a master, they, the occultists, find that the centrifugal theory of Western birth is unable to cover all the ground, that, unaided, it can neither account for every oblate spheroid, nor explain away such evident difficulties as are presented by the relative density of some planets. How indeed can any calculation of centrifugal force explain to us, for instance, why Mercury, whose rotation is, we are told, only about 1/3 that of the Earth, and its density only about 1/4 greater than the Earth, should have a polar compression more than 10 times as great as the latter? And again, why Jupiter, whose equatorial rotation is said to be 27 times greater, and its density only about 1/5 that of the Earth, should have its polar compression 17 times greater than that of the Earth, or why Saturn, with an equatorial velocity of 55 times greater than Mercury for centripetal force to contend with, should have its polar compression only 3 times greater than Mercury's. To crown the above contradictions, we are asked to believe in the central forces, as taught by modern science, even when told that the equatorial matter of the Sun, with more than 4 times the centrifugal velocity of the Earth's equatorial surface, and only about 1/4 part of the gravitation of the equatorial matter, has not manifested any tendency to bulge at the solar equator, nor shown the least flattening of the poles of the solar axis. In other unclear words, the Sun, with only 1/4 of our Earth's density for the centrifugal force to work upon, has no polar compression at all. We find this objection made by more than one astronomer, yet never explained away satisfactorily so far as the adepts are aware. Therefore, do they, the adepts, say that the great men of science of the West, knowing next to nothing either about cometary matter, centrifugal and centripetal forces, the nature of the nebulae, or the physical constitution of the Sun, the stars, or even the Moon, are imprudent to speak as confidently as they do about the central mass of the Sun, whirling out into space planets, comets, and what not. We maintain that it, the Sun, evolves out only the life principle, the soul of those bodies, giving and receiving it back in our solar system as the universal life-giver in infinitude and eternity. That the solar system is as much the microcosm of the one macrocosm as man is the former when compared with his own little solar cosmos. Note, see 5 Years of Theosophy, pages 249 to 50. Article, Do the Adepts Deny the Nebula Theory? End of note. The essential faculty persists by all the cosmic and terrestrial elements of generating within themselves a regular and harmonious series of results. The concatenation of causes and effects is an irrefutable proof that they are either animated by an extra or intra-intelligence, or conceal such within or behind the manifested veil. Occultism does not deny the certainty of the mechanical origin of the universe. It only claims the absolute necessity of mechanicians of some sort behind those elements, or within. A dogma with us. It's not the fortuitous assistance of the atom so Lucretius, who himself knew better, that built the cosmos and all in it. Nature herself contradicts such a theory. Celestial space, containing matter so attenuated as is ether, cannot be called on. with or without attraction, to explain the common motion of the sidereal hosts. Although the perfect accord of their mutual revelation indicates clearly the presence of a mechanical cause in nature, Newton, who of all men had the best right to trust to his deductions and views, was nevertheless forced to abandon the idea of ever explaining by the laws of known nature and its material forces the original impulse given to the millions of orbs. He recognized fully the limits of that separate the action of natural forces from that of the intelligences that set the immutable laws into order and action. And if a Newton had to renounce such hope, which of the modern materialistic pygmies has the right of saying, "I know better"? To become complete and comprehensible, the cosmogonical theory has to start with the primordial substance diffused throughout boundless space of an intellectual and divine nature. That substance must be the soul and spirit, the synthesis and seventh principle of the manifested cosmos. And to serve as a spiritual upadhi to this, there must be the sixth, its vehicle, primordial physical matter, so to speak, though its nature must escape forever our limited normal senses. It is easy for an astronomer, if endowed with an imaginative faculty, to build a theory of the emergence of the universe out of chaos by simply applying to it the principles of mechanics. But such a universe will always prove, with respect to its scientific human creator, a Frankenstein's monster. It will lead him into endless perplexities. The application of the mechanical laws only can never carry the speculator beyond the objective world, nor will it unveil to men the origin and final destiny of cosmos. This is whither the nebular theory has led science. In sober fact and truth, this theory is twin sister to that of ether, and both are the offsprings of necessity, one as indispensable to account for the transmission of light as the other to explain the problem of the origin of the solar systems. The question with them is how the same homogeneous matter could, obeying the laws of Newton, give birth to bodies, sun, planets, and their satellites, subject to conditions of identity, of motion, and formed of such heterogeneous elements. Note, had astronomers held simply, in their present state of knowledge, to the hypothesis of Laplace, which was simply the formation of the planetary system, it might in time have resulted in something like an approximate truth. But the two parts of the general problem, that of the formation of the universe, or the formation of the suns and stars from the primitive matter, and then the development of the planets around their sun, rest on quite different facts in nature, and are even so viewed by science itself. They are at opposite poles of being. End of note. Has the nebular theory helped to solve the problem, even if applied solely to the bodies considered as inanimate and material? We say most decidedly not. What progress has it made since 1811, when Sir W. Herschel's paper, first presenting facts based on observation and showing the existence of nebular matter, made the sons of the Royal Society shout for joy? Since then, a still greater discovery has permitted, through spectrum analysis, the verification and corroboration of Sir W. Herschel's conjecture. Laplace demanded some kind of primitive world stuff to prove the idea of progressive world evolution and growth. Here it is, as of 2 millenniums ago. The world stuff, now nebulae, was known from the highest antiquity. Anaxagoras taught that, having differentiated, the subsequent commixture of heterogeneous substances remained motionless and unorganized until finally the mind, the collective body of John Cochans, we say, began to work upon and communicated to it motion and order. See Aristotle's Physica 8:1. The theory is now taken up in its first portion, that of any mind interfering with it being rejected. Spectrum analysis reveals the existence of nebulae formed entirely of gases and luminous vapors. Is this the primitive nebular matter? The spectra reveal, it is said, the physical conditions of the matter which emits cosmic light. The spectra of the resolvable and the irresolvable nebulae are shown to be entirely different, the spectra of the latter showing their physical state to be that of glowing gas or vapor. The bright lines of one nebula reveal the existence of hydrogen in it and of other material substances known and unknown. The same in the atmospheres of the sun and stars. This leads to the direct inference that a star is formed by the condensation of a nebula, hence that even the metals themselves on Earth are formed owing to the condensation of hydrogen or some other primitive matter, some ancestral cousin to helium, perhaps, or some yet unknown stuff. This does not clash with the occult teachings, and this is the problem that chemistry is trying to solve, and it must succeed sooner or later in the task, except in nolens volens, when it does, the esoteric teaching. But when this does happen, it will kill the nebula theory as it now stands. Meanwhile, astronomy cannot accept in any way, if it is to be regarded as an exact science, the present theory of the filiation of stars, even if occultism does so in its own way, as it explains this filiation differently, because astronomy has not one single physical datum to show for it. Astronomy could anticipate chemistry in proving the existence of the fact if it could show a planetary nebula exhibiting a spectrum of 3 or 4 bright lines gradually condensing and transforming into a star with a spectrum all covered with a number of dark lines. But, quote, the question of the variability of the nebula, even as to their form, is yet one of the mysteries of astronomy. The data of observation possessed so far are of too recent an origin, too uncertain to permit us to affirm anything, unquote, from Cosmogonical Hypotheses of Wolf. Since the discovery of the spectroscope, its magic power has revealed to its adepts only one single transformation of a star of this kind, and even that one showed directly the reverse of what is needed as proof in favor of the nebula theory, namely, a star transforming itself into a planetary nebula. As told in the Observatory, Volume 1, page 185, the temporary star which appeared in the constellation Cygnus in November 1876, discovered by J.F.J. Schmidt, exhibited a spectrum broken by very brilliant lines. Gradually, the continuous spectrum and most of the lines disappeared, leaving finally one single brilliant line, which appeared to coincide with the green line of the nebula. Though this metamorphosis is not irreconcilable with the hypothesis of the nebula origin of the stars, nevertheless this single solitary case rests on no observation whatever, least of all on direct observation. The occurrence may have been due to several other causes. Since astronomers are inclined to think our planets are tending toward precipitation on the sun, why should not that star have blazed out owing to a collision of such precipitated planets, or, as many suggest, the pulse of a comet? Anyhow, the only known instance of a star transformation since 1811 is not favorable to the nebula theory. Moreover, on the question of this theory, as in all others, astronomers disagree. In our own age, it was Buffon, before Laplace even thought of it, who, very much struck by the identity of motion in the planets, was the first to propose the hypothesis of the planets and their satellites originating in the bosom of the sun. Forthwith, and for the purpose, he invented a special comet, supposed to have torn out, by a powerful oblique blow, the quantity of matter necessary to their formation. Laplace gave its dues to the, quote, comet, unquote, in his Exposition du Système du Monde, note 7. But the idea was seized, and even improved upon, by a conception of the alternate evolution from the sun's central mass of planets apparently without weight or influence on the motion of the visible planets, and as evidently without any more existence than the likeness of Moses in the moon. But the modern theory is also a variation on the systems elaborated by Kant and Laplace. The idea of both was that, at the origin of things, All that matter which now enters into a composition of the planetary bodies was spread over all the space comprised in the solar system, and even beyond. It was a nebula of extremely small density, whose condensation gradually gave birth, by a mechanism that has hitherto never been explained, to the various bodies of our systems. This is the original nebula theory, an incomplete, yet faithful repetition, a short chapter out of the large volume of universal esoteric cosmogony of the teachings in the secret doctrine, and both systems, Kant's and Laplace's, differ greatly from the modern theory, redundant with conflicting sub-theories and fanciful hypotheses. Quote, "The essence of cometary matter and of that which composes the stars is totally different from any of the chemical or physical characteristics with which Western science is now acquainted. While the spectroscope has shown the probable similarity, owing to the chemical action of terrestrial light upon the intercepted rays, of earthly and sidereal substance, the chemical actions peculiar to the variously progressed orbs of space have not been detected nor proven to be identical with those observed on our own planet," unquote, say the teachers. Mr. Crookes says almost the same in the fragment quoted from his lecture Elements and Meta-Elements. Quote, "At the utmost," observes C. Wolf, who was a member of the Institute, astronomer of the Observatory in Paris, in Cosmogonical Hypotheses, could the nebula hypothesis show in its favor with W. Herschel the existence of planetary nebulae in various degrees of condensation and of spiral nebulae with the nuclei of condensation on the branches and center. Note, but the spectra of these nebulae have never yet been ascertained. When they are found with bright lines, then only may they be sighted," unquote. But in fact, the knowledge of the bond that unites the nebulae to the stars is yet denied to us, and lacking as we do direct observation, we are even debarred from establishing it even on the analogy of chemical composition, unquote. It is evident that, even if the men of science, leaving aside the difficulty arising for them out of such undeniable variety and heterogeneity of matter in the constitution of nebulae, did admit, with the ancients, that the origin of all the visible and invisible heavenly bodies must be sought for in one primordial homogeneous world-stuff, in a kind of pre-protyle, it is evident that this would not put an end to their perplexities. Note on a pre-protyle. Mr. Crookes' protyle must not be regarded as the primary stuff out of which the Diancochans, in accordance with the immutable laws of nature, wove our solar system. This protyle cannot even be the first prima materia of Kant, which that great mind saw used up in the formation of the worlds, and thus existing no longer in a diffused state. It is a mediate phase in the progressive differentiation of cosmic substance from its normal, undifferentiated state. Protyle is then the aspect assumed by matter in its middle passage into full objectivity. End of note. Unless they admit also that our actual visible universe is merely the Sthula Sharira, the gross body of the sevenfold cosmos, they will have to face another problem, especially if they risk maintaining that its now visible bodies are the result of the condensation of that one and single primordial matter. For mere observation shows them that the actions which produce the actual universe are far more complex than could ever be embraced in that theory. First of all, there are two distinct classes of irresolvable nebulae, as science itself teaches. The telescope is unable to distinguish between the two, but the spectroscope can, and notices therefore an essential difference between their physical constitutions. Note, quote, "The question of the resolvability of the nebulae has been often presented in too affirmative a manner and quite contrary to the ideas expressed by the illustrious experimenter with the spectra of these constellations, Mr. Higgins. Every nebula whose spectrum contains only bright lines is gaseous, it is said, and hence is irresolvable. Every nebula with a continuous spectrum must end by resolving into stars with an instrument of sufficient power. This assumption is contrary at once to the results obtained and to spectroscopic theory. The Lyra Nebula, the Dumbbell Nebula, the central region of the Nebula of Orion appear resolvable and show a spectrum of bright lines. The nebula of Canis Venatici is not resolvable and gives a continuous spectrum, because indeed the spectroscope informs us of the physical state of the constituent matter of the stars, but affords us no notions of their modes of aggregation. A nebula formed of gaseous globes, or even of nuclei, faintly luminous, surrounded by a powerful atmosphere, would give a spectrum of lines and be still resolvable. Such seems to be the state of Huygens' region in the Orion Nebula. A nebula formed of solid or fluidic particles in a state of incandescence, a true cloud, will give a continuous spectrum, but will be resolvable. Unquote, from C. Wolf, Cosmogonical Hypotheses. End of note. Some of these, Wolf tells us, have a spectrum of 3 or 4 bright lines, others a continuous spectrum. The first are gases, the others formed of a pulverulent matter. The former must constitute a veritable atmosphere. It is among these that the solar nebula of Laplace has to be placed. The latter form an ensemble of particles that may be considered as independent, and the rotation of which obeys the laws of internal weight. Such are the nebulae adopted by Kant and Fay. Observation allows us to place the one as the other at the very origin of the planetary world. But when we try to go beyond and ascend to the primitive chaos which has produced the totality of the heavenly bodies, we have first to account for the actual existence of these 2 classes of nebulae. If the primitive chaos were a cold luminous gas, one could understand how the contradiction resulting from attraction could have heated it and made it luminous. Note on a cold luminous gas. See stanza 3 about light, or the cold flame, and commentary number 8, where it is explained that the mother, chaos, is a cold fire, a cool radiance, colorless, formless, devoid of every quality. Motion is the one eternal is, and contains the potentialities of every quality in the manmenteric worlds. It is said. End of note. We have to explain the condensation of this gas to the state of incandescent particles, the presence of which is revealed to us in certain nebulae by the spectroscope. If the original chaos was composed of such particles, how did certain of their portions pass into the gaseous state, while others have preserved their primitive condition? Unquote. Such is the synopsis of the objections and difficulties to the acceptance of the nebular theory brought forward by the French savant, who concludes his interesting chapter by declaring that, quote, the first part of the cosmogonical problem, what is the primitive matter of chaos and how did that matter give birth to the sun and stars, thus remains to this day in the domain of romance and of mere imagination. Unquote. Note, Hypothèse cosmogonique, C. Wolf, 1886, end of note. If this is the last word of science upon the subject, whither then should one turn in order to learn what the nebular theory is supposed to teach? What in fact is this theory? What it is, no one seems to know for a certainty. What it is not, we learn from the erudite author of The World Life. He tells us that 1. It is not a theory of the evolution of the universe, but only and primarily a genetic explanation of the phenomena of the solar system, and accessorily a coordination of the principal phenomena in the stellar and nebular firmament, as far as human vision has been able to penetrate. 2. That it does not regard the comets as involved in that particular evolution which has produced the solar system, within brackets esoteric doctrine does. It does because it too recognizes the comets as forms of cosmic existence coordinated with earlier stages of nebular evolution, and it actually assigns to them chiefly the formation of all worlds. 3. That it does not deny an antecedent history of the luminous fire mist, within brackets the secondary stage of evolution in the secret doctrine, further, and makes no claim to have reached an absolute beginning. And it allows that this fire mist may have previously existed in a cold, non-luminous, and invisible condition. 4. And that finally it does not profess to discover the origin of things, but only a stadium in material history, leaving the philosopher and theologian as free as they ever were to seek for the origin of the modes of being. Note. See World Life, page 196, end of note. But this is not all. Even the greatest philosopher of England, Mr. Herbert Spencer, arrayed himself against the fantastic theory by saying that A, the problem of existence is not resolved by it, and B, the nebula hypothesis throws no light upon the origin of diffused matter, and C, that the nebula hypothesis, as it now stands, implies a first cause. Note. See Westminster Review, 20, July 27th, 1868. End of note. The latter, we are afraid, is more than our modern physicists have bargained for. Thus it seems that the poor hypothesis can hardly expect to find help or corroboration even in the world of the metaphysicians. Considering all this, the occultists believe they have a right to present their philosophy, however misunderstood and ostracized it may be at present. And they maintain that this failure of the scientists to discover the truth is entirely due to their materialism and contempt for transcendental sciences. Yet although the scientific minds in our century are as far from the true and correct doctrine of evolution as ever, there may still be some hope left for the future, as we find another great scientist giving us a faint glimmer of it. In an article in Popular Science Review, Volume 14, page 252, on recent researches in minute life, we find Mr. H. J. Slack, FCS, saying, "There's an evident convergence of all sciences, from physics to chemistry and physiology, towards some doctrine of evolution and development, of which the facts of Darwinism will form part. But what ultimate aspect this doctrine will take, there is little, if any, evidence to show, and perhaps it will not be shaped by the human mind until metaphysical as well as physical inquiries are much more advanced." This is a happy forecast indeed. The day may come, then, when the natural selection, as taught by Mr. Darwin and Mr. Herbert Spencer, will form only a part, in its ultimate modification, of our Eastern doctrine of evolution. The Secret Doctrine, by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Book 1, Part 3, Science and the Secret Doctrine Contrasted. Addenda to Book 1. Addenda 14. Forces, modes of motion, or intelligences. This is, then, the last word of physical science up to the present year, 1888. Mechanical laws will never be able to prove the homogeneity of primeval matter except inferentially, and as a desperate necessity, when there will remain no other issue, as in the case of ether. Modern science is secure only in its own domain and region, within the physical boundaries of our solar system, beyond which everything, every particle of matter, is different from the matter it knows, which matter exists in states of which science can form no idea. That matter, which is truly homogeneous, is beyond human perceptions, if perception is tied down merely to the five senses. We feel its effects through those intelligences which are the results of its primeval differentiation, whom we name Diancochans, called in the Hermetic works the Seven Governors, those to whom Pymander, the thought divine, refers as the building powers, and whom Asclepius calls the supernal gods. That matter, the real primordial substance, the noumenon of all the matter we know of, even some of the astronomers have been led to believe in, and to despair of the possibility of ever accounting for rotation, gravitation, and the origin of any mechanical physical law, unless these intelligences be admitted by science. In the above-quoted work upon astronomy by Wolff, the author endorses fully the theory of Kant, and the latter, if not in its general aspect, at any rate in some of its features, reminds one strongly of certain esoteric teachings. Note, see Les hypothèses cosmogoniques, examen de théorie scientifique moderne sur origine du monde, suivi de la traduction de la théorie du ciel de Kant. End of note. Here we have the world's system reborn from its ashes through a nebula, the emanation from the bodies dead and dissolved in space resultant of the incandescence of the solar center reanimated by the combustible matter of the planets. In this theory, generated and developed in the brain of a young man hardly 25 years of age, who had never left his native place, a small town of northern Prussia, Königsberg, can hardly fail to recognize either an inspiring external power or the reincarnation which the occultists see in it. It fills a gap which Newton, with all his genius, failed to bridge. And surely it is our primeval matter, Akasha, that Kant had in view when proposing to solve Newton's difficulty and his failure to explain by the natural forces the primitive impulse imparted to the planets by the postulation of a universally pervading primordial substance. For, as he remarks in chapter 8, if it is once admitted that the perfect harmony of the stars and planets and the coincidence of their orbital planes prove the existence of a natural cause, which would thus be the primal cause, that cause cannot really be the matter which fills today the heavenly spaces. It must be that which filled space, was space, originally, whose motion in differentiated matter was the origin of the actual movements of the sidereal bodies, and which, in condensing itself in those very bodies, thus abandoned the space that is found void today. In other words, it is that same matter of which are now composed the planets, comets, and the sun himself, which, having in the origin formed itself into those bodies, has preserved its inherent quality of motion, which quality, now centered in their nuclei, directs all motion. A very slight alteration of words is needed, and a few additions, to make of this our esoteric doctrine. The latter teaches that it is this original, primordial prima materia, divine and intelligent, the direct emanation of the universal mind, the Daivi Prakriti, the divine light emanating from the Logos, which form the nuclei of all the self-moving orbs in cosmos. Note on the Logos, which light we call Fohat. End of note. It is the informing, ever-present moving power and life principle, the vital soul of the suns, moons, planets, and even of our earth, the former latent, the last one active, the invisible ruler and guide of the gross body attached to and connected with its soul, which is the spiritual emanation, after all, of these respective planetary spirits. Another quite occult doctrine is the theory of Kant that the matter of which the inhabitants and the animals of other planets are formed is of a lighter and more subtle nature and of a more perfect conformation in proportion to their distance from the sun. The latter is too full of vital electricity of the physical life-giving principle. Therefore the men on Mars are more ethereal than we are, while those of Venus are more gross, though far more intelligent if less spiritual. The last doctrine is not quite ours. Yet those Kantian theories are as metaphysical and as transcendental as any occult doctrines, and more than one man of science would, if he but dare to speak his mind, accept them as a wolf does. From this Kantian mind and soul of the suns and stars to the Mahat, mind, and Prakriti of the Puranas, there is but a step. After all, the admission of this by science would be only the admission of a natural cause, whether it would or would not stretch its belief to such metaphysical heights. But then Mahat, the mind, is a quote, God, unquote, and physiology admits mind only as a temporary function of the material brain and no more. The Satan of materialism now laughs at all alike and denies the visible as well as the invisible. Seeing in light, heat, electricity, and even in the phenomenon of life only properties inherent in matter, it laughs whenever life is called vital principle, and derides the idea of its being independent of and distinct from the organism. But here again scientific opinions differ, as in everything else, and there are several men of science who accept views very similar to ours. Consider, for instance, what Dr. Richardson, FRS, elsewhere quoted at length, says of that vital principle which he calls nervous ether, see Popular Science Review, Volume 10. Quote, I speak only of a veritable material agent, refined it may be, to the world at large, but actual and substantial, an agent having quality of weight and of volume, an agent susceptible of chemical combination, and thereby of change of physical state and condition, an agent passive in its action, moved always, that is to say, by influences apart from itself, obeying other influences, an agent possessing no initiative power, no vis or energia natura, but still playing a most important, if not a primary part in the production of the phenomena resulting from the action of the energia upon visible matter." Unquote. Page 379. Notes. Note of change of physical state and condition. This is a mistake which implies a material agent distinct from the influences which move it, that is, blind matter and perhaps God again, whereas this one life is the very God and God's itself. End of note. Note on no vis or energia naturae. The same error. End of note. As biology and physiology now deny in toto the existence of a vital principle, this extract, together with the Quatrefages admission, is a clear confirmation that there are men of science who take the same views about things occult as theosophists and occultists do. These recognize a distinct vital principle independent of the organism, material of course, as physical force cannot be divorced from matter, but of a substance existing in a state unknown to science. Life for them is something more than the mere interaction of molecules and atoms. There is a vital principle without which no molecular combinations could ever have resulted in a living organism, least of all in the so-called inorganic matter. Of our plane of consciousness. By molecular combinations is meant, of course, those of the matter of our present elusive perceptions, which matter energizes only on this our plane. And this is the chief point at issue. Note. Is the jiva a myth, as science says, or is it not? Ask some theosophists, wavering between materialistic and idealistic science. The difficulty of really grasping esoteric problems concerning the ultimate state of matter is again the old crux of the objective and the subjective. What is matter? Is the matter of our present objective consciousness anything but our sensations? True, the sensations we receive from without. No. True, the sensations we receive come from without, but can we really, except in terms of phenomena, speak of the gross matter of this plane as an entity apart from and independent of us? To all such arguments occultism answers, true, in reality matter is not independent of or existent outside of our perceptions. Man is an illusion, granted, but the existence and actuality of others, still more elusive, but not less actual entities than we are not a claim which is lessened, but rather strengthened by this doctrine of Vedantic and even Kantian idealism. End of note. Thus the occultists are not alone in their beliefs. Nor are they so foolish, after all, in rejecting even the gravity of modern science along with other physical laws, and in accepting instead attraction and repulsion. They see, moreover, in these two opposite forces only the two aspects of the universal unit called manifesting mind, in which aspects occultism, through its great seers, perceives an innumerable host of operative beings, cosmic Diancochans, entities whose essence in its dual nature is the cause of all terrestrial phenomena. For that essence is co-substantial with the universal electric ocean which is life, and being dual, as said, positive and negative, it is the emanations of that duality that act now on earth under the name of modes of motion. Even force having now become objectionable as a word, for fear it should lead someone, even in thought, to separate it from matter. It is, as occultism says, the dual effects of that dual essence which have now been called centripetal and centrifugal forces, negative and positive poles or polarity, heat and cold, light and darkness, etc., etc. And it is maintained that even the Greek and Roman Catholic Christians are wiser in believing as they do, even if blindly connecting and tracing them all to an anthropomorphic God, in angels, archangels, archons, seraphs, and morning stars. In all those theological delicia humani generis, in short, that rule the cosmic elements, than science is in disbelieving in them altogether and advocating its mechanical forces. For these act very often with more than human intelligence and pertinency. Nevertheless, that intelligence is denied and attributed to blind chance. But as the Maistre was right in calling the law of gravitation merely a word which replaced the thing unknown, soirée, so are we right in applying the same remark to all other forces of science. And if it is objected that the Count was an ardent Roman Catholic, then we may cite Le Couturier as ardent a materialist who said the same thing, as also did Herschel and many others. Vide Musée de Sciences, August 1856. From gods to men, from worlds to atoms, from a star to a rushlight, from the sun to the vital heat of the meanest organic being, the world of form and existence is an immense chain whose links are all connected. The law of analogy is the first key to the world problem, and these links have to be studied coordinately in their occult relations to each other. When, therefore, the secret doctrine, postulating that conditioned or limited space and location has no real being except in this world of illusion, or, in other words, in our perceptive faculties, teaches that every one of the higher as of the lower worlds is interblended with our own objective world, that millions of things and beings are, in point of localization, around and in us, as we are around, with, and in them. It is no metaphysical figure of speech, but a sober fact in nature, however incomprehensible to our senses. One has to understand the phraseology of occultism before criticizing what it asserts. For example, the doctrine refuses, as science does in one sense, to use the words above and below, high and low, in reference to invisible spheres, as being without meaning. Even the terms east and west are merely conventional, necessary only to aid our human perceptions. For though the earth has its two fixed points in the poles, north and south, yet both east and west are variable relatively to our own position on the earth's surface, and in consequence of its rotation from west to east. Hence, when other worlds are mentioned, whether better or worse, more spiritual or still more material, though both invisible, the occultist does not locate these spheres either outside or inside our earth, as the theologians and the poets do, for their location is nowhere in the space known to and conceived by the profane. They are, as it were, blended with our world, interpenetrating it, and interpenetrated by it. There are millions and millions of worlds and firmaments visible to us. There are still greater numbers beyond those visible to the telescopes, and many of the latter kind do not belong to our objective sphere of existence, although as invisible as if they were millions of miles beyond our solar system. They are yet with us, near us, within our own world, as objective and material to their respective inhabitants as ours is to us. But again, the relation of these worlds to ours is not that of a series of egg-shaped boxes enclosed one within the other, like the toys called Chinese nests. Each is entirely under its own special laws and conditions, having no direct relation to our sphere. The inhabitants of these, as already said, may be, for all we know or feel, passing through and around us, as if through empty space, their very habitations and countries being interblended with ours, though not disturbing our vision, because we have not yet the faculties necessary for discerning them. Yet by their spiritual sight the adepts, and even some seers and sensitives, are always able to discern, whether in greater or smaller degree, the presence and close proximity to us of beings pertaining to other spheres of life. Those of the spiritual high worlds communicate only with those terrestrial mortals who ascend to them through individual efforts, onto the higher plane they are occupying. Quote, the sons of Bhumi, earth, regard the sons of Devalokas, angel spheres, as their gods, and the sons of lower kingdoms look up to the men of Bhumi as to their devas, gods, men remaining unaware of it in their blindness, tremble before them while using them for magical purposes. The first race of men were the mind-born sons of the former. They, the Pitris and Devas, are our progenitors. Unquote. Book 2 of the commentary on the book of Jan. Educated people, so-called, deride the science of sylphs, salamanders, undines, and gnomes. The men of science regard as an insult any mention of such superstitions, and with a contempt of logic and common good sense that is often the prerogative of accepted authority. They allow those whom it is their duty to instruct to labor under the absurd impression that in the whole cosmos, or at any rate in our own atmosphere, there are no other conscious, intelligent beings save ourselves. Note: even the question of the plurality of worlds inhabited by sentient creatures is rejected or approached with the greatest caution. And yet see what the great astronomer Camille Flammarion says in his Pluralité des Mondes. End of note. Any other humanity composed of distinct human beings than a mankind with 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head with a man's features on it would not be called humans, though the etymology of the word would seem to have little to do with the general appearance of a creature. Thus, while science sternly rejects even the possibility of there being such, to us generally, invisible creatures, society, while believing in it all secretly, is made to deride the idea openly. It hails with mirth such works as the Conte de Goblet, and fails to understand that open satire is the securest mask. Nevertheless, such invisible worlds do exist. Inhabited as thickly as our own is, they are scattered throughout apparent space in immense number, some far more material than our own world, others gradually etherealizing until they become formless and are as breaths. That our physical eye does not see them is no reason to disbelieve in them. Physicists can see neither their ether, atoms, nor modes of motion or forces, yet they accept and teach them. If we find even in the natural world with which we are acquainted matter affording a partial analogy in the difficult conception of such invisible worlds, there seems little difficulty in recognizing the possibility of such a presence. The tail of a comet which, though attracting our attention by virtue of its luminosity, yet does not disturb or impede our vision of objects which we perceive through and beyond it, affords the first stepping stone toward a proof of the same. The tail of a comet passes rapidly across our horizon, and we should neither feel it nor be cognizant of its passage but for the brilliant coruscation, often perceived only by a few interested in the phenomenon, while everyone else remains ignorant of its presence and passes through or across a portion of our globe. This tail may, or may not, be an integral portion of the being of the comet, but its tenuity subserves our purpose as an illustration. Indeed, it is no question of superstition, but simply a result of transcendental science, and of logic still more, to admit the existence of worlds formed of even far more attenuated matter than the tail of a comet. By denying such a possibility, science has played for the last century into the hands of neither philosophy nor true religion, but simply into those of theology. To be able to dispute the plurality of even material worlds, a belief thought by many churchmen incompatible with the teachings and doctrines of the Bible, Maxwell had to culminate the memory of Newton and try to convince his public that the principles contained in the Newtonian philosophy are those which lie at the foundation of all atheistical systems. Read Volume 2, Plurality of Worlds. Note on the Bible. Nevertheless, it will be shown on the testimony of the Bible itself, and of such good Christian theologians as Cardinal Wiseman, that this plurality is taught in both the Old and the New Testaments. End of note. Quote, Dr. Whewell disputed the plurality of worlds by appeal to scientific evidence, unquote, writes Professor Winchell. Note. See The Plurality of the Worlds, wherein the list of many men of science who wrote to prove the theory is given. End of note. Nay, and if even the habitability of physical worlds, of planets and distant stars which shine in myriads over our heads is so disputed, how little chance is there for the acceptance of invisible worlds within the apparently transparent space of our own? But if we can conceive of a world composed, for our senses, of matter still more attenuated than the tail of a comet, hence of inhabitants in it who are as ethereal in proportion to their globe as we are in comparison with our rocky, hard-crusted earth, no wonder if we do not perceive them, nor sense their presence or even existence. Only in what is the idea contrary to science? Cannot men and animals, plants and rocks be supposed to be endowed with quite a different set of senses from those we possess? Cannot their organisms be born, developed, and exist under other laws of being than those that rule our little world? Is it absolutely necessary that every corporeal being should be clothed in coats of skin, like those that Adam and Eve were provided with in the legend of Genesis? Corporeality, we are told, however, by more than one man of science, may exist under very divergent conditions. Note. Professor A. Winchell, arguing upon the plurality of the worlds, makes the following remarks. It is not at all improbable that substances of a refractory nature might be so mixed with other substances, known or unknown to us, as to be capable of enduring vastly greater vicissitudes of heat and cold than is possible with terrestrial organisms. The tissues of terrestrial animals are simply suited to terrestrial conditions. Yet even here we find different types and species of animals adapted to the trials of extremely dissimilar situations. That an animal should be a quadruped or a biped is something not depending on the necessities of organization or instinct or intelligence. That an animal should possess just 5 senses is not a necessity of a percipient existence. There may be animals on the earth with neither smell nor taste. There may be beings on other worlds, and even on this, who possess more numerous senses than we. The possibility of this is apparent when we consider the high probability that other properties and other modes of existence lie among the resources of the cosmos, and even of terrestrial matter. There are animals which subsist where rational man would perish, in the soil, in the river, and the sea. And why not human beings of different organizations in such case? Nor is incorporated rational existence conditioned on warm blood, nor on any temperature which does not change the forms of matter of which the organisms may be composed. There may be intelligences corporalized after some concept not involving the processes of injection, assimilation, and reproduction. Such bodies would not require daily food and warmth. They might be lost in the abysses of the ocean, or laid upon a stormy cliff through the tempests of an Arctic winter, or plunged in a volcano for 100 years and yet retain consciousness and thought. It is conceivable. Why might not psychic natures be enshrined in indestructible flint and platinum? These substances are no further from the nature of intelligence than carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and lime. But not to carry the thought to such an extreme, within brackets question mark. Might not high intelligences be embodied in frames as indifferent to external conditions as the sage of the western plains, or the lichens of Labrador, rotifiers that remain dried for years, or the spores of bacteria which pass living through boiling water? These suggestions are made simply to remind the reader how little can be argued respecting the necessary conditions of intelligent, organized existence from the standard of corporal existence found upon the earth. Intelligence is, from its nature, as universal and as uniform as the laws of the universe. Bodies are merely the logical particular modifications of universal matter or force, unquote. From Word Life or Comparative Geology, pages 496 to 498 at sequence. End of note. Do not we know, through the discoveries of that very all-denying science that we are surrounded by myriads of invisible lives. If these microbes, bacteria, and the tutti quanti of the infinitesimally small are invisible to us by virtue of their minuteness, cannot there be, at the other pole of it, beings as invisible owing to the quality of their texture or matter, to its tenuity, in fact? Conversely, as to the effects of cometary matter, have we not another example of a half-visible form of life and matter? The ray of sunlight entering our apartment reveals in its passage myriads of tiny beings living their little life and ceasing to be, independent and heedless of whether they are perceived or not by our grosser materiality. And so again, the microbes and bacteria and such like unseen beings in other elements. We passed them by during those long centuries of dreary ignorance, after the lamp of knowledge in the heathen and highly philosophical systems had ceased to throw its bright light on the ages of intolerance and bigotry during early Christianity, and we would fain pass them by again now. And yet these lives surrounded us then as they do now. They have worked on obedient to their own laws, and it is only as they were gradually revealed by science that we have begun to take cognise of them as of the effects produced by them. How long has it taken the world as it is now to become what it is? If it can be said of cosmic dust that some of it comes to the present day which had never belonged to the earth before, from word life, how much more logical to believe, as the occultists do, that through the countless ages and millions of years that have rolled away since that dust aggregated and formed the globe we live in around its nucleus of intelligent primeval substance, many humanities, differing from our present mankind as greatly as the one which will evolve millions of years hence will differ from our races, appeared but to disappear from the face of the earth as our own will. Those primitive and far distant humanities having, as geologists think, left no tangible relics of themselves are denied. All trace of them is swept away, and therefore they have never existed. Yet their relics, very few of them truly, are to be found, and they have to be discovered by a geological research, though even if they were never to be met with, there is no reason to say that no men could have ever lived in those geological times to which the period of their presence on earth is assigned. For their organisms needed no warm blood, no atmosphere, no feeding. The author of World Life is right, and it is no such great extreme to believe, even as we do, that as there may be, on scientific hypotheses, psychic natures enshrined in indestructible flint and platinum to this day, so there were psychic natures enshrined in forms of equal indestructible primeval matter, the real forefathers of our fifth race. When we speak, therefore, as in Book 2, of men who inhabited this globe 18 million years back, we have in the mind neither the men of our present races nor the present atmospheric laws, thermal conditions, etc. The earth and mankind, like the sun, moon, and planets, have all their growth, changes, developments, and gradual evolution in their life periods. They are born, become infants, then children, adolescents, grown-up bodies, grow old, and finally die. Why should not mankind be also under this universal law? Says Uriel to Enoch, Behold, I have showed thee all things. Thou seest the sun, moon, and those which conduct the stars of heaven, which cause all their operations, seasons, and arrivals to return. In the days of sinners the years shall be shortened. Everything done on earth shall be subverted. The moon shall change its laws, etc. The days of sinners meant the days when matter would be in its full sway on earth, and man would have reached the apex of a physical development in stature and animality. That came to pass during the period of the Atlanteans, about the middle point of their race, the fourth, which was drowned as prophesied by Uriel. Since then man began decreasing in physical stature, height, and years, as will be shown in Book 2. But as we are in the midpoint of our sub-rays of the fifth root rays, the acme of materiality in each, therefore the animal propensities, though more refined, are not the less developed for that, and they are so chiefly in civilized countries. Next chapter is Addenda 15, God's Monads and Atoms. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Book 1, Part 3, Science and the Secret Doctrine Contrasted. Addenda to Book 1. Addenda 15, God's Monads and Atoms. In the article The Septenary Principle in 5 Years of Theosophy, page 197, some years ago, we remarked that the esoteric doctrine may well be called the thread doctrine, since, like Sutratman in the Vedanta philosophy, it passes through and strings together all the ancient philosophical religious systems and reconciles and explains them all. Note on the Vedanta philosophy. The Atman or spirit, the spiritual self, passing like a thread through the 5 subtle bodies or principles, koshas, is called thread soul or Sutratman in Vedantic philosophy. End of note. We say now it does more. It not only reconciles the various and apparently conflicting systems, but it checks the discoveries of modern exact science, and shows some of them to be necessarily correct, since they are found corroborated in the ancient records. All this will, no doubt, be regarded as terribly impertinent and disrespectful, a veritable crime of lese-séance. Nevertheless, it is a fact. Science is, undeniably, ultra-materialistic in nowadays, but it finds, in one sense, its justification. Nature behaving in actu ever esoterically and being, as the Kabbalists say, in abscondito, can only be judged by the profane through her appearance, and that appearance is always deceitful on the physical plane. On the other hand, the naturalists refuse to blend physics with metaphysics, the body with its informing soul and spirit, which they prefer ignoring. This is a matter of choice with some, while the minority strive very sensibly to enlarge the domain of physical science by trespassing on the forbidden grounds of metaphysics, so distasteful to some materialists. These scientists are wise in their generation, for all their wonderful discoveries would go for nothing and remain forever headless bodies unless they lift the veil of matter and strain their eyes to see beyond. Now that they have studied nature in the length, breadth, and thickness of her physical frame, it is time to remove the skeleton to the second plane and search within the unknown depths for the living and real entity, for its substance, the noumenon of evanescent matter. It is only by acting on such lines that some of the truths, now called exploded superstitions, will be discovered to be facts and relics of ancient knowledge and wisdom. One of such, quote, degrading, unquote, beliefs, in the opinion of the all-denying skeptic, is found in the idea that cosmos, besides its objective planetary inhabitants, its humanities in other inhabited worlds, is full of invisible, intelligent existences. The so-called archangels, angels, and spirits of the West, copies of their prototypes, the Dhyankochans, the Devas and Pitris of the East, are no real beings but fictions. On this point, materialistic science is inexorable. To support its position, it upsets its own axiomatic law of uniformity in the laws of nature, that of continuity and all the logical sequence of analogies in the evolution of being. The masses of the profane are asked and made to believe that the accumulated testament of history which shows even the atheists of old, such as Epicurus and Democritus, believing in gods was false, and that philosophers like Socrates and Plato, asserting their existence, were mistaken enthusiasts and fools. If we hold our opinions merely on historical grounds, on the authority of legions of the most eminent sages, Neoplatonists, mystics of all the ages, from Pythagoras down to the eminent scientists and professors of the present century, who, if they reject gods, believe in spirits. Shall we consider such authorities as weak-minded and foolish as any Roman Catholic peasant who believes in and prays to his one human saint, or the Archangel, Saint Michael? But is there no difference between the belief of the peasant and that of the Westernaires, to the Rosicrucians and alchemists of the Middle Ages? Is it the Van Helmonts, the Conrads, the Paracelsuses, and Agrippas, from Roger Bacon down to Saint-Germain, who were all blind enthusiasts, hysteriacs, or cheats? Or is it the handful of modern skeptics, the leaders of thought, who are struck with the necessity of negation? The latter, we opine. It would be a miracle indeed, quite an abnormal fact in the realm of probabilities and logic, were that handful of negators to be the sole custodians of truth, while the million-strong hosts of believers in God's angels and spirits in Europe and America alone, namely Greek and Latin Christians, Theosophists, Spiritualists, Mystics, etc., etc., should be no better than deluded fanatics and hallucinated mediums, and often no higher than the victims of deceivers and impostors. However varying in the external presentations and dogmas, beliefs in the hosts of invisible intelligences of various grades have all the same foundation. Truth and error are mixed in all. The exact extent, depth, breadth, and length of the mysteries of nature are to be found only in Eastern esoteric sciences. So vast and so profound are these that hardly a very few of the highest initiates, those whose very existence is known but to a small number of adepts, are capable of assimilating the knowledge. Yet it is all there, and one by one facts and processes in nature's workshops are permitted to find their way into the exact sciences, while mysterious help is given to rare individuals in unraveling its arcana. It is at the close of great cycles, in connection with racial development, that such events generally take place. We are at the very close of the cycle of 5,000 years of the present Aryan Kali Yuga, and between this time and 1897 there will be a large rent made in the veiling of nature, and materialistic science will receive a death blow, without throwing any discredit upon time-honored beliefs. In whatever direction, we are forced to draw a marked line between blind faith evolved by theologies and knowledge due to the independent researches of long generations of adepts, between, in short, faith and philosophy. There have been in all ages undeniably learned and good men who, having been reared in sectarian beliefs, died in their crystallized convictions. For Protestants, the Garden of Eden is the primeval point of departure in the drama of humanity, and the solemn tragedy on the summit of Calvary, the prelude to the hoped-for millennium. For Roman Catholics, Satan is at the foundation of cosmos, Christ in its center, and Antichrist at its apex. For both, the hierarchy of beings begins and ends within the narrow frames of their respective theologies. One self-created personal God, and an Empyrean ringing with the hallelujahs of created angels. The rest, false gods, Satan and fiends. Theophilosophy proceeds on broader lines. From the very beginning of aeons, in time and space in our round and globe, the mysteries of nature, at any rate those which it is lawful for our races to know, were recorded by the pupils of those same now invisible heavenly men in geometrical figures and symbols. The keys thereto passed from one generation of, quote, wise men, unquote, to the other. Some of the symbols thus passed from the east to the west were brought therefrom by Pythagoras, who was not the inventor of his famous triangle. The latter figure, along with the plane, cube, and circle, are more eloquent and scientific descriptions of the order of the evolution of the universe, spiritual and psychic, as well as physical, than volumes of descriptive cosmogonies and revealed geneses. The 10 points inscribed within that Pythagorean triangle are worth all the theogonies and angelologies ever emanated from the theological brain. For he who interprets them on their very face and in the order given will find in these 17 points, the 7 mathematical points hidden, uninterrupted series of the genealogies, from the first heavenly to terrestrial man. And, as they give the order of beings, so they reveal the order in which were evolved the cosmos, our earth, and the primordial elements by which the latter was generated. Begotten in the invisible depths and in the womb of the same mother as its fellow globes, he who will master the mysteries of our earth will have mastered those of all others. Whatever ignorance, pride, or fanaticism may suggest to the contrary, esoteric cosmology can be shown inseparably connected with both philosophy and modern science. The gods of the ancients, the monads, from Pythagoras down to Leibniz, and the atoms of the present materialistic schools, as borrowed by them from the theories of the old Greek atomists, are only a compound unit, or a graduated unity, like the human frame, which begins with body and ends with spirit. In the occult sciences they can be studied separately, but never mastered unless viewed in their mutual correlations during their life cycle, and as a universal unity during pralayas. Lapluche shows sincerity, but gives a poor idea of his philosophical capacities when declaring his personal views on the monad or the mathematical point. A point, he says, is enough to put all the schools in the world in a combustion. But what need has man to know that point, since the creation of such a small being is beyond his power? A fortiori, philosophy acts against probability when, from that point which absorbs and disconcerts all her meditations, she presumes to pass on to the generation of the world." Unquote. Philosophy, however, could never have formed its conception of a logical, universal, and absolute deity if it had no mathematical point within the circle to base its speculations upon. It is only the manifested point, lost to our senses after its pre-genetic appearance in the infinitude and incognizability of the circle, that made a reconciliation between philosophy and theology possible, on condition that the latter should abandon its crude materialistic dogmas. And it is because it has so unwisely rejected the Pythagorean monad and geometrical figures that Christian theology has evolved its self-created human and personal God, the monstrous head from whence flow in two streams the dogmas of salvation and damnation. This is so true that even those clergymen who would be philosophers and who were mentioned have, in their arbitrary interpretations, feathered upon the ancient sages the queer idea that the monad represented with them the throne of the omnipotent deity, placed in the center of the empyrean to indicate TJAOTU. Read The Great Architect of the Universe. Note, Science of Numbers, by the Reverend G. Oliver, page 36, end of note. A curious explanation this, more Masonic than strictly Pythagorean. Nor did the hierogram within a circle, or equilateral triangle, ever mean the exemplification of the unity of the divine essence, for this was exemplified by the plane of the boundless circle, matter, and the universe. Their son, who proceed from the point, the real esoteric logos, or the Pythagorean monad. For the Greek monas signifies unity in its primary sense. Those unable to seize the difference between the monad, the universal unit, and the monads, or the manifested unity, as also between the ever-hidden and the revealed logos or the word, ought never to meddle in philosophy, let alone the esoteric sciences. It is needless to remind the educated reader of Kant's thesis to demonstrate his second antimony. Note, see Kant's Critique de la raison pure, Barnes' translation, Volume 2, page 54, end of note. Those who have read and understood it will see clearly the line we draw between the absolutely ideal universe and the invisible though manifested cosmos. Our gods and monads are not the elements of extension itself, but only those of the invisible reality which is the basis of the manifested cosmos. Neither esoteric philosophy, nor Kant, nor Leibniz would ever admit that extension can be composed of simple or unextended parts. But theologian philosophers will not grasp this. The circle and the point, which latter retires into and merges with the former, after having emanated the first 3 points and connected them with lines, thus forming the first noumenal basis of the second triangle in the manifested world, have ever been an insuperable obstacle to theological flights into dogmatic empyreans. On the authority of this archaic symbol, a male, personal God, the creator and father of all, becomes a third-rate emanation, the Sephiroth standing forth in descent, and on the left hand of Ensof. See the Kabbalistic tree of life. Hence the monad is degraded into a vehicle, a throne. The monad, only the emanation and reflection of the point, logos, in the phenomenal world, becomes, as the apex of the manifested equilateral triangle, the father. The left side or line is the duad, the mother, regarded as the evil, counteracting principle. See Plutarch, De Placitis Placitorum. The right side represents the son, his mother's husband, in every cosmogony, as one with the apex. At the basic line is the universal plane of productive nature, unifying on the phenomenal plane father-mother-son, as these were unified in the apex in the supersensuous world. Note: in the Greek and Latin churches, which regard marriage as one of the sacraments, the officiating priest during the marriage ceremony represents the apex of the triangle, the bride its left feminine side, and the bridegroom the right one, while the horizontal line is symbolized by the row of witness, the bridesmaids and best men. But behind the priest there is the altar with its mysterious containments and symbolic meaning, inside of which no one but the consecrated priest ought to enter. In the early days of Christianity, the marriage ceremony was a mystery and a true symbol. Now, however, even the churches have lost the true meaning of this symbolism. End of note. By mystic transmutation they became the quaternary. The triangle became the tetactis. This transcendental application of geometry to cosmic and divine theogony, the alpha and the omega of the mystical conception, became dwarfed after Pythagoras by Aristotle. By omitting the point and the circle, and taking no account of the apex, he reduced the metaphysical value of the idea and thus limited the doctrine of magnitude to a simple triad, the line, the surface, and the body. His modernaires, who play at idealism, have interpreted these 3 geometrical figures as space, force, and matter, the potencies of an interacting unity. Note: see von Hartmann's and Herbert Spencer's works. End of note. Materialistic science, perceiving but the basic line of the manifested triangle, the plane of matter, translates it practically as father matter, mother matter, and son matter, and theoretically as matter, force, and correlation. But to the average physicist, as remarked by a Kabbalist, space, force, matter are what science and algebra are to the mathematician, merely conventional symbols. Or force as force, and matter as matter, are as absolutely unknowable as is the assumed empty space in which they are held to interact. As symbols representing abstractions, the physicist based reasoned hypotheses of the origin of things, and sees 3 needs in what he terms creation: A place wherein to create, B a medium by which to create, C a material form which to create. And in giving a logical expression to this hypothesis through the terms space, force, matter, he believes he has proved the existence of that which each of these represents as he conceives it to be. Note: see New Aspects of Life by Henry Pratt, M.D. End of note. The physicist who regards space merely as a representation of our mind, or extension unrelated to things in it, which Locke defined as capable of neither resistance nor motion, the paradoxical materialist who would have a void there where he can see no matter, would reject with the utmost contempt the proposition that space is a substantial, though apparently an absolutely unknowable, living entity. See New Aspects, page 9. Such is, nevertheless, the Kabbalistic teaching, and it is that of archaic philosophy. Space is the real world, while our world is an artificial one. It is the one unity throughout its infinitude, in its bottomless depths as on its elusive surface, a surface studded with countless phenomenal universes, systems, and mirage-like worlds. Nevertheless, to the Eastern occultist, who is an objective idealist at the bottom, in the real world, which is a unity of forces, there is a connection of all matter in the plenum, as Leibniz would say. This is symbolized in the Pythagorean triangle. It consists of 10 points inscribed, pyramid-like, from 1 to the last 4, within its 3 lines, and it symbolizes the universe in the famous Pythagorean decad. The upper single dot is a monad, and represents a unit point, which is the unity from whence all proceeds, and all is of the same essence with it. While the 10 dots within the triangle represent the phenomenal world, the 3 sides of the equilateral triangle, which enclose the pyramid of dots, are the barriers of noumenal matter or substance that separate it from the world of thought. Pythagoras considered a point to correspond in proportion to unity, a line to 2, a superficies to 3, a solid to 4, and he defined a point as a monad having position, and the beginning of all things. The line was thought to correspond with duality because it was produced by the first motion from indivisible nature, and formed the junction of 2 points. A superficies was compared to the number 3 because it is the first of all causes that are found in figures, for a circle, which is the principle of all round figures, comprises a triad in center, space, circumference. But a triangle, which is the first of all rectilineal figures, is included in a ternary, and receives its form according to that number, and was considered by the Pythagoreans to be the creator of all sublunary things. The 4 points at the base of the Pythagorean triangle correspond with the solid or cube, which combines the principles of length, breadth, and thickness, for no solid can have less than 4 extreme boundary points. From Pythagoras' triangle, page 19. It is argued that the human mind cannot conceive an indivisible unit short of the annihilation of the idea with its subject. This is an error, as the Pythagoreans have proved, and a number have seized before them, although there is a special training for it, and although the profane mind can hardly grasp it. But there are such things as meta-mathematics and meta-geometry. Even mathematics pure and simple proceed from the universal to the particular, from the mathematical, hence indivisible point, to solid figures. The teaching originated in India, and was taught in Europe by Pythagoras, who, throwing a veil over the circle and the point, which no living man can define except as incomprehensible abstractions, laid the origin of the differentiated cosmic matter in the basic or horizontal line of the triangle. Thus the latter became the earliest of geometrical figures. The author of New Aspects of Life and of the Kabbalistic Mysteries objects to the objectivization, so to speak, of the Pythagorean conception and use of the equilateral triangle, and calls it a misnomer. His argument that a solid equilateral body, one whose base and each of its sides form equal triangles, must have 4 co-equal sides or surfaces with a triangular plane will as necessarily possess 5, demonstrates on the contrary the grandeur of the conception in all its esoteric application to the idea of pre-genesis and the genesis of cosmos. Granted that an ideal triangle depicted by mathematical imaginary lines can have no sides at all, being simply phantom of the mind, if sides be imputed to which they must be the sides of the object it constructively represents. But in such case, most of the scientific hypotheses are no better than phantoms of the mind. They are unverifiable except on inference, and have been adopted merely to answer scientific necessities. Furthermore, the ideal triangle, as the abstract idea of a triangular body, and therefore as the type of an abstract idea, accomplished and carried out to perfection the double symbolism intended. As an emblem applicable to the objective idea, the simple triangle became a solid. When repeated in stone on the 4 cardinal points, it assumed the shape of the pyramid, the symbol of the phenomenal merging into the noumenal universe of thought, at the apex of the 4 triangles, and, as an imaginary figure constructed of 3 mathematical lines, It symbolized the subjective spheres, those lines enclosing a mathematical space which is equal to nothing enclosing nothing. Because, to the senses and the untrained consciousness of profane and scientist, everything beyond the line of differentiated matter, that is, outside of and beyond the realm of even the most spiritual substance, has to remain forever equal to nothing. It is the Ein Sof, the no thing. Yet these phantoms of the mind are in truth no greater abstractions than the abstract ideas in general upon evolution and physical development, for example, gravity, matter, force, etc., on which the exact sciences are based. Our most eminent chemists and physicists are earnestly pursuing the not hopeless attempt of finally tracing to its hiding place the protile, or the basic line of the Pythagorean triangle. The latter is, as said, the grandest conception imaginable, as it symbolizes both the ideal and the visible universes. Note, in the world of form, having found its expression in the pyramids, symbolism has in them both a triangle and a square, with their 4 co-equal triangles or surfaces, the 4 basic points, and the 5th, the apex. End of note. For if the possible unit is only a possibility as an actuality of nature, as an individual of any kind, and as every individual natural object is capable of division, and by division loses its unity or ceases to be a unit, it is so only in the realm of exact sciences in a world as deceptive as it is elusive. Note, see New Aspects of Life. End of note. In the realm of the esoteric sciences, the unit divided ad infinitum, instead of losing its unity, approaches with every division the planes of the only eternal reality. The eye of the seer can follow and behold it in all its pre-genetic glory. The same idea of the reality of the subjective and the unreality of the objective universes is found at the bottom of the Pythagorean and Platonic teachings, limited to the elect alone. For Porphyry, speaking of the monad and the duad, says that the former only was considered substantial and real, that most simple being, the cause of all unity and the measure of all things. But the duad, although the origin of evil, or matter, thence unreal in philosophy, is still substance during Manvantara, and is often called the third monad in occultism, and the connection line as between 2 points, or numbers which proceeded from that which was before all numbers as expressed by Rabbi Barachiel, and from this duad proceeded all the scintillas of the 3 upper and the 4 lower worlds or planes, which are in constant interaction and correspondence. This is a teaching which the Kabbalah has in common with Eastern occultism, for in the occult philosophy there are the one cause and the primal cause, which latter thus becomes paradoxically the second, as clearly expressed by the author of the Kabbalah from the philosophical writings of Ibn Gabirol. In the treatment of the primal cause, 2 things must be considered: the primal cause per se, and the relation and connection of the primal cause with the visible and unseen universe. Thus he shows the early Hebrews following in the steps of the Oriental philosophy, Chaldean, Persian, Hindu, Arabic, etc. Their primal cause was designated at first by the triadic Shaddai, the triune, almighty, subsequently by the tetragrammaton, Yahweh, symbol of the past, present, and future, and, let us add, the eternal eyes, or the I Am. Moreover, in the Kabbalah the name Yahweh, or Jehovah, expresses a he and a she, male and female, 2 in 1, or Hokmah and Bina, and his, or rather their, Shekinah, or synthesizing spirit, grace, which makes again of the duad a triad. This is demonstrated in the Jewish liturgy for Pentecost and the prayer in the name of unity of the holy and blessed Hu, he, and his Shekinah, the hidden and concealed Hu, blessed the Yahweh, the quaternary forever. Hu is said to be masculine and Yah feminine. Together they make the one Yahweh, one but of a male-female nature. The Shekinah is always considered in the Kabbalah as feminine. See page 175. And so it is considered in the exoteric Puranas, for Shekinah is no more than Shakti, the female double or lining of any god in such case. And so it was with the early Christians, whose Holy Spirit was feminine, as Sophia was with the Gnostics. But in the transcendental Chaldean Kabbalah or Book of Numbers, Shekinah is sexless, and the purest abstraction, a state like nirvana, not subject or object or anything except an absolute presence. Thus it is only in the anthropomorphized systems, such as the Kabbalah has now greatly become, that Shekinah Shakti is feminine. As such, she becomes the duad of Pythagoras, the two straight lines of the symbol that can never meet, which therefore form no geometrical figure and are the symbol of matter. Out of this duad, when united in one basic line of the triangle on the lower plane, the upper triangle of the sephirothal tree, emerged the Elohim, or deity in cosmic nature, with the true Kabbalists the lowest designation, translated in the Bible, God. See the same work on page. Note: such recent works as the Kabbalah of Mr. Isaac Mayer and of Mr. S. L. MacGregor Mathers fully justify our attitude towards the Jehovistic deity. It is not the transcendental, philosophical, and highly metaphysical abstraction of the original Kabbalistic thought, Ein Sof Shekinah Adam Kadmon, and all that follows, that we oppose, but the crystallization of all these into the highly unphilosophical, repulsive, and anthropomorphic Jehovah, the androgynes and finite deity for which eternity, omnipotence, and omniscience are claimed. We do not war against the ideal reality, but the hideous theological shadow. End of note. Out of these issue the scintillas. The scintillas are the souls, and these souls appear in the threefold form of monads, units, atoms, and gods, according to our teaching. Every atom becomes a visible complex unit, a molecule, and once attracted into the sphere of terrestrial activity, the monadic essence, passing through the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, becomes man, from Esoteric Catechism. Again, God, monad, and atom are the correspondences of spirit, mind, and body, Atma, Manas, and Stula Sharira, in man. In their septenary aggregation, they are the heavenly man. See Kabbalah for the latter term. Thus, terrestrial man is the provisional reflection of the heavenly. The monads, jivas, are the souls of the atoms. Both are the fabric in which the kochans, dhyanis, gods, clothe themselves when a form is needed. From Esoteric Catechism. This relates to cosmic and subplanetary monads, not to the supercosmic monads, the Pythagorean monad, as called, in its synthetic character by the pantheistical peripatetics. The monads of the present dissertation are treated from the standpoint of their individuality as atomic souls, before these atoms descend into pure terrestrial form. For this descent into concrete matter marks the medial point of their own individual pilgrimage. Here, losing in the mineral kingdom their individuality, they begin to ascend through the 7 states of terrestrial evolution to that point where a correspondence is firmly established between the human and Deva, divine, consciousness. At present, however, we are not concerned with their terrestrial metamorphoses and tribulations, but with their life and behavior in space, on planes wherein the eye of the most intuitional chemist and physicist cannot reach them, unless indeed he develops in himself highly clairvoyant faculties. It is well known that Leibniz came several times very near the truth, but defined monadic evolution incorrectly, which is not to be wondered at, since he was not an initiate, nor even a mystic, only a very intuitional philosopher. Yet no psychophysicist ever came nearer than he has to the esoteric general outline of evolution. This evolution, viewed from its several standpoints, that is, as the universal and the individualized monad, and the chief aspects of the evolving energy, after differentiation, the pure spiritual, the intellectual and the psychic and the physical, may be thus formulated as an invariable law. A descent of spirit into matter, equivalent to an ascent in physical evolution. a re-ascent from the depths of materiality towards the status quo ante, with a corresponding dissipation of concrete form and substance, up to the Laya state, or what science calls the 0 point, and beyond. These states, once the spirit of esoteric philosophy is grasped, became absolutely necessary from simple logical and logical considerations. Physical science having now ascertained, through its department of chemistry, the invariable law of this evolution of atoms, from their, quote, protylon, unquote, state, down to that of a physical and then a chemical particle or molecule, cannot well reject the same as a general law, and once it is forced by its enemies, metaphysics and psychology, out of its alleged impregnable strongholds, it will find it more difficult than it now appears to refuse room in the spaces of space to planetary spirits, gods, elementals, and even the elementary spooks or ghosts and others. Note on psychology. Let not the word psychology cause the reader to carry his thought by an association of ideas to modern psychologists, so-called, whose idealism is another name for uncompromising materialism, and whose pretended monism is no better than a mask to conceal the void of final annihilation, even of consciousness. Here, spiritual psychology is meant. End of note. Already Figuier and Paul Dacier, two positivists and materialists, have succumbed before this logical necessity. Other and still greater scientists will follow in that intellectual fall. They will be driven out of the position not by spiritual, theosophical, or any other physical or even mental phenomena, but simply by the enormous gaps and chasms that open daily, and will still be opening before them, as one discovery follows the other until they are finally knocked off their feet by the ninth wave of simple common sense. Here's an example. Professor W. Crookes' latest discovery of what he has named protyle. In the notes on the Bhagavad Gita by one of the best metaphysicians and Vedantic scholars in India, T. Sabarao, see Theosophist for February 1887, the lecturer, referring cautiously to things occult in that great Indian esoteric work, makes a remark as suggestive as it is strictly correct. Quote, into the details of the evolution of the solar system itself, he says, it is not necessary for me to enter. You may gather some idea as to the way in which the various elements start into existence from these three principles into which Mula Prakriti is differentiated, the Pythagorean triangle, by examining the lecture delivered by Professor Crookes a short time ago upon the so-called elements of modern chemistry. This lecture will give you some idea of the way in which these elements spring from Vishvanara, the most objective of these three principles, which seems to stand in the place of the protyle mentioned in that lecture. Note, Vishvanara is not merely the manifested objective world, but the one physical basis, the horizontal line of the triangle, from which the whole objective world starts into existence, and this is the cosmic duad, the androgenous substance. Beyond only is the true protyle. End of note. Except in a few particulars, this lecture seems to give the outlines of the theory of physical evolution on the plane of Vishvanara, and is, so far as I know, the nearest approach made by modern investigators to the real cult theory on the subject. Unquote. These words will be re-echoed and approved by every Eastern occultist. Much from the lectures by Professor Crookes has already been quoted in section 12 of these addenda. Since then, there has been another lecture delivered as remarkable as the first one on the genesis of the elements, and also a third one. Note on Genesis of the Elements lecture by W. Crookes, FRS VPCS, delivered at the Royal Institution, London, on Friday, February the 18th, 1887. End of note. Here we have almost a corroboration of the teachings of esoteric philosophy concerning the mode of primeval evolution. It is indeed as near an approach made by a great scholar and specialist in chemistry to the secret doctrine as could be made apart from the application of the monads and atoms to the dogmas of pure transcendental metaphysics and their connection and correlation with gods and intelligent conscious monads. Note, how true it is will be fully demonstrated only on that day when his discovery of radiant matter will have resulted in a further elucidation with regard to the true source of light, and revolutionized all the present speculations. Further familiarity with the northern streamers of the aurora borealis may help the recognition of this truth. End of note. But chemistry is now on its ascending plane. Thanks to one of its highest European representatives, it is impossible for it to go back to that day when materialism regarded its sub-elements as absolutely simple and homogeneous bodies, which it had raised in its blindness to the rank of elements. The mask has been snatched off by too clever a hand for there to be any fear of a new disguise, and after years of pseudology, of bastard molecules parading under the name of elements, behind and beyond which there could be naught but void, a great professor of chemistry asks once more, what are these elements? Whence do they come? What is their signification? These elements perplex us in our researches, baffle us in our speculations, and haunt us in our very dreams. They stretch like an unknown sea before us, mocking, mystifying, and murmuring strange revelations and possibilities. From Genesis of Elements, page 1. Those who are heirs to primeval revelations have taught these, quote, possibilities, unquote, in every century, but have never found a fair hearing. The truth inspired to Kepler, Leibniz, Gassendi, Swedenborg, etc., were all allied with their own speculations in one or another predetermined direction, hence distorted. But now one of the great truths has dawned upon an eminent professor of modern exact science, and he fearlessly proclaims as a fundamental axiom that science has not made itself acquainted so far with real simple elements. For Professor Crookes tells his audience, quote, if I venture to say that our commonly received elements are not simple and primordial, that they have not arisen by chance, or have not been created in a desultory and mechanical manner, but have been evolved from simple matters, or perhaps indeed from one sole kind of matter, I do but give formal utterance to an idea which has been, so to speak, for some time in the air of science. Chemists, physicists, philosophers of the highest merit declare explicitly their belief that the 70 or thereabouts elements of our textbooks are not the pillars of Hercules, which we must never hope to pass. Philosophers in the present, as in the past, men who certainly have not worked in the laboratory, have reached the same view from another side, unquote. Thus Mr. Herbert Spencer records his conviction that the chemical atoms are produced from the truer physical atoms by processes of evolution under conditions which chemistry has not yet been able to produce. And the poet has forestalled the philosopher. Milton, in Paradise Lost, Book 5, makes the archangel Raphael say to Adam, instinct with the evolutionary idea, that the Almighty had created one first matter, all endued with various forms, various degrees of substance. Nevertheless, the idea would have remained crystallized in the air of science, and never have descended into the thick atmosphere of materialism and profane mortals for years to come, perhaps, had not Professor Crookes bravely and fearlessly reduced it to its simple elements, and thus publicly forced it on scientific notice. An idea, says Plutarch, is a being incorporeal, which has no subsistence by itself, but gives figure and form unto shapeless matter, and becomes the cause of the manifestation. The revolution produced in old chemistry by Avogadro was the first page in the volume of New Chemistry. Mr. Crookes has now turned the second page, and is boldly pointing to what may be the last. For once protyle accepted and recognized as invisible ether was, both being logical and scientific necessities, chemistry will have virtually ceased to live. It will reappear in its reincarnation as new alchemy, or metachemistry. The discoverer of radiant matter will have vindicated in time the archaic Aryan works on occultism and even the Vedas and Puranas. For what are the manifested mother, the father, son, husband, Aditi, Daksha, a form of Brahma, as creators, and the son, the three firstborn, but simply hydrogen, oxygen, and that which in its terrestrial manifestation is called nitrogen. Even the exoteric descriptions of the firstborn triad give all the characteristics of these three gases. Priestley, the discoverer of oxygen, or that which was known in the highest antiquity. Yet all the ancient, medieval, and modern poets and philosophers have been anticipated, even in the exoteric Hindu books. Descartes' plenum of matter differentiated into particles, Leibniz's ethereal fluid, and Kant's primitive fluid dissolved into its elements, Kepler's solar vortex and systemic vortices, in short, from the elemental vortices inaugurated by the universal mind, through Anaxagoras down to Galileo, Torricelli, and Swedenborg, and after them to the latest speculations by European mystics. All this is found in the Hindu hymns and mantras to the gods, monads, and atoms in their fullness, for they are inseparable. In esoteric teachings, the most transcendental conceptions of the universe and its mysteries, as the most seemingly materialistic speculations, are found reconciled, because those sciences embrace the whole scope of evolution from spirit to matter. As declared by an American theosophist, the monads of Leibniz may, from one point of view, be called force, from another matter. To occult science, force and matter are only two sides of the same substance. See Path, number 10, page 297. Let the reader remember these monads of Leibniz, every one of which is a living mirror of the universe, every monad reflecting every other, and compare this view and definition with certain Sanskrit stanzas, slokas, translated by Sir William Jones, in which it is said that the creative source of the divine mind, hidden in a veil of thick darkness, formed mirrors of the atoms of the world, and cast reflection from its own face on every atom. When, therefore, Professor Crookes declares that if we can show how the so-called chemical elements might have been generated, we shall be able to fill up a formidable gap in our knowledge of the universe, the answer is ready. The theoretical knowledge is contained in the esoteric meaning of every Hindu cosmogony in the Puranas. The practical demonstration thereof is in the hands of those who will not be recognized in this century, save by the very few. The scientific possibilities of various discoveries that must inexorably lead exact science into the acceptation of Eastern occult views, which contain all the requisite material for the filling of those, quote, gaps, unquote, are so far at the mercy of modern materialism. It is only by working in the direction taken by Professor Crookes that there is any hope for the recognition of a few hitherto occult truths. Meanwhile, one thirsting to have a glimpse at a practical diagram of the evolution of primordial matter, which, separating and differentiating under the impulse of cyclic law, divides itself into a septenary gradation of substance from a general view, can do no better than examine the plates attached to Mr. Crookes' lecture, Genesis of the Elements, and ponder well over some passages of the text. In one place, page 11, he says, "Our notions of a chemical element have expanded. Hitherto the molecule has been regarded as an aggregate of two or more atoms, and no account has been taken of the architectural design on which these atoms have been joined. We may consider that the structure of a chemical element is more complicated than has hitherto been supposed. Between the molecules we are accustomed to deal with in chemical reactions, and ultimate atoms as first created, come smaller molecules or aggregates of physical atoms. Then sub-molecules differ one from the other according to the position they occupied in the yttrium edifice. Perhaps this hypothesis can be simplified if we imagine yttrium to be represented by a 5-shilling piece. By chemical fractionation, I have divided it into 5 separate shillings, and find that these shillings are not counterparts, but like the carbon atoms in a benzyl ring, have the impress of their position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stamped on them. If I throw my shillings into the melting pot or dissolve them chemically, the mint stamp disappears and they all turn out to be silver." Unquote. This will be the case with all the atoms and molecules when they have separated from their compound forms and bodies when pralaya sets in. Reverse the case and imagine the dawn of a new manvantara. The pure, quote, silver, unquote, of the absorbed material will once more separate into substance, which will generate divine essences, whose principles are the primary elements, the sub-elements, the physical energies, and subjective and objective matter, or, as these are epitomized, gods, monads, and atoms. Note on principles. Corresponding on the cosmic scale with the spirit, soul, mind, life, and the 3 vehicles, the astral, the myobic, and the physical bodies of mankind, whatever division is made. End of note. If leaving for one moment the metaphysical or transcendental side of the question, dropping out of the present consideration and supersenses and intelligent beings and entities believed in by the Kabbalists and Christians, we turn to the atomical theory of evolution. The occult teachings are still found corroborated by exact science in its confessions, as far at least as regards the supposed, quote, simple, unquote, elements, now suddenly degraded into poor and distant relatives, not even second cousins to the latter. For we are told by Professor Crookes that, quote, hitherto it has been considered that if the atomic weight of a metal, determined by different observers setting out from different compounds, was always found to be a constant, then such metal must rightly take rank among the simple or elementary bodies. We learn that this is no longer the case. Again, we have here wheels within wheels. Gadolinium is not an element but a compound. We have shown that yttrium is a complex of 5 or more new constituents. And who shall venture to gainsay that each of these constituents, if attacked in some different manner, and if the result was submitted to a test more delicate and searching than the radiant matter test, might not be still further divisible? Where, then, is the actual ultimate element? As we advance it recedes, like the tantalizing mirage, lakes and groves seen by the tired and thirsty traveller in the desert. Are we in our quest for truth to be thus deluded and balked? The very idea of an element as something absolutely primary and ultimate seems to be growing less and less distinct. Unquote, from page 16. On page 429 of Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, we say that the mystery of first creation, which was ever the despair of science, is unfathomable unless they, the scientists, accept the doctrine of Hermes. They will have to follow in the footsteps of the Hermetists. Our prophecy begins to assert itself. But between Hermes and Huxley there is a middle course and point. Let the men of science only throw a bridge halfway and think seriously over the theories of Leibniz. We have shown our theories with regard to atomic evolution, their last formation into compound chemical molecules being produced within our terrestrial workshops in the Earth's atmosphere and not elsewhere, as strangely agreeing with the evolution of atoms shown on Mr. Crookes' plates. Several times already it was stated in this volume that Martanda, the Sun, had evolved and aggregated together with his smaller 7 brothers from his mother's, Aditi's, bosom, that bosom being prima mater ea, the lecture's primordial protyle. Esoteric doctrines teach the existence of an antecedent form of energy having periodic cycles of ebb and swell, rest and activity, page 21. And behold this great scholar in science now asking the world to accept this as one of the postulates. We have shown the, quote, mother, unquote, fire and heart becoming gradually cool and radiant, and that same scientist claims as his second postulate a scientific necessity, it would seem, quote, an internal action akin to cooling, operating slowly in the protyle, unquote. Occult science teaches that, quote, mother, unquote, lies stretched in infinity during pralaya, as the great deep, the dry waters of space, according to the quaint expression in the Catechism, and becomes wet only after the separation and the moving over its face of Narayana, the spirit which is invisible flame, which never burns but sets on fire all that it touches and gives it life and generation. Note, the Lord is a consuming fire. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. End of note. And now science tells us that the firstborn element, most nearly allied to protyle, would be hydrogen, which for some time would be the only existing form of matter in the universe. What says old science? It answers, just so, but we would call hydrogen and oxygen, which instills the fire of life into the, quote, mother, unquote, by incubation in the pre-genetic and even pre-geological ages, the spirit, the noumenon, of that which becomes, in its grossest form, oxygen and hydrogen and nitrogen on earth. Nitrogen being of no divine origin, but merely an earthborn cement to unite other gases and fluids, and serve as a sponge to carry in itself the breath of life, pure air. Note, which, if separated alchemically, would yield the spirit of life and its elixir." Unquote. Before these gases and fluids become what they are in our atmosphere, they are interstellar ether, still earlier, and on a deeper plane something else, and so on, in infinitum. The eminent and learned gentleman must pardon an occultist for quoting him at such length, but such is the penalty of a fellow of the Royal Society who approaches so near their precincts of the sacred additum of occult mysteries as virtually to overstep the forbidden boundaries. But it is time to leave modern physical science and turn to the psychological and metaphysical side of the question. We would only remark that to the two very reasonable postulates required by the eminent lecturer to get a glimpse of some few of the secrets so darkly hidden behind the door of the unknown, a third should be added, lest no battering at it should avail: the postulate that Leibniz, in his speculations, stood on a firm groundwork of fact and truth. Note, foremost of all, the postulate that there is no such thing in nature as inorganic substance or bodies. Stones, minerals, rocks, and even chemical, quote, atoms, unquote, are simply organic units in profound lethargy. Their coma has an end, and their inertia becomes activity. End of note. The admirable and thoughtful synopsis of these speculations, as given by John Theodor Merz in his Leibniz, shows how nearly he has brushed the hidden secrets of esoteric theogony in his Monadology, and yet that philosopher has hardly risen in his speculations above the first planes, the lower principles of the cosmic great body. His theory soars to no loftier heights than those of the manifested life, self-consciousness and intelligence leaving the regions of the earlier post-genetic mysteries untouched, as his ethereal fluid is post-planetary. But this third postulate will hardly be accepted by the modern men of science, and, like Descartes, they would prefer keeping to the properties of external things which, like extension, are incapable of explaining the phenomenon of motion, rather than accept the latter as an independent force. They will never become anti-Cartesian in this generation, nor will they admit that this property of inertia is not a purely geometrical property, that it points to the existence of something in external bodies which is not extension merely. This is Leibniz's idea as analyzed by Merz, who adds that he called this something force, and maintained that external things were endowed with force, and that in order to be the bearers of this force they must have a substance, for they are not lifeless and inert masses, but the centers and bearers of form. A pure esoteric claim, since force was with Leibniz an active principle, the division between mind and matter disappearing by this conclusion. But, quote, the mathematical and dynamical inquiries of Leibniz would not have led to the same result in the mind of a purely scientific inquirer. But Leibniz was not a scientific man in the modern sense of the word. Had he been so, he might have worked out the conception of energy, defined mathematically the ideas of force and mechanical work, and arrived at the conclusion that even for purely scientific purposes it is desirable to look upon force not as a primary quantity, but as a quantity derived from some other value, unquote. But luckily for truth, quote, Leibniz was a philosopher, and as such he had certain primary principles which biased him in favor of certain conclusions, and his discovery that external things were substances endowed with force was at once used for the purpose of applying these principles. One of these principles was the law of continuity, the conviction that all the world was connected, that there was no gaps and chasms which could not be bridged over. The contrast of extended thinking substances was unbearable to him. The definition of the extended substances had already become untenable. It was natural that a similar inquiry was made into the definition of mind, the thinking substance, unquote. The divisions made by Leibniz, however incomplete and faulty from the standpoint of occultism, show a spirit of metaphysical intuition to which no man of science, not Descartes, not even Kant, has ever reached. With him there existed ever an infinite gradation of thought. Only a small portion of the contents of our thoughts, he said, rises into the clearness of our perception, into the light of perfect consciousness. Many remain in a confused, obscure state, in the state of perceptions. But they are there. Descartes denied soul to the animal. Leibniz endowed, as the occultists do, the whole creation with mental life, this being, according to him, capable of infinite gradations. And this, as Merz justly observes, at once widened the realm of mental life, destroying the contrast of animate and inanimate matter. It did yet more. It reacted on the conception of matter of the extended substance, for it became evident that external or material things presented the property of extension to our senses only, not to our thinking faculties. The mathematician, in order to calculate geometrical figures, had been obliged to divide them into an infinite number of infinitely small parts, and the physicist saw no limit to the divisibility of matter into atoms. The bulk through which external things seemed to fill space was a property which they acquired only through the coarseness of our senses. Leibniz followed these arguments to some extent, but he could not rest content in assuming that matter was composed of a finite number of very small parts. His mathematical mind forced him to carry out the argument in infinitum. And what became of the atoms then? They lost their extension, and they retained only their property of resistance. They were the centers of force. They were reduced to mathematical points. But if their extension in space was nothing, so much fuller was their inner life. Assuming that inner existence, such as that of the human mind, is a new dimension, not a geometrical but metaphysical dimension, having reduced the geometrical extension of the atoms to nothing, Leibniz endowed them with an infinite extension in the direction of their metaphysical dimension. After having lost sight of them in the world of space, the mind has, as it were, to dive into a metaphysical world to find and grasp the real essence of what appears in space merely as a mathematical point. As a cone stands on its point, or a perpendicular straight line cuts a horizontal plane only in one mathematical point, but may extend infinitely in height and depth, so the essence of things real have only a punctual existence in this physical world of space, but have an infinite depth of inner life in the metaphysical world of thought." Unquote. From page 144. This is the spirit, the very root of occult doctrine and thought. The spirit matter and matter spirit extend infinitely in depths, and like the essence of things of Leibniz, our essence of things real is at the seventh depth, while the unreal and gross matter of science and the external world is at the lowest end of our perceptive senses. The occultist knows the worth or worthlessness of the latter. The student must now be shown the fundamental distinction between the system of Leibniz and that of occult philosophy on the question of the monads, and this may be done with his monadology before us. Note: it may be correctly stated that were Leibniz and Spinoza's systems reconciled, the essence and spirit of esoteric philosophy would be made to appear. From the shock of the two, as opposed to the Cartesian system, emerged the truths of the archaic doctrine. Both opposed the metaphysics of Descartes. His idea of the contrast of two substances, extension and thought, radically differing from each other and mutually irreducible, was too arbitrary and too unphilosophical for them. Thus Leibniz made of the two Cartesian substances two attributes of the one universal unity in which he saw God. Spinoza recognized but one universally indivisible substance, an absolute all, like Parabrahman. Leibniz, on the contrary, perceived the existence of a plurality of substances. There was but one for Spinoza, for Leibniz an infinitude of beings from and in the one. Hence, though both admitted but one real entity, while Spinoza made it impersonal and indivisible, Leibniz divided his personal deity into a number of divine and semi-divine beings. Spinoza was a subjective, Leibniz an objective pantheist, yet both were great philosophers in their intuitive perceptions. Now, if these two teachings were blended together and each corrected by the other, and foremost of all the one reality weeded of its philosophy in them, the impersonal, attributeless, absolute divine essence, which is no being but the root of all being. Draw a deep line in your thought between that ever-incognizable essence and the as invisible yet comprehensible presence, Mula Prakriti or Shekinah, from beyond and through which vibrates the sound of the verbum, and from which evolve the numberless hierarchies of intelligent egos, of conscious as of semi-conscious, perceptive and aperceptive beings, whose essence is spiritual force, whose substance is the elements, and whose bodies, where needed, are the atoms, and our doctrine is there. For, says Leibniz, the primitive element of every material body being force, which has none of the characteristics of objective matter, it can be conceived but can never be the object of any imaginative representation." Unquote. That which was for him the primordial and ultimate element in every body and object was thus not the material atoms or molecules, necessarily more or less extended, as those of Epicurus and Gassendi, but, as Merz shows, immaterial and metaphysical atoms, mathematical points, or real souls, as explained by Henri Lachelier, professeur agrégé de philosophie, his French biographer. That which exists outside of us in an absolute manner are souls whose essence is force. See Monadology, Introduction. Thus, reality in the manifested world is composed of a unity of units, so to say, immaterial from our standpoint and infinite. This Leibniz calls monads, Eastern philosophy jivas, and occultism gives it, with the Kabbalists and all the Christians, a variety of names. They are with us, as with Leibniz, the expression of the universe, and every physical point is but the phenomenal expression of the noumenal metaphysical point. His distinction between perception and apperception is the philosophical, though dim expression of the esoteric teachings. His reduced universes, of which these are as many as there are monads, is the chaotic representation of our septenary system with its divisions and subdivisions. As to the relation his monads bear to our Diankochans, cosmic spirits, divas and elementals, we may reproduce briefly the opinion of a learned and thoughtful theosophist, Mr. H. A. Bjerregaard, on the subject, in an excellent paper on the elementals, the elementary spirits, and the relationship between them and human beings, read by him before the Aryan Theosophical Society of New York. See Path number 10 and 11 of January and February 1887. Mr. Bjerregaard formulates distinctly his opinion. To Spinoza, the substance is dead and inactive, but to Leibniz's penetrating mind everything is living activity and active energy. In holding this view, he comes infinitely nearer the Orient than any other thinker of his day or after him. His discovery that an active energy forms the essence of substance is a principle that places him in direct relationship to the seas of the East." Unquote. And the lecturer proceeds to show that Leibniz's atoms and elements are centers of force, or rather spiritual beings whose very nature is to act, for the elementary particles are not acting mechanically, but from an internal principle. They are incorporeal spiritual units, substantial, however, but not immaterial in our sense, inaccessible to all changes from without, and indestructible by an external force. Leibniz's monads, adds the lecturer, differ from atoms in the following particulars, which are very important for us to remember, otherwise we shall not be able to see the difference between elementals and mere matter. Atoms are not distinguished from each other. They are qualitatively alike, but the monad differs from every other monad qualitatively, and every one is a peculiar world of itself. Not so with atoms. They are absolutely alike quantitatively and qualitatively, and possess no individuality of their own. Note: Leibniz was an absolute idealist in maintaining that material atoms are contrary to reason. See Système Nouveau by Erdmann, page 126, column 2. For him matter was a simple representation of the monad, whether human or atomic. Monads, he thought, as we do, are everywhere. Thus the human soul is a monad, and every cell in the human body has its monad, as every cell in animal, vegetable, and even in the so-called inorganic bodies. His atoms are the molecules of modern science, and his monads, those simple atoms that materialistic science takes on faith, though it will never succeed in interviewing them, except in imagination. But Leibniz is rather contradictory in his views about monads. He speaks of his metaphysical points and formal atoms, at one time as realities occupying space, at another as pure spiritual ideas, and then again endows them with objectivity and aggregates and positions in their correlations. End of note. Again, the atoms, molecules rather, of materialistic philosophy can be considered as extended and divisible, while the monads are the mere mathematical points and indivisible. Finally, and this is a point where these monads of Leibniz closely resemble the elementals of mystic philosophy, these monads are representative beings. Every monad reflects every other. Every monad is a living mirror of the universe within its own sphere. And mark this, for upon it depends the power possessed by these monads, and upon this depends the work they can do for us. In mirroring the world, the monads are not mere passive, reflective agents, but spontaneously self-active. They produce the images spontaneously, as the soul does a dream. In every monad, therefore, the adept may read everything, even the future. Every monad or elemental is a looking-glass that can speak." Unquote. It is at this point that Leibniz philosophy breaks down. There is no provision made, nor any distinction established between the elemental monad and that of a high planetary spirit, or even the human monad or soul. He even goes so far as to sometimes doubt whether God has ever made anything but monads or substances without extension. See Examen de Principe du Malebranche. He draws a distinction between monads and atoms, because, as he repeatedly states, bodies with all their qualities are only phenomenal, like the rainbow. Corpora omnia cum omnibus qualitatibus sui non sunt aliud quam phenomena bene fundata ut iris. Letter to Father de Bos, Correspondance, letter 18. But soon after he finds a provision for this in a substantial correspondence, a certain metaphysical bond between the monads, vinculum substantiale. Note, the atoms of Leibniz have, in truth, nothing but the name in common with the atoms of the Greek materialists, or even the molecules of modern science. He calls them formal atoms and compares them to the substantial forms of Aristotle. See Système Nouveau, section 3. End of note. Esoteric philosophy, teaching an objective idealism, though it regards the objective universe and all in it as Maya, temporary illusion, draws a practical distinction between collective illusion, Mahamaya, from the purely metaphysical standpoint, and the objective relations in it between various conscious egos, so long as this illusion lasts. The adept, therefore, may read the future in an elemental monad, but he has to draw for this object a great number of them, as each monad represents only a portion of the kingdom it belongs to. It is not in the object, but in the modification of the cognition of the object, that the monads are limited. They all go confusedly to the infinite, to the all, but they are all limited and distinguished by the degrees of distinct perceptions. See section 60 in Monadology. Note, Leibniz, like Aristotle, calls the created or emanated monads, the elementals issued from cosmic spirits or gods, entelechis, from Greek entelechia, and incorporeal automata. Section 18 in Monadology. End of note. And as Leibniz explains, all the portions of the universe are distinctly represented in the monads, but some are reflected in one monad, some in another. But a number of monads could represent simultaneously the thoughts of the 2 millions of inhabitants of Paris. But what say the occult science to this, and what do they add? They say that what is called collectively monads by Leibniz, roughly viewed, and leaving every subdivision out of calculation for the present, may be separated into 3 distinct hosts, which, counted from the highest planes, are firstly gods or conscious spiritual egos, the intelligent architects, who work after the plan in the divine mind. Then come the elementals or monads, who form collectively and unconsciously the grand universal mirrors of everything connected with their respective realms. Lastly, the atoms or material molecules, which are informed in their turn by their apperceptive monads, just as every cell in the human body is so informed. See the closing pages of Book 1. Note, these 3 rough divisions correspond to spirit, mind, or soul, and body, in the human constitution. End of note. There are shoals of such informed atoms which, in their turn, inform the molecules, an infinitude of monads, or elementals proper, and countless spiritual forces, monadless, for they are pure incorporealities, except under certain laws, when they assume a form not necessarily human. Note: Brother C.H.A. Bjergård, in his lecture already mentioned, warns his audience not to regard the Sephiroth too much as individualities, but to avoid at the same time seeing in them abstractions. We shall never arrive at the truth, he says, much less the power of associating with those celestials, until we return to the simplicity and fearlessness of the primitive ages, when men mixed freely with the gods, and the gods descended among men and guided them in truth and holiness. See number 10 of Path. There are several designations for angels in the Bible which clearly show that beings like the elementals of the Kabbalah and the monads of Leibniz must be understood by that term rather than that which is commonly understood. They are called morning stars, flaming fires, the mighty ones, and St. Paul sees them in his cosmogonic vision as principalities and powers. Such names as these preclude the idea of personality, and we find ourselves compelled to think of them as impersonal existences, as an influence, a spiritual substance, or conscious force. See Path number 11, page 322. An end of note. Whence the substance that clothes them, the apparent organism they evolve around their centers, the formless, arupa, radiations, existing in the harmony of universal will, and being what we term the collective or the aggregate of cosmic will on the plane of the subjective universe, unite together an infinitude of monads, each the mirror of its own universe, and thus individualize for the time being an independent mind, omniscient and universal. And by the same process of magnetic aggregation they create for themselves objective visible bodies out of the interstellar atoms. For atoms and monads, associated or dissociated, simple or complex, are, from the moment of the first differentiation, but the principles, corporeal, psychic, and spiritual, of the gods, themselves a radiation of primordial nature. Thus, to the eye of the seer, the higher planetary powers appear under two aspects, the subjective as influences, and the objective as mystic forms, which under karmic law become a presence, spirit and matter being one, as repeatedly stated. Spirit is matter on the seventh plane. Matter is spirit on the lowest point of its cyclic activity, and both are Maya. Atoms are called vibrations in occultism, also sound, collectively. This does not interfere with Mr. Tyndall's scientific discovery. He traced on the lower rung of the ladder of monadic being the whole course of the atmospheric vibrations, and this constitutes the objective part of the process in nature. He has traced and recorded the rapidity of their motion and transmission, the force of their impact, their setting up vibrations in the tympanum and their transmission of these to the stolthus, etc., etc., till the vibration of the auditory nerve commences, and a new phenomenon now takes place, the subjective side of the process, or the sensation of sound. For his speciality is to discover the behavior of matter. But why should not a psychic see it, a spiritual seer, whose inner eye is opened and who can see through the veil of matter? The waves and undulations of science are all produced by atoms propelling their molecules into activity from within. Atoms fill the immensity of space, and by their continuous vibration are that motion which keeps the wheels of life perpetually going. It is that inner work that produces the natural phenomena called the correlation of forces. Only at the origin of every such force there stands the conscious guiding noumenon thereof, angel or god, spirit or demon, ruling powers, yet the same. As described by seers, those who can see the motion of the interstellar shoals and follow them in their evolution clairvoyantly, they are dazzling like specks of virgin snow in radiant sunlight. Their velocity is swifter than thought, quicker than any mortal physical eye could follow, and, as well as can be judged from the tremendous rapidity of their course, the motion is circular. Standing on an open plain, on a mountain summit especially, and gazing into the vast vault above and the spatial infinitudes around, The whole atmosphere seems ablaze with them, the air soaked through with these dazzling coruscations. At times, the intensity of their motion produces flashes, like the northern lights during the aurora borealis. The sight is so marvelous that, as the seer gazes into this inner world and feels the scintillating points shoot past him, he is filled with awe at the thought of other still greater mysteries that lie beyond and within this radiant ocean. However imperfect and incomplete this explanation on God's monads and atoms, The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Book 1, Part 3, Science and the Secret Doctrine Contrasted. Addenda to Book 1. Addenda 16, Cyclic Evolution and Karma. It is the spiritual evolution of the inner, immortal man that forms the fundamental tenet in the occult sciences. To realize even distantly such a process, the student has to believe A. in the one universal life, independent of matter, or what science regards as matter, and B. in the individual intelligences that animate the various manifestations of this principle. Mr. Huxley does not believe in the vital force. Others do. Dr. J. H. Hutchinson Sterling's work concerning protoplasm has made no small havoc of this dogmatic negation. Professor Beale's decision is also in favor of a vital principle, and Dr. B. W. Richardson's lectures on the nervous ether have been sufficiently quoted from. Thus opinions are divided. The one life is closely related to the one law which governs the world of being, karma. Exoterically, this is simply and literally action, or rather an effect-producing cause. Esoterically, it is quite a different thing in its far-fetching moral effects. It is the unerring law of retribution. To say to those ignorant of the real significance, characteristics, and awful importance of this eternal immutable law that no theological definition of a personal deity can give an idea of this impersonal, yet ever-present and active principle, is to speak in vain. Nor can it be called providence, for providence, with the theists, the Christian Protestants at any rate, rejoices in a personal male gender, while with the Roman Catholics it is a female potency. Divine providence tempers his blessings to secure their better effects, Wogan tells us. Indeed, quote, he, unquote, tempers them, which karma, a sexless principle, does not. Throughout the first two parts, it was shown that at the first flutter of renascent life, Svabhavat, the mutable radiance of the immutable darkness unconscious in eternity, passes at every new rebirth of cosmos from an inactive state into one of intense activity, that it differentiates and then begins its work through that differentiation. This work is karma. The cycles are also subservient to the effect produced by this activity. The one cosmic atom becomes 7 atoms on the plane of matter, and each is transformed into a center of energy. That same atom becomes 7 rays on the plane of spirit, and the 7 creative forces of nature radiating from the root essence follow, one the right, the other the left path, separate till the end of the kalpa, and yet are in close embrace. What unites them? Karma. The atoms emanated from the central point emanate in their turn new centers of energy, which, under the potential breath of Forchat, begin their work from within without, and multiply other minor centers. These, in the course of evolution and involution, form in their turn the roots or developing causes of new effects, from worlds and man-bearing globes down to the genera, species, and classes of all the 7 kingdoms, of which we know only 4. Note: Vide stanza 6 of Book 1 and Commentary. End of note. For the blessed workers have received the Tsongkham in the eternity, from Book of the Aphorisms of Tsongkhapa. Tsongkham is the power or knowledge of guiding the impulses of cosmic energy in the right direction. The true Buddhist, recognizing no personal God nor any father and creator of heaven and earth, still believes in an absolute consciousness, Adi Buddhi, and the Buddhist philosopher knows that there are planetary spirits, the Dhyan-Kohans. But though he admits of spiritual lives, yet, as they are temporarily in eternity, even they, according to his philosophy, are the Maya of the day, the illusion of a day of Brahma, a short manvantara of 4,320,000,000 years. The yin-sin is not for the speculations of men, for the Lord Buddha has strongly prohibited all such inquiry. If the Dhyan-Kohans and all the invisible beings, the 7 centers and their direct emanations, the minor centers of energy, are the direct reflex of the one light, yet men are far removed from these, since the whole of the visible cosmos consists of self-produced beings, the creatures of karma. Thus regarding a personal God as only a gigantic shadow thrown upon the void of space by the imagination of ignorant men, they teach that only 2 things are objectively central, namely Akasha and Nirvana, and that these are one in reality and but a maya when divided. Note, Buddhist Catechism by H.S. Olcott, President of the Theosophical Society. End of note. Buddhists deny creation and cannot conceive of a creator. Everything has come out of Akasha or Svabhavat on our earth in obedience to a law of motion inherent in it, and after a certain existence passes away. Nothing ever came out of nothing. From Buddhist Catechism. If a Vedantic Brahmin of the Advaita sect, when asked whether he believes in the existence of God, is always likely to answer, as Jacoyou was answered, "I am myself God." A Buddhist, a Sinhalese especially, would simply laugh and say in reply, "There is no God, no creation." Yet the root philosophy of both Advaita and Buddhist scholars is identical, and both have the same respect for animal life, for both believe that every creature on earth, however small and humble, is an immortal portion of the immortal matter, for matter with them has quite another significance than it has with either Christian or materialist, and that every creature is subject to karma. The answer of the Brahmin is one which would suggest itself to every ancient philosopher, Kabbalist and Gnostic of the early days. It contains the very spirit of the Delphic and Kabbalistic commandments, for esoteric philosophy solved ages ago the problem of what man was, is, and will be, of man's origin, life cycle, interminable in its duration of successive incarnations or rebirths, and finally his absorption into the source from which he started. But it is not physical science that we can ever ask to read man for us, as the riddle of the past, or that of the future, since no philosopher is able to tell us even what man is, as he is known both to physiology and psychology. In doubt whether man was a god or beast, he is now connected with the latter and derived from an animal. No doubt that the care of analyzing and classifying the human being as a terrestrial animal may be left to science, which occultists, of all men, regard with veneration and respect. They recognize its ground and the wonderful work done by it, the progress achieved in physiology, and even to a degree in biology, but man's inner, spiritual, psychic, or even moral nature cannot be left to the tender mercies of an ingrained materialism. For not even the higher psychological philosophy of the West is able in its present incompleteness and tendency towards a decided agnosticism to do justice to the inner, especially to his higher capacities and perceptions, and those states of consciousness across the road to which such authorities as Mill draw a strong line, saying, "So far and no farther shalt thou go." No occultist would deny that man, no less than the elephant and the microbe, the crocodile and the lizard, the blade of grass or the crystal, is, in his physical formation, the simple product of the evolutionary forces of nature through a numberless series of transformations, but he puts the case differently. It is not against zoological and anthropological discoveries based on the fossils of man and animal that every mystic and believer in a divine soul inwardly revolts, but only against the uncalled-for conclusions built on preconceived theories and made to fit in with certain prejudices. Their premises may or may not be always true, and as some of these theories live but a short life, the deductions therefrom must ever be one-sided with materialistic evolutionists. Yet it is on the strength of such very ephemeral authority that most of the men of science frequently receive undue honors where they deserve them the least. Note: we refer those who would regard the statement as an impertinence or irreverence against accepted science to Mr. James Hutchinson Sterling's work concerning protoplasm, which is a defense of a vital principle versus the molecularists, Huxley, Tyndall, Vogt and company, and request them to examine whether it is true or not to say that the scientific premises may not be always correct, but that they are accepted nevertheless to fill up a gap or a hole in some beloved materialistic hobby. Speaking of protoplasm and the organs of man as viewed by Mr. Huxley, the author says, "Probably then, in regard to any continuity in protoplasm of power, of form, or of substance, we have seen lacunae enow. Nay, Mr. Huxley himself can be adduced in evidence on the same side. Not rarely do we find in his essay admissions of probability where it is certainty that is alone in place. He says, for example, it is more than probable that when the vegetable world is thoroughly explored, we shall find all plants in possession of the same powers. When a conclusion is decidedly announced, it is rather disappointing to be told, as here, that the promises are still to collect." Again, here is a passage in which he seems to cut his own basis from beneath his own feet. After telling us that all forms of protoplasm consist of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen and nitrogen in every complex union, he continues, "To this complex combination, the nature of which has never been determined with exactness, the name of protein has been applied." This, plainly, as an identification on Mr. Huxley's own part of protoplasm and protein, and what is said of one being necessarily true of the other, it follows that he admits the nature of protoplasm never to have been determined with exactness, and that even in his eyes the li is still sub judice. This admission is strengthened by the words too, if we use this term protein with such caution as may properly arise out of our comparative ignorance of the things for which it stands, etc., etc., page 33 and 34 in reply to Mr. Huxley's In Yeast. This is the eminent Huxley, the king of physiology and biology, who is proven playing at blind man's buff with premises and facts. What may not the smaller fry of science do after this? End of note. To make the working of karma in the periodical renovations of the universe more evident and intelligible to the student when he arrives at the origin and evolution of man, he has now to examine with us the esoteric bearing of the karmic cycles upon universal ethics. The question is, do those mysterious divisions of time called yugas and kalpas by the Hindus, and so very graphically kyklos, cycle, ring or circle by the Greeks, have any bearing upon or any direct connection with human life? Even exoteric philosophy explains that these perpetual circles of time are ever returning on themselves periodically and intelligently in space and eternity. There are cycles of matter, and there are cycles of spiritual evolution, racial, national, and individual cycles. Note: the cycle of matter, a name given by Professor Winchell to an essay of his, written in 1860, end of note. May not esoteric speculation allow us a still deeper insight into the workings of these? This idea is beautifully expressed in a very clever scientific work. Quote, "The possibility of rising to a comprehension of a system of coordination so far outreaching in time and space all reach of human observations is a circumstance which signalizes the power of man to transcend the limitations of changing and inconsistent matter, and assert his superiority over all unstable and perishable forms of being. There is a method in the succession of events, and in the relation of coexistent things which the mind of man seizes hold of, and by means of this as a clue he runs back or forward over aeons of material history of which human experience can never testify. Events germinate and unfold. They have a past which is connected with their present, and we feel well-justified confidence that a future is appointed which will be similarly connected with the present and the past. This continuity and unity of history repeat themselves before our eyes in all conceivable stages of progress. The phenomena furnish us the grounds for the generalization of two laws which are truly principles of scientific divination, by which alone the human mind penetrates the sealed records of the past and the unopened page of the future. The first of these is the law of evolution, or to phrase it for our purpose, the law of correlated successiveness or organized history in the individual, illustrated in the changing phases of every single maturing system of results. These thoughts summon into our immediate presence the measureless past and the measureless future of material history. They seem almost to open vistas through infinity and to endow the human intellect with an existence and a vision exempt from the limitations of time and space and finite causation, and lift it up toward a sublime apprehension of the supreme intelligence whose dwelling place is eternity. From Word Life, pages 535 and 548. According to the teachings, Maya, or the elusive appearance of the marshalling of events and actions on this earth, changes, varying with nations and places. But the chief features of one's life are always in accordance with the constellation one is born under, or, we should say, with the characteristics of its animating principle, or the deity that presides over it, whether we call it a Diankochan, as in Asia, or an archangel, as with the Greek and the Latin churches. In ancient symbolism, it was always the sun, though the spiritual, not the visible sun, was meant, that was supposed to send forth the chief saviors and avatars. Hence the connecting link between the Buddhas, the avatars, and so many other incarnations of the highest seven. The closer the approach to one's prototype in heaven, the better for the mortal whose personality was chosen by his own personal deity, the seventh principle, and its terrestrial abode. For, with every effort of will toward purification and unity with that self-God, one of the lower rays breaks, and the spiritual entity of man is drawn higher and ever higher to the ray that supersedes the first, until from ray to ray the inner man is drawn into the one and highest beam of the parent sun. Thus, the events of humanity do run coordinately with the number forms, since the single units of that humanity proceed one and all from the same source, the central and its shadow, the visible sun. For the equinoxes and solstices, the periods and various phases of the solar course, astronomically and numerically expressed, are only the concrete symbols of the eternally living verity, though they do seem abstract ideas to uninitiated mortals. And this explains the extraordinary numerical coincidences with the geometrical relations, as shown by several authors. Yes, our destiny is written in the stars, only the closer the union between the mortal reflection man and his celestial prototype, the less dangerous the external conditions and subsequent reincarnations, which neither Buddhas nor Christs can escape. This is not superstition, least of all is it fatalism. The latter implies a blind course of some still blinder power, and man is a free agent during his stay on earth. He cannot escape his ruling destiny, but he has the choice of two paths that lead him in that direction, and he can reach the goal of misery, if such is decreed to him, either in the snowy white robes of the martyr, or in the soiled garments of a volunteer in the equitous cause, for there are external and internal conditions which affect the determination of our will upon our actions, and it is in our power to follow either of the two. Those who believe in karma have to believe in destiny, which, from birth to death, every man is weaving thread by thread around himself, as a spider does his cobweb, And this destiny is guided either by the heavenly voice of the invisible prototype outside of us, or by our more intimate astral or inner man, who is but too often the evil genius of the embodied entity called man. Both these lead on the outward man, but one of them must prevail. And from the very beginning of the invisible affray, the stern and implacable law of compensation steps in and takes its course, faithfully following the fluctuations. When the last strand is woven, and man is seemingly enwrapped in the network of his own doing, then he finds himself completely under the empire of this self-made destiny. It then either fixes him like the inert shell against the immovable rock, or carries him away like a feather in a whirlwind raised by his own actions, and this is karma. A materialist, treating upon the periodical creations of our globe, has expressed it in one sentence: the whole past of the earth is nothing but an unfolded present. This was Büchner, who little suspected that he was repeating an axiom of the occultists. It is quite true also, as Bührmeister, quoted in Force and Matter, remarks, that the historical investigation of the development of the earth has proved that now and then rest upon the same base, that the past has been developed in the same manner as the present rolls on, and that the forces which were in action ever remain the same. The forces, the noumena rather, are the same, of course. Therefore, the phenomenal forces must be the same also. But how can anyone feel so sure that the attributes of matter have not altered under the hand of protean evolution? How can any materialist assert with such confidence as is done by Rossmassler that this eternal conformity in the essence of phenomena renders it certain that fire and water possessed at all times the same powers, and ever will possess them? Who are they that darken counsel with words without knowledge, and where were the Huxleys and Büchners when the foundations of the earth were laid by the great law? It is a fundamental principle of the occult philosophy, this same homogeneity of matter and immutability of natural laws, which are so much insisted upon by materialism. But that unity rests upon the inseparability of spirit from matter, and if the two are once divorced, the whole cosmos would fall back into chaos and non-being. Therefore it is absolutely false, and but an additional demonstration of the great conceit of our age, to assert, as men of science do, that all the great geological changes and terrible convulsions have been produced by ordinary and known physical forces. For these forces were but the tools and final means for the accomplishment of certain purposes, acting periodically and apparently mechanically, through an inward impulse mixed up with, but beyond their material nature. There is a purpose in every important act of nature, whose acts are all cyclic and periodical. But spiritual forces having been usually confused with the purely physical, the former are denied by, and therefore have to remain unknown to science because left unexamined. Note, men of science will say, we deny because nothing of the kind has ever come within the scope of our experience. But, as argued by Charles Richer, the physiologist, so be it, but have you at least demonstrated the contrary? Do not at any rate deny a priori. Actual science is not sufficiently advanced to give you such right. From La suggestion mentale et le calcul de probabilité. End of note. The history of the world begins with its general aim, says Hegel, the realization of the idea of spirit, only in an implicit form, an sich, that is, as nature, a hidden, most profoundly hidden unconscious instinct, and the whole process of history is directed to rendering this unconscious impulse a conscious one. Thus appearing in the form of merely natural existence, natural will, that which has been called the subjective side, physical craving, instinct, passion, private interest, as also opinion and subjective conception, spontaneously present themselves at the very commencement. This vast convergence of volitions, interests, and activities constitute the instruments and means of the world spirit for attaining its object, bringing it to consciousness and realizing it. And this aim is none other than finding itself, coming to itself, and contemplating itself in concrete actuality. But that those manifestations of vitality on the part of individuals and peoples, in which they seek and satisfy their own purposes, are at the same time the means and instruments of a higher power, of a high and broader purpose of which they know nothing, which they realize unconsciously, might be made a matter of question, rather has been questioned. On this point I announced my view at the very outset, and asserted our hypothesis, and I believe that reason governs the world, and has consequently governed its history. In relation to this independently universal and substantial existence, all else is subordinate, subservient to it, and the means for its development. Note: on World History in Philosophy of History, page 26, Cybre's English translation. End of note. No metaphysician or theosophist could demur to these truths, which are all embodied in esoteric teachings. There is a predestination in the geological life of our globe, as in the history, past and future, of races and nations. This is closely connected with what we call karma, and Western pantheists, nemesis, and cycles. The law of evolution is now carrying us along the ascending arc of our cycle, when the effects will be once more re-merged into and re-become the now neutralized causes, and all things affected by the former will have regained their original harmony. This will be the cycle of our special round, a moment in the duration of the great cycle, or the Mahayuga. The fine philosophical remarks of Hegel are found to have their application in the teachings of occult science, which shows a nature ever acting with a given purpose, whose results are always dual. This was stated in our first occult volumes, in Isis Unveiled, page 268, volume 2, in the following words: As our planet revolves once every year around the sun, and at the same time turns once in every 24 hours upon its own axis, thus traversing minor circles within a larger one, so is the work of the smaller cyclic periods accomplished and recommenced within the great Saros. The revolution of the physical world, according to the ancient doctrine, is attended by a like revolution in the world of intellect, the spiritual evolution of the world proceeding in cycles, like the physical one. Thus we see in history a regular alternation of ebb and flow in the tide of human progress. The great kingdoms and empires of the world, after reaching the culmination of their greatness, descend again, in accordance with the same law by which they ascended, till, having reached the lowest point, humanity reasserts itself and mounts up once more, the height of its attainment being, by this law of ascending progression by cycles, somewhat higher than the point from which it had before descended. But these cycles, wheels within wheels, so comprehensively and ingeniously symbolized by the various manas and rishis in India and by the Kabiri in the West, do not affect all mankind at one and the same time, as explained in the racial division of cycles. See subsection 6. Note: this symbolism does not prevent these now seemingly mythic personages from having ruled the earth once upon a time under human form of actual living, though truly divine and godlike man. The opinion of Colonel Valency, and also of Comte de Gobelin, that the names of the Kabiri appear to be all allegorical, and to have signified no more, within brackets question mark, than an almanac of the vicissitudes of the seasons, calculated for the operations of agriculture, is as absurd as his assertion that Aeon, Kronos, Saturn, and Dagon are all one, namely the patriarch Adam. The Kabiri were the instructors of mankind in agriculture, because they were the regents over the seasons and cosmic cycles. Hence it was they who regulated, as planetary spirits or, quote, angels, unquote, or messengers, the mysteries of the art of agriculture. End of note. Hence, as we see, the difficulty of comprehending and discriminating between them with regard to their physical and spiritual effects, without having thoroughly mastered their relations with and action upon the respective positions of nations and races in their destiny and evolution. This system cannot be comprehended if the spiritual action of these periods, preordained, so to say, by karmic law, is separated from their physical course. The calculations of the best astrologers would fail, or at any rate remain imperfect, unless this dual action is thoroughly taken into consideration and dealt with upon these lines. And this mystery can be achieved only through initiation. The grand cycle includes the progress of mankind from the appearance of a primordial man of ethereal form. It runs through the inner cycles of man's, progressive evolution, from the ethereal down to the semi-ethereal and purely physical, down to the redemption of man from his coat of skin and matter, after which it continues running its course downward and then upward again, to meet at the culmination of the round, when the manvantaric serpent swallows its tail, and 7 minor cycles are passed. These are the great racial cycles, which affect equally all the nations and tribes included in that special race. But there are minor and national as well as tribal cycles within those, which run independently of each other. They are called in the Eastern esotericism the karmic cycles. In the West, since pagan wisdom has been repudiated as having grown from and been developed by the dark powers supposed to be at constant war and in opposition to the little tribal Jehovah, the full and awful significance of the great nemesis or karma has been entirely forgotten. Otherwise Christians would have better realized the profound truth that nemesis is without attributes, that while the dreaded goddess is absolute and immutable as a principle, it is we ourselves, nations and individuals, who propel her to action and give the impulse to its direction. Karma nemesis is the creator of nations and mortals, but once created, it is they who make of her either a fury or a rewarding angel. Ye, quote, wise are they who worship nemesis, unquote. Note, who dread karma nemesis would be better, unquote, as the chorus tells Prometheus. And as unwise they who believe that the goddess may be propitiated by whatever sacrifice and prayers, or have her will diverted from the path it has once taken. The triform fates and ever-mindful furies are her attributes only on earth, and begotten by ourselves. There is no return from the paths she cycles over. Yet those paths are of our own making, for it is we, collectively or individually, who prepare them. Karma nemesis is the synonym of providence minus design, goodness, and every other finite attribute and qualification, so unphilosophically attributed to the latter. An occultist or a philosopher will not speak of the goodness or cruelty of providence, but identifying it with karma nemesis, he will teach that nevertheless it guards the good and watches over them in this as in future lives, and that it punishes the evildoer, even to his 7th rebirth, so long, in short, as the effect of his having thrown into perturbation even the smallest atom in the infinite whirl of harmony has not been finally readjusted. For the only decree of karma, an eternal and immutable decree, is absolute harmony in the world of matter as it is in the world of spirit. It is not, therefore, karma that rewards or punishes, but it is we who reward or punish ourselves according to whatever we work with, through and along with nature, abiding by the laws on which that harmony depends, or break them. Nor would the ways of karma be inscrutable were men to work in union and harmony instead of disunion and strife. For our ignorance of those ways which one portion of mankind calls the ways of providence, dark and intricate, while another sees in them the action of blind fatalism, and a third simple chance, with neither gods nor devils to guide them, would surely disappear, if we would but attribute all these to their correct cause. With right knowledge, or at any rate with a confident conviction that our neighbors will no more work to hurt us than we would think of harming them, the 2/3 of the world's evil would vanish into thin air. Were no man to hurt his brother, karma nemesis would have neither cause to work for, nor weapons to act through. It is the constant presence in our midst of every element of strife and opposition, and the division of races, nations, tribes, societies, and individuals into Cains and Abels, wolves and lambs, that is the chief cause of the, quote, ways of providence, unquote. We cut these numerous windings in our destinies daily with our own hands, while we imagine that we are pursuing a track on the royal high road of respectability and duty, and then complain of those ways being so intricate and so dark. We stand bewildered before the mystery of our own making, and the riddles of life that we will not solve, and then accuse the great Sphinx of devouring us. But verily, there is not an accident in our lives, not a mishappened day, or a misfortune, that could not be traced back to our own doings in this or in another life. If one breaks the laws of harmony, or as a theosophical writer expresses it, the laws of life, one must be prepared to fall into the chaos one has oneself produced. For, according to the same writer, the only conclusion one can come to is that these laws of life are their own avengers, and consequently that every avenging angel is only a typified representation of their reaction. Therefore, if anyone is helpless before these immutable laws, it is not ourselves, the artificers of our destinies, but rather those angels, the guardians of harmony. Karma nemesis is no more than the spiritual dynamical effect of causes produced and forces awakened into activity by our own actions. It is a law of occult dynamics that a given amount of energy expended on the spiritual or astral plane is productive of far greater results than the same amount expended on the physical objective plane of existence. This state will last till man's spiritual intuitions are fully opened, which will not happen before we fairly cast off our thick coats of matter until we begin acting from within, instead of ever following impulses from without, namely those produced by our physical senses and gross selfish body. Until then, the only palliative to the evils of life is union and harmony, a brotherhood in actu, and altruism not simply in name. The suppression of one single bad cause will suppress not one, but a variety of bad effects. And if a brotherhood or even a number of brotherhoods may not be able to prevent nations from occasionally cutting each other's throats, still unity in thought and action and philosophical research into the mysteries of being will always prevent some, while trying to comprehend that which has hitherto remained to them a riddle, from creating additional causes in a world already so full of woe and evil. Knowledge of karma gives the conviction that if virtue in distress and vice in triumph make atheists of mankind, said by Dryden, it is only because that mankind has ever shut its eyes to the great truth that man is himself his own saviour as his own destroyer, that he need not accuse heaven and the gods, fates, and providence of the apparent injustice that reigns in the midst of humanity, but let him rather remember and repeat this bit of Grecian wisdom, which warns man to forbear accusing that which, quote, just though mysterious, leads us on unerring, through ways unmarked from guilt to punishment, unquote, which are now the ways and the high road on which move onward with great European nations. The Western Aryans had, every nation and tribe, like their Eastern brethren of the fifth race, their golden and their iron ages, their period of comparative irresponsibility, or the Satya age of purity, while now several of them have reached their iron age, the Kali Yuga, an age black with horrors. It is true, on the other hand, that the exoteric cycles of every nation have been correctly made to be derived from and depend on sidereal motions. The latter are inseparably blended with the destinies of nations and men. But in their purely physical sense, Europe knows of no other cycles than the astronomical, and makes its computations accordingly. Nor will it hear of any other than imaginary circles or circuits in the starry heavens that gird them, quote, with centric and eccentric scribbled o'er cycle and epicycle, orb in orb, unquote. but with the pagans, with whom, as Coleridge has it, quote, time, cyclical time, was their abstraction of the deity, unquote. That deity manifesting coordinately with, and only through karma, and being that karma nemesis itself, the cycles meant something more than a mere succession of events, or a periodical space of time of more or less prolonged duration, for they were generally marked with recurrences of a more varied and intellectual character than are exhibited in the periodical return of seasons or of certain constellations. Modern wisdom is satisfied with astronomical computations and prophecies based on unerring mathematical laws. Ancient wisdom added to the cold shell of astronomy the vivifying elements of its soul and spirit, astrology, and, as the sidereal motions do regulate and determine other events on earth, besides potatoes and the periodical disease of that useful vegetable, a statement which, not being amenable to scientific explanation, is merely derided while accepted, those events have to be allowed to find themselves predetermined by even simple astronomical computations. Believers in astrology would understand our meaning, skeptics will laugh at the belief and mock the idea. Thus they shut their eyes, ostrich-like, to their own fate. Note, not all, however, for there are men of science awakening to truth. This is what we read, quote, whatever way we turn our eyes we encounter a mystery. All in nature for us is the unknown. Yet there are numerous those superficial minds for whom nothing can be produced by natural forces outside of facts observed long ago, consecrated in books and grouped more or less skillfully with the help of theories, whose ephemeral duration ought, by this time, to have demonstrated their insufficiency. I do not pretend to contest the possibility of invisible beings of a nature different from ours and susceptible of moving matter to action. Profound philosophers have admitted it in all epochs as a consequence of the great law of continuity which rules the universe. That intellectual life which we see startling in some way from non-being, neant, and gradually reaching man, can it stop abruptly at man to reappear only in the infinite, in the sovereign regulator of the world? This is little probable. Therefore, I no more deny the existence of spirits than I deny soul while trying to explain certain facts without their hypothesis. From The Non-Defined Forces, Historical and Experimental Researches, page 3. The above is written by A. de Rojas, a well-known man of science in France, his work being one of the science of the time. Paris, Masson, Boulevard Saint-Germain, 1887. End of note. This because their little historical period, so-called, allows them no margin for comparison. Sidereal heaven is before them, and though their spiritual vision is still unopened, and the atmospheric dust of terrestrial origins seals their sight, and chains it to the limits of physical systems, still they do not fail to perceive the movements and note the behavior of meteors and comets. They record the periodical advents of those wanderers and flaming messengers, and prophesy, in consequence, earthquakes, meteoric showers, the apparition of certain stars, comets, etc., etc. Are they soothsayers for all that? No, they are learned astronomers. Why then should occultists and astrologers as learned be disbelieved when they prophesy the return of some cyclic event on the same mathematical principle? Why should they claim that they know it be ridiculed? Their forefathers and predecessors, having recorded the recurrence of such events in their time and day, throughout a period embracing hundreds of thousands of years, the conjunction of the same constellations must necessarily produce, if not quite the same, at any rate similar effects. Are the prophecies derided because of the claim of the hundreds of thousands of years of observation and the millions of years of the human races? In its turn, modern science is laughed at for its far more modest geologic and anthropological figures by those who hold to biblical chronology. Thus karma adjusts even human laughter at the mutual expense of sects, learned societies, and individuals. Yet in the prognostication of such future events, at any rate all foretold on the authority of cyclic recurrencies, there is no psychic phenomenon involved. It is neither prevision nor prophecy. no more than is the signaling of a comet or star several years before its appearance. It is simple knowledge and mathematically correct computations which enable the wise men of the East to foretell, for instance, that England is on the eve of such or another catastrophe, France nearing such a point of her cycle, and Europe in general threatened with, or rather on the eve of a cataclysm, which her own cycle of racial karma has led her to. The reliability of the information depends, of course, on the acceptation or rejection of the claim for a tremendous period of historical observation. Eastern initiates maintain that they have preserved records of the racial development and of events of universal import ever since the beginning of the fourth race, that which preceded being traditional. Moreover, those who believe in seership and occult powers will have no difficulty in crediting the general character, at least, of the information given, even if traditional, once the latter is checked and corrected by the corroboration of clairvoyance and esoteric knowledge. But in the present case no such metaphysical belief is claimed as our chief dependence, but a proof is given on what, to every occultist, is quite scientific evidence, the records preserved through the zodiac for incalculable ages. It is now amply proved that even horoscopes and judiciary astrology are not quite based on fiction, and that stars and constellations consequently have an occult and mysterious influence on, and connection with, individuals. And if with the latter, why not with nations, races, and mankind in bulk? This again is a claim made on the authority of the zodiacal records. We shall examine them, if you please, how far the zodiac was known to the ancients, and how far it is forgotten by the moderns. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Book 1, Part 3, Science and the Secret Doctrine Contrasted. Addenda to Book 1. Addenda 17, The Zodiac and its Antiquity. Quote, "All men are apt to have a high conceit of their own understanding, and to be tenacious of the opinions they profess," said Jordan, justly adding to this, "and yet almost all men are guided by the understanding of others, not by their own, and may be said more truly to adopt than to beget their opinions." Unquote. This becomes doubly true in the matter of scientific opinions upon hypotheses offered for consideration. The prejudice and preconceptions of authorities, so-called, often deciding upon questions of the most vital importance for history. There are several such predetermined opinions among our learned Orientalists, yet few are more unjust or illogical than the general error with regard to the antiquity of the zodiac. Thanks to the hobby of some German Orientalists, English and American Sanskritists have accepted Professor Weber's opinion that the peoples of India had no idea or knowledge of the zodiac prior to the Macedonian invasion, and that it was from the Greeks that the ancient Hindus imported it into their country. We are further told, by several other, quote, authorities, unquote, that no Eastern nation knew of the zodiac before the Hellenes kindly acquainted their neighbors with their invention. This, in the face of the Book of Job declared even by themselves to be the oldest in the Hebrew canon, certainly prior to Moses, and which speaks of the making of Arcturus, Orion, and Pleiades, that is Ash, Kesil, and Tema, and the chambers of the south, unquote. Of Scorpio and the Mazzaroth, the 12 signs, which words, if they mean anything, imply knowledge of the zodiac even among the nomadic Arabic tribes. The Book of Job, they say, precedes Homer and Hesiod by at least 1,000 years, the two Greek poets having themselves flourished some 8 centuries before the Christian era, within brackets double exclamation mark. One who prefers, by the by, to believe Plato, who shows Homer flourishing far earlier, could point to a number of zodiacal signs mentioned in the Iliad and the Odyssey, the Orphic poems, and elsewhere. But since the cock and bull hypothesis of some modern critics to the effect that neither Orpheus, not yet Homer and Hesiod, ever existed, it would seem time lost to mention these archaic authors at all. The Arabian Job will suffice, unless indeed his volume of Lamentations, along with the poems of the two Greeks, adding to them those of Linus, should now be also declared to be the patriotic forgery of the Jew Aristobulus. But if the zodiac was known in the days of Job, how could the civilized and philosophical Hindus have remained ignorant of it? Risking the errors of modern criticism, rather blunted by misuse, the reader may be made acquainted with Bailey's learned opinion upon the subject. Inferred speculations may be shown to be erroneous. Mathematical calculations stand on more secure grounds. Taking as a starting point several astronomical references in Job, Bailey devised a very ingenious means of proving that the earliest founders of the science of the zodiac belonged to an antediluvian primitive people. The fact that he seems willing to see in Tot, Set, and in Fohi of China some of the biblical patriarchs does not interfere with the validity of his proof as to the antiquity of the zodiac. Note: Astronomie antique. End of note. Even accepting, for argument's sake, his cautious 3,700 years before Christ as the correct age of the science, this date proves in the most irrefutable way that it was not the Greeks who invented the zodiac, for the simple reason that they did not yet exist as a nation 37 centuries before Christ, not as an historical race, as admitted by the critics at any rate. Bailey then calculated the period at which the constellations manifested the atmospheric influence called by Job sweet influences of the Pleiades, in Hebrew Chima, see Job, chapter 38, verse 31, of the Cecil, Orion, and that of the desert rains with reference to Scorpio, the 8th constellation, and found that in presence the eternal conformity of those divisions of the zodiac and names of the planets applied in the same order everywhere and always, and in presence of the impossibility of attributing it all to chance and coincidence, which never creates such similarities, there must be allowed for the zodiac a great antiquity indeed. See Astronomie antique, pages 63 to 74. Note: the Pleiades, as all know, are the 7 stars beyond the bull, which appear at the beginning of spring. They have a very occult meaning in the Hindu esoteric philosophy, and are connected with sound and other mystic principles in nature. End of note. Again, if the Bible is supposed to be an authority on any matter, and there are some who still believe so, whether from Christian or Kabbalistical considerations, then the zodiac is clearly mentioned in Kings 2, chapter 23, verse 5, before the book of the law was, quote, found, unquote, by Hilkiah, the high priest, in chapter 22. The signs of the zodiac were known and worshipped. They were held in the same adoration as the sun and moon, since the, quote, priests whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense unto Baal, to the sun, moon, and to the planets, and to all the hosts of heaven, unquote, or the 12 signs of constellations, as the marginal note in the English Bible explains. See Kings 2, chapter 23, verse 5, had followed the injunction for centuries. They were stopped in their idolatry only by King Josiah, 624 years before Christ. The Old Testament is full of allusions to the 12 zodiacal signs, and the whole scheme is built upon it. Heroes, personages, and events. Thus in the dream of Joseph, who saw 11 stars bowing to the 12th, which was his star, the zodiac is meant. The Roman Catholics have discovered in it, moreover, a prophecy of Christ, who is that 12th star, they say, and the 11 apostles, the absence of the 12th being also regarded as a prophetic allusion to the treachery of Judas. The 12 sons of Jacob are again a reference to the same, as justly point out by Villapandus, Temple of Jerusalem, Volume 2, page 2nd part, chapter 30. Sir James Malcolm, in his History of Persia, chapter 7, shows the Dabistan echoing all such traditions about the zodiac. He traces the invention of it to the palmy days of the Golden Age of Iran, remarking that one of the said traditions maintains that the genii of the planets are represented under the same shapes and figures they had assumed when they showed themselves to several holy prophets, and have thus led to the establishment of the rites based on the zodiac. Pythagoras, and after him Philo-Judaeus, held the number 12 as very sacred. Quote, "The dodecadron is a perfect number," unquote. It is the one among the signs of the zodiac, Philo adds, that the sun visits in 12 months, and it is to honor that sign that Moses divided his nation into 12 tribes, established the 12 cakes, Leviticus chapter 24 verse 5, of the shewbread, and placed 12 precious stones around the ephod of the pontiffs. See De Profugis. According to Seneca, Berossus taught prophecy of every future event and cataclysm by the zodiac, and the time fixed by him for the conflagration of the world, Pralaya, and another for deluge, is found to answer to the time given in the ancient Egyptian papyrus. It comes at every renewal of the cycle of the sidereal year of 25,868 years. The names of the Akkadian months were called by and derived from the names of the signs of the zodiac, and the Akkadians themselves are far earlier than the Chaldeans. Mr. Proctor shows in his Myths and Marvels of Astronomy that the ancient astronomers had acquired a system of the most accurate astronomy 2,400 years before Christ. The Hindus date their Kali Yuga from a great periodical conjunction of the planets 31 centuries before Christ, and withal it is the Greeks belonging to the expedition of Alexander the Great who are the instructors of the Aryan Hindus in astronomy. Whether the origin of the zodiac is Aryan or Egyptian, it is still of an immense antiquity. Simplicius of the 6th century Anno Domini writes that he had always heard that the Egyptians had kept astronomical observations and records for the last 630,000 years. This statement appears to frighten Mr. G. Massey, who remarks on this in his Natural Genesis 318, that, quote, "If we read the number of years by the month, which Exodus said the Egyptians termed a year, that would still yield the length of 2 cycles of precession, or 51,736 years. Diogenes Laertius carried back the astronomical calculations of the Egyptians to 48,863 years before Alexander the Great. Proem 2. Martinus Capella corroborates the same by telling posterity that the Egyptians had secretly studied astronomy for over 40,000 years before they imparted their knowledge to the world. See Astronomy of the Ancients by Lewis, page 264. Several valuable quotations are made in the Natural Genesis with the view of supporting the author's theories, but they justify the teaching of the secret doctrine far more. For instance, Plutarch is quoted from his Life of Sulla, saying, "One day when the sky was serene, a sound was heard in it of a trumpet so loud, shrill, and mournful that it affrighted the world." The Teuton sages said that it portended a new race of men and a renovation of the world, for they affirmed that there were 8 several kinds of men, all being different in life and manners, and that heaven had allotted each its time, which was limited by the circuit of the great year, 25,868 years. This reminds one strongly of our 7 races of men, and of the 8th, the animal man, descended from the latter 3rd race, as also of the successive submersions and destruction of the continents which finally disposed of almost the entire bulk of that race. The Assyrians, said Iamblichus, have not only preserved the memorials of 27 myriads of years, meaning 270,000 years, as Hipparchus says they have, but likewise of the whole apocatastases and periods of the 7 rulers of the world, from Proclus in Timaeus Book 1. This is the calculation of the esoteric doctrine as approximately as it can be. For 1,000,000 of years are allowed for our present root race, the 5th, and about 850,000 years since the submersion of the last large island, part of the continent, the Ruta of the 4th race, or the Atlanteans, while Daitya, a small island inhabited by a mixed race, was destroyed about 270,000 years ago, during the glacial period or thereabouts. Read Book 2. But the 7 rulers, or the 7 great dynasties of the divine kings, belong to the traditions of every great people of antiquity. Wherever 12 are mentioned, these are invariably the 12 signs of the zodiac. So patent is the fact that Roman Catholic writers, especially among the French ultramonatists, have tacitly agreed to connect the 12 Jewish patriarchs with the signs of the zodiac. This is done in a kind of prophetic or mystic way, which would sound to pious and ignorant ears like a portentous sign, a tacit divine recognition of the chosen people of God, whose finger has purposely traced in heaven from the beginning of creation the numbers of these patriarchs. For instance, these writers, de Merville among others, recognize, curiously enough, all the characteristics of the 12 signs of the zodiac, in the words addressed by the dying Jacob to his sons, and in his definitions of the future of each tribe. Read Genesis, chapter 49. Moreover, the respective banners of the same tribes are claimed to have exhibited the same symbols and the same names as the signs, repeated in the 12 stones of the Urim and Thummim, and on the 12 wings of the cherub, leaving the proof of exactitude in the alleged correspondence to the said mystics. It is as follows. Man, or the Aquarius, is in the sphere of Reuben, who is declared as unstable as water. The Vulgate has it to be rushing like water. Gemini in the strong fraternal association of Simeon and Levi. Leo in that of Judah, the strong lion of his tribe, the lion's whelp. The Pisces in Zabulon, who shall dwell at the heaven of the sea. Taurus in Issachar, because he is a strong ass couching down, etc., and therefore associated with the stables. Virgo Scorpio in Dan, who is described as a serpent, an adder in the path that biteth, etc. Capricornus in Naphtali, who is a hind, a deer, let loose. Cancer in Benjamin, for he is ravenous. Libra, the balance in Asher, whose bread shall be fat. Sagittarius in Joseph, because his bow abode in strength. To make up for the 12th sign, Virgo, made independent of Scorpio, is Dinah, the only daughter of Jacob. See Genesis 49. Tradition shows the alleged tribes carrying the 12 signs in their banners, but the Bible is, besides these, full of theocosmological and astronomical symbols and personifications. It remains to wonder and query if the actual living patriarch's destiny was so indissolubly wound up with the zodiac. How is it that after the loss of the 10 tribes, 10 signs out of the 12 have not also miraculously disappeared from the sidereal fields? But this is of no great concern. Let us rather busy ourselves with the history of the zodiac itself. Now the reader may be reminded of some opinions expressed on the subject by several of the highest authorities in science. Newton believed the invention of the zodiac could be traced as far back as the expedition of the Argonauts, and Deleuze fixed its origin at 6,500 years BC, just 2,496 years before the creation of the world according to the Bible chronology. Kreutzer believes it is very easy to show that most of the theogonies are intimately connected with religious calendars and point to the zodiac as their prime origin. If not identical with the zodiac known to us now, then something very analogous to it. He feels certain that the zodiac and its mystic relations are at the bottom of all the mythologies, under one form or the other, and that it had existed in the old form for ages before. Owing to some singular coordination of events, it was brought out in the present defined astronomical garb. Kreutzer, Book 3, page 930. Whether the genii of the planets, our Dioncochans of supramundane spheres, showed themselves to, quote, holy prophets, unquote, or not, as claimed in the Dabistan, it would seem that the great laymen and warriors were favored in the same way in days of old, when astrological magic and theophania went hand in hand in Chaldea. For Xenophon, no ordinary man, narrates of Cyrus, that at the moment of his death that king was given ardent thanks to gods and heroes for having so often instructed him themselves about the signs in heaven. From Cyropédie, Anthologie du Zodiaque. Unless the science of the zodiac is supposed to be of the highest antiquity and universality, how account for its science being traced in the oldest theogonies? Laplace is said to have felt struck with amazement at the idea of the days of Mercury, Wednesday, Venus, Friday, Jupiter, Thursday, Saturn, Saturday, and others being related to the days of the week in the same order and with the same names in India as in northern Europe. Try, if you can, with the present system of autochthonous civilizations, so much in fashion in our day, to explain how nations with no ancestry, no traditions or birthplace in common could have succeeded in inventing a kind of celestial phantasmagoria, a veritable imbroglio of sidereal denominations without sequence or object, having no figurative relation with the constellations they represent, and still less, apparently, with the phases of our terrestrial life they are made to signify. Had there not been a general intention and a universal cause and belief at the root of all this? Pneumatologie, Volume 4, page 61. Most truly has Dupuy asserted the same. Quote, Il est impossible de découvrir le moindre trait de ressemblance entre le parti du ciel et les figures que l'astronomie ont arbitrairement tracées, et de l'autre côté, le hasard est impossible, he says. Origine de culte, Zodiac. Most certainly, chance is impossible. There is no chance in nature wherein everything is mathematically coordinate and mutually related in its units. Chance, says Coleridge, is but the pseudonym of God or nature for those particular cases which he does not choose to subscribe openly with his sign manual. Replace the word God by that of karma, and it will become an Eastern axiom. Therefore, sidereal prophecies of the zodiac, as they are called by Christian mystics, never point to any one particular event, however solemn and sacred it may be for some one portion of humanity, but to ever-recurrent periodical laws in nature understood by the initiates of the sidereal gods themselves. No occultist, no astrologer of Eastern birth, will ever agree with Christian mystics, or even with Kepler's mystical astronomy, his great science and erudition notwithstanding, simply because, if his premises are quite correct, his deductions therefrom are one-sided and biased by Christian preconceptions. Where the latter finds a prophecy directly pointing at the Saviour, other nations see a symbol of an eternal law decreed for the actual Manvantara. Why see in the Pisces a direct reference to Christ, one of the several world reformers, a Saviour but for his direct followers, but only a great and glorious initiate for all the rest, when that constellation shines as a symbol of all the past, present, and future spiritual saviours who dispense light and dispel mental darkness? Christian symbologists have tried to prove that it was that of Ephraim, Joseph's son, the elect of Jacob, that therefore it was at the moment of the sun entering into the sign of the fish, Piscis, that the elect Messiah, the Yeshus of the first Christians, had to be born. But if Jesus of Nazareth was that Messiah, was he really born at that, quote, moment, unquote, or was he made to be so born by the adaptation of theologians who sought only to make their preconceived ideas fit in with sidereal facts and popular belief? Everyone knows that the real time and year of the birth of Jesus are totally unknown, and it is the Jews whose forefathers have made the word dog signify both fish and Messiah, who, during the forced development of their rabbinical language, are the first to deny this Christian claim. And what of the further fact that Brahmins also connect their, quote, Messiah, unquote, the eternal avatar Vishnu, with a fish and the deluge, and that the Babylonians made of their Dagon equally a fish and a Messiah, the man-fish and prophet? There are those learned iconoclasts among Egyptologists who say that when the Pharisees sought a sign from heaven, Jesus said, "There shall no sign be given but the sign of Jonas." Matthew 16, verse 4. The sign of Jonas is that of the Oan or fisherman of Nineveh. Assuredly, there was no other sign than that of Oan or fisherman of Nineveh. Assuredly, there was no other sign than that of the sun reborn in Piscis. The voice of the secret wisdom says those who are looking for signs can have no other than that of the returning fisherman Ichthys, Oannes, or Jonas, who could not be made flesh." Unquote. It would appear that Kepler maintained it as a positive fact that, at the moment of the incarnation, all the planets were in conjunction in the sign of Piscis, called by the Jews, the Kabbalists, the constellation of the Messiah. It is this constellation, he averred, that was placed the Star of the Magi. This statement, quoted by Dr. Sepp, Vie de Notre Seigneur Jésus Christ, Volume 1, page 9, emboldened him to remark that all the Jewish traditions, while announcing that star that many nations have seen, within brackets exclamation mark, added that it would absorb the 70 planets what preside over the destinies of various nations on this globe. Notes: whether many nations have seen that identical star or not, we all know that the sepulchres of the three Magi, who rejoice in the quite Teutonic names of Caspar and Melchior, Balthasar being the only exception, and the two having little of the Chaldean ring in them, are shown by the priests in the famous Cathedral of Cologne, where the Magian bodies are not only supposed, but firmly believed to have been buried. And note, this tradition about the 70 planets that preside over the destinies of nations is based on the occult cosmogonical teaching that besides our own septenary chain of world planets, there are many more in the solar system. End of notes. In virtue of those natural prophecies, explains Dr. Sepp, it was written in the stars of the firmament that the Messiah would be born in the lunar year of the world 4320, in that memorable year when the entire choir of planets would be feasting its jubilee. Unquote. There was indeed a rage at the beginning of the present century for claiming from the Hindus restoration of an alleged robbery from the Jews of their, quote, gods, unquote, patriarchs and chronology. It was Wilfrid who had recognized Noah in Priti and in Satyavrata, Enos in Dhruva, and even Asur in Ishvara. Yet, after being residents for so many years in India, some Orientalists at least ought to have known that it was not the Hindus alone who had these figures, or who had divided their great age into 4 minor ages. Nevertheless, writers in the Asiatic researches indulged in the most extravagant speculations. Quote, Christian theologians think it their duty to write against the long periods of Hindu chronology, argues very pertinently S.A. Mackey, the Norwich philosopher, astronomer, and shoemaker. But when a man of learning crucifies the names and numbers of the ancients, and wrings and twists them into a form which means something quite foreign to the intention of the ancient authors, but which, so mutilated, fits in with the birth of some maggot pre-existing in his own brain with so much exactness that he pretends to be amazed at the discovery, I cannot think him quite so pardonable. Unquote. Key of Urania. This is intended to apply to Captain, later Colonel, Wilfrid, but the words may fit more than one of our modern Orientalists. The former was the first to crowd his unlucky speculations in Hindu chronology and the Puranas by connecting the 4,320,000 years with biblical chronology, simply dwarfing the figures to 4,320 years, the supposed lunar year of the Nativity. And Dr. Sepp has simply plagiarized the idea from this gallant officer. Moreover, he persisted in seeing in them Jewish property as well as a Christian prophecy, thus accusing the Aryans of having helped themselves to Semitic revelation, whereas it was the reverse. The Jews, moreover, need not be accused of despoiling the Hindus, of whose figures Ezra probably knew nothing. They had evidently and undeniably borrowed them from the Chaldeans along with their gods. Of the 422,000 years of the Chaldean divine dynasties, they made 4,320 lunar years from the world's creation to the Christian era. As to the Babylonian and Egyptian gods, they transformed them as quietly and modestly into patriarchs. Note, every scholar is aware, of course, that the Chaldeans claimed the same figures, 432 or 432,000, for their divine dynasties as the Hindus do for their Maya Yuga, namely 4,320,000. Therefore has Dr. Sepp of Munich undertaken to support Kepler and Wilford in their charge that the Hindus had borrowed them from the Christians, and the Chaldeans from the Jews, who, as claimed, expected their Messiah in the lunar year of the world 4,320! Triple exclamation mark. As these figures, according to ancient writers, were based by Berosus on the 120 Saruses, each of the divisions meaning 6 Neroses of 600 years each, making a sum total of 432,000 years, they do not thus appear peremptory. But the pious professor of Munich undertook to explain them in the correct way. He claims to have solved the riddle by showing that the Saros being composed according to Pliny of 222 synodial months, to wit, 18 years, 6/10. The calculator naturally fell back into figures given by Suidas, who affirmed that the 120 Saruses made 2,222 sacerdotal and cyclic years, which equaled 1,656 solar years. Vie de Notre Seigneur Jésus Christ, Volume 2, page 417. Suidas said nothing of the kind, and if he had, he would prove little, if anything, by it. The Neroses and Saruses were the same thorn in the side of the uninitiated ancient writers as the apocalyptic 666 of the great beast is in that of the modern, and they have found their unlucky Newtons as the latter figures have. End of note. Every nation was more or less guilty of such refashioning and adaptation of a pantheon, common once to all, of universal, international, tribal gods and heroes. It was their property in its new Pentateuchal garb, and no one of the Israelites have ever forced it upon any other nation, least of all upon Europeans. Without stopping to notice this very unscientific chronology more than is necessary, we may make a few remarks that may be found to the point. These figures of 4,320 lunar years of the world, in the Bible the solar years are used, are not fanciful as such, even if their application is quite erroneous, for they are only the distorted echo of the primitive esoteric and later on Brahminical doctrine concerning the yugas. A day of Brahma equals 4,320,000,000 years, as also a night of Brahma, or the duration of Pralaya, after which a new sun rises triumphantly over a new Manvantara for the septenary chain it illuminates. The teaching had penetrated into Palestine and Europe centuries before the Christian era. See Isis Unveiled, Book 2, page 132, and was present in the minds of the Mosaic Jews, who based upon it their small cycle, though it received full expression only through the Christian chronologists of the Bible, who adopted it, and also the 25th of December, the day on which all the solar gods were said to have been incarnated. What wonder, then, that the Messiah was made to be born the lunar year of the world 4,320? The Son of Righteousness and Salvation had once more arisen and had dispelled pralaic darkness of chaos and non-being on the plane of our objective little globe and chain. Once the subject of the adoration was settled upon, it was easy to make the supposed events of his birth, life, and death fit in with the zodiacal exigencies and old traditions, though they had to be somewhat remodeled for the occasion. Thus what Kepler said, as a great astronomer, becomes comprehensible. He recognized the grand and universal importance of all such planetary conjunctions, each of which, as he has well said, is a climacteric year of humanity. Note: the reader has to bear in mind that the phrase climacteric year has more than the usual significance when used by occultists and mystics. It is not only a critical period during which some great change is periodically expected, whether in human or cosmic constitution, but it likewise pertains to spiritual universal changes. The Europeans called every 63rd year the Grand Climacteric, and perhaps just supposed those years to be the years produced by multiplying 7 into the odd numbers 3, 5, 7, and 9. But 7 is the real scale of nature in occultism, and 7 has to be multiplied in quite a different way and method, unknown as yet to European nations. End of note. The rare conjunction of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars has its significance and importance on account of its certain great results in India and China as much as it has in Europe for the respective mystics of all those countries. And it is certainly no better now than a mere assumption to maintain that nature had only Christ in view when building her to the profane, fantastic, and meaningless constellations. If it is claimed that it was no hazard that could lead the archaic architects of the zodiac thousands of years ago to mark with the asterisk A the figure of Taurus, with no better or more valid proof of it being prophetic of the verbum of Christ than that the Aleph of Taurus, meaning the one and the first, and that Christ was also the Alpha or the One, then this quote proof unquote may be shown strangely invalidated in more than one way. To begin with, the zodiac existed before the Christian era, at all events. Further, all the sun gods had been mystically connected with that constellation, Taurus, Osiris for instance, and were all called by their respective votaries the first. Then the compilers of the mystical epithets given to the Christian Saviour were all more or less acquainted with the significance of the zodiacal signs, and it is easier to suppose that they should have arranged their claims so as to answer the mystic signs, than the latter should have shown as a prophecy for one portion of humanity for millions of years, taking no heed of the numberless generations that had gone before, and those to be born hereafter. It is not simple chance, we are told, that has placed in certain spheres on a throne the head of that bull, Taurus, trying to push away with the ansated cross on its horn, a dragon. The more so, since this constellation of Taurus was called the great city of God and the mother of revelations, and also the interpreter of the divine voice, the apis pacis of Hermutis in Egypt, which, as the patristic fathers would assure the world, preferred oracles that related to the birth of the Saviour, unquote. Pneumatology 4:71. To this theological assumption there are several answers. Firstly, the ansated Egyptian cross, or Tau, the Jaina cross, or swastika, and the Christian cross have all the same meaning. Secondly, no peoples or nations except the Christians gave the significance to the dragon that is given to it now. The serpent was the symbol of wisdom, and the bull, Taurus, the symbol of physical or terrestrial generation. Thus the latter pushing off the dragon, or spiritual divine wisdom, with the Tau or cross, which is esoterically the foundation and framework of all construction, would have an entirely phallic, physiological meaning, had it not still another significance unknown to our biblical scholars and symbologists. At any rate, it shows no special reference to the verbum of St. John, except perhaps in a general sense. The Taurus, which, by the way, is no lamb but a bull, was sacred in every cosmogony, with the Hindus as with the Zoroastrians, with the Chaldees as with the Egyptians. So much every schoolboy knows. It may help to refresh the memory of our theosophists by referring them to what was said of the Virgin and the Dragon, and the universality of periodical births and rebirths of world saviours, solar gods, in Isis, Book 2, page 490, with reference to certain passages in Revelations. In 1853, the savant known as Erard Moyen read before the Institute of France a paper tending to prove the antiquity of the Indian zodiac, in the signs of which were found the root and philosophy of all the most important religious festivals of that country, the origin of which religious ceremonies goes back into the night of time at least 3000 before Christ, as the lecturer tried to demonstrate. The zodiac of the Hindus, he thought, was far anterior to the zodiac of the Greeks, and differed from it in some particulars vastly. In it one sees the dragon on a tree, at the foot of which the Virgin, Kanya Durga, one of the most ancient goddesses, is placed on a lion, dragging after him the solar car. This is the reason why, he added, this Virgin Durga is not the simple memento of an astronomical fact, but verily the most ancient divinity of the Indian Olympus. She is evidently the same of whom all the Sibylline books spoke, those works that have been the source of the inspiration of Virgil, the Virgin whose return was prophesied as a sign of universal renovation, and why, he added, when we see to this day the months named after the deity names of this solar zodiac by the Malayalam-speaking people of southern India, why should that people have abandoned their ancestral zodiac to burden themselves with that of the Greeks? Everything proves, on the contrary, that these zodiacal figures have been transmitted to the Greeks by the Chaldees, who got them from the Brahmans. See Recueil de l'Académie des Inscriptions, 1853. But all this is a very poor testimony. Let us remember, however, also that which was said and accepted by the contemporaries of Volney, who, in his Ruins of Empires, page 360, remarks that as Arius was in his 15th degree, 1447 before Christ, it follows that the first degree of Libra could not have coincided with the vernal equinox more lately than 15,194 years before Christ, to which, if you add 1,790 years since Christ, it appears that 16,984 years have elapsed since the origin of the zodiac. Dr. Schlegel, moreover, in his Uranographie Chinoise, assigns to the Chinese astronomical sphere an antiquity of 18,000 years, vide pages 54, 196 et sequens. Nevertheless, as opinions quoted without adequate proofs are of little avail, it may be more useful to turn to scientific evidence. M. Bailly, the famous French astronomer of the last century, member of the Academy, etc., etc., asserts that the Hindu systems of astronomy are by far the oldest, and that from them the Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, and even the Jews derived their knowledge. In support of these views, he says, quote, the astronomers who preceded the epoch 1491 are, first, the Alexandrian Greeks, Hipparchus, who flourished 125 years before our era, and Ptolemy, 260 years after Hipparchus. Following these were the Arabs, who revived the study of astronomy in the 9th century. These were succeeded by the Persians and the Tartars, to whom we owe the tables of Masireddin in 1269, and those of Ulugh Beg in 1437. Such is the succession of events in Asia as known prior to the Indian epoch 1491. What then is an epoch? It is the observation of the longitude of a star at a given moment, the place in the sky where it was seen, and which serves as a point of reference, a starting point from which to calculate both the past and future positions of the star from its observed motion. But an epoch is useless unless the motion of the star has been determined. A people, new to science and obliged to borrow a foreign astronomy, finds no difficulty in fixing an epoch, since the only observation needed is one which can be made at any moment. But what it needs above all, what it is obliged to borrow, are those elements which depend on accurate determination and which require continuous observation. Above all, those motions which depend on time and which can only be accurately determined by centuries of observation. These motions, then, must be borrowed from a nation which has made such observations, and has behind it the labors of centuries. We conclude, therefore, that a new people will not borrow the epochs of an ancient one without also borrowing from them the average motions. Starting from this principle, we shall find that the Hindu epochs 1491 and 3102 could not have been derived from those of either Ptolemy or Ulugh Beg." Unquote. There remains the supposition that the Hindus, comparing their observations in 1491 with those previously made by Ulugh Beg and Ptolemy, used the intervals between these observations to determine the average motions. The date of Ulugh Beg is too recent for such a determination, while those of Ptolemy and Hipparchus were barely remote enough. But if the Hindu motions had been determined from these comparisons, the epochs would be connected together. Starting from the epochs of Ulugh Beg and Ptolemy, we should arrive at all those of the Hindus. But this is not the case. Hence foreign epochs were either unknown or useless to the Hindus. Note: for a detailed scientific proof of this conclusion, see page 121 of Mr. Bayes' work, where the subject is discussed technically. End of note. We may add to this another important consideration. When a nation is obliged to borrow from its neighbors the methods or the average motions of its astronomical tables, it has even greater need to borrow, besides these, the knowledge of the inequalities of the motions of the heavenly bodies, the motions of the apogee of the nodes, and of the inclination of the ecliptic. In short, all those elements, the determination of which requires the art of observing, some instrumental appliances, and great industry. All those astronomical elements, differing more or less with the Greeks of Alexandria, the Arabs, the Persians, and the Tartars, exhibit no resemblance whatever with those of the Hindus. The latter, therefore, borrowed nothing from their neighbors. Considering Bayes' remarks, he comes to the following conclusions. If the Hindus did not borrow their epoch, they must have possessed a real one of their own, based on their own observations, and this must be either the epoch of the year 1491 after, or that of the year 3102 before our era, the latter preceding by 4,592 years the epoch 1491. We have to choose between these two epochs and to decide which of them is based on observation. But before stating the arguments which can and must decide the question, we may be permitted to make a few remarks to those who may be inclined to believe that it is modern observations and calculations which have enabled the Hindus to determine the past positions of the heavenly bodies. It is far from easy to determine the celestial movements with sufficient accuracy to ascend the stream of time for 4,592 years, and to describe the phenomena which must have occurred at that period. We possess today excellent instruments. Exact observations have been made for some 2-3 centuries, which already permit us to calculate with considerable accuracy the average motions of the planets. We have the observations of the Chaldeans, of Hipparchus and of Ptolemy, which, owing to their remoteness from the present time, permit us to fix these motions with greater certainty. Still, we cannot undertake to represent with invariable accuracy the observations throughout the long period intervening between the Chaldeans and ourselves, and still less can we undertake to determine with exactitude events occurring 4,592 years before our day. Cassini and Mayer have each determined the secular motion of the moon, and they differ by 3 minutes and 43 seconds. This difference would give rise in 46 centuries to an uncertainty of nearly 3 degrees in the moon's place. Doubtless one of these determinations is more accurate than the other, and it is for observations of very great antiquity to decide between them. But in very remote periods, where observations are lacking, it follows that we are uncertain as to the phenomena. How then could the Hindus have calculated back from the year 1491 Anno Domini to the year 3102 before our era, if they were only recent students of astronomy? The Orientals have never been what we are. However high an opinion of their knowledge we may form from the examination of their astronomy, we cannot suppose them ever to have possessed that great array of instruments which distinguishes our modern observatories, and which is the product of simultaneous progress in various arts. Nor could they have possessed that genius for discovery which has hitherto seemed to belong exclusively to Europe, and which, supplying the place of time, causes the rapid progress of science and of human intelligence. If the Asiatics have been powerful, learned, and wise, it is power and time which have produced their merit and success of all kinds. Power has founded or destroyed their empires. Now it has erected edifices, imposing by their bulk. Now it has reduced them to venerable ruins. And while these vicissitudes alternated with each other, patience accumulated knowledge, and prolonged experience produced wisdom. It is the antiquity of the nations of the East which has erected their scientific fame. If the Hindus possessed in 1491 a knowledge of the heavenly motions sufficiently accurate to enable them to calculate backwards for 4,592 years, it follows that they could only have obtained this knowledge from very ancient observations. Grant them with such knowledge, while refusing them observations from which it is derived, is to suppose an impossibility. It would be equivalent to assuming that at the outset of their career they had already reaped the harvest of time and experience. While on the other hand, if their epoch of 3102 is assumed to be real, it would follow that the Hindus had simply kept pace with successive centuries down to the year 4091 of our era. Thus, time itself was their teacher. They knew the motions of the heavenly bodies during these periods because they had seen them, and the duration of the Hindu people on earth is the cause of the fidelity of its records and the accuracy of its calculations. It would seem that the problem as to which of the two epochs of 3102 and 4091 is the real one ought to be solved by one consideration, meaning that the ancients in general, and particularly the Hindus, calculated and therefore observed eclipses only. Says B.E. No, there was no eclipse of the sun at the moment of the epoch 4092, and no eclipse of the moon either 14 days before or after that moment. Therefore, the epoch 4091 is not based on an observation. As regards the epoch 3102, the Brahmins of Tirvalu place it at sunrise on February 18th. The sun was then in the first point of the zodiac according to its true longitude. The other tables show that at the preceding midnight the moon was in the same place, but according to its average longitude. The Brahmins tell us also that this first point, the origin of their zodiac, was in the year 3102, 54 degrees behind the equinox. It follows that the origin, the first point of their zodiac, was therefore in the 6th degree of Libra. There occurred therefore about this time and place an average conjunction, and indeed this conjunction is given in our best tables, Lacaise for the sun and Maius for the moon. There was no eclipse of the sun, the moon being too distant from her node, but 14 days later the moon having approached the node must have been eclipsed. Maius tables, used without correction for acceleration, give the eclipse, but they place it during the day when it could not have been observed in India. Cassini's tables give it as occurring at night, which shows that Maius motions are too rapid for distant centuries when the acceleration is not allowed for, and which also proves that in spite of the improvement of our knowledge we can still be uncertain as to the actual aspect of the heavens in past times. Therefore we believe that as between the two Hindu epochs, the real one is the year 3102, because it was accompanied by an eclipse which could be observed, and which must have served to determine it. This is the first proof of the truth of the longitude assigned by the Hindus to the sun and the moon at this instant, and this proof would perhaps be sufficient were it not that this ancient determination becomes of the greatest importance for the verification of the motions of these bodies, and must therefore be borne out of every possible proof of its authenticity. We notice first that the Hindus seem to have combined two epochs together into the year 3102. The Tirvalu Brahmins reckon primarily from the first moment of the Kali Yuga, but they have a second epoch placed 2 days, 3 hours, 32 minutes, and 30 seconds later. The latter is the true astronomical epoch, while the former seems to be a civil era. But if this epoch of the Kali Yuga had no reality, and was the mere result of a calculation, why should it be thus divided? Their calculated astronomical epoch would have become that of the Kali Yuga, which would have been placed at the conjunction of the sun and the moon, as is the case with the epochs of the 3 other tables. They must have had some reason for distinguishing between the two, and this reason can only be due to the circumstances and the time of the epoch, which therefore could not be the result of calculation. This is not all. Starting from the solar epoch, determined by the rising of the sun on February 18th, 3102, and tracing back events 2 days, 3 hours, 32 minutes, and 30 seconds, we come to 2 hours, 27 minutes, 30 seconds a.m. of February 16th, which is the instant of the beginning of Kali Yuga. It is curious that this age has not been made to commence at one of the 4 great divisions of the day. It might be suspected that the epoch should be midnight, and that the 2 hours, 27 minutes and 30 seconds are a meridian correction. But whatever may have been the reason for fixing on this moment, it is plain that were this epoch the result of calculation, it would have been just as easy to carry it back to midnight, so as to make the epoch correspond to one of the chief divisions of the day, instead of placing it at a moment fixed by the fraction of a day. Second, the Hindus assert that at the first moment of Kali Yuga there was a conjunction of all the planets, and their tables show this conjunction, while ours indicate that it might actually have occurred. Jupiter and Mercury were in exactly the same degree of the ecliptic, Mars being 8 degrees and Saturn 17 degrees distant from it. It follows that about this time, or some 14 days after the commencement of Kali Yuga, the Hindus saw 4 planets emerge successively from the sun's rays, first Saturn, then Mars, then Jupiter and Mercury, and these planets appeared united in a somewhat small space. Although Venus was not among them, the taste for the marvelous caused it to be called a general conjunction of all the planets. The testimony of the Brahmins here coincides with that of our tables, and this evidence, the result of a tradition, must be founded on actual observation. Third, we may remark that this phenomenon was visible about a fortnight after the epoch, and exactly at the time when the eclipse of the moon must have been observed, which served to fix the epoch. The 2 observations mutually confirm each other, and whoever made the one must have made the other also. Fourth, we may believe also that the Hindus made at the same time a determination of the place of the moon's node. This seems indicated by their calculation. They give the longitude of this point of the lunar orbit for the time of their epoch, and to this they add a constant 40 minutes, which is the node's motion in 12 days and 14 hours. It is as if they stated that this determination was made 13 days after their epoch, and that to make it correspond to that epoch we must add the 40 minutes through which the node has retrograded in the interval. This observation is therefore of the same date as that of the lunar eclipse, thus giving 3 observations which are mutually confirmatory. Fifth, it appears from the description of the Hindu zodiac given by M.C. Gentile that on it the places of the stars named the Eye of Taurus and the Wheat Ear of Virgo can be determined for the commencement of the Kali Yuga. Now comparing these places with the actual positions reduced by our precession of the equinoxes to the moment in question, we see that the point of origin of the Hindu zodiac must lie between the 5th and the 6th degree of Libra. The Brahmins, therefore, were right in placing it in the 6th degree of that sign, the more so since this small difference may be due to the proper motion of the stars, which is unknown. Thus it was yet another observation which guided the Hindus in this fairly accurate determination of the first point of their movable zodiac. It does not seem possible to doubt the existence in antiquity observations of this date. The Persians say that 4 beautiful stars were placed as guardians at the 4 corners of the world. Now it so happens that at the commencement of Kali Yuga, 3,000 or 3,100 years before our era, the eye of the bull and the heart of the scorpion were exactly at the equinoctial points, while the heart of the lion and the southern fish were pretty near the solstitial points. An observation of the rising of the Pleiades in the evening, 7 days before the autumnal equinox, also belongs to the year 3000 before our era. This and similar observations collected in Ptolemy's calendars, though he does not give their authors, these observations, which are older than those of the Chaldeans, may well be the work of the Hindus. They are well acquainted with the constellation of the Pleiades, and while we call it vulgarly the Poussiniere, they name it Philalochordi, the hen and chickens. This name has, therefore, passed from people to people, and comes to us from the most ancient nations of Asia. We see that the Hindus must have observed the rising of the Pleiades and have made use of it to regulate their years and their months, for this constellation is also called Kritika. Now they have a month of the same name, and this coincidence can only be due to the fact that this month was announced by the rising or setting of the constellation in question. But what is even more decisive as showing that the Hindus observed the stars, and in the same way that we do, marking their position by their longitude, is a fact mentioned by Augustinus Riccius, that according to observations attributed to Hermes, and made 1985 years before Ptolemy, the brilliant star in the Lyre, and that in the heart of the Hydra, were each 7 degrees in advance of their respective positions as determined by Ptolemy. This determination seems very extraordinary. The stars advance regularly with respect to the equinox, and Ptolemy ought to have found the longitude 28 degrees in excess of what they were 1985 years before his time. Besides, there is a remarkable peculiarity about this fact, the same error or difference being found in the positions of both stars. Therefore the error was due to some cause affecting both stars equally. It was to explain this peculiarity that the Arab Tebit imagined the stars to have an oscillatory movement, causing them to advance and recede alternately. This hypothesis was easily disproved, but the observations attributed to Hermes remained unexplained. Their explanation, however, is found in Hindu astronomy. At the date fixed for these observations, 1985 years before Ptolemy, the first point of the Hindu zodiac was 35 degrees in advance of the equinox. Therefore, the longitudes reckoned for this point are 35 degrees in excess of those reckoned from the equinox. But after the lapse of 1985 years, the stars would have advanced 28 degrees, and there would remain a difference of only 7 degrees between the longitudes of Hermes and those of Ptolemy, and the difference would be the same for the two stars, since it is due to the difference between the starting points of the Hindu zodiac and that of Ptolemy, which records from that equinox. This explanation is so simple and natural that it must be true. We do not know whether Hermes, so celebrated in antiquity, was a Hindu, but we see that the observations attributed to him are reckoned in the Hindu manner, and we conclude that they were made by the Hindus who, therefore, were able to make all the observations we have enumerated, and which we find noted in their tables. Sixth, the observation of the year 3102, which seems to have fixed their epoch, was not a difficult one. We see that the Hindus, having once determined the moon's daily motion of 13 degrees, 10 minutes and 35 seconds, made use of it to divide the zodiac into 27 constellations related to the period of the moon, which takes about 7 days to describe it. It was by this method that they determined the positions of the stars in this zodiac. It was thus they found that a certain star of the Lyre was in 8 hours, 24 minutes, the heart of the Hydra in 4 days, 7 hours longitudes which are ascribed to Hermes, but which are calculated on the Hindu zodiac. Similarly, they discovered that the wheat era of Virgo forms the commencement of their 15th constellation, and the Eye of Taurus the end of the 4th. These stars being the one in 6 days, 6 hours and 40 minutes, the other in 1 day, 23 hours, 20 minutes of the Hindu zodiac. This being so, the eclipse of moon, which occurred 14 days after the Kali Yuga epoch, took place at a point between the wheat era of Virgo and the star Theta of the same constellation. These stars are very approximately a constellation apart, the one beginning the 15th, the other the 16th. Thus it would not be difficult to determine the moon's place by measuring her distance from one of these stars. From this they deduced the position of the sun, which is opposite to the moon, and then, knowing their average motions, they calculated that the moon was at the first point of the zodiac according to her average longitude at midnight on the 17th, 18th February of the year 3102 before our era, and that the sun occupied the same place 6 hours later according to his true longitude, an event which fixes the commencement of the Hindu year. Seventh, the Hindus state that 20,400 years before the age of Kali Yuga, the first point of their zodiac coincided with the vernal equinox, and that the sun and moon were in conjunction there. This epoch is obviously fictitious, but we may inquire from what point, from what epoch the Hindus set out in establishing it. Note on fictitious. Why it should be fictitious can never be made plain by European scientists. End of note. Taking the Hindu values for the revolution of the sun and moon, meaning 365 days, 6 hours, 12 minutes and 30 seconds, and 27 days, 7 hours, 43 minutes and 13 seconds, we have 20,400 revolutions of the sun equals 7,451,277 days and 2 hours, and 272,724 revolutions of the moon, which equals 7,451,277 days and 7 hours. Such is the result obtained by starting from the Kali Yuga epoch, and the assertion of the Hindus that there was a conjunction at the time stated is founded on their tables. But if, using the same elements, we start from the era of the year 1491, or from another placed in the year 1282, of which we shall speak later, there will always be a difference of almost 1 or 2 days. It is both just and natural in verifying the Hindu calculations to take those among their elements which give the same result as they had themselves arrived at, and set out from that one among their epochs, which enables us to arrive at the fictitious epoch in question. Hence, since to make this calculation they must have set out from their real epoch, the one which was founded on observation, and not from any of those which were derived by this very calculation from the former, it follows that their real epoch was that of the year 3102 before our era. 8th. The Theravada Brahmins give the moon's motion as 7 days, 2 hours, 8 minutes on the movable zodiac, and as 9 days, 7 hours, 45 minutes and 1 second, as referred to the equinox in the great period of 1,600,984 days, or 4,386 years and 94 days. We believe this motion to have been determined by observation, and we must state at the outset that this period is of an extent which renders it but ill-suited to the calculation of the mean motions. In their astronomical calculations, the Hindus make use of periods of 248, 3031, and 12,372 days, but apart from the fact that these periods, though much too short, do not present the inconvenience of the former, they contain an exact number of revolutions of the moon referred to its apogee. They are in reality mean motions. The great period of 1,600,984 is not the sum of accumulated revolutions. There is no reason why it should contain 1,600,984 rather than 1,600,985 days. It would seem that observation alone must have fixed the number of days and marked the beginning and end of the period. This period ends on the 21st of May, 1282 of our era at 5 hours, 15 minutes, 30 seconds at Benares. The moon was then in apogee according to the Hindus, and her longitude was 7 days, 13 hours, 45 minutes, 1 second, and her longitude was 7 days, 13 hours, 45 minutes and 1 second. Meyer gives the longitude as 7 days, 13 hours, 53 minutes and 48 seconds, and places the apogee at 7 days, 14 hours, 6 minutes and 54 seconds. The determination of the moon's place by the Brahmins thus differs only by 9 minutes from ours, and that of the apogee by 22 minutes, and it is very evident that they could only have obtained this agreement with our best tables and this exactitude in the celestial positions by observation. If then observation fixed the end of this period, there is every reason to believe that it determined its commencement. But then this motion, determined directly and from nature, would of necessity be in close agreement with the true motions of the heavenly bodies. And in fact, the Hindu motion during this long period of 4,883 years does not differ by a minute from that of Cassini, and agrees equally with that of Meyer. Thus two peoples, the Hindus and the Europeans, placed at the two extremities of the world, and perhaps as distant by their institutions, have obtained precisely the same results as regards the moon's motions, and an agreement which would be inconceivable if it were not based on the observation and mutual imitation of nature. We must remark that the 4 tables of the Hindus are all copies of the same astronomy. It cannot be denied that the Siamese tables in 1687, when they were brought from India by Monsieur de la Loubère. At that time the tables of Cassini and Meyer were not in existence, and thus the Hindus were already in possession of the exact motion contained in these tables, while we did not yet possess it. Note: the following is an answer to those men of science who might suspect that our astronomy was carried to India and communicated to the Hindus by our missionaries. First, the Hindu astronomy has its own peculiar forms characterized by their originality. If it had been our astronomy translated, great skill and knowledge would have been needed to disguise the theft. Second, when adopting the mean movement of the moon, they would have adopted also the inclination of the ecliptic, the equation of the sun's center, the length of the year. These elements differ completely from ours, and are remarkably accurate as applying to the epoch of 3102, while they would be exceedingly erroneous if they had been calculated for last century. Third, finally, our missionaries could not have communicated to the Hindus in 1687 the tables of Cassini, which were not then in existence. They could have known only the mean motions of Tycho, Riccioli, Copernicus, Boyer, Kepler, Longomontanus, and those of the tables of Alfonso. I will now give a tabular view of these mean motions for 4,383 years and 94 days. Alfonso: 9 days, 7 hours, 2 minutes, and 47 seconds. Difference from Hindu: minus 1 hour, 42 minutes, 14 seconds. Copernicus: in motion 9 days, 6 hours, 2 minutes, 13 seconds. Difference from Hindu: minus 1 hour, 42 minutes, 48 seconds. Tycho Brahe: 9 days, 7 hours, 54 minutes, 40 seconds. Difference from Hindu: plus 9 minutes, 39 seconds. Kepler: 9 days, 6 hours, 57 minutes, 35 seconds. Difference from Hindu: minus 47 minutes and 26 seconds. Longomontanus: 9 days, 7 hours, 2 minutes, 13 seconds. Difference from Hindu: minus 42 minutes and 48 seconds. Bouillon: 9 days, 6 hours, 48 minutes, 8 seconds. Difference from Hindu: 58 minutes, 53 seconds. Riccioli: 9 days, 7 hours, 53 minutes, 57 seconds. Difference from Hindu: 8 minutes, 56 seconds. Cassini: 9 days, 7 hours, 44 minutes, 11 seconds. Difference from Hindu: 50 seconds. Indian: 9 hours, 7 hours, 45 minutes, and 1 second. None of these mean motions, except Cassini's, agrees with that of the Hindus, who therefore did not borrow their mean motions, since their figures agree only with those of Cassini, whose tables were not in existence in 1687. This mean motion of the moon belongs therefore to the Hindus, who could only have obtained it by observation. See Bayes' Traité de l'Astronomie Indienne et Orientale. End of note. It must therefore be admitted that the accuracy of this Hindu motion is the point of observation. It is exact throughout this period of 4,383 years, because it was taken from the sky itself, and if observation determined its close, it fixed its commencement also. It is the longest period which has been observed, and of which the recollection is preserved in the annals of astronomy. It has its origin in the epoch of the year 3102, before Christ, and it is a demonstrative proof of the reality of that epoch. Bayes is referred to at such length, as he is one of the few scientific men who have tried to do full justice to the astronomy of the Aryans. From John Bentley down to Burgess's Surya Siddhanta, not one astronomer has been fair enough to the most learned people of antiquity. However distorted and misunderstood the Hindu symbology, no occultist can fail to do it justice once that he knows something of the secret sciences, nor will he turn away from their metaphysical and mystical interpretation of the zodiac, even though the whole Pleiades of Royal Astronomical Societies rise in arms against their mathematical rendering of it. The descent and reascent of the monad or soul cannot be disconnected from the zodiacal signs, and it looks more natural in the sense of the fitness of things to believe in a mysterious sympathy between the metaphysical soul and the bright constellations, and in the influence of the latter on the former, than in the absurd notion that the creators of heaven and earth have placed in heaven the types of 12 vicious Jews. And if, as the author of the Gnostics asserts, the aim of all the Gnostic schools and the later Platonists was to accommodate the old faith to the influence of the Buddhistic theosophy, the very essence of which was that the innumerable gods of the Hindu mythology were but names for the energies of the first triad and its successive avatars or manifestations unto man, whither can we turn to trace these theosophic ideas to their very root better than to old Indian wisdom? We say it again, archaic occultism would remain incomprehensible to all if it were rendered otherwise than through The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Book 1, Part 3, Science and the Secret Doctrine Contrasted. Addenda to Book 1. Addenda 18. Summary of the mutual position. The reader has had the whole case presented to him from both sides, and it remains with him to decide whether its summary stands in our favor or not. If there were such a thing as a void, a vacuum in nature, one would find it produced according to physical law in the minds of helpless admirers of the lights of science, who pass their time in mutually destroying their teachings. If ever the theory that two lights make darkness found its application, it is in this case, when one half of the lights imposes its forces and modes of motion on the belief of the faithful, and the other half opposes the very existence of the same. Ether, matter, energy, the sacred hypostatical trinity, the three principles of the truly unknown God of science, called by them physical nature. Theology is taken to task and ridiculed for believing in the union of three persons in one Godhead, one God as to substance, three persons as to individuality, and we are laughed at for our belief in unproved and unprovable doctrines, in angels and devils, gods and spirits. And indeed, that which made the scientists win the day over theology in the great conflict between religion and science was precisely the argument that neither the identity of that substance nor the triple individuality claimed after having been conceived, invented, and worked out in the depth of theological consciousness could be proved by any scientific inductive process of reasoning, least of all on the evidence of our senses. Religion must perish, it is said, because it teaches mysteries. Mystery is the negation of common sense, and science repels it. According to Mr. Tyndall, metaphysics is fiction, like poetry. The man of science takes nothing on trust, rejects everything that is not proven to him, while the theologian accepts everything on blind faith. The theosophist and the occultist, who take nothing on trust, not even exact science, the spiritualist who denies dogma but believes in spirits and in invisible but potential influences, all share in the same contempt. Very well then. What we have done to now is to examine for the last time whether exact science does not act precisely in the same way as theosophy, spiritualism, and theology do. In a work by Mr. S. Ling, considered a standard book on science and modern thought, the author of which, according to the Laudatory Review of the Times, exhibits with much power and effect the immense discoveries of science and its numerous victories over old opinions, whenever they have the rashness to challenge conclusions with it, one reads in Chapter 3 on matter as follows. What is the material universe composed of? Ether, matter, energy is the answer. We stop to ask what is ether, and Mr. Ling answers in the name of science. Ether is not actually known to us by any test of which the senses can take cognizance, but is a sort of mathematical substance which we are compelled to assume in order to account for the phenomena of light and heat. And what is matter? Do you know more about it than you do about the hypothetical agent ether? Quote, in perfect strictness, it is true that chemical investigations can tell us nothing directly of the composition of living matter, and it is also in strictness true that we know nothing about the compositions of any material body whatever as it is. Lecture on Protoplasm by Mr. Huxley. And energy. Surely you can define the third person of the Trinity in your material universe. The energy is that which is only known to us by its effects from books on physics. Pray explain, for this is rather hazy. In mechanics there is actual and potential energy, work actually performed, and the capacity for performing it. As to the nature of molecular energy or forces, the various phenomena which bodies present show that their molecules are under the influence of two contrary forces, one which tends to bring them together, the other to separate them. The first is molecular attraction, the second force is due to vis viva, or moving force, from GNU Physics. Just so, it is the nature of this moving force, the vis viva, that we want to know. What is it? We do not know, is the invariable answer. It is an empty shadow of my imagination, explains Mr. Huxley in his Physical Basis of Life. Thus the whole structure of modern science is built on a kind of mathematical abstraction, on a protean substance which eludes the senses, from Du Bois-Reymond, and on effects, the shadowy and elusive will-o'-the-wisp of a something entirely unknown to us and beyond the reach of science. Self-moving atoms, self-moving suns, planets and stars. But who then, or what are they all, if they are self-endowed with motion? Why then should you, physicists, laugh and deride our self-moving archaeus? Mystery is rejected and scorned by science, and mystery is the fatality of science, as Father Felix has truly said. Science cannot escape it. The language of the French preacher is ours, and we quote it in Isis Unveiled, Veda Volume 1, pages 338-9. Who, he asks, who of you, men of science, quote, has been able to penetrate the secret of the formation of a body, the generation of a single atom? What is there, I will not say at the center of a sun, but at the center of an atom? Who has sounded to the bottom the abyss in a grain of sand? The grain of sand, gentlemen, has been studied 4,000 years by science. She has turned and returned it. She divides it and subdivides it. She torments it with her experiments. She vexes it with her questions to snatch from it the final word as to its secret constitution. She asks it with an insatiable curiosity, "Shall I divide thee infinitesimally?" Then, suspended over this abyss, science hesitates, she stumbles, she feels dazzled, she becomes dizzy, and in despair says, "I do not know." But if you are so fatally ignorant of the genesis and hidden nature of a grain of sand, how should you have an intuition as to the generation of a single living being? Whence in the living being does life come? Where does it commence? What is the life principle? Unquote. Note, from Le Mystère et la Science, Conférence, Père Félix de Notre-Dame de Monod, Haute Phénomène Magique. End of note. Do the men of science deny all these charges? Not at all, for here is a confession of Tyndall, which shows how powerless is science even over the world of matter. Quote, "The first marshalling of the atoms, on which all subsequent action depends, baffles a keener power than that of the microscope. Through pure excess of complexity, and long before observation can have any voice in the matter, the most highly trained intellect, the most refined and disciplined imagination, retires in bewilderment from the contemplation of the problem. We are struck dumb by an astonishment which no microscope can relieve, doubting not only the power of our instrument, but even whether we ourselves possess the intellectual elements which will ever enable us to grapple with the ultimate structural energies of nature." Unquote. How little is known of the material universe, indeed, has now been suspected for years, on the very admissions of these men of science themselves. And now there are some materialists who would even make away with ether, or whatever science calls the infinite substance, the noumenon of which the Buddhists call Svabhavat, as well as with atoms, too dangerous both on account of their ancient philosophical and their present Christian and theological associations. From the earliest philosophers, whose records passed to posterity, down to our present age, which, if it denies invisible beings in space, can never be so insane as to deny a plenum of some sort. The fullness of the universe was an accepted belief, and what it was said to contain one learns from Hermes Trismegistus in Mrs. Kingsford's able rendering, who is made to say, quote, "Concerning the void, my judgment is that it does not exist, that it never existed, and that it never will exist, for all the various parts of the universe are filled, as the earth also is complete and full of bodies, differing in quality and in form, having their species and their magnitude, one larger, one smaller, one solid, one tenuous. The larger are easily perceived, the smaller are difficult to apprehend, or altogether invisible. We know only of their existence by the sensation of feeling, wherefore many persons deny such entities to be bodies and regard them as simply spaces. But it is impossible there should be such spaces. Note, behold the work of cycles and their periodical return. Those who denied such entities, forces, to be bodies and called them spaces, were the prototypes of our modern science-struck public, and their official teachers, who speak of the forces of nature as the imponderable energy of matter and modes of motion, and yet hold electricity, for one, as being as atomic as matter itself, from Helmholtz. Inconsistency and contradiction reign as much in official as in heterodox science. End of note. For if indeed there should be anything outside the universe, then it would be a space occupied by intelligent beings analogous to its, the universe's, divinity. I speak of the genii, for I hold they dwell with us, and of the heroes who dwell above us, between the earth and the highest airs, wherein are neither clouds nor any tempest." Unquote. Page 84. And we hold it too, only, as already remarked, no Eastern initiate would speak of spheres above us, between the earth and the airs, even the highest, as there is no such division or measurement in occult speech, no above as no below, but an eternal within, within two other withins, or the planes of subjective merging gradually into that of terrestrial objectivity, this being for man the last one, his own plane. This necessary explanation may be closed here by giving, in the words of Hermes, the belief on this particular point of the whole world of mystics. Quote, "There are many orders of the gods, and in all there is an intelligent part. It is not to be supposed they do not come within the range of our senses. On the contrary, we perceive them better even than those which are called visible. There are then gods superior to all appearances. After them come the gods whose principle is spiritual. These gods, being sensible in conformity with their double origin, manifest all things by a sensible nature, each of them illuminating his works one by another." Note, Hermes here includes as gods the sensible forces of nature, the elements and the phenomena of the universe, remarks Mrs. A. Kingsford in a footnote, explaining it very correctly. So does Eastern philosophy. End of note. The supreme being of heaven, or of all that is comprehended under this name, is Zeus, for it is by heaven that Zeus gives life to all things. The supreme being of the sun is light, for it is by the disk of the sun that we receive the benefit of the light. The 36 horoscopes of the fixed stars have for supreme being or prince him whose name is Pantomorphos, or having all forms, because he gives divine forms to diverse types. The 7 planets, or wandering spheres, have for supreme spirits fortune and destiny, who uphold the eternal stability of the laws of nature throughout incessant transformation and perpetual agitation. The ether is the instrument or medium by which all is produced. Unquote. This is quite philosophical and in accordance with the spirit of Eastern esotericism. For all the forces, such as light, heat, electricity, etc., are called the gods esoterically. It must be so, since the esoteric teachings in Egypt and India were identical, and therefore the personification of forehead synthesizing all the manifesting forces in nature is a legitimate result. Moreover, as will be shown in the division that follows this one, the real and occult forces in nature only now begin to be known, and even in this case by heterodox, now orthodox science, see also section 10, the coming force, though their existence, in one instance at any rate, is corroborated and certified to by an immense number of educated people and even by some official men of science. This sentence, moreover, in stanza 6, Fohat sets in motion the primordial world germs, or the aggregation of cosmic atoms and matter, some one way, some another, in the opposite direction, looks orthodox and scientific enough. For there is, at all events, one fact in support of this procession fully recognized by science, and it is this. The meteoric showers, periodical in November and August, belong to a system moving in an elliptical orbit around the Sun. The aphelion of this ring is 1,732 millions of miles beyond the orbit of Neptune. Its plane is inclined to the Earth's orbit at an angle of 64 degrees and 3 minutes, and the direction of the meteoric swarm moving around this orbit is contrary to that of the Earth's revolution. This fact, recognized only in 1833, shows it to be the modern rediscovery of what was very anciently known. Fohat turns with his two hands in contrary directions the seed and the curds, or cosmic matter, is turning, in clearer language, particles in a highly attenuated condition and nebulae. Outside the boundaries of the solar system, it is other suns, and especially in the mysterious central sun, the abode of the invisible deity, as some reverend gentlemen have called it, that determines the motion of bodies and their direction. That motion serves also to differentiate the homogeneous matter, round and between the several bodies, into elements and sub-elements unknown to our Earth, which are regarded by modern science as distinct individual elements, whereas they are merely temporary appearances, changing with every small cycle within the Manvantara, some esoteric works calling them Kelpic masks. Fohat is the key in occultism which opens and unriddles the multiform symbols and respective allegories in the so-called mythology of every nation, demonstrating the wonderful philosophy and the deep insight into the mysteries of nature in the Egyptian and Chaldean as well as in the Aryan religions. Fohat, shown in his true character, proves how deeply versed were all those prehistoric nations in every science of nature, now called physical and chemical branches of natural philosophy. In India, Fohat is the scientific aspect of both Vishnu and Indra, the latter old and more important in the Rig Veda than his sectarian successor, while in Egypt Fohat was known as Tum instead of Nut, or Osiris in his character of a primordial god, creator of heaven and of beings. See chapter 17 of Book of the Dead. Note, O Tum Tum, issued from the great female, which is in the bosom of the waters, the great deep or space, thou luminous through the two lions, the dual force of power, the two solar eyes, or the electropositive and the electronegative forces. See Book of the Dead 3 and Egyptian Pantheon chapter 2, end of note. For Tum is spoken of as the protean god who generates other gods and gives himself the form he likes, the master of life, giving their vigor to the gods. He is the overseer of the gods, and he who creates spirits and gives them shape and life. He is the north wind and the spirit of the west, and finally the setting sun of life, or the vital electric force that leaves the body at death. Wherefore the defunct begs that Tum should give him the breath from his right nostril, positive electricity, that he might live in his second form. Both the hieroglyph and the text of chapter 42 in the Book of the Dead show the identity of Tum with Fohat. The former represents a man standing erect with the hieroglyph of the breaths in his hands. The letter says, I open to the chief of An, Heliopolis, I am Tum. I crossed the water, split by Tothapi, the lord of the horizon, and I am the divider of the earth. Fohat divides space and, with his sons, the earth into 7 zones. I crossed the heavens, and I am the 2 lions. I am Ra, I am Am, I ate my air. Note: an image expressing the succession of divine functions, the substitution from one form into another, or the correlation of forces. Am is the electropositive force, devouring all others as Saturn devoured his progeny. End of note. I glide on the soil of the fields of Anru, given me by the Master of limitless eternity. Note: Anru is in the domain of Osiris, a field divided into 14 sections, surrounded with an iron enclosure, within which grows the corn of life, 7 cubits high, the Kamaloka of the Egyptians. Those only of the dead who know the names of the janitors of the 7 halls will be admitted into Amenti forever, that is, those who have passed through the 7 races of each round, otherwise they will rest in the lower fields, and it represents also the 7 successive Devakans or Lokas. In Amenti one becomes pure spirit for the eternity. Chapter 30, verse 4. While the Anru, the soul of the spirit or the defunct, is devoured each time by Uraeus, the serpent, son of the earth, in another sense the primordial vital principles in the sun, that is, the astral body of the deceased, or the elementary, fades out and disappears in the sun of the earth, limited time. The soul quits the fields of Anru and goes on earth under any shape it likes to assume. See chapter 99 of Book of the Dead. End of note. I am the germ of eternity. I am Tum, to whom eternity is accorded. Unquote. The very words used by Fohat in the 11th book, and the very titles given him. In the Egyptian papyri, the whole cosmogony of the secret doctrine is found scattered about in isolated sentences, even in the Book of Dead. Number 7 is quite as much insisted upon and emphasized therein as in the Book of John. The great water, the deep or chaos, is said to be 7 cubits deep, cubits standing here of course for divisions, zones, and principles. Therein, in the Great Mother, all the gods and the 7 great ones are born. See chapter 108, verse 4, Book of the Dead and Egyptian Pantheon. Both Fohat and Tum are addressed as the great ones of the 7 magic forces who conquer the serpent Apap, or matter. No student of occultism, however, ought to be betrayed by the usual phraseology used in the translation of Hermetic works into believing that the ancient Egyptians or Greeks spoke of and referred, monk-like, at every moment in conversation to a supreme being, God, the one Father and Creator of all, etc., as found on every page of such translations. No such thing indeed, and those texts are not the original Egyptian texts. They are Greek compilations, the earliest of which does not go beyond the early period of Neoplatonism. No Hermetic work written by Egyptians, read the Book of the Dead, would speak of the one universal God of the monotheistic system. The one absolute cause of all was unnameable and unpronounceable in the mind of the ancient philosopher of Egypt, as it is forever unknowable in the conception of Mr. Herbert Spencer. As for the Egyptian in general, as M. Maspero well remarks, whenever he arrived at the notion of divine unity, the God One was never God simply, and Le Page Renouf very justly observed that the word Nuter, Nuti, God, had never ceased being a generic name with the Egyptians, nor had it ever become a personal pronoun. Every god was the one living and unique God with them. Their monotheism was purely geographical. If the Egyptian of Memphis proclaimed the unity of Phat to the exclusion of Ammon, the Theban Egyptian proclaimed the unity of Ammon to the exclusion of Phat, as we now see done in India in the case of the Saivas and the Vaishnavas. Ra, the one god at Heliopolis, is not the same as Osiris, the one god at Abydos, and can be worshipped side by side with him without being absorbed by his neighbor. The one god is but the god of the nome, or the city, Nuti, Nuti, and does not exclude the existence of the one god of that town or of the neighboring nome. In short, Whenever speaking of Egyptian monotheism, one ought to speak of the gods one of Egypt, and not of the one god. Maspero, in the Guide au Musée de Boulac, it is by this feature preeminently Egyptian that the authenticity of the various so-called Hermetic books ought to be tested, and that is totally absent from the Greek fragments known as such. This proves that a Greek Neoplatonic or even a Christian hand had no small share in the editing of such works. Of course, the fundamental philosophy is there and in many places intact, but the style has been altered and smoothed in a monotheistic direction as much, if not more, than that of the Hebrew Genesis in its Greek and Latin translations. There may be Hermetic works, but not works written by either of the two Hermes, or rather by Thoth, Hermes, the directing intelligence of the universe. See chapter 94, Book of the Dead. Or by Thoth, his terrestrial incarnation called Trismegistus of the Rosetta Stone. But all is doubt, negation, iconoclasm, and brutal indifference in our age of the 100 isms, and no religion. Every idol is broken, save the golden calf. Unfortunately, no nation or nations can escape their karmic fate any more than units and individuals do. History itself is dealt with by the so-called historians as unscrupulously as legendary lore. For this, Augustin Thierry has made the amende honorable, if one may believe his biographers. He deplores the erroneous principle that made them all, the would-be historiographers, lose their way, and each presume to correct tradition, that vox populi, which 9 times out of 10 is vox Dei, and finally admitted that in legend alone rests real history, for legend, he adds, is a living tradition, and 3 times out of 4 it is truer than what we call history. Note, Revue du Deux Mondes, 1865, pages 157 and 158. While materialists deny everything in the universe save matter, archaeologists are trying to dwarf antiquity and seek to destroy every claim to ancient wisdom by tampering with chronology. Our present-day Orientalists and historical writers are to ancient history that which the white ants are to the buildings in India. More dangerous even than those termites, the modern archaeologists, the authorities of the future in the matter of universal history, are preparing for the history of past nations the fate of certain edifices in tropical countries. History will tumble down and break into atoms in the lap of the 20th century, devoured to its foundations by her annalists, said Michelet. Very soon indeed, under their combined efforts, it will share the fate of those ruined cities in both Americas, which lie deeply buried under impossible virgin forests. Historical facts will remain as concealed from view by the inextricable jungles of modern hypotheses, denials, and skepticism. But very happily actual history repeats herself, for she proceeds, like everything else, in cycles, and dead facts and events deliberately drowned in the sea of modern skepticism will ascend once more and reappear on the surface. In our book too, the very fact that to work with pretensions to philosophy, and which is an exposition of the most abstruse problems, has to be commenced by tracing the evolution of mankind from what are regarded as supernatural beings, spirits, will arouse the most malevolent criticism. Believers in and the defenders of the secret doctrine, however, will have to bear the accusation of madness and worse, as philosophically as for long years already the writer has done. Whenever a theosophist is taxed with insanity, he ought to reply by quoting from Montesquieu's Lettres Persanes. By opening so freely their lunatic asylums to the supposed madmen, men only seek to assure each other that they are not themselves mad. End of Volume 1. Next is from Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis. The stanzas translated with The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis. Stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. First, Rune 1 from the Kalevala. In primeval times, a maiden, beauteous daughter of the ether, passed for ages her existence in the great expanse of heaven. 700 years she wandered, 700 years she labored, ere her firstborn was delivered. Ere a beauteous duck descending hastens toward the water-mother. Lightly on the knee she settles, finds a nesting place befitting, where to lay her eggs in safety, lays her eggs within at pleasure. 6 the golden eggs she lays them, then a 7th, an egg of iron. From the Kalevala, Rune 1. Anthropogenesis in the secret volume. Verbatim extracts. Note: only 49 shlokas out of several hundred are here given. Not every verse is translated verbatim. A periphrasis is sometimes used for the sake of clearness and intelligibility, where a literal translation would be quite unintelligible. End of note. Stanza 1. Beginnings of sentient life. Note: all the words and sentences placed in brackets in the stanzas and commentaries are the writers. In some places they may be incomplete and even inadequate from the Hindu standpoint, but in the meaning attached to them in trans-Himalayan esotericism they are correct. In every case the writer takes any blame upon herself, having never claimed personal infallibility. That which is given on her own authority may leave much to be desired in the very abstruse cases where too deep metaphysic is involved. The teaching is offered as it is understood, and as there are 7 keys of interpretation to every symbol and allegory, that which may not fit a meaning, say from the psychological or astronomical aspect, will be found quite correct from the physical or metaphysical. End of note. Subsections. 1. The law or spirit of the earth. 2. Invocation of the earth to the sun. 3. What the sun answers. 4. Transformation of the earth. 1. The law. Law is the ancient word in trans-Himalayan regions for spirit, any celestial or superhuman being, and it covers the whole series of heavenly hierarchies from archangel to Dhyani down to an angel of darkness or terrestrial spirit, which turns the 4th globe or our earth, is servant to the last of the 7, the planetary spirits. This expression shows in plain language that the spirit guardians of our globe, which is the 4th in the chain, is subordinate to the chief spirit, or god, of the 7 planetary genii, or spirits. As already explained, the ancients had, in their Kyriel of gods, 7 chief mystery gods, whose chief was exoterically the visible sun, or the 8th, and esoterically the 2nd logos, the demiurge. The 7, who have now become the 7 eyes of the Lord in the Christian religion, were the regents of the 7 chief planets. But these were not reckoned according to the enumeration devised later by people who had forgotten or who had an inadequate notion of the real mysteries, and included neither the sun, the moon, nor the earth. The sun was the chief exoterically of the 12 great gods or zodiacal constellations, and esoterically the Messiah, the Christos, the subject anointed by the great breath or by the One, surrounded by his 12 subordinate powers, also subordinate in turn to each of the 7 mystery gods of the planets. The 7 higher make the 7 laws create the world, states a commentary, which means that our earth, leaving aside the rest, was created or fashioned by terrestrial spirits, the regents being simply the supervisors. This is the first germ, the seed of that which grew later into the tree of astrology and astrolatry. The higher ones were the cosmocreatores, the fabricators of our solar system. This is borne out by all the ancient cosmogonies, that of Hermes, of the Chaldees, of the Aryans, of the Egyptians, and even of the Jews. Heaven's belt, the signs of the zodiac, the sacred animals, are as much the Bnei Achim, sons of the gods or the Elohim, as the spirits of the earth, but they are prior to them. Soma and Sin, Isis and Diana, are all lunar gods or goddesses, called the fathers and mothers of our earth, which is subordinate to them. But these, in their turn, are subordinate to their fathers and mothers, the latter interchangeable and varying with each nation, the gods and their planets, such as Jupiter, Saturn, Bel, Brihaspati, etc. They who revolve, driving their chariots around their Lord, the one eye, Lokachaksup, of our world. His breath gives life to the seven, gives light to the planets. It gave life to the first. His breath gave life to the seven refers as much to the sun, who gives life to the planets, as to the High One, the spiritual sun, who gives life to the whole cosmos. The astronomical and astrological keys opening the gate leading to the mysteries of theogony can be found only in the later glossaries which accompany the stanzas. In the apocalyptic slokas of the archaic records, the language is as symbolic, if less mythical, than in the Puranas. Without the help of the later commentaries, compiled by generations of adepts, it would be impossible to understand the meaning correctly. In the ancient cosmogonies, the visible and the invisible worlds are the double links of one and the same chain. As the invisible Logos, with its seven hierarchies, represented or personified each by its chief angel or rector, form one power, the inner and the invisible. So, in the world of forms, the sun and the seven chief planets constitute the visible and active potency, the latter hierarchy being, so to speak, the visible and objective Logos of the invisible and, except in the lowest grades, ever subjective angels. Thus, to anticipate a little by way of illustration, every race in its evolution is said to be born under the direct influence of one of the planets. Race is the first receiving its breath of life from the sun, as will be seen later on, while the third humanity, those who fell into generation or from androgynes became separate entities, one male and the other female, are said to be under the direct influence of Venus, the little sun in which the solar orb stores his light. The summation of the stanzas in Book 1 showed the genesis of gods and men taking rise in and from one and the same point, which is the one universal, immutable, eternal, and absolute unity. Note, according to Dr. A. Wilder's learned definition, Genesis is not generation, but a coming out of the eternal into the cosmos and time, a coming from esse into existere, or from beingness into being, as a theosophist would say. End of note. In its primary manifested aspect, we have seen it become one, in the sphere of objectivity and physics, primordial substance and force, centripetal and centrifugal, positive and negative, male and female, etc., etc. 2, in the world of metaphysics, the spirit of the universe or cosmic ideation, called by some the Logos. This Logos is the apex of the Pythagorean triangle. When the triangle is complete, it becomes the tetractis, or the triangle in the square, and is the dual symbol of the four-lettered tetragrammaton in the manifested cosmos, and of its radical trip ray in the unmanifested, or its noumenon. Put more metaphysically, the classification given here of cosmic ultimates is more one of convenience than of absolute philosophical accuracy. At the commencement of a great Manvantara, Parabrahm manifests as Mula Prakriti and then as the Logos. This Logos is equivalent to the unconscious universal mind, etc., of Western pantheists. It constitutes the basis of the subject side of manifested being, and is the source of all manifestations of individual consciousness. Mula Prakriti, or the primordial cosmic substance, is the foundation of the object side of things, the basis of all objective evolution and cosmogenesis. Force, then, does not emerge with primordial substance from parabrahmic latency. It is the transformation into energy of the supraconscious thought or the Logos, infused, so to speak, into the objectivation of the latter out of potential latency in the one reality. Hence spring the wondrous laws of matter, hence the primal impress, so vainly discussed by Bishop Temple. Force thus is not synchronous with the first objectivation of Mula Prakriti, but as, apart from it, the latter is absolutely and necessarily inert, a mere abstraction, it is unnecessary to weave too fine a cobweb of subtleties as to the order of succession of the cosmic ultimates. Force succeeds Mula Prakriti, but minus force, Mula Prakriti is for all practical intents and purpose non-existent. Note: for a clear explanation of the origins as contained in the esotericism of the Bhagavad Gita, see the notes thereon published in the Theosophist for February, March, and June 1887, Madras. End of note. The quote heavenly man, unquote, Tetragrammaton, who is the protogonos, Tikkun, the firstborn from the passive deity and the first manifestation of that deity's shadow, is the universal form and idea which engenders the manifested logos, Adam Kadmon, or the four-lettered symbol in the Kabbalah of the universe itself, also called the second logos. The second springs from the first and develops a third triangle, from the last of which, the lower host of angels, men, are generated. It is with this third aspect that we shall deal at present. The reader must bear in mind that there is a great difference between the logos and the demiurgos, for one is spirit and the other is soul, or as Dr. Wilder has it, dianoia and logos are synonymous, nous being superior and closely in affinity with tuagatoi, one being the superior apprehending, the other the comprehending, one noetic and the other phrenic, unquote. Moreover, man was regarded in several systems as the third logos. The esoteric meaning of the word logos, speech or word, verbum, is the rendering in objective expression, as in a photograph, of the concealed thought. The logos is the mirror reflecting divine mind, and the universe is the mirror of the logos, though the latter is the esse of that universe. As the logos reflects all in the universe of pleroma, so man reflects in himself all that he sees and finds in his universe, the earth. It is the three heads of the Kabbalah, unum intra alterum et alterum super alterum, from Zohar, Ida, Sutta 7. Every universe, world or planet has its own logos, says the Doctrine. The sun was always called by the Egyptians the eye of Osiris, and was himself the Logos, the first begotten or light made manifest to the world, which is the mind and divine intellect of the concealed. It is only by the sevenfold ray of this light that we can become cognizant of the Logos through the demiurge, regarding the latter as the creator of our planet and everything pertaining to it, and the former as the guiding force of that creator, good and bad at the same time, the origin of good and the origin of evil. This, quote, creator, unquote, is neither good nor bad per se, but its differentiated aspects in nature make it assume one or the other character. With invisible and the unknown universes disseminated through space, none of the sun gods had anything to do. The idea is expressed very clearly in the Book of Hermes and in every ancient folklore. It is symbolized generally by the dragon and the serpent, the dragon of good and the serpent of evil, represented on earth by the right and the left hand magic. In the epic poem of Finland, the Kalevala, the origin of the serpent of evil is given. It is born from the spittle of Suyatar, and endowed with a living soul by the principle of evil, Hisi. A strife is described between the two, the thing of evil, the serpent or sorcerer, and Ahti, the dragon, magic Lemminkainen. The latter is one of the 7 sons of Ilmatar, the virgin, daughter of the air, she who fell from heaven into the sea before creation, that is, spirit transformed into the matter of senses life. There is a world of meaning and occult thought in these few lines, admirably rendered by Dr. J. M. Crawford of Cincinnati. The hero Lemminkainen, the good magician, quote, use the wall with might of magic, breaks the palisade in pieces, used to atoms 7 pickets, chops the serpent wall to fragments. When the monster, little heeding, pounces with his mouth of venom at the head of Lemminkainen, but the hero, quick recalling, speaks the master words of knowledge, words that came from distant ages, words his ancestors had taught him, unquote. The stanza continued. They are all dragons of wisdom, adds the commentary. In China, the men of Fuji, or the heavenly man, are called the 12 Qianwang, the 12 hierarchies of dhyanis or angels with human faces and dragon bodies, the dragon standing for divine wisdom or spirit, and they create men by incarnating themselves in 7 figures of clay, earth and water, made in the shape of those Qianwang, a third allegory. Compare the symbols of the Banzis. Note: it has been repeatedly stated that the serpent is the symbol of wisdom and of occult knowledge. The serpent has been connected with the god of wisdom from the earliest times of which we have any historical notice, writes Stanislav Wake. This animal was the special symbol of Tot or Taut, and of all those gods, such as Hermes, within brackets question mark, and Seth, who can be connected with him. This is also the primitive Chaldean triad Hea or Hua. According to Sir Henry Rawlinson, the most important titles of this deity refer to his functions as the source of all knowledge and science. Not only is he the intelligent fish, but his name may be read as signifying both life and a serpent, meaning an initiated adept, and he may be considered as figured by the great serpent which occupies so conspicuous a place among the symbols of the gods on the black stones recording Babylonian benefactions. Aesculapius, Serapis, Pluto, Khnum, and Kneph are all deities with the attributes of the serpent. Says Dupuy, they are all healers, givers of health, spiritual and physical, and of enlightenment. The crown formed of an asp, the Thermutis, belongs to Isis, goddess of life and healing. The Upanishads have a treatise on the science of serpents, in other words, the science of occult knowledge, and the Nagas of the exoteric Buddhist are not the fabulous creatures of the nature of serpents, beings superior to men and the protectors of the law of Buddha, as Schlagentveit believed, but real living men, some superior to men by virtue of their occult knowledge, and the protectors of Buddha's law, inasmuch as they interpret his metaphysical tenets correctly, others inferior morally as being black magicians. Therefore it is truly declared that Gautama Buddha is said to have taught them a more philosophical religious system than to men who were not sufficiently advanced to understand it at the time of his appearance. Schlagentveit's Tibetan Buddhism. End of note. The 12 asses of the Scandinavian Eddas do the same. In the secret catechism of the Druses of Syria, a legend which is repeated word for word by the oldest tribes about and around the Euphrates, men were created by the sons of God, descending on earth, where, after culling 7 mandragoras, they animated these roots, which became forthwith men. Note: the mandragora is the mandrake of the Bible, of Rachel and Leah. They are the roots of a plant, fleshy, hairy, and forked below, representing roughly the limbs of a man, the body, and even a head. Its magical and mysterious properties have been proclaimed in fable and play from the most archaic ages, from Rachel and Leah, who indulged in witchcraft with them, down to Shakespeare, who speaks of shrieking. Like mandrakes torn out of the earth, that living mortals, hearing them, run mad. The mandragora was the magic plant par excellence. These roots, without any stalk, and with large leaves growing out of the head of the root like a gigantic crop of hair, present little similitude to man when found in Spain, Italy, Asia Minor or Syria, but on the Isle of Candia and in Carmania near the city of Adan they have a wonderfully human form, being very highly prized as amulets. They are also worn by women as a charm against sterility and for other purposes. They are especially effective in black magic. End of note. All these allegories point to one and the same origin, to the dual and the triple nature of man, dual as male and female, triple as being of spiritual and psychic essence within and of material fabric without. Next is verse 2 of stanza 1. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 1, verse 2. Said the earth, Lord of the shining face, the sun, my house is empty. Send thy sons to people this wheel, earth. Thou hast sent thy 7 sons to the Lord of Wisdom. The Lord of Wisdom is Mercury, or Buddha. 7 times doth he see thee nearer to himself. 7 times more doth he feel thee. Thou hast forbidden thy servants, the small rings, to catch thy light and heat, thy great bounty to intercept on its passage. Send now thy servant the same. The modern commentary explains the words as a reference to a well-known astronomical fact, that Mercury receives 7 times more light and heat from the sun than Earth, or even the beautiful Venus, which receives but twice that amount more than our insignificant globe. Whether the fact was known in antiquity may be inferred from the prayer of the earth spirit to the sun as given in the text. The sun, however, refuses to people the globe, as it is not ready to receive life as yet. Note: Copernicus wrote his theories on the revolution of the heavenly bodies in the 16th century, and the Zohar, even if compiled by Moses de Leon in the 13th century, states that in the book of Hamanana, the old will learn that the earth turns upon itself in the form of a circle, that some are on top and others below, that there are some countries which are lightened whilst others are in darkness. These have the day when for the former it is night, and there are countries in which it is constantly day, or in which at least the night continues only some instants. Zohar 3, 10a from Kabbalah, page 139. End of note. Mercury is, as an astrological planet, still more occult and mysterious than Venus. It is identical with the Mazdean Mithra, the genius or god established between the sun and the moon, the perpetual companion of the sun of wisdom. Pausanias shows him as having an altar in common with Jupiter, Book 5. He had wings to express his attendance upon the sun in its course, and he was called the Nuntis, or sun-wolf, Solaris Luminis Particeps. He was the leader of and the evocator of souls, the great magician and the Hierophant. Virgil depicts him as taking his wand to evoke from Orcus the souls plunged therein, tum virgam capit, hac animas ille evocat orco. See also the 21st Fargad of the Vendidad on the celestial militia. He is the golden-colored Mercury, the Credophys Hermes, whom the Hierophants forbade to name. He is symbolized in Grecian mythology by one of the dogs, Vigilance, which watch over the celestial flock, occult wisdom, or Hermes Anubis, or again Agathodamon. He is the Argus, watching over the earth, and which the latter mistakes for the sun itself. It is through the intercession of Mercury that the Emperor Julian prayed to the occult sun every night, for, as says Vossius, all the theologians agree to say that Mercury and the sun are one. He was the most eloquent and the most wise of all the gods, which is not to be wondered at, since Mercury is in such close proximity to the wisdom and the word of God, the sun, that he was confused with both. See Idolatry, Volume 2, page 373. Vossius utters here a greater occult truth than he suspected. The Hermes Sarameas of the Greeks is closely related to the Hindu Saram and Sarameya, the divine watchman who watches over the golden flock of stars and solar rays. In the clearer words of the commentary, the globe, propelled onward by the spirit of the earth and his 6 assistants, gets all its vital forces, life and powers through the medium of the 7 planetary dhyanis from the spirit of the sun. They are his messengers of light and life. Like each of the 7 regions of the earth, each of the 7 firstborn, the primordial human groups, receives its light and life from its own special dhyani, spiritually, and from the palace, house, the planet, of that dhyani physically. So with the 7 great races to be born on it. Note, science teaches that Venus receives from the sun twice as much light and heat as the earth. Thus the planet, precursor of the dawn and the twilight, the most radiant of all the planets, said to give the earth 1/3 of the supply she receives, has 2 parts left for herself. This has an occult as well as an astronomical meaning. End of note. The first is born under the sun, the second under Brihaspati, Jupiter, the third under Lohitanga, the fire-bodied Venus, or Shukra, the fourth under Soma, the moon, our globe also, the 4th sphere being born under and from the moon, and Sani, Saturn, the Krura Lokana, evil-eyed, and the Ashita, the dark, the 5th under Buddha, Mercury. Note, as it is above, so it is below, is the fundamental axiom of occult philosophy. As the Logos is 7-fold, that is, throughout cosmos it appears as 7 logoi, under 7 different forms, or as taught by learned Brahmins, each of these is the central figure of one of the 7 main branches of the ancient wisdom religion, and as the 7 principles which correspond to the 7 distinct states of prajna, or consciousness, are allied to 7 states of matter and the 7 forms of force, the division must be the same in all that concerns the earth. End of note. So also with man and every man in man, every principle that is. Each gets its specific quality from its primary, the planetary spirit. Therefore every man is a septonate, or a combination of principles, each having its origin in a quality of that special dhyani. Every active power or force of the earth comes to her from one of the 7 lords. Light comes through Shukra, Venus, who receives a triple supply and gives 1/3 of it to the earth. Therefore the 2 are called twin sisters, but the spirit of the earth is subservient to the lord of Shukra. Our wise men represent the 2 globes, one over, the other under the double sign, the primeval svastika, bereft of its 4 arms, or the cross. The double sign is, as every student of occultism knows, the symbol of the male and the female principles in nature, of the positive and the negative, for the svastika is all that and much more. All antiquity, ever since the birth of astronomy, imparted to the 4th race by one of its divine kings of the divine dynasty, and also of astrology, represented Venus and its astronomical tables as a globe poised over a cross, and the earth as a globe under a cross. The esoteric meaning of this is earth fallen into generation, or into the production of its species through sexual union. But the later Western nations did not fail to give quite a different interpretation. They explained this sign through their mystics, guided by the light of the Latin Church, as meaning that our earth and all on it were redeemed by the cross, while Venus, otherwise Lucifer or Satan, was trampling upon it. Venus is the most occult, powerful, and mysterious of all the planets, the one whose influence upon and relation to the earth is most prominent. In exoteric Brahmanism, Venus, or Shukra, the male deity, is the son of Bhrigu, one of the Prajapati and a Vedic sage, and is Daitya Guru, or the priest-instructor of the primeval giants. The whole history of Shukra in the Puranas refers to the 3rd and to the 4th races. Note on Shukra, a male deity. In the esoteric philosophy it is male and female, or hermaphrodite, hence the bearded Venus in mythology. End of note. It is through Shukra that the double ones, the hermaphrodites of the 3rd root race, descended from the first sweat-born, says the commentary. Therefore it is represented under the symbol of a circle in diameter during the third rays, and during the fourth rays with an added vertical line. This needs explanation. The diameter, when found isolated in a circle, stands for female nature, for the first ideal world, self-generated and self-impregnated by the universally diffused spirit of life, referring thus to the primitive root race also. It becomes androgynous as the races and all on earth develop into their physical forms, and the symbol is transformed into a circle with a diameter from which runs a vertical line, expressive of male and female, not separated as yet, the first and earliest Egyptian Tau, after which it becomes the cross, or male-female separated and fallen into generation. Venus, the planet, is symbolized by the sign of a globe over the cross, which shows it as presiding over the natural generation of man. The Egyptians symbolized Ankh, life, by the ancestral cross, which is only another form of Venus, Isis, and meant esoterically that mankind and all animal life had stepped out of the divine spiritual circle and fallen into physical male and female generation. This sign from the end of the third rays has the same phallic significance as the tree of life in Eden. Anuki, a form of Isis, is the goddess of life, and Ankh was taken by the Hebrews from the Egyptians and introduced by Moses, one learned in the wisdom of the priests of Egypt, with many other mystical words. The word Ankh in Hebrew, with a personal suffix, means my life, my being, which is the personal pronoun Anoki, from the name of the Egyptian goddess Anuki. Note: the ancient cross is the astronomical planetary sign of Venus, signifying the existence of parturient energy in the sexual sense, and this was one of the attributes of Isis, the mother of Eve, Hauva, or Mother Earth, and was so recognized among all the ancient peoples in one or another mode of expression. Taken from a modern Kabbalistic manuscript. End of note. In one of the most ancient catechisms of southern India, Madras Presidency, the hermaphrodite goddess Ardhanari, see also Indian pantheon, has the ancient cross, the swastika, the male and female sign, right in the central part to denote the pre-sexual state of the third race. Vishnu, who is now represented with a lotus growing out of his navel, or the universe of Brahma evolving out of the central point Nara, is shown in one of the oldest carvings as double-sexed, Vishnu and Lakshmi, standing on a lotus leaf floating on the water, which water rises in a semicircle and pours through the swastika, the source of generation, or of the descent of man. Pythagoras calls Venus the sole alter, the other sun. Of the 7 palaces of the sun, that of Lucifer Venus is the third one in Christian and Jewish Kabbalah, the Zohar making of it the abode of Samael. According to the occult doctrine, this planet is our Earth's primary and its spiritual prototype. Hence, Sukra's car, Venus Lucifer's, is said to be drawn by an ogdoad of earth-born horses, while the steeds of the chariots of the other planets are different. Every sin committed on earth is felt by Usanas Sukra. The guru of the Daityas is the guardian spirit of the earth and men. Every change on Sukra is felt on and reflected by the earth. Sukra, or Venus, is thus represented as the preceptor of the Daityas, the giants of the fourth race who, in the Hindu allegory, obtained at one time the sovereignty of all the earth, and defeated the minor gods. The Titans of the Western allegory are as closely connected with Venus Lucifer identified by later Christians with Satan. Therefore, as Venus, equally with Isis, was represented with cow's horns on her head, the symbol of mystic nature, and one that is convertible with and significant of the moon, since all these were lunar goddesses, the configuration of this planet is now placed by theologians between the horns of the mystic Lucifer. Note: Athenaeus shows that the first letter of Satan's name was represented in days of old by an arc and crescent, and some Roman Catholics, good and kind men, would persuade the public that it is in honor of Lucifer's crescent-like horns that Mussulmen have chosen the crescent for their national arms. Venus has always been identified, since the establishment of Roman Catholic dogmatism, with Satan and Lucifer, or the great dragon, contrary to all reason and logic. As shown by the symbologists and astronomers, the association between the serpent and the idea of darkness had an astronomical foundation. The position which the constellation of Draco at one time occupied showed that the great serpent was the ruler of the night. This constellation was formerly at the very center of the heavens, and is so extensive that it was called the Great Dragon. Its body spreads over 7 signs of the zodiac, and Dupuy, who says Stanislav Wake, sees in the dragon of the Apocalypse a reference to the celestial serpent, remarks that it is not astonishing that a constellation so extended should be represented by the author of that book as a great dragon with 7 heads, who drew the third part of the stars from heaven and cast them to earth. Dupuy, tome 3, page 255. Only Dupuy never knew why Draco, once the pole star, the symbol of guide, guru and director, had been thus degraded by posterity. The gods of our fathers are our devils, says an Asiatic proverb. When Draco ceased to be the lodestar, the guiding sidereal divinity, it shared the fate of all the fallen gods. Set and Typhon was at one time, Bunsen tells us, a great god universally adored throughout Egypt, who conferred on the sovereigns of the 18th and 19th dynasties the symbols of life and power. But subsequently, in the course of the 20th dynasty, he is suddenly treated as an evil demon, insomuch that his effigies and name are obliterated on all the monuments and inscriptions that could be reached. The real cult reason will be given in these pages. End of note. It is owing to the fanciful interpretation of the archaic tradition which states that Venus changes simultaneously geologically with the Earth, that whatever takes place on the one takes place on the other, and that many and great were their common changes. It is for these reasons that Saint Augustine repeats it, applying the several changes of configuration, color, and even of the orbital paths to that theologically woven character of Venus-Lucifer. He even goes so far in his pious fancy as to connect the last changes of the planet with a Noachian and mythical deluge alleged to have taken place 1796 years before Christ. See City of God, 71, chapter 8. As Venus has no satellites, it is stated allegorically that Asbujit, this planet, adopted the Earth, the progeny of the Moon, who overgrew its parent and gave much trouble, a reference to the occult connection between the two. The regent of the planet Sukra loved his adopted child so well that he incarnated as Usanas and gave it perfect laws, which were disregarded and rejected in later ages. Note on the regent of the planet Sukra. Sukra is the son of Brigu, the great Rishi, and one of the 7 Prajapati, the founder of the race of Bhargavas, in which Parasurama is born. End of note. Another allegory in Harivansa is that Sukra went to Shiva asking him to protect his pupils, the Daityas and Asuras, from the fighting gods, and that to further his object he performed a yoga rite, imbibing the smoke of chaff with his head downwards for 1,000 years. This refers to the great inclination of the axis of Venus, amounting to 50 degrees, and to its being enveloped in eternal clouds, but it relates only to the physical constitution of the planet. It is with its regent, the informing Dhyan-Kocha, that occult mysticism has to deal. The allegory which states that for killing Sukra's mother, Vishnu was cursed by him to be reborn 7 times on the earth is full of occult philosophical meaning. It does not refer to Vishnu's avatars, since these number 9, the 10th being still to come, but to the races on earth. Venus, or Lucifer, also Sukra and Usanas, the planet, is the light-bearer of our earth in both its physical and mystic sense. The Christians knew it well in early times, since one of the earliest popes of Rome is known by his pontiff name as Lucifer. Every world has its parent star and sister planet. Thus Earth is the adopted child and the younger brother of Venus, but its inhabitants are of their own kind. All sentient, complete beings, full septenary men or higher beings, are furnished in their beginnings with forms and organisms in full harmony with the nature and state of the sphere they inhabit. Note: this is a flat contradiction of Swedenborg, who saw in the first earth of the astral world inhabitants dressed as are the peasants in Europe, and on the fourth, earth women clad as are the shepherdesses in a bal masqué. Even the famous astronomer Huygens labored under the mistaken idea that other worlds and planets have the same identical beings as those who live on our earth, possessing the same figures, senses, brain power, arts, sciences, dwellings, and even to the same fabric for their wearing apparel. See Théorie du Monde. For the clear comprehension of the statement that the earth is the progeny of the moon, see Book 1, stanza 6. End of note. The spheres of being, or centers of life, which are isolated nuclei, breeding their men and their animals, are numberless. Not one has any resemblance to its sister companion or to any other in its own special progeny. Note: this is a modern gloss. It is added to the old commentaries for the clear comprehension of those disciples who study esoteric cosmogony after having passed through Western learning. The earlier glosses are too redundant with adjectives and figures of speech to be easily assimilated. End of note. All have a double physical and spiritual nature. The nucleoles are eternal and everlasting. The nuclei periodical and finite. The nucleoles form part of the Absolute. They are the embrasures of that black impenetrable fortress, which is forever concealed from human or even Dianic sight. The nuclei are the light of the eternity escaping therefrom. It is that light which condenses into the forms of the Lords of Being, the first and the highest of which are collectively Jivatma or Pratyagatma, said figuratively to issue from Paramatma. It is the Logos of the Greek philosophers, appearing at the beginning of every new Manvantara. From these downwards, formed from the ever-consolidating waves of that light which becomes on the objective plane gross matter, proceed the numerous hierarchies of the creative forces, some formless, others having their own distinctive form, others again the lowest, elementals, having no form of their own, but assuming every form according to the surrounding conditions. Thus there is but one absolute upadi, basis, in the spiritual sense, from, on, and in which are built, for manvateric purposes, the countless basic centers on which proceed the universal, cyclic, and individual evolutions during the active period. The informing intelligences which animate these various centers of beings are referred to indiscriminately by men beyond the great range, as the Manus, the Rishis, the Pitris, the Prajapati, and so on, and as the Jnani Buddhas, the Kohans, Melhas, fire gods, Bodhisattvas, and others on this side. Note on men beyond the great range. Beyond the great range means in our case India as being the trans-Himalayan region for the Cis-Himalayan region. End of note. Note on the Pitris. The term Pitris is used by us in these slokas to facilitate their comprehension, but it is not so used in the original stanzas, where they have distinct appellations of their own, besides being called fathers and progenitors. End of note. Note on Bodhisattvas. It is erroneous to take literally the worship of the human bodhisattvas, or Manjushri. It is true that exoterically the Mahayana school teaches adoration of these without distinction, and that Yuan Tiang speaks of some principles of Buddha as being worshipped, but esoterically it is not the disciple or the learned Manjushri personally that receive honors, but the divine bodhisattvas and Jnani Buddhas that animated the human forms. Amilaka, as the Mongolians say. End of note. The truly ignorant call them gods. The learned profane the one God, and the wise, the initiates, honor in them only the manmanteric manifestations of that which neither our creators, Diankochans, nor their creatures can ever discuss or know anything about. The Absolute is not to be defined, and no mortal or immortal has ever seen or comprehended it during the periods of existence. The mutable cannot know the immutable, nor can that which lives perceive absolute life. Therefore, man cannot know higher beings than his own progenitors, nor shall he worship them, but he ought to learn how he came into the world. Number 7. The fundamental figure among all other figures in every national religious system, from cosmogony down to man, must have its raison d'être. It is found among the ancient Americans, as prominently as among the archaic Aryans and Egyptians. The question will be fully dealt with in the second part of this book. Meanwhile, a few facts may be given here. Says the author of the Sacred Mysteries among the Mayas and Quiches, 11,500 years ago. Note, the author of this work is Augustus Le Plongeon. He and his wife are well known in the United States for their untiring labors in Central America. It is they who discovered the sepulchre of the royal Canco at Chichen Itza. The author seems to believe and to seek to prove that the esoteric learning of the Aryans and the Egyptians was derived from the Mayas. But although certainly coeval with Plato's Atlantis, the Mayas belonged to the fifth continent, which was preceded by Atlantis and Lemuria. End of note. Quote, 7 seems to have been the sacred number par excellence among all civilized nations of antiquity. Why? Each separate people has given a different explanation according to the peculiar tenets of their exoteric religion. That it was the number of numbers for those initiated into the sacred mysteries, there can be no doubt. Pythagoras calls it the vehicle of life containing body and soul, since it is formed of a quaternary, that is wisdom and intellect, and of a trinity, or action and matter. The Emperor Julian, in Matrem, etc., expresses himself thus. Were I to touch upon the initiation into our sacred mysteries, which the Chaldees baptized, respecting the seven-rayed God, lighting up the soul through him, I should say things unknown to the rabble, very unknown, but well known to the blessed theurgists. Page 141. And who, acquainted with the Puranas, the Book of the Dead, the Zendavesta, the Assyrian tiles, and finally the Bible, and who has observed the constant occurrence of the number 7 in these records of people living from the remotest times unconnected and so far apart, can regard as a coincidence the following fact given by the same explorer of ancient mysteries. Speaking of the prevalence of 7 as a mystic number among the inhabitants of the western continent of America, he adds that it is not less remarkable, for, quote, it frequently occurs in the Popol Vuh. We find it besides in the 7 families said by Sahagun and Clavigero to have accompanied the mystical personage named Wotan, the reputed founder of the great city of Nakan, identified by some with Palenque. In the 7 caves, from which the ancestors of the Nahuatl are reported to have emerged. In the 7 cities of Cibola, described by Coronado and Nizza. In the 7 Antilles. In the 7 heroes who, we are told, escaped the deluge, unquote. Heroes, moreover, whose number is found the same in every deluge story, from the 7 rishis who were saved with Vaivashvata Manu, down to Noah's Ark, into which beasts, fowls, and living creatures were taken by 7s. Thus we see the figures 1, 3, 5, 7 as perfect, because thoroughly mystic, numbers playing a prominent part in every cosmogony and evolution of living beings. In China, 1, 3, 5, and 7 are called celestial numbers in the canonical Book of Changes, Ji-Qing, or transformation, as in evolution. The explanation of it becomes evident when one examines the ancient symbols. All these are based upon and start from the figures given from archaic manuscript in the Promo Book 1. The symbol of evolution and fall into generation or matter is reflected in the old Mexican sculptures or paintings, as it is in the Kabbalistic Sephiroth and the Egyptian Tao. Examine the Mexican manuscripts. British Museum, 9789. You will find in it a tree whose trunk is covered with the 10 fruits ready to be plucked by a male and female, one on each side of it, while from the top of the trunk 2 branches shoot horizontally to the right and left, thus forming a perfect T, tau, that ends of the 2 branches, moreover each bearing a triple bunch with a bird, the bird of immortality, Atman, or the divine spirit, sitting between the 2 and thus making the 7th. This represents the same idea as the sephirothal tree, 10 in all, yet when separated from its upper triad, leaving 7. These are the celestial fruits, the 10, born out of the 2 invisible male and female seeds, making up the 12, or the dodecahedron of the universe. The mystic system contains the central point, the 3 or triangle, the 5 or 5-pointed star, and the 7, or again, the triangle in the square and the synthesizing point in the interlaced double triangles. This for the world of the archetypes. The phenomenal world receives its culmination and the reflex of all in man. Therefore he is the mystic square in his metaphysical aspect, the tetractys, and becomes the cube on the creative plane. His symbol is the cube unfolded, and 6 becoming 7, or the 3 crossways, the female and 4 vertically, and this is man, the culmination of the deity on earth, whose body is the cross of flesh, on, through, and in which he is ever crucifying and putting to death the divine Logos, or his higher self. The universe, says every philosophy and cosmogony, hath a ruler, rulers collectively, set over it, which is called the Word, Logos. The fabricating spirit is its queen, which 2 are the first power after the One. These are the spirit and nature, which 2 form our illusory universe. The 2 inseparables remain in the universe of ideas so long as it lasts, and then merge back into Parabrahm, the one ever changeless. The spirit whose essence is eternal, one and self-existent, emanates a pure ethereal light, a dual light not perceptible to the elementary senses, in the Puranas, in the Bible, in the Sefer Jezaira, the Greek and Latin hymns, in the Book of Hermes, in the Chaldean Book of Numbers, in the esotericism of Lao Tse, everywhere. In the Kabbalah, which explains the secret meaning of Genesis, this light is the dual man, or the androgyne, rather the sexless angels, whose generic name is Adam Kadmon. It is they who complete man, whose ethereal form is emanated by other divine but far lower beings, who solidify the body with clay or the dust of the ground, an allegory indeed, but as scientific as any Darwinian evolution, and more true. The author of the Source of Measures says that the foundation of the Kabbalah and its mystic books is made to rest upon the 10 Sephiroth, which is a fundamental truth. See Masonic Review, Cincinnati, June 1886, article Kabbalah number 6. He shows these 10 Sephiroth, or the 10 numbers, wherein the circle is the naught, its vertical diameter is the first or primal 1, the word or logos, from which springs the series of the other numbers up to 9, the limit of the digits. The 10 is the first divine manifestation, containing every possible power of exact expression of proportion. See Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, pages 300 et sequens, for a proof of the antiquity of the decimal system of figures. By this Kabbalistic speculation we are taught that the Sephiroth were the numbers or emanations of the heavenly light, figures 20612 to 6561. They were the 10 words, the Rim, 41224, the light, of which they were the flux, was the heavenly man, the Adam Kadm, the 144 to 144, and the light by the New Testament a covenant, or 41224, created God, just as by the Old Testament God, Achim, 31415, creates light, 20612 to 6561. Now there are 3 kinds of light in occultism, as in the Kabbalah. 1. The abstract and absolute light, which is darkness. 2. The light of the manifested, unmanifested, called by some the Logos. And 3. the latter light reflected in the Ankochans, the minor logoi, the Elohim collectively, who in their turn shed it on the objective universe. But in the Kabbalah, re-edited and carefully adjusted to fit the Christian tenets by the Kabbalists of the 13th century, the three lights are described as 1. The clear and penetrating, and that of Jehovah; 2. Reflected light; and 3. Light in the abstract. This light, abstractly is taken in a metaphysical or symbolical sense, is Alchim, Elohim, God, while the clear penetrating light is Jehovah. The light of Alchim belongs to the world in general, in its allness and general fullness, but the light of Jehovah is that pertaining to the chiefest production, man, whom this light penetrated and made. The author of the Source of Measures pertinently refers the reader to Inman's Ancient Faiths Embodied in Ancient Names, Volume 2, page 648. There, an engraving of the Vesica Piscis, Mary and the female emblem, copied from a rosary of the Blessed Virgin, printed at Venice 1542, and therefore, as Inman remarks, with a license from the Inquisition, consequently orthodox, will show the reader what the Latin Church understood by this penetrating power of light and its effects. How sadly disfigured, applied as they were to the grossest anthropomorphic conceptions, have become under Christian interpretation the noblest and grandest as the most exalted ideas of deity of the Eastern philosophy. The occultists call this light Daivi Prakriti in the East, and light of Christos in the West. It is the light of the Logos, the direct reflection of the ever unknowable on the plane of universal manifestation. But here is the interpretation thereof given by the modern Christians from the Kabbalah, as declared by the author just cited, quote, "To the fullness of the world in general, with its chiefest content, man, the term Elohim Jehovah applies." In extract from the Zohar, the Reverend Dr. Cassel, a Kabbalist, to prove that Kabbalah sets forth the doctrine of the Trinity, among other things, says, Jehovah is Elohim, Alchim. By 3 steps, God, Alchim, and Jehovah become the same. And though separated each and together, they are of the same one. Unquote. Similarly, Vishnu becomes the sun, the visible symbol of the impersonal deity. Vishnu is described as striding through the 7 regions of the universe in 3 steps, but with the Hindus this is an exoteric account, a surface tenet and an allegory, while the Kabbalists give it out as the esoteric and final meaning. But to proceed, quote, "Now light," explains the author, "as shown is 20612 to 6561, as the proper enunciation of the integral and numerical relation of diameter to circumference of a circle. God, Alchim, that is 3.1415 to 1, a modified form of the above, is the reduction of this so as to obtain a standard unit 1 as the basis in general of all calculation and all mensuration. But for the production of animal life, and for a special time measure or the lunar year, that influence which causes conception and embryotic development, the numbers of Jehovah measure, man even Jehovah measure, meaning 113 to 355 have to be specialized." Note, see Source of Measures, pages 276 et sequens, Appendix 7. But this last ratio is but a modified form of light, or 20612 to 6561, as a pi value, being only a variation of the same. That is, 20612 to 6561 is 31415 to 1, or Alchim, or God, and in such a manner that one can be made to flow into and be derived from the other, and these are the 3 steps by which the unity and sameness can be shown of the divine names. That is, the 2 are but variations of the same ratio, meaning that of pi. The object of this comment is to show the same measuring use for the Kabbalah as was employed in the 3 covenants of the Bible and in the symbols of Masonry, as just noticed. First, then, the Sephiroth are described as light, that is, they themselves are a function of indeed the same as the manifestation of Ein Sof, and they are so from the fact that light represents the ratio of 20612 to 6561 as part of the words Dibrim 41224, or as to the word Debar 206, which equals 10 cubits. Light is so much the burden of the Kabbalah in explaining the Sephiroth that the most famous book on the Kabbalah is called Zohar, or Light. In this we find expressions of this kind. The infinite was entirely unknown and diffused no light before the luminous point violently broke through into vision. When he first assumed the form of the crown of the first Sephira, he caused 9 splendid lights to emanate from it, which, shining through it, diffused a bright light in all directions. That is, these 9 with his 1, which was the origin, as above, of the 9, together made the 10. That is, the sacred 10 numbers or Sephiroth or Jod, and these numbers were the light. Just as in the Gospel of St. John, God, Alchim, 31415-1, was that light, 20612 to 6561, by which light all things were made. Unquote. In Sefer Jezira, or numbers of creations, the whole process of evolution is given out in numbers. In its 32 paths of wisdom, the number 3 is repeated 4 times, and the number 4 5 times. Therefore, the wisdom of God is contained in numbers, Sephirim or Sephiroth. For Sefer, or Esfra when unvoweled, means decipher. And therefore, also we find Plato stating that the deity geometrizes in fabricating the universe. The Kabbalistic book, the Sefer Jezira, opens with the statement of the hidden wisdom of Alchim in Sephirim, that is, the Elohim in the Sephiroth. In 32 paths, hidden wisdom established Yahweh, Tzabaut, Elohim of Israel, Alchim of life, El of grace and mercy, exalted, uplifted dweller on high, and King of everlasting, and his name holy in 3 Sephirim, meaning Besfer, Vesfer, Visifer. This comment sets forth the hidden wisdom of the original text by hidden wisdom. That is, by the use of words carrying a special set of numbers and a special phraseology, which will set forth the very explanatory system which we find to fit so accurately in the Hebrew Bible. In setting forth his schemes to enforce it, and to finish out his detailed exposition in general postulate, meaning the one word Sephrim, Sephiroth, of the number Jezira, the author explains the separation of this word into 3 subordinate ones, a play upon a common word, a Sefer, or number. Unquote. The Prince Al-Khazari says to the rabbi, in the book Al-Khazari by Yehuda Halevi, translated by Dr. D. Cassell, quote, I wish now that thou wouldest impart to me some of the chiefest or leading principles of natural philosophy, which, as thou sayest, were in the former times worked out by them, the ancient wise ones. To which the rabbi makes answer, to such principles appertains the number of creation of our race father Abraham, that is, Abram and Abraham, or numbers 41224 and 41252. He then says that this book of number treats of the teaching of alchimness and oneness through dibrim, meaning the numbers of the word words. That is, it teaches the use of the ratio 31415 to 1 through 41224, which last, in the description of the Ark of the Covenant, was divided into 2 parts by 2 tables of stone, on which these dibrim, or 41224, were written or engraved, or 20612 by 2. He then comments on these 3 subordinately used words, and takes care as to one of them to make the comment, and Alchim, 31415-1, said, Let there be light, 20612 to 6561. Unquote. The rabbi says, it teaches the alchimness, 31415, and oneness, the diameter to alchim, through words, dibrim.
41224, by which on the one side there is infinite expression in heterogeneous creations, and on the other final harmonic tendency to oneness, which, as everyone knows, is the mathematical function of pi, of the schools which measures and weighs and numbers the stars of heaven, and yet resolves them back into the final oneness of the universe through words. And their final accord perfects itself in that oneness that ordains them. Book of Al-Khazari. That is, the rabbi, in his first comment, leaves the jod, or I, out of one of the words, whereas afterwards he restores it again. If we take the values of those subordinate words, we find them to be 340, 340, 346. We find them to be 340, 340, 346. Together these are 1026. And the division of the general word into these has been to produce these numbers, which by Chimura may be changed in various ways for various purposes. Unquote. Kabbalah. The reader is asked to turn to stanza 4, book 1, and its fourth commentary to find that the 3, 4, 7, and the thrice 7, or 1065, the number of Jehovah, is the number of the 21 Prajapati mentioned in the Mahabharata, or the 3 Sephrim, words in cipher figures. And this comparison between the creative powers of archaic philosophy and the anthropomorphic creator of exoteric Judaism, since the esotericism shows its identity with the secret doctrine, will lead the student to perceive and discover that in truth Jehovah is but a lunar and generation god. See Book 1, Part 2, Deus Lunus. It is a fact well known to every conscientious student of the Kabbalah that the deeper he dives into it, the more he feels convinced that unless the Kabbalah, or what is left of it, is read by the light of the Eastern esoteric philosophy, its study leads only to the discovery that on the lines traced by exoteric Judaism and Christianity, the monotheism of both is nothing more exalted than ancient astrology, now vindicated by modern astronomy. The Kabbalists never cease to repeat that primal intelligence can never be understood. It cannot be comprehended, nor can it be located, therefore it has to remain nameless and negative. Hence the Ein Sof, the unknowable and the unnameable, which, as it could not be made manifest, was conceived to emanate manifesting powers. It is then with its emanations alone that human intellect has to and can deal. Christian theology, having rejected the doctrine of emanations and replaced them with direct conscious creations of angels and the rest out of nothing, now finds itself hopelessly stranded between supernaturalism or miracle and materialism. An extracosmic God is fatal to philosophy. An intracosmic deity, that is, spirit and matter inseparable from each other, is a philosophical necessity. Separate them, and that which is left is a gross superstition under a mask of emotionalism. But why geometrize, as Plato has it? Why represent these emanations under the form of an immense arithmetical table? The question is well answered by the author just cited. His remarks are quoted in Part 2, section The Theogony of the Creative Gods. Mental perception, he says, to become physical perception, must have the cosmic principle of light, and by this our mental circle must become visible through light, or, for its complete manifestation, the circle must be that of physical visibility, or light itself. Such conceptions, thus formulated, became the groundwork of the philosophy of the divine manifesting in the universe. This is philosophy. It is otherwise when we find the rabbi in Al-Khazari saying that under Isfr is to be understood calculation and weighing of created bodies, for the calculation by means of which a body must be constructed in harmony or symmetry, by which it must be in construction rightly arranged and made to correspond to the object in design, consists at last in number, extension, mass, weight, coordinate relation of movements. Then harmony of music must consist altogether by number, that is, sifr. By sifr, sfr, is to be understood the words of Alchim, whereunto joins or adapts itself the design of the frame or form of construction. For example, it was said, "Let light be." the work became as the words were spoken, that is, as the numbers of the work came forth. This is materializing the spiritual without scruple. But the Kabbalah was not always so well adapted to anthropomonotheistic conceptions. Compare this with any of the 6 schools of India. For instance, in Kapila's Sankhya philosophy, unless allegorically speaking, Purusha mounts on the shoulders of Prakriti, the latter remains irrational, while the former remains inactive without her. Therefore nature in man must become a compound of spirit and matter before he becomes what he is, and the spirit latent in matter must be awakened to life and consciousness gradually. The monad has to pass through its mineral, vegetable, and animal forms before the light of the Logos is awakened in the animal man. Therefore, till then, the latter cannot be referred to as man, but has to be regarded as a monad imprisoned in ever-changing forms. Evolution, not creation, by means of words, is recognized in the philosophies of the East, even in the exoteric records. Ex oriente lux. Even the name of the first man in the Mosaic Bible had its origin in India, Professor Max Müller's negation notwithstanding. The Jews got their Adam from Chaldea, and Adam Adami is a compound word, and therefore a manifold symbol, and proves the occult dogmas. There is no place for philological disquisitions, but the reader may be reminded that the words ad and adi mean in Sanskrit the first, in Aramean one, adad the only one, in Assyrian father, whence akkad or father creator. Note: the appellation Akkad or Akkadians is of the same class as Adm, Hava, Eve, Ad and Eden. Akkad meaning son of Ad, like the sons of Ad in ancient Arabia. Adad, the only one and the first, was the Adon or lord of Syria and consort of Adargat or Astert, the Assyrian goddess. And Gan Eden, Eden, or Gandunia, was Babylonia and Mesopotamia. In Assyrian, Ak meant creator, the letter K pronounced Ka gutturally. According to Swedenborg's mysticism, Adam was not a man, but a church, within brackets question mark, of primitive light. In the Vedas, Aditi is the primitive light, the Akasha of the phenomenal world. End of note. And once the statement is found correct, it becomes rather difficult to confine Adam to the Mosaic Bible alone, and to see therein simply a Jewish name. Read part 2 of this volume, section Adam Adami. There is frequent confusion in the attributes and genealogies of the gods in their theogonies, as given to the world by the half-initiated writers, Brahmanical and biblical, the alpha and the omega of the records of that symbolical science. Yet there could be no such confusion made by the earliest nations, the descendants and pupils of the divine instructors, for both the attributes and the genealogies were inseparably linked with cosmogonical symbols, the gods being the life and animating soul principle of the various regions of the universe. Nowhere and by no people was speculation allowed to range beyond those manifested gods. The boundless and infinite unity remained with every nation a virgin forbidden soil, untrodden by man's thought, untouched by fruitless speculation. The only reference made to it was the brief conception of its diastolic and systolic property, of its periodical expansion or dilatation and contraction. In the universe, with all its incalculable myriads of systems and worlds disappearing and reappearing in eternity, the anthropomorphized powers or gods, their souls, had to disappear from view with their bodies, the breath returning to the eternal bosom which exhales and inhales them, says our catechism. Ideal nature, the abstract space in which everything in the universe is mysteriously and invisibly generated, is the same female side of procreative power in nature in the Vedic as in every other cosmogony. Aditi is Sephira, and the Sophia Akamot of the Gnostics, and Isis, the Virgin Mother of Horus. In every cosmogony, behind and higher than the creative deity, there is a superior deity, a planner, an architect, of whom the creator is but the executive agent. And still higher, over and around, within and without, there is the unknowable and the unknown, the source and cause of all these emanations. It thus becomes easy to account for the reason why Adam Adami is found in the Chaldean scripture, certainly earlier than in the Mosaic books. In Assyrian, Ad is the father, and in Aramean, Ad is one, and Adad the only one, while Ak is in Assyrian creator. Thus, Adam Ak-Kadmon became Adam Kadmon in the Kabbalah, Zohar, meaning as it did the one son of the divine father or the creator, for the words and meant at one time in nearly every language the divine or the deity. Thus Adam Kadmon and Adam Adami came to mean the first emanation of the father-mother or divine nature, and literally the first divine one, and it is easy to see that Ad-Argat or Astert, the Syrian goddess, the consort of Adon, the Lord God of Syria, or the Jewish Adonai, and Venus, Isis, Ishtar, Milita, Eve, etc., etc., are identical with the Aditi and Vach of the Hindus. They are all the mothers of all living and of the gods. On the other hand, cosmically and astronomically, all the male gods became at first sun gods, then theologically the sons of righteousness, and the Logoi, all symbolized by the sun. Note, Adam Jehovah, Brahma and Mars are in one sense identical. They are all symbols for primitive or initial generative powers for the purposes of human procreation. Adam is red, and so also are Brahma, Virai and Mars, God and planet. Water is the blood of the earth. Therefore, all these names are connected with earth and water. It takes earth and water to create a human soul, says Moses. Mars is identical with Kartikeya, god of war, in one sense, which god is born of the sweat of Shiva, Karmaya, and the earth. In the Mahabharata, he is shown as born without the intervention of a woman, and he is also called Lohita, the red, like Adam and the other first men. Hence, the author of The Source of Measures is quite right in thinking that Mars and all the other gods of like attributes, being the god of war and of bloodshed, was but a secondary idea flowing out of the primary one of shedding of blood in conception for the first time. Hence Jehovah became later a fighting god, Lord of hosts, and one who commands war. He is the aggressive Zod, or Cain by permutation, who slew his female, quote, brother, unquote, whose blood crieth from the ground, the earth having opened her mouth to receive the blood. In Genesis chapter 3, end of note. They are all protogonoi, the firstborn, and mikroprospoi. With the Jews, Adam Kadmon was the same as Athamas, Tamas, or the Adonis of the Greeks, the one with and of his father, the father becoming during the later races Helios, as Apollocarneus, for instance, who was the son-born, Osiris, Ormazd, and so on, were all followed by and found themselves transformed later on into still more earthly types, such as Prometheus, the crucified on Mount Caibe, Hercules, and so many others, sun gods and heroes, until all of them came to have no better significance than phallic symbols. Note on Apollocarneus. Apollocarneus is certainly a Greek transformation from the Hindu Krishna Karna. Karna means radiant from Karna, a ray, and Carneus, which was a title of Apollo with the Celts, as with the Greeks, meant sun-born. End of note. In the Zohar it is said, man was created by the Sephiroth, Elohim Javeh also, and they engendered by common power the earthly Adam. Therefore in Genesis the Elohim say, Behold, man is become as one of us. But in Hindu cosmogony or creation, Brahma Prajapati creates Viraj and the Rishis spiritually, Therefore the latter are distinctly called the mind-born sons of Brahma, and this specified mode of engendering precluded The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California.
Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John.
Stanza 2. Nature unaided fails. Subsections. Verse 5. After enormous periods the earth creates monsters. Verse 6. The creators are displeased. Verse 7. They dry the earth. Verse 5. The real world for 30 crores of years, or 300 million. Note: 300 million years, or 3 occult ages. The Rig Veda has the same division. In the Physician's Hymn 1097:1 it is said that the plants came into being 3 ages, 3 yugam, before the gods, on our earth. See Chronology of the Brahmins at the end of this stanza. End of note. It constructed rupas, forms, soft stones that hardened, minerals, hard plants that softened, vegetation, visible from invisible, insects and small lives, sarisripa, svapada. She, the earth, shook them off her back whenever they overran their mother. This relates to an inclination of the axis, of which there were several, to a consequent deluge and chaos on earth, having, however, no reference to primeval chaos, in which monsters, half human, half animal, were generated. We find it mentioned in the Book of the Dead and also in the Chaldean account of creation on the Kutta tablets, however mutilated. It is not even allegory. Here we have facts that are found repeated in the account of Pimande, as well as in the Chaldean tablets of creation. The verses may almost be checked by the cosmogony as given by Berosus, which has been disfigured out of recognition by Eusebius, but some of the features of which may yet be found in fragments left by ancient Greek authors, Apollodorus, Alexander Polyester, etc., etc. The watermen, terrible and bad, who are the production of physical nature alone, a result of the evolutionary impulse, and the first attempt to create man, the crown, and the aim and goal of all animal life on earth, are shown to be failures in our stanzas. Do we not find the same in the Berosian cosmogony, denounced with such vehemence as the culmination of heathen absurdity? And yet who of the evolutionists can say that things in the beginning have not come to pass as they are described? That, as maintained in the Puranas, the Egyptian and Chaldean fragments, and even in Genesis, there have not been 2 and even more creations before the last formation of the globe, which, changing its geological and atmospheric conditions, change also its flora, its fauna, and its men. This claim agrees not only with every ancient cosmogony, but also with modern science, and even to a certain degree with the theory of evolution, as may be demonstrated in a few words. There is no dark creation, no evil dragon conquered by a sun god in the earliest world cosmogonies. Even with the Akkads, the great deep, the watery abyss or space, was the birthplace and abode of Ea, wisdom, the incognizable infinite deity. But with the Semites and the later Chaldeans, the fathomless deep of wisdom becomes gross matter, sinful substance, and Ea is changed into Tiamat, the dragon slain by Merodach, or Satan, in the astral waves. In the Hindu Puranas, Brahma, the creator, is seen recommencing de novo several creations after as many failures. The 2 great creations are mentioned, these 2, the Padma and the Varaha, the present, when the earth was lifted out of the water by Brahma in the shape of a ball, or Varaha avatar. Note on 2 great creations. These 2 must not be confused with the 7 creations or divisions in each kalpa. See Book 1, the 7 creations. The primary and secondary creations are here meant. End of note. creation is shown as a sport, an amusement, lila, of the creative God. The Zohar speaks of primordial worlds, which perished as soon as they came into existence, and the same is said in Midrash, Rabbi Abbahu explaining distinctly in Bereshit Rabbah, Parsha 9, that the Holy One had successively created and destroyed sundry worlds before he succeeded in the present one. This does not relate only to other worlds in space, but to a mystery of our own globe contained in the allegory about the kings of Edom. For the words, "This one pleases me," are repeated in Genesis 1:31, though in disfigured terms, as usual. The Chaldean fragments of cosmogony on the cuneiform inscriptions and elsewhere show two distinct creations of animals and men, the first being destroyed as it was a failure. The cosmogonical tablets prove that this our actual creation was preceded by others. See Hibbert Lectures, page 390, and as shown by the author of the Kabbalah in the Zohar, Zifra Zeniuta, in Jova Rabbah 128a, etc., etc. The Kabbalah states the same. Verse 5 continued. After 30 crores of years, she turned round. She laid on her back, on her side. She would call no sons of heaven. She would ask no sons of wisdom. She created from her own bosom. She evolved watermen, terrible and bad. Oannes, or dragon, the Chaldean manfish, divides his cosmogony and Genesis into two portions. First, the abyss of waters and darkness, wherein resided most hideous beings, men with wings, 4 and 2-faced men, human beings with 2 heads, with the legs and horns of a goat, our goatmen, hippocentaurs, bulls with the heads of men, and dogs with tails of fishes. In short, combinations of various animals and men, or fishes, reptiles, and other monstrous animals, assuming each other's shapes and countenances. Note on our goatmen, whence the identity of the ideas. The Chinese have the same traditions, according to the commentator Kuo Po in the work called Shanghai King, Wonders by Sea and Land, a work which was written by the historiographer Chung Ku from engravings on 9 urns made by the Emperor Yu before Christ 2255. An interview is mentioned with men having 2 distinct faces on their heads, before and behind, monsters with bodies of goats and human faces, etc. Gould, in his Mythical Monsters, page 27, giving the names of some authors of natural history, mentions Shanghai King. According to Kwompo, Anno Domini 276 to 324, this work was compiled 3,000 years before his time, or at 7 dynasties' distance. Yang Sun of the Ming dynasty, commencing Anno Domini 1368, states that it was compiled by Chung Tia and Chung Ku, as stated above. Chung Ku, at the time of the last emperor of the Hia dynasty, before Christ 1818, fearing that the emperor might destroy the books treating of the ancient time, carried them in his flight to Yin. See Mythical Monsters by C. Gould, page 27, end of note. The feminine element they resided in is personified by Talat, the sea or water, which was finally conquered by Belus, the male principle. And Polyhistor says, Belus came and cut the woman asunder, and of one half of her he formed the earth, and of the other half the heavens. And at the same time he destroyed the animals within her. As pertinently remarked by I. Meyer, with the Akkadians each object and power of nature had its Z, spirit. The Akkadians formed their deities into triads, usually males, within brackets sexless rather, ? The Semites also had triadic deities, but introduced sex. Page 246, or phallicism. With the Aryans and the earliest Akkadians, all things are emanations through, not by, a creator or logos. With the Semites, everything is begotten. Verse 6. The watermen, terrible and bad, she herself created. From the remains of others, from the mineral, vegetable and animal remains. From the first, second and third rounds she formed them. The Dhyani came and looked. The Dhyani from the bright Father-Mother, from the white solar lunar regions they came, from the abode of the immortal mortals. Note on the Dhyani came gods and planetary spirits, especially Ribhus, the 3 Ribhus, who yet become thrice 7 in number of their grifts. End of note. The explanations given in our stanzas are far more clear than that which the legend of creation from the Kuta tablet would give, even were it complete. What is preserved on it, however, corroborates them, for in the tablet the Lord of Angels destroys the men in the abyss when there were not left their carcasses and waste, after they were slaughtered. After which they, the great gods, create men with the bodies of birds of the desert, human beings, 7 kings' brothers of the same family, etc., which is a reference to the locomotive qualities of the primary ethereal bodies of men, which could fly as well as they could walk, but who were destroyed because they were not, quote, perfect, unquote. That is, they were sexless, like the kings of Edom. Note: remember the winged races of Plato. The Popol Vuh accounts of the first human race, which could walk, fly, and see objects however distant. End of note. We that are metaphors and allegories, what will science say to this idea of a primordial creation of species? It will object to the angels and spirits having anything to do therewith. But if it is nature and the physical law of evolution that are the creators of all there is now on earth, why could there be no such abyss, when the globe was covered with waters, in which numbers of monstrous beings were generated? Is it the human beings and animals with human heads and double faces which are a point of the objection? But if man is only a higher animal and has evolved from the brute species by an infinite series of transformations, why could not the, quote, missing links, unquote, have had human heads attached to the bodies of animals, or, being two-headed, have heads of beasts, and vice versa, in nature's early efforts? Are we not shown during the geological periods in the agents of the reptiles and the mammalia, lizards with birds' wings, and serpents' heads on animal bodies? Note: see Mythical Monsters by Charles Gould. End of note. And arguing from the standpoint of science, does not even our modern human race occasionally furnish us with monster specimens, 2-headed children, animal bodies with human heads, dog-headed babies, etc., etc.? And this proves that, if nature will still play such freaks now that she has settled for ages into the order of her evolutionary work, monsters like those described by Berossus were a possibility in her opening program, which possibility may even have existed once upon a time as a law, before she sorted out her species and began regular work upon them, which indeed now admits of definite proof by the bare fact of reversion, as science puts it. This is what the doctrine teaches and demonstrates by numerous proofs. But we shall not wait for the approval of either dogmatic theology or materialistic science, but proceed with the stanzas. Let these speak for themselves, with the help of the light thrown by the commentaries and their explanations. The scientific aspect of these questions will be considered later on. Thus, physical nature, when left to herself in the creation of animal and man, is shown to have failed. She can produce the first 2 and the low animal kingdoms, but when it comes to the turn of man, spiritual, independent, and intelligent powers are required for his creation, besides the coats of skin and the breath of animal life. The human monads of preceding rounds need something higher than purely physical materials to build their personalities with, under the penalty of remaining even below any Frankenstein animal. Note: in the first volume of the lately published Introduction à l'étude des races humaines by M. de Quatrefages, there is proof that since the post-tertiary period, and even before that time, since many races were already scattered during that age on the face of the earth, man has not altered 1 iota in his physical structure. And if surrounded for ages by a fauna that altered from one period or cycle to another which died out, which was reborn in other forms, so that now there does not exist one single animal on earth large or small, contemporary with the man of that period. If, then, every animal has been transformed, save man himself, this fact goes to prove not only his antiquity, but that he is a distinct kingdom. Why should he alone have escaped transformation? Because, says Descartes, the weapon used by him in his struggle with nature and the ever-changing geological conditions and elements was his psychic force, not his physical strength or body, as in the case of animals. Give man only that dose of intelligence and reason with which other mammalia are endowed, and with his present bodily organization, he will show himself the most helpless of creatures on earth. And as everything goes to prove that the human organism, with all its characteristics, peculiarities, and idiosyncrasies, existed already on our globe in those far-distant geological periods when there was not yet one single specimen of the now existing forms of mammalia, what is the unavoidable conclusion? Why this: since all the human races are of one and the same species, it follows that this species is the most ancient of all the now living mammalia. Therefore, it is the most stable and persevering of all, and was already as fully developed as it is now, when all the other mammalia now known had not made even their first approach to appearance on this earth. Such is the opinion of the great French naturalist, who gives thereby a terrible blow to Darwinism. End of note. Verse 7. Displeased they were. Our flesh is not there, they said. This is no fit rupa for our brothers of the fifth, no dwellings for the lives. Pure waters, not turbid, they must drink. Let us dry them, the waters. Note: the monads of the presentments of men of the third round, the huge ape-like forms. End of note. It is from the material worlds that descend they, who fashion physical man at the new manvantaras. They are inferior law spirits, possessed of a dual body, an astral within an ethereal form. They are the fashioners and creators of our body of illusion. Into the forms projected by the law, Pitris, the two letters, the monad called also the double dragon, descend from the spheres of expectation, but they are like a roof with no walls, nor pillars to rest upon. Notes: in the esoteric system, the 7 principles in man are represented by 7 letters. The first 2 are more sacred than the 4 letters of the Tetragrammaton, and the intermediate spheres, wherein the monads, which have not reached nirvana, are said to slumber in unconscious inactivity between the manvantaras. End of notes. Man needs 4 flames and 3 fires to become one on earth, and he requires the essence of the 49 fires to be perfect. Note: explained elsewhere. The 3 fires, Pavaka, Pavamana, and Sukhi, who had 45 sons, who, with their 3 fathers and their father Agni, constitute the 49 fires. Pavamana, fire produced by friction, is the parent of the fire of the Asuras. Sukhi, solar fire, is the parent of the fire of the gods, and Pavaka, electric fire, is the father of the fire of the Pitris. See Vaya Purana. But this is an explanation on the material and the terrestrial plane. The flames are evanescent and only periodical, the fires eternal in their triple unity. They correspond to the 4 lower and the 3 higher human principles. End of note. It is those who have deserted the superior spheres, the gods of will, who complete the Manu of illusion. Note: the Suras who become later the Asuras. End of note. For the double dragon has no hold upon the mere form. It is like the breeze where there is no tree or branch to receive and harbor it. It cannot affect the form where there is no agent of transmission, manas, mind, and the form knows it not. In the highest worlds, the 3 are one. On earth, at first, the 1 becomes 2. Note: the 3 are one. Atma, Buddhi, and manas. In Devakhan, the high element of the manas is needed to make it a state of perception and consciousness for the disembodied monad. End of note. They are like the two side lines of a triangle that has lost its bottom line, which is the third fire. Catechism, Book 3, Section 9. Now this requires some explanation before proceeding any further. To do so especially for the benefit of our Aryan Hindu brethren, whose esoteric interpretations may differ from our own, we shall have to explain to them the foregoing by certain passages in their own exoteric books, namely the Puranas. In the allegories of the latter, Brahma, who is collectively the creative force of the universe, is said to be at the beginning of the yugas, cycles, possessed of the desire and of the power to create, and impelled by the potencies of what is to be created. Again and again does he, at the outset of a kalpa, put forth a similar creation. See Vishnu Purana, Book 1, Chapter 5, closing sloka. Also, Manava Dharma Shastra 1:30. It is now proposed to examine the exoteric account in the Vishnu Purana and see how much it may agree or disagree with our occult version. Creation of divine beings in the exoteric accounts. In the Vishnu Purana, which is certainly the earliest of all the scriptures of that name, we find, as in all the others, Brahma assuming as a male god for purposes of creation 4 bodies invested by 3 qualities. Note: this has in esotericism a direct bearing upon the 7 principles of the manifested Brahma or universe in the same order as in man. Exoterically it is only 4 principles. End of note. It is said in this manner: Maitreya, Yotsna, dawn; Ratri, night; Aham, day; and Sandhya, evening twilight, are the 4 bodies of Brahma. Page 81, Volume 1, Wilson's translation. As Parasara explains it, when Brahma wants to create the world anew and construct progeny through his will, in the 4-fold condition, or the 4 orders of beings, termed gods, Dhyankochans, demons, that is, more material devas, progenitors, pitris, and men, he collects yogalai, yuyuye, his mind. Note in demons. Demons is a very loose word to use, as it applies to a great number of inferior, that is, more material spirits or minor gods, who are so termed because they war with the higher ones. But they are no devils. End of note. Strange to say, he begins by creating demons, who thus take precedence over the angels or gods. This is no incongruity, nor is it due to inconsistency, but has, like all the rest, a profound esoteric meaning, quite clear to one free from Christian theological prejudice. He who bears in mind that the principal Mahat, or intellect, universal mind, literally the great, which esoteric philosophy explains as the manifested omniscience, the first product of pradana, primordial matter, as Vishnu Purana says, but the first cosmic aspect of Parabrahm, or the esoteric Sat, the universal soul, as occultism teaches, is at the root of self-consciousness, will understand the reason why. Note on the universal soul. The same order of principles in man, Atma, spirit, Buddhi, soul, its vehicle, as matter is the Vahan of spirit and Manas, mind, the 3rd or the 5th, microcosmically. On the plane of personality, Manas is the first. The so-called demons, who are esoterically the self-asserting and intellectually active principle, are the positive poles of creation, so to say, hence the first produced. This is in brief the process as narrated allegorically in the Puranas. Having concentrated his mind into itself and the quality of darkness pervading Brahma's assumed body, the Asuras issuing from his thigh were first produced, after which, abandoning this body, it was transformed into night. See Part 2, section The Fallen Angels. 2 important points are involved herein. A. Primarily in the Rig Veda, the Asuras are shown as spiritual divine beings. Their etymology is derived from Ashu, breath, the breath of God, and they mean the same as the Supreme Spirit or the Zoroastrian Ahura. It is later on, for purposes of theology and dogma, that they are shown issuing from Brahma's thigh, and that their name began to be derived from A, privative, and Sura, God, solar deities, or not a god, and that they became the enemies of the gods. Every ancient theogony without exception, from the Aryan and the Egyptian down to that of Hesiod, places in the order of cosmogonical evolution night before the day, even Genesis, where darkness is upon the face of the deep, before the first day. The reason for this is that every cosmogony, except in the secret doctrine, begins by the secondary creation, so-called, to wit, the manifested universe, the genesis of which has to open by a marked differentiation between the eternal light of primary creation, whose mystery must remain forever darkness to the prying finite conception and intellect of the profane, and the secondary evolution of manifested visible nature. The Veda contains the whole philosophy of that division without having ever been correctly explained by our Orientalists, because it has never been understood by them. Continuing to create, Brahma assumes another form, that of the day, and creates from his breath the gods, who are endowed with the quality of goodness, passivity. Note. Thus, says the commentary, the saying, by day the gods are most powerful, and by night the demons, is purely allegorical. End of note. In his next body, the quality of great passivity prevailed, which is also negative goodness, and from the side of that personage issued the Pitris, the progenitors of men, because, as the text explains, Brahma thought of himself during the process as the father of the world. Note. This thinking of oneself as this, that, or the other is the chief factor in the production of every kind of psychic or even physical phenomena. The words, whosoever shall say to this mountain, be thou removed and cast into the sea, and shall not doubt that thing will come to pass, are no vain words. Only the word faith ought to be translated by will. Faith without will is like a windmill without wind, barren of results. End of note. This is Kriya Sakti, the mysterious yoga power explained elsewhere. This body of Brahma, when cast off, became the Sadhya, evening twilight, the interval between day and night. Finally, Brahma assumed his last form, pervaded by the quality of foulness, and from this men, in whom foulness and passion predominate, were pronounced. This body, when cast off, became the dawn, or morning twilight, the twilight of humanity. Here Brahma stands esoterically for the Pitris. He is collectively the Pitar, father. The true esoteric meaning of this allegory must now be explained. Brahma here symbolizes personally the collective creators of the world and men, the universe with all its numberless productions of things movable and seemingly immovable. Note, the same idea is found in the first 4 chapters of Genesis, with their Lord and God, which are the Elohim and the androgynous Eloha. End of note. He is collectively the Prajapatis, the Lords of Being, and the 4 bodies typify the 4 classes of creative powers, or Dhyan-koshans, described in the commentary directly following stanza 7 in Book 1. The whole philosophy of the so-called creation of the good and evil in this world, and of the whole cycle of manvantaric results therefrom, hangs on the correct comprehension of these 4 bodies of Brahma. The reader will now be prepared to understand the real, the esoteric significance of what follows. Moreover, there is an important point to be cleared up. Christian theology having arbitrarily settled and agreed that Satan with his fallen angels belonged to the earliest creation, Satan being the first created, the wisest and most beautiful of God's archangels, the word was given, the keynote struck. Henceforth, all the pagan scriptures were made to yield the same meaning, and all were shown to be demonical, and it was and is claimed that truth and fact belong to and commence only with Christianity. Even the Orientalists and mythologists, some of them no Christians at all, but infidels, or men of science, entered unconsciously to themselves and by the mere force of association of ideas and habit into the theological groove. Purely Brahmanical considerations based on greed of power and ambition allowed the masses to remain in ignorance of great truths, and the same causes led the initiates among the early Christians to remain silent, while those who had never known the truth disfigured the order of things, judging of the hierarchy of angels by their exoteric form. Thus, as the Asuras had become the rebellious inferior gods fighting the higher ones in popular creeds, so the highest archangel, in truth the Agathodaimon, the eldest benevolent Logos, became with theology the adversary, or Satan. But is this warranted by the correct interpretation of any old scripture? The answer is, most certainly not. As the Mazdean scriptures of the Zendavesta, the Vendidad, and others correct and expose the later cunning shuffling of the gods in the Hindu pantheon, and restore, through Ahura, the Asuras, to their legitimate place in theogony, so the recent discovery of the Chaldean tablets vindicate the good name of the first divine emanations. This is easily proved. Christian angelology is directly and solely derived from that of the Pharisees, who brought their tenets from Babylonia. The Sadducees, the real guardians of the laws of Moses, knew not of and rejected any angels, opposing even the immortality of the human soul, not impersonal spirit. In the Bible, the only angels spoken of are the sons of God, mentioned in Genesis 6, who are now regarded as the Nephilim, the fallen angels, and several angels in human form, the messengers of the Jewish God, whose own rank needs a closer analysis than heretofore given. Vide supra stanza 1, subsections 2, 3, et sequens, where it is shown that the early Akkadians called Ea wisdom that which was disfigured by the later Chaldees and Semites into Tismat, Tisalat, and the Talat of Berosus, the female sea-dragon, now Satan. Truly, how art thou fallen by the hand of man, O bright star and son of the morning! Now, what do the Babylonian accounts of creation as found on the Assyrian fragments of tiles tell us? Those very accounts upon which the Pharisees built their angelology. But compare Mr. G. Smith's Assyrian Discoveries, page 398, and his Chaldean account of Genesis, page 107. The tablet with the story of the 7 wicked gods, or spirits, has the following account. 1. In the first days the evil gods. 2. The angels who were in rebellion, who in the lower part of heaven. 3. Had been created. 4. They caused their evil work. 5. Devising with wicked heads, etc. Thus we are shown, as plainly as can be, on a fragment which remained unbroken, so that there can be no dubious reading, that the rebellious angels had been created in the lower part of heaven, that is, that they belonged and do belong to a material plane of evolution, although as it is not the plane on which we are made cognizant through our senses, it remains generally invisible to us, and is thus regarded as subjective. Were the Gnostics so wrong after this in affirming that this our visible world, and especially the earth, had been created by lower angels, the inferior Elohim, of which, as they taught, the God of Israel was one? These Gnostics were nearer in time to the records of the archaic secret doctrine, and therefore ought to be allowed to have known better than the non-initiated Christians, who took upon themselves hundreds of years later to remodel and correct what was said. But let us see what the same tablet says further on. 7. There were 7 of them, the wicked gods. Then follows the description of these, the 4th being a serpent, the phallic symbol of the 4th race in human evolution. 15. The 7 of them messengers of the god Anu, their king. Now, Anu belongs to the Chaldean trinity and is identical with Sin, the moon, in one aspect, and the moon in the Hebrew Kabbalah is the arga of the seed of all material life, and is still more closely connected Kabbalistically with Jehovah, who is double-sexed as Anu is. They are both represented in esotericism and viewed from a dual aspect, male or spiritual, female or material, the spirit and matter, the 2 antagonistic principles. Hence the messengers of Anu, whose sin, the moon, are shown in verses 28 to 41 as being finally overpowered by the same sin with the help of Bel, the sun, and Ishtar, Venus. This is regarded as a contradiction by the Assyriologists, but is simply metaphysics in the esoteric teaching. There is more than one interpretation, for there are 7 keys to the mystery of the fall. Moreover, there are 2 falls in theology, the rebellion of the archangels and their fall, and the fall of Adam and Eve. Thus the lower as well as the higher hierarchies are charged with the supposed crime. The word supposed is the true and correct term, for in both cases it is founded on misconception. Both are considered in occultism as karmic effects, and both belong to the law of evolution, intellectual and spiritual on the one hand, physical and psychic on the other. The fall is a universal allegory. It sets forth at one end of the ladder of evolution the rebellion, that is, the action of differentiating intellection or consciousness on its various planes, seeking union with matter, and at the other, the lower end, the rebellion of matter against spirit, or of action against spiritual inertia. And here lies the germ of an error which has had such disastrous effects on the intelligence of civilized societies for over 1,800 years. In the original allegory it is matter, hence the more material angels, which was regarded as the conqueror of spirit, or the archangels who fell on this plane. They of the flaming sword, or animal passions, had put to flight the spirits of darkness. Yet it is the latter who fought for the supremacy of the conscious and divine spirituality on earth and failed, succumbing to the power of matter. But in theological dogma we see the reverse. It is Michael, who is like unto God, the representative of Jehovah, who is the leader of the celestial hosts, as Lucifer, in Milton's fancy, is of the infernal hosts, who has the best of Satan. It is true that the nature of Michael depends upon that of his creator and master. Who the latter is one may find out by carefully studying the allegory of the war in heaven, with the astronomical key. As shown by Bentley, the war of the Titans against the gods in Hesiod, and also the war of the Asuras, or the Tarakamaya, against the Devas in Puranic legend, are identical in all, save the names. The aspects of the stars show, Bentley taking the year 945 before Christ as the nearest date for such conjunction, that all the planets except Saturn were on the same side of the heavens as the sun and moon, and hence were his opponents. And yet it is Saturn, or the Jewish moon god, who is shown as prevailing, both by Hesiod and Moses, neither of whom was understood. Thus it was that the real meaning. The Secret Doctrine, by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 2 continued, with verses 8 through 10. 8. The flames came, the fires with the sparks, the night fires and the day fires. The flames are a hierarchy of spirits parallel to, if not identical with, the burning, fiery seraphim, mentioned by Isaiah, chapter 6, verses 2 through 6. Those who attend, according to Hebrew theogony, the throne of the Almighty. Melcha is the Lord of the flames. When he appears on earth, he assumes the personality of a Buddha, says a popular legend. He is one of the most ancient and revered Laos, a Buddhist Saint Michael. They dried out the turbid dark waters. With their heat they quenched them. The Laos, spirits of the high, the Lamayan, those of below, came. They slew the forms which were 2- and 4-faced. They fought the goat-men and the dog-headed men, and the men with fishes' bodies. The word below must not be taken to mean infernal regions, but simply a spiritual or rather ethereal being of a lower grade, because near to the earth, or one step higher than our terrestrial sphere, while the Lhasa spirits of the highest spheres, whence the name of the capital of Tibet, Lhasa. Besides a statement of a purely physical nature and belonging to the evolution of life on earth, there may be another allegorical meaning attached to this sloka, or indeed, as is taught, several. The flames or fires represent spirit or the male element, and water, matter, or the opposite element. And here again we find in the action of the spirit slaying the purely material form a reference to the eternal struggle on the physical and psychic planes between spirit and matter, besides a scientific cosmic fact. For, as said in the next verse, Verse 9, Mother Water, the great sea, wept. She arose. She disappeared in the moon, which had lifted her, which had given her birth. Now, what can this mean? Is it not an evident reference to tidal action in the early stage of the history of our planet in its fourth round? Modern research has been busy of late in its speculations on the Paleozoic high tides. Mr. Darwin's theory was that not less than 52 million years ago, and probably much more, the moon originated from the Earth's plastic mass. Starting from the point where research was left by Helmholtz, Ferrel, Sir William Thomson and others, he retracted the course of tidal retardation of the Earth's rotary motions far back into the very night of time, and placed the moon during the infancy of our planet at only a fraction of its present distance. In short, his theory was that it is the moon which separated from the Earth. The tidal evolution concurring with the swing of the globular mass, centrifugal tendency being then nearly equal to gravity, the latter was overcome, and the tidally elevated mass could thus separate completely from the Earth. Note. But see the difficulties suggested later in the works of various geologists against this theory. Compare Sir R. S. Bull's article in Nature, December 1, 1881, and also what the American geologists say. End of note. The occult teaching is the reverse of this. The moon is far older than the Earth, and, as explained in Book 1, it is the latter which owes its being to the former, however astronomy and geology may explain the fact. Hence the tides and the attraction to the moon as shown by the liquid portion of the globe, ever striving to raise itself towards its parent. This is the meaning of the sentence that the mother water arose and disappeared in the moon, which had lifted her, which had given her birth. Verse 10. When they, the Rupas, were destroyed, Mother Earth remained bare. She asked to be dried. Notes. The goddess who gave birth to these primordial monsters, in the account of Erosus, was Talat, in Greek, Thalassa, the sea, and see for comparison the account of creation by Berosus, Alexander Polyhistor, and the hideous being born from the twofold principle, earth and water, in the abyss of primordial creation, Nereas, Centaurs, men with the limbs of horses and human bodies, and Kimnaras, men with the heads of horses, created by Brahma in the commencement of the Kalpa. End of notes. The time for its incrustation had arrived. The waters had separated and the process was started. It was the beginning of a new life. This is what one key divulges to us. Another key teaches the origin of water, its admixture with fire, liquid fire it calls it, and enters upon an alchemical description of the progeny of the two, solid matter such as minerals and earths. Note. See commentary following Sloka 18. End of note. From the waters of space, the progeny of the male spirit fire and the female gaseous water has become the oceanic expanse on earth. Varuna is dragged down from the infinite space to reign as Neptune of the finite seas. As always, the popular fancy is found to be based on a strictly scientific foundation. Water is the symbol of the female element everywhere, mater, from which the letter M is derived pictorially from a water hieroglyph. It is the universal matrix, or the great deep. Venus, the great Mother Virgin, issues forth from the sea wave, and Cupid or Eros is her son. But Venus is the late mythological variant of Gaia or Gaia, the earth, which, in its high aspect, is nature, prakriti, and metaphysically aditi, and even mula prakriti, the root of prakriti or its noumenon. Hence Cupid, or love, in its primitive sense, is Eros, the divine will, or desire of manifesting itself through visible creation. Thence Forhat, the prototype of Eros, becomes on earth the great power, life electricity, or the spirit of life-giving. Let us remember the Greek theogony and enter into the spirit of its philosophy. We are taught by the Greeks, see Iliad 4:201-246, that all things, gods included, owe their being to the ocean and his wife Thetis, the latter being Gaia, the earth or nature. But who is ocean? Ocean is the immeasurable space, spirit in chaos, which is the deity. See Book 1. And Thetis is not the earth, but primordial matter in the process of formation. In our case, it is no longer Aditi Gaia who begets Uranus or Varuna, the chief Aditya among the 7 planetary gods, but Prakriti, materialized and localized. The moon, masculine in its theogonic character, is, in its cosmic aspect only, the female generative principle, as the sun is the male emblem thereof. Water is the progeny of the moon, an androgyne deity with every nation. Evolution proceeds on the laws of analogy in cosmos as in the formation of the smallest globe. Thus the above, applying to the modus operandi at the time when the universe was appearing, applies also in the case of our Earth's formation. This stanza opens by speaking of 30 quores, 30 million of years. We may be asked, what could the ancients know of the duration of geological periods, where no modern scientist or mathematician is able to calculate their duration with anything like approximate accuracy? Whether they had or had not better means, and it is maintained that they had them in their zodiacs, still the chronology of the ancient Brahmins shall now be given as faithfully as possible. The chronology of the Brahmins. No greater riddle exists in science, no problem is more hopelessly insoluble than the question, how old, even approximately, are the sun and moon, the earth and man? What does modern science know of the duration of the ages of the world, or even of the length of geological periods? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. If one turns to science for chronological information, one is told by those who are straightforward and truthful, as for instance Mr. Pengelly, the eminent geologist, we do not know. Note: for a similar admission, see Professor Lefebvre's Philosophy, page 481, end of note. One will learn that, so far, no trustworthy numerical estimate of the ages of the world and man could be made, and that both geology and anthropology are at sea. Yet, when a student of esoteric philosophy presumes to bring forward the teachings of occult science, he is at once set upon. Why should this be so, since, when reduced to their own physical methods, the greatest scientists have failed to arrive even at an approximate agreement? It is true that science can hardly be blamed for it. Indeed, in the Cimmerian darkness of the prehistoric ages, the explorers are lost in a labyrinth whose great corridors are doorless, allowing no visible exit into archaic past. Lost in the maze of their own conflicting speculations, rejecting, as they have always done, the evidence of Eastern tradition without any clue or one single certain milestone to guide them, what can geologists or anthropologists do but pick up the slender thread of Ariadne when they first perceive it, and then proceed at perfect random? Therefore, we are first told that the farthest date to which documentary record extends is now generally regarded by anthropology as but the earliest distinctly visible point of the prehistoric period, from Encyclopaedia Britannica. At the same time, it is confessed that beyond that period stretches back a vast infinitude, a vast indefinite series of prehistoric ages, from the same source. It is with those specified ages that we shall begin. They are prehistoric to the naked eye of matter only. To the spiritual eagle eye of the seer and the prophet of every race, Ariadne's thread stretches beyond that historic period, without break or flaw, surely and steadily, into the very night of time, and the hand which holds it is too mighty to drop it, weave and let it break. Records exist, although they may be rejected as fanciful by the profane, though many of them are tacitly accepted by philosophers and men of great learning, and meet with an unvarying refusal only from the official and collective body of orthodox science. And since the latter refuses to give us even an approximate idea of the duration of the geological ages, save in a few conflicting and contradictory hypotheses, let us see what Aryan philosophy can teach us. Such computations as are given in Manu and the Puranas, save trifling and the most evidently intentional exaggerations, are, as already stated, almost identical with those taught in esoteric philosophy. This may be seen by comparing the two in any Hindu calendar of recognized orthodoxy. The best and most complete of all such calendars at present, as vouched for by the learned Brahmins of southern India, is the already mentioned Tamil calendar, called the Tirukanda Panchanga, compiled, as we are told, from and in full accordance with secret fragments of Asuramaya's data. As Asuramaya is said to have been the greatest astronomer, so he is whispered to have also been the most powerful sorcerer of the White Island, which had become black with sin, that is, of the islands of Atlantis. The White Island is a symbolical name. Asuramaya is said to have lived, see the tradition of Jana of Bhaskara, in Romakapura in the west, because the name is an allusion to the land and cradle of the sweatborn of the third race. The land or continent had disappeared ages before Asuramaya lived, since he was an Atlantean. But he was a direct descendant of the wise race, the race that never dies. Many are the legends concerning this hero, the pupil of Surya, the sun god himself, as the Indian accounts allege. It matters little whether he lived on one or another island, but the question is to prove that he was no myth, as Dr. Weber and others would make him. The fact of Romakapura in the west being named as the birthplace of this hero of archaic ages is the more interesting because it is so very suggestive of the esoteric teaching about the sweat-born races, the men born from the pores of their parents. Romakupas means hair pores in Sanskrit. In Mahabharata 12:12, 10:308, a people named Raumayus are said to have been created from the pores of Virabhadara, the terrible giant who destroyed Daksha's sacrifice. Other tribes and people are also represented as born in this way. All these are references to the later second and the earlier third root races. The following figures are from the calendar just referred to. A footnote marks the points of disagreement with the figures of the Arya Samaj school. 1. From the beginning of cosmic evolution up to the Hindu year Tarana, or 1887, 1,955,884,687 years. Note: the esoteric doctrine says that this cosmic evolution refers only to our solar system, while exoteric Hinduism makes the figure refer, if we do not mistake, to the whole universal system. End of note. 2. The astral, mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms up to man have taken to evolve 300 millions of years. Note: another point of disagreement. Occultism says the astral prototypes of the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms up to man have taken that time, 300 million years, to evolve, reforming out of the cast-off materials of the preceding round, which, though very dense and physical in their own cycle, are relatively ethereal as compared with the materiality of our present middle round. At the expiration of these 300 million years, nature, on the way to the physical and material, down the arc of descent, begins with mankind and works downward, hardening or materializing forms as it proceeds. Thus the fossils found in strata, to which an antiquity not of 18, but of many hundreds of millions of years must be ascribed, belong in reality to forms of the preceding round, which, while living, were far more ethereal than physical, as we know the physical. That we perceive and disinter them as tangible forms is due to the process of materialization or crystallization referred to, which took place subsequently at the beginning of the fourth round, and reached its maximum after the appearance of man, proceeding parallel with his physical evolution. This alone illustrates the fact that the degree of materiality of the earth changes pari passu with that of its inhabitants, and thus man now finds as tangible fossils what were once the, to his present senses, ethereal forms of the lower kingdoms. The above Brahmanical figures refer to evolution beginning on globe A and in the first round. In this volume we speak only of this, the fourth round. End of note. 3. Time from the first appearance of humanity on planetary chain. 1,664,500,987 years. Note: this difference and the change of ciphers in the last three triplets of figures the writer cannot undertake to account for. According to every calculation, once the 300 millions are subtracted, the figures ought to stand 1,655,884,687. But they are given as stated in the Tamil calendar above named, and as they were translated. The school of the late Pandit Dayanand Saraswati, founder of the Arya Samaj, gives a date of 1,960,852,987. See the Arya magazine of Lahore. The cover, which bears the words Aryan Era, 1,960,852,987. End of note. 4. The number that elapsed since the Vaivasvata Manvantara, or the human period, up to the year 1887, is just 18,680,728 years. Note: Vaivasvata Manu is the one human being. Some versions add to him the 7 rishis, who in the Matsya Avatar allegory is saved from the deluge in a boat, like Noah in the ark. Therefore, this Vaivasvata Manvantara would be the post-diluvian period. This, however, does not refer to the later Atlantean or Noah's deluge, nor to the cosmic deluge or pralaya of obscuration, which preceded our round, but to the appearance of mankind in the latter round. There is a great difference made, however, between the Naimitika occasional or incidental, Prakritika elemental, Atyantika the absolute, and Nitya the perpetual pralaya, the latter being described as Brahma's contingent recoalescence of the universe at the end of a Brahma's day. The question was raised by a learned Brahmin theosophist whether there is such a thing as a cosmic pralaya, because otherwise the Logos, Krishna, would have to be reborn, and he is Aya, unborn. We cannot say why. The Logos is said to be born only metaphorically, as the sun is born daily, or rather a beam of that sun is born in the morning and is said to die when it disappears, whereas it is simply reabsorbed into the parent essence. Cosmic pralaya is for things visible, not for the arupa, formless world. The cosmic or universal pralaya comes only at the end of 100 years of Brahma, when the universal dissolution is said to take place. Then the avyaya, say the exoteric scriptures, the eternal life symbolized by Vishnu, assuming the character of Rudra, the destroyer, enters into the 7 rays of the sun and drinks up all the waters of the universe. Thus fed, the 7 solar rays dilate to 7 suns and set fire to the whole cosmos. End of note. 5. The full period of one Manvantara is 308,448,000 years. 6. 14 Manvantaras plus the period of one Satya Yuga make 1 day of Brahma, or a complete Manvantara, and make 4,500,000,000 320 million years. Therefore, a Mahayuga consists of 4,320,000 years. Note, since the Mahayuga is the 1,000th part of a day of Brahma, end of note. The year 1887 is from the commencement of Kali Yuga, 4,989 years. To make this still clearer in its details, the following computations by Rao Bahadur Srinivas Rao are given from the Theosophist of November 1885. 360 days of mortals make a year. Mortal years 1. Krita Yuga contains 1,728,000 mortal years. Treta Yuga contains 1,296,000 years. Dvapara Yuga contains 864,000 years. Kali Yuga contains 432,000 years. The total of the said 4 yugas constitute a Mahayuga, 4,320,000 years. 71 of such Mahayugas form the period of the reign of one Manu, 306,720,000 mortal years. The reign of 14 Manus embraces the duration of 994 Mahayugas, which is equal to 4,294,080,000 mortal years. Add sandhis, that is, intervals between the reign of each Manu, which amount to 6 Mahayugas, equal to 25,920,000 mortal years. The total of these reigns and interregnums of 14 Manus is 1,000 Mahayugas, which constitute a kalpa, that is, 1 day of Brahma, 4,320,000,000 mortal years. As Brahma's night is of equal duration, 1 day and night of Brahma would contain 8,640,000,000 years. 360 of such days and nights make 1 year of Brahma, make 3,110,400,000,000 years. 100 such years constitute the whole period of Brahma's age, that is, Mahakalpa, 311,040,000,000,000 mortal years. These are the exoteric figures accepted throughout India, and they dovetail pretty nearly with those of the secret works. The latter, moreover, amplify them by division into a number of esoteric cycles, never mentioned in Brahmanical popular writings, one of which, the division of the yugas into racial cycles, is given elsewhere as an instance. The rest, in their details, have of course never been made public. They are nevertheless known to every twice-born, Dviya or initiated, Brahmin, and the Puranas contain references to some of them in veiled terms, which no matter-of-fact Orientalist has yet endeavored to make out, nor could he if he would. These sacred astronomical cycles are of immense antiquity, and most of them pertain, as stated, to the calculations of Narada and Asuramaya. The latter has the reputation of a giant and a sorcerer, but the antediluvian giants, the Gibborim of the Bible, were not all bad or sorcerers, as Christian theology, which sees in every occultist a servant of the evil one, would have it, nor were they worse than many of the faithful son of the Church. A Torquemada and a Catherine de Medicis certainly did more harm in their day and in the name of their master than any Atlantean giant or demigod of antiquity ever did, whether his name was Cyclops or Medusa, or yet the Orphic Titan, the agnupedal monster known as Ephialtes. There were good, quote, giants, unquote, in days of old, just as there are bad, quote, pygmies, unquote, now. And the Rakshasas and Yakshas of Lanka are no worse than our modern dynamiters and certain Christian and civilized generals during modern wars, nor are they myths. He who would laugh at Briareus and Orion ought to abstain from going to or even talking of Karnak or Stonehenge, remarks somewhere a modern writer. As the Brahmanical figures given above are approximately the basic calculations of our esoteric system, the reader is requested to carefully keep them in mind. In the Encyclopedia Britannica one finds, as the last word of science, that the antiquity of man is allowed to stretch only over tens of thousands of years. Note. See article Geology in Encyclopedia Britannica. End of note. It becomes evident that as these figures may be made to fluctuate between 10,000 and 100,000, therefore they mean very little, if anything, and only render still denser the darkness surrounding the question. Moreover, what matters it that science places the birth of man in the pre- or post-glacial drift, if we are told at the same time that the so-called Ice Age is simply a long succession of ages which, shaded without abrupt change of any kind into what is termed the human or recent period, the overlapping of geological periods having been the rule from the beginning of time. The latter, quote, rule, unquote, only results in the still more puzzling, even if strictly scientific and correct, information that even today man is contemporary with the Ice Age in the Alpine valleys and in the Finnmark. Note, this allows a chance even to the biblical Adam chronology of 6,000 years. Same source. End of note. Thus, had it not been for the lessons taught by the secret doctrine and even by exoteric Hinduism and its traditions, we should be left to this day to float in perplexed uncertainty between the indefinite ages of one school of science, the tens of thousands of years of the other, and the 6,000 years of the Bible interpreters. This is one of the several reasons why, with all the respect due to the conclusions of the men of learning of our modern day, we are forced to ignore them in all such questions of prehistoric antiquity. Modern geology and anthropology must of course disagree with our views, but occultism will find as many weapons against these two sciences as it has against astronomical and physical theories, in spite of Mr. Lang's assurance that, in chronological calculations of this sort concerning older and later formations, there is no theory, and they are based on the positive facts, limited only by a certain possible, within brackets question mark, amount of error either way. Occultism will prove scientific confessions in hand that geology is very much in error, and very often even more so than astronomy. In this very passage, Mr. Lang, which gives to geology preeminence for correctness over astronomy, we find a passage in flagrant contradiction to the admissions of the best geologists themselves. Says the author, in short, the conclusions of geology, at any rate up to the Silurian period, when the present order of things was fairly inaugurated, are approximate, truly so, facts and not theories, while the astronomical conclusions are theories based on data so uncertain that while in some cases they give results incredibly short, in others they give results almost incredibly long. End of quote. Note, to the Silurian period as regards mollusks and animal life, granted, but what do they know of man? End of note. After which the reader is advised that the safest course seems to be to assume that geology really proves the duration of the present order of things to have been somewhere over 100 millions of years, as astronomy gives an enormous, though unknown time in the past, and to come in the future for the birth, growth, maturity, decline, and death of the solar system, of which our Earth is a small planet now passing through the habitable phase. Unquote, page 49. Judging from past experience, we do not entertain the slightest doubt that once called upon to answer the absurd, unscientific, and preposterous claims of exoteric and esoteric Aryan chronology, the scientist of the results incredibly short, that is, only 15 million years, and the scientist who would require 600 million years, together with those who accept Mr. Huxley's figures of 1 billion since sedimentation began in Europe, see World Life, would all be as dogmatic one as the other, nor would they fail to remind the occultist and the Brahmin that it is the modern men of science alone who represent exact science, whose duty it is to fight inaccuracy and superstition. The earth is passing through the habitable phase only for the present order of things, and as far as our present mankind is concerned, with its actual coats of skin and phosphorus for bones and brain. We are ready to concede the 100 millions of years offered by geology, since we are taught that our present physical mankind, or the Vaivasvata humanity, began only 18 millions of years ago. But geology has no facts to give us for the duration of geological periods, as we have shown, no more indeed than astronomy. The authentic letter from Mr. W. Pendley, FRS, quoted elsewhere, says that it is at present, and perhaps always will be, impossible to reduce, even approximately, geological time into years or even into millenniums. And having never hitherto excavated a fossil man of any other than the present form, what does geology know of him? It has traced zones or strata, and with these primordial zoological life down to the Silurian. When it has in the same way traced man down to his primordial protoplasmic form, then we will admit that it may know something of primordial man. If it is not very material to the bearings of modern scientific discovery and modern thought, whether man has existed in a state of constant, though slow, progression for the last 50,000 years of a period of 15 millions, or for the last 500,000 years of a period of 150 millions, according to Modern Science, etc., page 49, as Mr. S. Lang tells his readers, it is very much so for the claims of the occultists. Unless the latter show that it is a possibility, if not a perfect certainty, that man lived 18 millions of years ago, the secret doctrine might as well have remained unwritten. An attempt must, therefore, be made in this direction, and it is our modern geologists and men of science generally who will be brought to testify to this fact in the third part of this volume. Meanwhile, and notwithstanding the fact that Hindu chronology is constantly represented by the Orientalists as a fiction based on no actual computation, but simply childish boasting, it is nevertheless often twisted out of recognition to make it yield to and fit in with Western theories. Note on a fiction based on no actual computation, Wilson's translation of Vishnu Purana, Volume 1, pages 50 and 51. End of note. No figures have ever been more meddled with and tortured than the famous 432, followed by ciphers of the Yugas and Mahayugas. As the whole cycle of prehistoric events, such as the evolution and transformation of races and the extreme antiquity of man, hangs upon the said chronology, it becomes extremely important to check it by other existing calculations. If the Eastern chronology is rejected, we shall at least have the consolation of proving that no other, whether the figures of science or of the churches, is one whit more reliable. As Professor Max Müller expresses it, it is often as useful to prove what a thing is not as to show what it may be. And once we succeed in pointing out the fallacies of both Christian and scientific computations by allowing them a fair chance of comparison with our chronology, neither of the two will have a reasonable ground to stand upon in pronouncing the esoteric figures less reliable than its own. We may here refer the reader to our earlier work, Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, page 32, for some remarks concerning the figures which were cited a few pages back. Today, a few more facts may be added to the information there given, which is already known to every Orientalist. The sacredness of the cycle of 4320, with additional ciphers, lies in the fact that the figures which compose it, taken separately or joined in various combinations, are each and all symbolical of the greatest mysteries in nature. Indeed, whether one takes the 4 separately, or the 3 by itself, or the 2 together making 7, or again the 3 added together and yielding 9, all these numbers have their application in the most sacred and occult things, and record the workings of nature in her eternally periodical phenomena. They are never-erring, perpetually recurring numbers, unveiling, to him who studies the secrets of nature, a truly divine system, an intelligent plan and cosmogony which results in natural cosmic divisions of times, seasons, invisible influences, astronomical phenomena with their action and reaction on terrestrial and even moral nature, on birth, death and growth, on health and disease. All these natural events are based and depend upon cyclical processes in the cosmos itself, producing periodic agencies which, acting from without, affect the earth and all that lives and breathes on it, from one end to the other of any manvantara. Causes and effects are esoteric, exoteric, and end-exoteric, so to say. In Isis Unveiled, we wrote that which we now repeat. We are at the bottom of a cycle and evidently in a transitory state. Plato divides the intellectual progress of the universe during every cycle into fertile and barren periods. In the sublunary regions, the spheres of the various elements remain eternally in perfect harmony with the divine nature, he says, but their parts, owing to a too close proximity to earth and their commingling with the earthly, which is matter and therefore the realm of evil, are sometimes according and sometimes contrary to divine nature. When those circulations, which Eliphas Levi calls currents of the astral light, in the universal ether which contains in itself every element, take place in harmony with the divine spirit, our earth and everything pertaining to it enjoys a fertile period. The occult powers of plants, animals, and minerals magically sympathize with the superior natures, and the divine soul of man is in perfect intelligence with these, quote, inferior, unquote, ones. But during the barren periods, the latter lose the magic sympathy, and the spiritual sight of the majority of mankind is so blinded as to lose every notion of the superior powers of its own divine spirit. We are in a barren period, the 18th century, during which the malignant fever of skepticism broke out so irrepressibly, has entailed unbelief as an hereditary disease upon the 19th. The divine intellect is veiled in man, his animal brain alone philosophizes. And philosophizing alone, how can it understand the soul doctrine? In order not to break the thread of the narrative, we shall give some striking proofs of these cyclic laws in Part 2, proceeding meanwhile. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 3, Attempts to create man. Verse 11, The Lord of the Lords came. From her body he separated the waters, and that was heaven above the first heaven, the atmosphere or the air, the firmament. Here tradition falls again into the universal. As in the earliest version repeated in the Puranas, so in the latest the Mosaic account. In the first it is said, He, the Lord, the God who has the form of Brahma, when the world had become one ocean, Harivamsa 1:36. Concluding that within the waters lay the earth, and desirous to raise it up, to separate it, create himself in another form. As in the preceding Kalpa, Manvantara, he had assumed the shape of a tortoise, so in this one he took the shape of a boar, etc., etc. In the Elohistic creation, Genesis verses 6, 7, 8, and 9, God creates a firmament in the midst of the waters, and says, Let dry land appear. And now comes the traditional peg whereunto is hung the esoteric portion of the Kabbalistic interpretation. Verse 12. The great Kochans, lords, called the lords of the moon of the airy bodies. Who are the lords of the moon? In India they are called Pitris or lunar ancestors, but in the Hebrew scrolls it is Jehovah himself who is the Lord of the moon, collectively as the host and also as one of the Elohim. The astronomy of the Hebrews and their observance of times was regulated by the moon. A Kabbalist, having shown that Daniel told of God's providence by set times, and that the revelation of John speaks of a carefully measured cubical city descending out of the heavens, etc., adds, quote, But the vitalizing power of heaven lay chiefly with the moon. It was the Hebrew Yahweh, Jehovah, and St. Paul enjoins, Let no man judge you for your observance of the seventh day, and the day of the new moon, which are a shadow of things to come. But the body or substance is of Christ, or Jehovah, that function of this power that made the barren woman a mother, for they are the gift of Jehovah, unquote, which is a key to the objection which her husband made to the Shunammite, as to her going to the man of God. Quote, For it is neither the seventh day nor the day of the new moon, unquote. 2 Kings 4:23. The living spiritual powers of the constellations had mighty wars, marked by the movements and positions of the stars and planets, and especially as the result of the conjunction of the moon, earth, and sun. Bentley comments on the Hindu war between the gods and the giants as marked by the eclipse of the sun at the ascending node of the moon, 945 before Christ, within brackets double exclamation mark, at which time was born or produced from the sea, Shri, Sarai, S-R-I, the wife of the Hebrew Abram. Note, according to the wonderful chronology of Bentley, who wrote in days when biblical chronology was still undisputed, and also according to that of those modern Orientalists who dwarf the Hindu dates as far as they can. And note, now Shri is the daughter of Brigu, one of the Prajapatis and Rishis, the chief of the Brigus, the consumers, the aerial class of gods. She is Lakshmi, the wife of Vishnu, and she is the bride of Shiva, Gauri, and she is Saraswati, the watery, the wife of Brahma, because the three gods and goddesses are one under three aspects. Read the explanation by Parasara in Vishnu Purana in Book 1, Chapter 8, Volume 1, Wilson's translation, page 119, and you will understand. The Lord of Shri is the moon, he says, and Shri is the wife of Narayana, the god of gods. Shri or Lakshmi Venus is Indrani, as she is Saraswati, for in the words of Parasara, Hari or Ishvara, the Lord, is all that is called male in the universe. Lakshmi is all that is termed female. There is nothing else than they. Hence she is female, and God is male nature. End of notes. Shri is also Venus Aphrodite, the western emblem of the lunisolar year or the moon, as Shri is the wife of the moon, vide footnote, the goddess of increase. Note, Shri is goddess of and herself fortune and prosperity. End of note. Therefore, the grand monument and landmark of the exact period of the lunar year and month by which this cycle of 19 tropical years and 235 revolutions of the moon could be calculated was Mount Sinai, the Lord Jehovah coming down thereon. Paul speaks then as a mystagogue when he says concerning the freed woman and bondwoman of Abraham, "For this Hagar, the bondwoman, is Mount Sinai in Arabia." How could a woman be a mountain, and such a mountain? Yet she was. Her name was Hagar, whose Hebrew numbers reread 235, or in exact measure the very number of lunar months to equal 19 tropical years to complete this cycle. Mount Sinai being the esoteric language of the wisdom, the monument of the exact time of the lunar years and months by which this spiritual vitalizing circle could be computed, and which mountain indeed was called the mountain of the moon, Sin. So also Sarai, Shri, the wife of Abram, could have no child until her name was changed to Sarah, giving to her the property of this lunar influence. Note, Masonic Review, Cincinnati, June 1886, article The Kabbalah. End of note. This may be regarded as a digression from the main subject, but it is a very necessary one with a view to Christian readers. For who, after studying dispassionately the respective legends of Abram or Abraham, Sarai or Sarah, who was fair to look upon, and those of Brahma and Saraswati, or Shri, Lakshmi Venus, with the relations of all these to the moon and water, and especially one who understands the real Kabbalistic meaning of the name Jehovah and its relation to and connection with the moon, who can doubt that the story of Abram is based upon that of Brahma, or that Genesis was written upon the old lines used by every ancient nation? All in the ancient scriptures is allegorical, all based upon and inseparably connected with astronomy and cosmology. Verse 13. They, the moon gods, went, each on his allotted land, 7 of them, each on his lot. The lords of the flame remained behind. They would not go. They would not create. The secret teachings show the divine progenitors creating men on 7 portions of the globe, each on his lot, that is, each a different race of men externally and internally, and on different zones. This polygenistic claim is considered elsewhere, vide stanza 7. But who are they who create, and the lords of the flame, who do not? Occultism divides the creators into 12 classes, of which 4 have reached liberation to the end of the Great Age. The 5th is ready to reach it, but still remains active on the intellectual planes, while 7 are still under direct karmic law. These last act on the man-bearing globes of our chain. Exoteric Hindu books mention 7 classes of Pitris, and among them 2 distinct kinds of progenitors or ancestors, the Barishad and the Agnishvata, or those possessed of the sacred fire and those devoid of it. Hindu ritualism seems to connect them with sacrificial fires and with Grihastha Brahmins in early incarnations, those who have and those who have not attended as they should to their household sacred fires in their previous births. The distinction, as said, is derived from the Vedas. The first and highest class, esoterically, the Agnishvata, are represented in the exoteric allegory as Grihastha, Brahman householders, who in their past births in other manvantaras, having failed to maintain their domestic fires and to offer burnt sacrifices, have lost every right to have oblations with fire presented to them, whereas the Barishad, being Brahmins who have kept up their household sacred fires, are thus honored to this day. Thence, the Agnishvata are represented as devoid of, and the Barishad are possessed of, fires. But esoteric philosophy explains the original qualifications as being due to the difference between the natures of the 2 classes. The Agnishvata Pitris are devoid of fire, that is, of creative passion, because too divine and pure, Vidisupra, Sloka 11th, whereas the Barishad, being the lunar spirits more closely connected with earth, became the creative Elohim of form, or the Adam of dust. The allegory says that Sanandana and other Vedas, the sons of Brahma, his first progeny, were without desire or passion, inspired with the holy wisdom, estranged from the universe and undesirous of progeny, Vishnu Purana, Book 1, 7. This also is what is meant in Sloka 11 by the words, they would not create, and is explained as follows. The primordial emanations from the creative power are too near the absolute cause. They are transitional and latent forces, which will develop only in the next and subsequent removes. This makes it plain. Hence Brahma is said to have felt wrathful when he saw that those embodied spirits produced from his limbs, Gatra, would not multiply themselves, after which in the allegory he creates other 7 mind-born sons, see Mokshadharma and Mahabharata, namely Mariki, Atri, Angiras, Pulastya, Pula, Kratu, and Vashista, the latter being often replaced by Daksha, the most prolific of the creators. In most of the texts, these 7 sons of Vashishta Daksha are called the 7 rishis of the 3rd Manvantara, the latter referring both to the 3rd round and also to the 3rd root race and its branch races in the 4th round. These are all the creators of the various beings on this earth, the Prajapati, and at the same time they appear as diverse reincarnations in the early Manvantaras or races. It thus becomes clear why the Agnishvata, devoid of the grosser creative fire, hence unable to create physical man, having no double or astral body to protect, since they were without any form, are shown in exoteric allegories as yogis, kumaras, chaste youths, who became rebels, asuras, fighting and opposing gods, etc., etc. Note, because, as the allegory shows, the gods who had no personal merit of their own, dreading the sanctity of those self-striving incarnated beings who had become ascetics and yogis, and thus threatened to upset the power of the former by their self-acquired powers, denounced them. All this has a deep philosophical meaning and refers to the evolution and acquirement of divine powers through self-exertion. Some rishi yogis are shown in the Puranas to be far more powerful than the gods. The secondary gods or temporary powers in nature, the forces, are doomed to disappear. It is only the spiritual potentiality in man which can lead him to become one with the infinite and the absolute. End of note. Yet it is they alone who could complete man, that is, make of him a self-conscious, almost a divine being, a god on earth. The Parishad, though possessed of creative fire, were devoid of the higher Mahatmic element. Being on a level with the lower principles, those which precede gross objective matter, they could only give birth to the outer man, or rather to the model of the physical, the astral man. Thus, though we see them entrusted with the task by Brahma, the collective Mahat or universal divine mind, the mystery of creation is repeated on earth, only in an inverted sense, as in a mirror. It is those who are unable to create the spiritual immortal man who project the senseless model, the astral, of the physical being, and, as will be seen, it was those who would not multiply who sacrificed themselves to the good and salvation of spiritual humanity. For to complete the septenary man, to add to his three lower principles and cement them with the spiritual monad, which could never dwell in such a form otherwise than in an absolutely latent state, two connecting principles are needed, manas and karma. This requires a living spiritual fire of the middle principle from the fifth and third states of pleroma. But this fire is the possession of the triangles, not of the perfect cubes, which symbolize the angelic beings, the former having from the first creation got hold of it and being said to have appropriated it for themselves, as in the allegory of Prometheus. These are the active and therefore in heaven no longer pure beings. Note, see Book 1, stanza 3-5. The triangle becomes a pentagon, fivefold, on earth. End of note. They have become the independent and free intelligences, shown in every theogony as fighting for that independence and freedom, and hence, in the ordinary sense, rebellious to the divine passive law. These are then those flames, the Agnishvata, who, as shown in Sloka 13, remain behind, instead of going along with the others to create men on earth. But the true esoteric meaning is that most of them were destined to incarnate as the egos of the forthcoming crop of mankind. The human ego is neither Atman nor Buddhi, but the higher manas, the intellectual fruition and the efflorescence of the intellectual self-conscious egotism, in the higher spiritual sense. The ancient works refer to it as Karana Sarira, on the plane of Sutratma, which is the golden thread on which, like beads, the various personalities of this high ego are strung. If the reader were told, as in the semi-esoteric allegories, that these beings were returning nirvanis from preceding Mahamanvantaras, ages of incalculable duration, which have rolled away in the eternity, a still more incalculable time ago, he would hardly understand the text correctly, while some Vedantins might say, "This is not so, the Nirvani can never return," which is true during the manvantara he belongs to, and erroneous where eternity is concerned. For it is said in the sacred slokas, "The thread of radiance, which is imperishable and dissolves only in nirvana, re-emerges from it in its integrity on the day when the great law calls all things back into action." Hence, as the higher Pitris or Dhyanis had no hand in the physical creation, we find primeval man issued from the bodies of his spiritually fireless progenitors, described as aeriform, devoid of compactness and mindless. He had no middle principle to serve him as a medium between the highest and the lowest, the spiritual man and the physical brain, for he lacked manas. The monads which incarnated in those empty shells remained as unconscious as when separated from their previous incomplete forms and vehicles. There is no potentiality for the creation or self-consciousness in a pure spirit on this our plane, unless it's too homogeneous perfect, because divine nature is, so to say, mixed with and strengthened by an essence already differentiated. It is only the lower line of the triangle, representing the first triad that emanates from the universal monad, that can furnish this needed consciousness on the plane of differentiated nature. But how could these pure emanations, which, on this principle, must have originally been themselves unconscious, in our sense, be of any use in supplying the required principle, as they could hardly have possessed it themselves? The answer is difficult to comprehend unless one is well acquainted with the philosophical metaphysics of a beginningless and endless series of cosmic rebirths, and becomes well impressed and familiarized with that immutable law of nature which is eternal motion, cyclic and spiral, therefore progressive, even in its seeming retrogression. The one divine principle, the nameless that of the Vedas, is the universal total which, neither in its spiritual aspect and emanations, nor in its physical atoms, can ever be at absolute rest except during the nights of Brahma. Hence also the firstborn are those who are first set in motion at the beginning of a manvantara, and thus the first to fall into the lower spheres of materiality. They who are called in theology the thrones, and are the seat of God, must be the first incarnated men on earth, and it becomes comprehensible if we think of the endless series of past manvantaras to find that the last had to come first, and the first last. We find, in short, that the higher angels had broken countless aeons before, through the 7 circles, and thus robbed them of the sacred fire, which means, in plain words, they had assimilated during their past incarnations in lower as well as in higher worlds all the wisdom therefrom, the reflection of Mahat in its various degrees of intensity. No entity, whether angelic or human, can reach the state of nirvana, of absolute purity, except through aeons of suffering and the knowledge of evil as well as of good, as otherwise the latter remains incomprehensible. Between man and the animal, whose monads or jivas are fundamentally identical, there is the impassable abyss of mentality and self-consciousness. What is human mind in its higher aspect? Whence comes it, if it is not a portion of the essence, and in some rare cases of incarnation, the very essence of a higher being, one from a higher and divine plane? Can man, a god in the animal form, be the product of material nature by evolution alone, even as is the animal which differs from man in external shape, but by no means in the materials of its physical fabric, and is informed by the same though undeveloped monad, seeing that the intellectual potentialities of the two differ as the sun does from the glowworm? And what is it that creates such difference, unless man is an animal plus a living god within his physical shell? Let us pause and ask ourselves seriously the question, regardless of the vagaries and sophisms of both the materialistic and the physiological modern sciences. To some extent it is admitted that even the esoteric teaching is allegorical. To make the latter comprehensible to the average intelligence requires the use of symbols cast in an intelligible form. Hence the allegorical and semi-mythical narratives of the exoteric, and the only semi-metaphysical and objective representations in the esoteric teachings. For the purely and transcendentally spiritual conceptions are adaptable only to the perceptions of those who see without eyes, hear without ears, and sense without organs, according to the graphic expression of the commentary. The too Puritan idealist is at liberty to spiritualize the tenet, whereas the modern psychologist would simply try to spirit away our fallen, yet still divine, human soul in its connection with Buddhi. The mystery attached to the highly spiritual ancestors of the divine man within the earthly man is very great. His dual creation is hinted at in the Puranas, though its esoteric meaning can be approached only by collating together the many varying accounts and reading them in their symbolical and allegorical character. So it is in the Bible, both in Genesis and even in the epistles of Paul. For that Creator, who is called in the 2nd chapter of Genesis the Lord God, is in the original the Elohim, or gods, the lords, in the plural, and while one of them makes the earthly Adam of dust, the other breathes into him the breath of life, and the third makes of him a living soul. Chapter 2, verse 7. All of which readings are implied in the plural number of the Elohim. Note, Seth, as Bunsen and others have shown, is not only the primitive god of the Semites, early Jews included, but also their semi-divine ancestor. For, says Bunsen, in God in History, Volume 1, pages 233 and 234, the Seth of Genesis, the father of Enoch, the man, must be considered as originally running parallel with that derived from the Elohim, Adam's father. According to Bunsen, the deity, the god Seth, was the primitive god of northern Egypt and Palestine, from Stanislav Wake, the Great Pyramid. And Seth became considered in the later theology of the Egyptians as an evil daemon, says the same Bunsen, for he is one with the Typhon and one with the Hindu demons as a logical sequel. End of note. The first man is of the earth, the second, the last, or rather highest, is from heaven, says Paul in the first book of Corinthians, chapter 15, verse 47. In the Aryan allegory, the rebellious sons of Brahma are all represented as holy ascetics and yogis. Reborn in every kalpa, they generally try to impede the work of human procreation. When Daksha, the chief of the Prajapati creators, brings forth 10,000 sons for the purpose of peopling the world, Narada, a son of Brahma, the great rishi, and virtually a Kumara, if not so in name, interferes with and twice frustrates Daksha's aim by persuading those sons to remain holy ascetics and eschew marriage. For this, Daksha curses Narada to be reborn as a man, as Brahma had cursed him before for refusing to marry and obtain progeny, saying, "Perish in thy present, deva or angelic form, and take up thy abode in the womb." That is, become a man. Vayu Purana, Harivamsa 170. Notwithstanding several conflicting versions of the same story, it is easy to see that Narada belongs to that class of Brahmas, firstborn, who have all proven rebellious to the law of animal procreation for which they had to incarnate as men. Of all the Vedic rishis, Narada, as already shown, is the most incomprehensible because the most closely connected with the occult doctrines, especially with the secret cycles and kalpas. Vide super. Certain contradictory statements about this sage have much distracted the Orientalists. Thus he is shown as refusing positively to create, have progeny, and even as calling his father Brahma a false teacher for advising him to get married. Narada Pankaratra. Nevertheless, he is referred to as one of the Prajapati progenitors. In Narada Purana, he describes the laws and the duties of the celibate adepts, and as these occult duties do not happen to be found in the fragment of about 3,000 stanzas in the possession of European museums, the Brahmins are proclaimed liars. The Orientalists forgetting that the Narada is credited with containing 25,000 stanzas, and that it is not very likely that such manuscripts should be found in the hands of the Hindu profane, those who are ready to sell any precious olla for a red pottage. Suffice it to say that Narada is the Devarishi of occultism par excellence, and that the occultist who does not ponder, analyze, and study Narada from his 7 esoteric facets will never be able to fathom certain anthropological, chronological, and even cosmic mysteries. He is one of the fires above mentioned, and plays a part in the evolution of this kalpa from its incipient down to its final stage. He is an actor who appears in each of the successive acts, root races, of the present Manvantaric drama, in the world allegories which strike the keynote of esotericism and are now becoming more familiar to the reader. But shall we turn to other ancient scriptures and documents for the corroboration of the fires, sparks, and flames? They are plentiful, if one only seeks for them in the right places. In the book of the Concealed Mystery they are clearly enunciated, as also in the Haidra Zuta Kadisha, or the Lesser Holy Assembly. The language is very mystical and veiled, yet still comprehensible. Therein, among the sparks of prior worlds, vibrating flames and sparks from the divine flint, the workmen proceed to create man, male and female, 427, which flames and sparks, angels and their worlds, stars and planets, are said figuratively to become extinct and die, that is to say, remain unmanifested until a certain process of nature is accomplished. To show how thickly veiled from public view are the most important facts of anthropogenesis, 2 passages are now quoted from 2 Kabbalistic books. The first is from the book of the Concealed Mystery, 429. From a light-bearer, one of the 7 sacred planets, of insupportable brightness proceeded a radiating flame, dashing off, like a vast and mighty hammer, those sparks which were the prior worlds, 430. And with most subtle ether were these intermingled and bound mutually together, but only when they were conjoined together, even the Great Father and Great Mother. 431. From Hoa himself is Ab, the Father, and from Hoa himself is Ruach, the Spirit.
who are hidden in the Ancient of Days, and therein is that ether concealed. 432. And it was connected with a light-bearer, a planet, and its angel or regent, which went forth from that light-bearer in insupportable brightness, which is hidden in the bosom of Aima, the Great Mother. Note. See Mr. Mather's Kabbalah Unveiled. End of note. Now the following extract from the Zohar also deals with the same mystery, translated in Aima's Kabbalah. The pre-Adamite kings, we have learned in the Sephirah Tzaniuta that the Attika, Datikin, Ancient of Ancients, before he prepared his form, built kings, and engraved kings, and sketched out kings, men, the kings of the animals, and they could not exist till he overthrew them, and hid them until after a time. Therefore it is written, And these are the kings which reigned in the land of Edom, and they could not exist till Reshahivra, the Whitehead, the Attika Datikin, Ancient of Ancients, arranged himself, and formed all forms above and below. Before he arranged himself in his form had not been formed all those whom he decided to form, and all worlds have been destroyed. They did not remain in their places, because the form of the kings had not been formed as it ought to be, and the holy city had not been prepared. Soha 3, 135a, 292a, Idra Zutta, Brody, etc. Now the plain meaning of these two allegorical and metaphysical disquisitions is simply this. Worlds and men were in turn formed and destroyed under the law of evolution and from pre-existing material, until both the planets and their men, in our case our Earth and its animal and human races, became what they are now in the present cycle, opposite polar forces, an equilibrized compound of spirit and matter, of the positive and the negative, of the male and the female. Before man could become male and female physically, his prototype, the creating Elohim, had to arrange his form on this sexual plane astrally. That is to say, the atoms and the organic forces descending into the plane of the given differentiation had to be marshaled in the order intended by nature, so as to be ever carrying out in an immaculate way that law which the Kabbalah calls the balance, through which everything that exists does so as male and female in its final perfection in this present stage of materiality. Klokhma, wisdom, the male Sephiroth, had to diffuse itself in and through Bina, intelligent nature, or understanding. Therefore the first root race of men, sexless and mindless, had to be overthrown and hidden until after a time, that is, the first race, instead of dying, disappeared in the second race, as certain lower lives and plants do in their progeny. It was a wholesale transformation. The first became the second root race, without either begetting it, procreating it, or dying. They passed by together, as it is written, and he died, and another reigned in his stead. Genesis 26, 31 sequence, Zohar 3, 292a. Why? Because the holy city had not been prepared. And what is the holy city? The Makwam, the secret place or the shrine on earth. In other words, the human womb, the microscopic copy and reflection of the heavenly matrix, the female space or primeval chaos in which the male spirit fecundates the germ of the sun or the visible universe. Vide the Holy of Holies, its esoteric meaning in part 2 of this volume. So much so that in the paragraph on the emanation of the male and female principle in the Zohar it is said that on this earth the wisdom from the holy ancient does not shine except in male and female. Chokhmah, wisdom, is the father, and Bina, understanding, is the mother. And when they connect one with the other, they bring forth and diffuse and emanate truth. In the sayings of Rabbi Jeyeva Saba, that is, the old, we learned this. What is Bina, understanding? But when they connect in one another, the Yod, in the year, they become impregnated and produce a son, and therefore it is called Bina, understanding. It means Bin Yah, that is, son of Yah. This is the completeness of the whole.
Note, Zohar 3, 290a, quoted in Isaac Mayer's Kabbalah, page 387. End of note. This is also the completeness of phallicism by the rabbis, its perfect apotheosis, the divine being dragged into the animal, the sublime into the grossness of the terrestrial. Nothing so graphically gross exists in Eastern occultism, nor in the primitive Kabbalah, the Chaldean Book of Numbers. We have said so in Isis Unveiled. We find it rather unwise on the part of Catholic writers to pour out their vials of wrath in such sentences as these. In a multitude of pagodas, the phallic stone, ever and always assuming, like the Grecian Batilos, the brutally indecent form of the Lingam, the Mahadeva. Before casting slurs on a symbol whose profound metaphysical meaning is too much for the modern champions of that religion of sensualism par excellence, Roman Catholicism, to grasp, they are in duty bound to destroy their oldest churches and change the form of the cupolas of their own temples. The Mahuda of Elephanta, the round tower of Bangulpur, the minarets of Islam, either rounded or pointed, are the originals of the campanile columns of San Marco at Venice, of the rustic cathedral, and of the modern Duomo of Milan. All of these steeples, turrets, domes, and Christian temples are the reproductions of the primitive idea of the lithos, the upright phallus. Volume 2, page 5. Nevertheless, and however it may be, the fact that all these Hebrew Elohim, sparks, and cherubs are identical with the Devas, Rishis, and the fires and flames, the Rudras, and the 49 Agnis of the ancient Aryas, is sufficiently proven by and in The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis. Stanzas translated with commentaries. From the Secret Book of John. Stanza 4, Creation of the First Races. Subsections. Creation of men. Subsections. Verse 14, Creation of men. 15, They are empty shadows. 16, The creators are perplexed how to create a thinking man. 17, What is needed for the formation of a perfect man. Verse 14, The seven hosts, the will or mind-born, lords propelled by the spirit of life-giving, Forhat, separate men from themselves, each on his own zone. They threw off their shadows or astral bodies, if such an ethereal being as a lunar spirit may be supposed to rejoice in an astral besides a hardly tangible body. In another commentary it is said that the ancestors breathed out the first man, as Brahma is explained to have breathed out the Suras, gods, when they became Asuras, from Asu, breath. In a third it is said that they, the newly created men, were the shadows of the shadows. With regard to this sentence, they were the shadows of the shadows, a few more words may be said and a full explanation attempted. This first process of evolution of mankind is far easier to accept than the one which follows it, though one and all will be rejected and doubted even by some Kabbalists, especially the Western, who study the present effects but have neglected to study their primary causes. Nor does the writer feel competent to explain a mode of procreation so difficult of appreciation save for an Eastern occultist. Therefore it is useless to enter into details concerning the process, though it is minutely described in the secret books, as it would only lead to speaking of facts hitherto unknown to the profane world, and hence to their being misunderstood. An Adam made of the dust of the ground will always be found preferable by a certain class of students to one projected out of the ethereal body of his creator, though the former process has never been heard of, while the latter is familiar, as all know, to many spiritualists in Europe and America, who of all men ought to understand it. For who of those who have witnessed the phenomenon of a materializing form oozing out of the pores of a medium, or at other times out of his left side, can fail to credit the possibility at least of such a birth? If there are in the universe such beings as angels or spirits whose incorporeal essence may constitute an intelligent entity notwithstanding the absence of any to us solid organism, and if there are those who believe that a god made the first man out of dust, and breathed into him a living soul, and there are millions upon millions who believe both, what does this doctrine of ours contain that is so impossible? Very soon the day will dawn when the world will have to choose whether it will accept the miraculous creation of man and cosmos too, out of nothing, according to the dead letter of Genesis, or a first man born from a fantastic link, absolutely missing so far the common ancestor of man and of the, quote, true ape, unquote. Note: Huxley, supported by the most evident discoveries in comparative anatomy, could utter the momentous sentence that the anatomical differences between man and the highest apes are less than those between the latter and the lowest apes. In relation to our genealogical tree of man, the necessary conclusion follows that the human race has evolved gradually from the true apes. The Pedigree of Man by Ernst Haeckel, translated by Edward B. Aveling, page 49. What may be the scientific and logical objections to the opposite conclusion, we would ask? The anatomical resemblances between man and the anthropoids, grossly exaggerated as they are by the Darwinists, as M. de Quatrefages shows, are simply enough, quote, accounted for, unquote, when the origin of the latter is taken into consideration. Quote, nowhere in the older deposits is an ape to be found that approximates more closely to man, or a man that approximates more closely to an ape, unquote. End of note. Between these two fallacies, occult philosophy steps in. Note: quote, the same gulf which is found today between man and ape goes back with undiminished breadth and depth to the tertiary period. This fact alone is enough to make its untenability clear, unquote. Dr. F. Pfaff, Professor of Natural Science in the University of Erlangen. End of note. It teaches that the first human stock was projected by higher and semi-divine beings out of their own essences. If the latter process is to be considered as abnormal or even inconceivable because obsolete in nature at this point of evolution, it is yet proven possible on the authority of certain, quote, spiritualistic, unquote, facts. Which, then, we ask of the three hypotheses or theories, is the most reasonable and the least absurd? Certainly no one, providing he is not a soul-blind materialist, can ever object to the occult teaching. Now, as shown, we gather from the latter that man was not, quote, created, unquote, the complete being he is now, however imperfect he still remains. There was a spiritual, a psychic, an intellectual, and an animal evolution, from the highest to the lowest, as well as a physical development, from the simple and homogeneous up to the more complex and heterogeneous. Though not quite on the lines traced for us by the modern evolutionists. This double evolution in two contrary directions required various ages of diverse natures and degrees of spirituality and intellectuality to fabricate the being now known as man. Furthermore, the one absolute, ever-acting and never-erring law, which proceeds on the same lines from one eternity, or manvantara, to the other, ever furnishing an ascending scale for the manifested, or that which we call the great illusion, Mahamaya, but plunging spirit deeper and deeper into materiality on the one hand, and then redeeming it through flesh and liberating it. This law, we say, uses for these purposes the beings from other and higher planes, men or minds, manus, in accordance with their karmic exigencies. At this juncture the reader is again asked to turn to the Indian philosophy and religion. The esotericism of both is at one with our secret doctrine, however much the form may differ and vary. On the identity and differences of the incarnating powers. The progenitors of man, called in India fathers, Pitara or Pitris, are the creators of our bodies and lower principles. They are ourselves as the first personalities, and we are they. Primeval man would be the bone of their bone and the flesh of their flesh, if they had body and flesh. As stated, they were lunar beings. The endowers of man with his conscious immortal ego are the solar angels, whether so regarded metaphorically or literally. The mysteries of the conscious ego or human soul are great. The esoteric name of these solar angels is literally the Lord's, Nat, of persevering, ceaseless devotion, pranidhana. Therefore they of the fifth principle, manas, seem to be connected with, or to have originated, the system of the yogis who make of pranidhana their fifth observance. See Yoga Shastra 2.32. It has already been explained why the trans-Himalayan occultists regard them as evidently identical with those who in India are termed Kumaras, Agnishvatas, and Barishats. How precise and true is Plato's expression, how profound and philosophical his remark on the human solar ego when he defined it as a compound of the same and the other. And yet how little this hint has been understood, since the world took it to mean that the soul was the breath of God, of Jehovah. It is the same and the other, as the great initiate philosopher said, for the ego, the high self, when merged with and in the divine monad, is man, and yet the same as the other, the angel in him incarnated, as the same with the universal Mahat. The great classics and philosophers felt this truth when saying that there must be something within us which produces our thoughts, something very subtle. It is breath, it is fire, it is ether, it is quintessence, it is a slender likeness, it is an intellection, it is a number, it is harmony, unquote, from Voltaire. All these are the Manasam and Rajasas, the Kumaras, Asuras, and other rulers and Pitris who incarnated in the third race, and in this and various other ways endowed mankind with mind. There are 7 classes of Pitris as shown below, 3 incorporeal and 4 corporeal, and 2 kinds, the Agnishvata and the Barhishat. And we may add that, as there are 2 kinds of Pitris, so there is a double and a triple set of Barhishad and Agnishvata. The former, having given birth to their astral doubles, are reborn as sons of Atri, and are the Pitris of the demons, or corporeal beings, on the authority of Manu, 3.196. While the Agnishvata are reborn as sons of Mariki, a son of Brahma, and are the Pitris of the gods, Manu again, Matsya and Padma Puranas, and Kulukka in the laws of the Manavas, 3.195. Note: we are quite aware that the Vayu and Matsya Puranas identify agreeably to Western interpretation the Agnishvata with the seasons and the Barhishad Pitris with the months, adding a 4th class, the Kavyas, cyclic years. But do not Christian Roman Catholics identify their angels with planets, and are not the 7 rishis become the Saptarshi, a constellation? They are deities presiding over all the cyclic divisions. End of note. Moreover, the Vayu Purana declares all the 7 orders to have originally been the first gods, the Vairayas, whom Brahma, with the eye of yoga, beheld in the eternal spheres, and who are the gods of gods. And the Matsya adds that the gods worshipped them, while the Harivansa, S. 1935, distinguishes the Virayas as one class of the Pitris only, a statement corroborated in secret teachings, which, however, identify the Virajas with the elder Agnishvatas, and the Rajasas or Abhuta Rajasas, who are incorporeal without even an astral phantom. Note: the Vayu Purana shows the region called Viraya Loka inhabited by the Agnishvatas. End of note. Vishnu is said in most of the manuscripts to have incarnated in and through them. In the Raivata Manvantara again, Hari, best of gods, was born of Sambhuti, as the divine Manasas, originating with the deities called Rayasas. Shambhuti was a daughter of Daksha, and wife of Mariki, the father of the Agnishvata, who, along with the Rayasas, are ever associated with Manasas. As remarked by a far more able Sanskritist than Wilson, Mr. Fitzedward Hall, quote, Manasa is no inappropriate name for a deity associated with the Rayasas. We appear to have in it Manasam, the same as Manas, with the change of termination required to express male personification, unquote. See Vishnu Purana, Book 3, Chapter 1, page 17, footnote. All the sons of Viraya are Manasa, says Nilakanta. And Viraya is Brahma, and therefore the incorporeal Pitris are called Virayas, from being the sons of Viraya, says Vayu Purana. We could multiply our proofs ad infinitum, but it is useless. The wise will understand our meaning, the unwise are not required to. There are 33 crores, or 330 millions, of gods in India. But as remarked by the learned lecturer on the Bhagavad Gita, they may be all devas, but are by no means all gods, in the high spiritual sense one attributes to the term. This is an unfortunate blunder, he remarks, generally committed by Europeans. Deva is a kind of spiritual being, and because the same word is used in ordinary parlance to mean God, it by no means follows that we have to worship 33 crores of gods. And he adds suggestively, these beings, as may be naturally inferred, have a certain affinity with one of the three component upadhis, basic principles, into which we have divided man. Unquote from Theosophist, February 1887, at sequence. The names of the deities of a certain mystic class change with every manvantara. Thus the 12 great gods, Jayas, created by Brahma to assist him in the work of creation in the very beginning of the Kalpa, and who, lost in Samadhi, neglected to create, whereupon they were cursed to be repeatedly born in each manvantara till the 7th, are respectively called Aityas, Tushitas, Satyas, Haris, Vaikuntas, Sadyas, and Adityas. They are Tushitas in the second Kalpa, and Adityas in this Vaivasvata period. See Vayu Purana, besides other names for each age. But they are identical with the Manasa, or Rayasas, and these with our incarnating Dhyan-koshas. They are all classes of the Guana-devas. Yes, besides those beings who, like the Yakshas, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, etc., taken in their individualities, inhabit the astral plane. There are real Devagnanams, and to these classes of Devas belong the Adityas, the Varyasas, the Kumaras and Asuras, and all those high celestial beings whom occult teaching calls Manasvin, the wise, foremost of all, and who would have made all men the self-conscious, spiritual, intellectual beings they will be, had they not been, quote, cursed, unquote, to fall into generation, and to be reborn themselves as mortals for their neglect of duty. Stanza 4 continued, verse 15. 7 times 7 shadows, Kayas, of future men, or Amanasas. Manu, as already remarked, comes from the root man, to think, hence a thinker. It is from this Sanskrit word very likely that sprung the Latin mens, mind, the Egyptian menis, the mastermind, the Pythagorean monas, or conscious thinking unit, mind also, and even our manas, or mind, the 5th principle in man. Hence these shadows are called amanasa, mindless. With the Brahmins, the Pitris are very sacred, because they are the progenitors or ancestors of men, the first Manushuya on this earth, and offerings are made to them by the Brahmin when a son is born unto him. They are more honored, and their ritual is more important than the worship of the gods. See the Laws of Manu, Book 3, page 203. Note on the progenitors. This was hinted at in Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, page 38. Though the full explanation could not then be given, the Pitris are not the ancestors of the present living men, but those of the first humankind or Adamic race, the spirits of human races which, on the great scale of descending evolution, preceded our races of men and were physically as well as spiritually far superior to our modern pygmies. In Manava Dharma Shastra they are called the lunar ancestors. End of note. Now, may we not now search for a philosophical meaning in this dual group of progenitors? The Pitris being divided into 7 classes, we have here the mystic number again. Nearly all the Puranas agree that 3 of these are arupa, formless, while 4 are corporeal, the former being intellectual and spiritual, the latter material and devoid of intellect. Esoterically, it is the Asuras who form the first 3 classes of Pitris, born in the body of night, whereas the other 4 were produced from the body of twilight. Their fathers, the gods, were doomed to be born fools on earth according to Vayu Purana. The legends are purposely mixed up and made very hazy, the Pitris being in one the sons of the gods, and in another those of Brahma, while a third makes them instructors of their own fathers. It is the hosts of the 4 material classes who create men simultaneously on the 7 zones. Now, with regard to the 7 classes of Pitris, each of which is again divided into 7, a word to students and a query to the profane. That class of the fire dhyanis, which we identify on undeniable grounds with the Agnishvatas, is called in our school the heart of the Dhyan-Kuchanic body, and it is said to have incarnated in the 3rd race of men and made them perfect. The esoteric mystagogy speaks of the mysterious relation existing between the hebdomadic essence or substance of this angelic heart and that of man, whose every physical organ and psychic and spiritual function is a reflection, so to say, a copy on the terrestrial plane of the model of prototype above. Why, it is asked, should there be such a strange repetition of the number 7 in the anatomical structure of man? Why should the heart have 4 lower cavities and 3 higher divisions, answering so strangely to the septenary division of the human principles, separated into 2 groups, the higher and the lower? And why should the same division be found in the various classes of Pitris, and especially our fire dhyanis? For, as already stated, these beings fall into 4 corporeal or grosser, and 3 incorporeal or subtler principles, or call them by any other name you please. Why do the 7 nervous plexuses of the body radiate 7 rays? Why are there these 7 plexuses, and why 7 distinct layers in the human skin? Quote, having projected their shadows and made men of one element, ether, their progenitors reascend to Mahaloka, whence they descend periodically when the world is renewed to give birth to new men. The subtle bodies remain without understanding, manas, until the advent of the suras, gods, now called asuras, not gods, unquote, says the commentary. Not gods for the Brahmins perhaps, but their highest breaths for the occultists, since those progenitors, Pitar, the formless and the intellectual, refuse to build man but endow him with mind, the 4 corporeal classes creating only his body. This is very plainly shown in various texts of the Rig Veda, the highest authority for a Hindu of any sect whatever. Therein asura means spiritual divine, and the word is used as a synonym for supreme spirit, while in the sense of a god the term asura is applied to Varuna and Indra, and preeminently to Agni, the 3 having been in days of old the 3 highest gods, before Brahmanical mythology distorted the true meaning of almost everything in the archaic scriptures. But as the key is now lost, the Asuras are hardly mentioned. In the Zend-Avesta the same is found. In the Mazdian or Magian religion, Asura is the Lord Asura Vishvavedas, the all-knowing omniscient Lord. And Asura Mazda, become later Ahura Mazda, is, as Benfi shows, the Lord who bestows intelligence, Ashura Medha and Ahura Mazdao. Elsewhere in this work it is shown on equally good authority that the Indo-Iranian Asura was always regarded as 7-fold. This fact, combined with the name Mazda as above, which makes of the 7-fold Asura the Lord or Lords collectively, who bestow intelligence, connects the Amshaspans with the Asuras, and with our incarnating the Ankochans, as well as with the Elohim, and the 7 informing gods of Egypt, Chaldea, and every other country. Why these, quote, gods, unquote, refused to create man is not, as stated in exoteric accounts, because their pride was too great to share the celestial power of their essence with the children of earth, but for reasons already suggested. However, allegory has indulged in endless fancies, and theology taken advantage thereof in every country, to make out this case against the firstborn, or the logoi, and to impress it as a truth on the minds of the ignorant and the credulous. Compare also what is said about Makara and the Kumaras in connection with the zodiac. The Christian system is not the only one which has degraded them into demons. Zoroastrianism and even Brahmanism have profited thereby to obtain hold of the people's mind. Even in Chaldean exotericism, beings who refuse to create, that is, who are said to oppose thereby the demiurges, are also denounced as the spirits of darkness. The Suras, who win their intellectual independence, fight the Suras who are devoid thereof, who are shown as passing their lives in profitless ceremonial worship based on blind faith, a hint now ignored by the orthodox Brahmins, and forthwith the former become Asuras. The first and mind-born sons of the deity refuse to create progeny and are cursed by Brahma to be born as men. They are hurled down to earth, which later on is transformed in theological dogma into the infernal regions. Ahriman destroys the bull created by Ormazd, which is the emblem of the terrestrial elusive life, the germ of sorrow, and, forgetting that the perishing finite seed must die, in order that the plant of immortality, the plant of spiritual eternal life, should sprout and live, Ahriman is proclaimed the enemy, the opposing power, the devil. Typhon cuts Osiris into 14 pieces, in order to prevent his peopling the world and thus creating misery. And Typhon becomes, in the exoteric theological teaching, the power of darkness. But all this is the exoteric shell. It is the worshippers of the latter who attribute to disobedience and rebellion the effort and self-sacrifice of those who would help men to the original status of divinity through self-conscious efforts. And it is these worshippers of form who have made demons of the angels of light. Esoteric philosophy, however, teaches that 1/3 of the dhyanis, that is, 3 classes of the arupa pitris, endowed with intelligence, which is a formless breath composed of intellectual, not elementary substances, see Hadishvama 932, was simply doomed by the law of karma and evolution to be reborn, or incarnated, on earth. Note on 1/3 of the dhyanis. Whence the subsequent assertion of St. John's vision referred to in his Apocalypse about the great red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his head, whose tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth. Chapter 12. End of note. Note on to be reborn or incarnated on earth. The verse "did cast them to the earth" plainly shows its origin in the grandest and oldest allegory of the Aryan mystics who, after the destruction of Atlantean giants and sorcerers, concealed the truth, astronomical, physical, and divine, as it is paid out of pre-cosmic theogony, under various allegories. Its esoteric true interpretation is a veritable theodice of the fallen angels, so-called, the willing and the unwilling, the creators and those who refuse to create, being now mixed up most perplexingly by Christian Catholics who forget that their highest archangel, Saint Michael, who is shown to conquer, to master and to assimilate, the dragon of wisdom and of divine self-sacrifice, now miscalled and calumniated as Satan, was the first to refuse to create. This led to endless confusion. So little does Christian theology understand the paradoxical language of the East and its symbolism that it even explains, in its dead-letter sense, the Chinese, Buddhist, and Hindu exoteric rite of raising a noise during certain eclipses to scare away the great red dragon, which laid a plot to carry away the light. But here light means esoteric wisdom, and we have sufficiently explained the secret meaning of the terms dragon, serpent, etc., etc., all of which refer to adepts and initiates. Some of these were Nimanakayas from other Manvantaras. Hence we see them in all the Puranas, reappearing on this globe in the 3rd Manvantara as kings, rishis, and heroes. Read 3rd Root Race. This tenet, being too philosophical and metaphysical to be grasped by the multitudes, was, as already stated, disfigured by the priesthood for the purpose of preserving a hold over them through superstitious fear. The supposed rebels, then, were simply those who, compelled by karmic law to drink the cup of gall to its last bitter drop, had to incarnate anew, and thus make responsible thinking entities of the astral statues projected by their inferior brethren. Some are said to have refused because they had not in them the requisite materials, that is, an astral body, since they were arupa.
The refusal of others had reference to their having been adepts and yogis o long past preceding Manvantaras, another mystery. But later on, as Nirmanakayas, they sacrificed themselves for the good and salvation of the monads which were waiting for their turn, and which otherwise would have had to linger for countless ages in irresponsible animal-like, though in appearance human, forms. It may be a parable and an allegory within an allegory. Its solution is left to the intuition of the student, if he only reads that which follows with his spiritual eye. As to their fashioners or ancestors, those angels who, in the exoteric legends, obeyed the law, they must be identical with the Barishad, Pitris, or the Pita Devata, that is, those possessed of the physical creative fire. They could only create, or rather clothe, the human monads with their own astral selves, but they could not make man in their image and likeness. Man must not be like one of us, say the creative gods, entrusted with the fabrication of the low animal, but higher. See Genesis and Plato's Timaeus. They are creating the semblance of men out of their own divine essence means, esoterically, that it is they who became the first race, and thus shared its destiny and further evolution. They would not, simply because they could not, give to man that sacred spark which burns and expands into the flower of human reason and self-consciousness, for they had it not to give. This was left to the class of devas who became symbolized in Greece under the name of Prometheus. To those who had naught to do with the physical body, yet everything with the pure spiritual man. See Part 2 of this volume, The Fallen Angels. Also, the gods of light proceed from the gods of darkness. Each class of creators endows man with what it has to give. The one builds his external form, the other gives him its essence, which later on becomes the human higher self, owing to the personal exertion of the individual. But they could not make men as they were themselves, perfect because sinless, sinless because having only the first pale shadowy outlines of attributes, and these all perfect, from the human standpoint, white, pure, and cold, as the virgins know. Where there is no struggle, there is no merit. Humanity of the earthy was not destined to be created by angels of the first divine breath. Therefore they are said to have refused to do so, and man had to be formed by more material creators, who in their turn could give only what they had in their own natures, and no more. Note: in spite of all efforts to the contrary, Christian theology, having burdened itself with the Hebrew esoteric account of the creation of man, which is understood literally, cannot find any reasonable excuse for its God, the Creator, who produces a man devoid of mind and sense. Nor can it justify the punishment following an act for which Adam and Eve might plead non compos. For if the couple is admitted to be ignorant of good and evil before the eating of the forbidden fruit, how could it be expected to know that disobedience was evil? If primeval man was meant to remain a half-witted, or rather witless being, then his creation was aimless and even cruel, if produced by an omnipotent and perfect God. But Adam and Eve are shown, even in Genesis, to be created by a class of lower divine beings, the Elohim, who are so jealous of their personal prerogatives as reasonable and intelligent creatures that they will not allow man to become as one of us. This is plain even from the dead-letter meaning of the Bible. The Gnostics, then, were right in regarding the Jewish God as belonging to a class of lower, material, and not very holy denizens of the invisible world. End of note. Subservient to eternal law, the pure gods could only project out of themselves shadowy men, a little less ethereal and spiritual, less divine and perfect than themselves, shadows still. The first humanity, therefore, was a pale copy of its progenitors, too material even in its ethereality to be a hierarchy of gods, too spiritual and pure to be men, endowed as it is with every negative, nirguna perfection. Perfection, to be fully such, must be born out of imperfection. The incorruptible must grow out of the corruptible, having the latter as its vehicle and basis and contrast. Absolute light is absolute darkness and vice versa. In fact, there is neither light nor darkness in the realms of truth. Good and evil are twins, the progeny of space and time, under the sway of Maya.
Separate them by cutting off one from the other, and they will both die. Neither exists per se, since each has to be generated and created out of the other in order to come into being. Both must be known and appreciated before becoming objects of perception, hence in mortal mind they must be divided. Nevertheless, as the illusionary distinction exists, it requires a lower order of creative angels to create inhabited globes, especially ours, or to deal with matter on this earthly plane. The philosophical Gnostics were the first to think so in the historical period, and to invent various systems upon this theory. Therefore, in their schemes of creation, one always finds their creators occupying a place at the very foot of the ladder of spiritual being.
With them, those who created our earth and its mortals were placed on the very limit of Mayavic matter, and their followers were taught to think, to the great disgust of the Church Fathers, that for the creation of those wretched races in a spiritual and moral sense, which grace our globe, no high divinity could be made responsible, but only angels of a low hierarchy, to which class they relegated the Jewish god Jehovah. Note on low hierarchy. In Isis Unveiled, several of these Gnostic systems are given. One is taken from the Codex Nazareus, the scriptures of the Nazarenes, who, although they existed long before the days of Christ, and even before the laws of Moses, were Gnostics, and many of them initiates. They held their mysteries of life in Nazareth, ancient and modern Nazareth, and their doctrines are a faithful echo of the teachings of the secret doctrine, some of which we are now endeavoring to explain. End of note. Mankind different from the present are mentioned in all the ancient cosmogonies. Plato speaks in the Phaedrus of a winged race of men. Aristophanes, in Plato's Banquet, speaks of a race androgynous and with round bodies. In Pimander, all the animal kingdom even is double-sexed. Thus in section 18 it is said, "The circuit having been accomplished, the knot was loosened, and all the animals, which were equally androgynous, were untied," separated, together with man, for the causes had to produce effects on earth. Note, see the translation from the Greek by François, Monsieur de Foix, Évêque d'Air, the work dedicated to Marguerite de France, Reine de Navarre, edition of 1579, Bordeaux. End of note. Again, in the ancient Quiché manuscript, the Popol Vuh, published by the late Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg, the first men are described as a race whose sight was unlimited, and who knew all things at once, thus showing the divine knowledge of gods, not mortals. The secret doctrine, correcting the unavoidable exaggerations of popular fancy, gives the facts as they are recorded in the archaic symbols. Stanza 4 continued. 7 times 7 shadows, Kayas, of future men or Amanasas, were thus born, each of his own color, complexion, and kind. These shadows were born each of his own color and kind, and also inferior to his creator, because the latter was a complete being of his kind. The commentaries refer the first sentence to the color or complexion of each human race thus evolved. In Pimander, the 7 primitive men, created by nature from the heavenly man, all partake of the qualities of the 7 governors or rulers who loved man, their own reflection and synthesis. In the Norse legends, one recognizes in Asgard the habitat of the gods, as also in the Asas themselves, the same mystical Loki and personification woven into the popular myths, as in our secret doctrine, and we find them in the Vedas, the Puranas, the Mazdean scriptures, and the Kabbalah. The Asas of Scandinavia, the rulers of the world which preceded ours, whose name means literally the pillars of the world, its supports, are thus identical with the Greek Cosmocratores, the 7 workmen or rectors of Pimander, the 7 rishis and pitris of India, the 7 Chaldean gods and 7 evil spirits, the 7 Kabbalistic Sephiroth synthesized by the Upper Triad, and even the 7 planetary spirits of the Christian mystics. The Asas create the earth, the seas, the sky, and the clouds, the whole visible world, from the remains of the slain giant Ymir. but they do not create man, but only his form from the ask, or ash tree. It is Odin who endows him with life and soul, after Lodur had given him blood and bones, and finally it is Honir who furnishes him with his intellect, manas, and with his conscious senses. The Norse ask, the Hesiodic ash tree, whence issued the men of the generation of bronze, the third root race, and the Zeta tree of the Popol Vuh, out of which the Mexican third race of men was created, are all one. Note, see Max Muller's review of the Popol Vuh. End of note. This may be plainly seen by any reader, but the occult reason why the Norse Yggdrasil, the Hindu Ashvata, the Goggar, the Hellenic tree of life, and the Tibetan Sampun are one with the Kabbalistic Sephirothal tree, and even with the holy tree made by Ahura Mazda, and the tree of Eden, who among the Western scholars can tell? Note, Mr. James Damesteta, the translator of the Vendidad, speaking of it, says, "The tree, whatever it is," page 209, end of note. Nevertheless, the fruits of all those trees, with the pipala or haoma, or yet the more prosaic apple, are the plants of life, in fact and verity. The prototypes of our races were all enclosed in the microcosmic tree, which grew and developed within and under the great mundane macrocosmic tree, and the mystery is half revealed in the Dirgotamas, where it is said, "Pipala, the sweet fruit of that tree upon which come spirits who love the science, and where the gods produce all marvels." Note in the micro and macrocosmic trees. See Plato's Timaeus, end of note. As in the Goggard, among the luxuriant branches of all those mundane trees, the quote, serpent, unquote, dwells. But while the macrocosmic tree is the serpent of eternity and of absolute wisdom itself, those who dwell in the microcosmic tree are the serpents of the manifested wisdom. One is the one and all, the others are its reflected parts. The tree is man himself, of course, and the serpents dwelling in each, the conscious manas, the connecting link between spirit and matter, heaven and earth. Everywhere it is the same. The creating powers produce man, but fail in their final object. All these logoi strive to endow man with the conscious immortal spirit, reflected in the mind, manas, alone. They fail, and they are all represented as being punished for their failure, if not for the attempt. What is the nature of the punishment? A sentence of imprisonment in the lower or nether region, which is our earth, the lowest in its chain, unquote, eternity, unquote, meaning the duration of the life cycle in the darkness of matter or within animal man. It has pleased the half-ignorant and half-designing church fathers to disfigure the graphic symbol. They took advantage of the metaphor and allegory found in every old religion to turn them to the benefit of the new one. Thus man was transformed into the darkness of a material hell. His divine consciousness obtained from his indwelling principle, the Manasa, or the incarnated Deva, became the glaring flames of the infernal region, and our globe that hell itself. Pipala, Haoma, the fruit of the tree of knowledge, were denounced as the forbidden fruit, and the serpent of wisdom, the voice of reason and consciousness, remained identified for ages with a fallen angel, which is the old dragon, the devil. Read part 2, the evil spirit, who, or what. The same for the other high symbols. The swastika, the most sacred and mystic symbol in India, the Jaina cross, as it is now called by the Masons, notwithstanding its direct connection and even identity with the Christian cross, has become dishonored in the same manner. It is the devil's sign, we are told by the Indian missionaries. Does it not shine on the head of the great serpent of Vishnu, on the 1,000-headed Sheshna Ananta, in the depths of Patala, the Hindu Naraka, or hell? It does, but what is Ananta? As Sesha, it is the almost endless manvanteric cycle of time, and becomes infinite time itself when called Ananta, the great seven-headed serpent, on which rests Vishnu, the eternal deity, during pralaic inactivity. What has Satan to do with this highly metaphysical symbol? The swastika is the most philosophically scientific of all symbols, as also the most comprehensible. It is the summary in a few lines of the whole work of creation, or evolution, as one would rather say, from cosmotheogony down to anthropogeny, from the indivisible unknown Parabrahm to the humble moneron of materialistic science, whose genesis is as unknown to that science as is that of the all-deity itself. The swastika is found heading the religious symbols of every old nation. It is the worker's hammer in the Chaldean Book of Numbers, the hammer just referred to in the Book of Concealed Mystery, Chapter 1, subsections 1, 2, 3, and 4, etc., which strike sparks from the flint, space, those sparks becoming worlds. It is Thor's hammer, the magic weapon forged by the dwarfs against the giants, or the pre-cosmic titanic forces of nature, which rebel, and while alive in the region of matter, will not be subdued by the gods, the agents of universal harmony, but have first to be destroyed. This is why the world is formed out of the relics of the murdered Ymir. The swastika is the Mjölnir, the storm hammer, and therefore it is said that when the Ases, the holy gods, after having been purified by fire, the fire of passions and suffering in their life incarnations, become fit to dwell in Ida in eternal peace, when Mjölnir will become useless. This will be when the bonds of Hel, the goddess queen of the region of the dead, will bind them no longer, for the kingdom of evil will have passed away. Surtur's flames had not destroyed them, nor yet had the raging waters of the several deluges. Then came the sons of Tur. They brought Mjölnir with them, no longer as a weapon of war, but as the hammer with which to consecrate the new heaven and the new earth. Note. See Asgard and the gods, the renewal of the world, end of note. Verily many are its meanings. In the macrocosmic work, the hammer of creation with its four arms bent at right angles refers to the continual motion and revolution of the invisible cosmos of forces. In that of the manifested cosmos on our earth, it points to the rotation in the cycles of time of the world's axis and their equatorial belts. The two lines forming the swastika, meaning spirit and matter, the four hooks suggesting the motion in the revolving cycles. Applied to the microcosm, man, it shows him to be a link between heaven and earth, the right hand being raised at the end of a horizontal arm, the left pointing to the earth. In the smaragdine tablet of Hermes, the uplifted right hand is inscribed with the word solve, and left with the word coagula. It is at one and the same time an alchemical, cosmogonical, anthropological, and magical sign with 7 keys to its inner meaning. It is not too much to say that the compound symbolism of this universal and most suggestive of signs contains the key to the 7 great mysteries of cosmos. Born in the mystical conceptions of the earlier Aryans, and by them placed at the very threshold of eternity on the head of the serpent Ananta, it found its spiritual death in the scholastic interpretations of medieval anthropomorphists. It is the alpha and the omega of universal creative force, evolving from pure spirit and ending in gross matter. It is also the key to the cycle of science, divine and human, and he who comprehends its full meaning is forever liberated from the toils of Mahamaya, the great illusion and deceiver. The light that shines from under the divine hammer, now degraded into the mallet or gravel of the grand masters of Masonic lodges, is sufficient to dissipate the darkness of any human schemes or fictions. How prophetic are the songs of the 3 Norse goddesses, to whom the ravens of Odin whisper of the past and the future, as they flutter around in their abode of crystal beneath the flowing river. The songs are all written down in the scrolls of wisdom, of which many are lost, but some still remain, and they repeat in poetical allegory the teachings of the archaic ages. To summarize from Dr. Wagner's Asgard and the Gods, the renewal of the worlds, which is a prophecy about the seventh race of our round told in the past tense. The Mjolnir had done its duty in this round, and, quote, on the field of Ida, the field of resurrection for the fifth round, the sons of the highest gods assembled, and in them their fathers rose again, the egos of all their past incarnations. They talked of the past and present, and remembered the wisdom and prophecies of their ancestors which had all been fulfilled. Near them, but unseen of them, was the strong, the mighty one who rules all things, and ordains the eternal laws that govern the world. They all knew he was there. They felt his presence and his power, but were ignorant of his name. At his command, the new earth rose out of the waters of space. To the south, above the field of Ida, he made another heaven called Ordlang, and further off a third, Vidblan. Over Gimmel's cave, a wondrous palace was erected, covered with gold and shining bright in the sun. These are the three gradually ascending planets of our chain. There the gods were enthroned, as they used to be. From Gimmel's heights, the seventh planet or globe, the highest and the purest, they looked down upon the happy descendants of Leaf and Leifthrazir, the coming Adam and Eve of purified humanity, and signed to them to climb up higher, to rise in knowledge and wisdom step by step from one heaven to another, until they were at last fit to be united with the gods in the house of All-Father. Page 305. He who knows the doctrines of esoteric Buddhism, or wisdom, though so imperfectly sketched hitherto, will see clearly the allegory contained in the above. Its more philosophical meaning will be better understood if the reader thinks carefully over the myth of Prometheus. It is examined further on in the light of the Hindu Pramanta, degraded into a purely physiological symbol by some Orientalists, and taken in connection with terrestrial fire only. Their interpretation is an insult to every religion, including Christianity, whose greatest mystery is thus dragged down to matter. The friction of divine Pramanta and Arani could suggest itself under this image only to the brutal conceptions of the German materialists, and whom there are none worse. It is true that the divine babe, Agni with the Sanskrit-speaking race, who became Ignis with the Latins, is born from the conjunction of Pramanta and Arani, swastika, during the sacrificial ceremony. But what of that? Twastri, Vishvakarman, is the divine artist and carpenter, and is also the father of the gods and of creative fire in the Vedas. Note on divine artist and carpenter. The father of the sacred fire, writes Professor Jolly, is Twastri. His mother was Maya. He himself was styled Akta, anointed, Christos in Greek, after the priest had poured upon his head the spirituous, within brackets question mark, soma, and on his body butter purified by a sacrifice. Man before metals, page 190. The source of his information is not given by the French Darwinist, but the lines are quoted to show that light begins to dawn even upon the materialists. Adalbert Kuhn, in his Die Herkunft des Feuers, identifies two signs, the swastika and the swastika punctuated by 4 dots, with Arani, and designates them under this name. He adds, this process of kindling fire naturally led men to the idea of sexual reproduction, etc. Why could not a more dignified idea, and one more occult, have led man to invent that symbol, insofar as it is connected in one of its aspects with human reproduction? But its chief symbolism refers to cosmogony. Agni in the condition of actor or anointed is suggestive of Christ, remarks Professor Jolly. Maya, Mary, his mother, Twastri, Saint Joseph the carpenter of the Bible. In the Rig Veda, Vishwakarman is the highest and oldest of the gods and their father. He is the carpenter or builder, because God is called even by the monotheists the architect of the universe. Still, the original idea is purely metaphysical and had no connection with the later phallicism. End of note. So ancient is the symbol and so sacred that there is hardly an excavation made on the sites of old cities without its being found. A number of such terracotta discs, called fusaiolos, were found by Dr. Schliemann under the ruins of ancient Troy. Both these forms, the four-dotted swastika and the four-dotted cross with a circle in it, were excavated in great abundance, their presence being one more proof that the ancient Trojans and their ancestors were pure Aryans. Stanza 4, verse 15 continued. Each also inferior to his father, creator. The fathers, the boneless, could give no life to the beings with bones. Their progeny were bhuta, phantoms, with neither form nor mind. Therefore they were called the chaya, image or shadow race. Chaya, as already explained, is the astral image. It bears this meaning in Sanskrit works. Thus, Sanjna, spiritual consciousness, the wife of Surya, the sun, is shown retiring into the jungle to lead an ascetic life, and leaving behind to her husband her chaya, shadow or image. Next will be the conclusion of stanza 4. The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis. Stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 4, verse 16. How are the real Manushyas born? The Manus with minds, how are they made? Here an explanation again becomes necessary in the light and with the help of the exoteric added to the esoteric scriptures. The Manushyas, men, and the Manus are here equivalent to the Chaldean Adam, this term not meaning at all the first man, as with the Jews, or one solitary individual, but mankind collectively, as with the Chaldeans and Assyrians. It is the 4 orders or classes of Jankochans. Out of the 7, says the commentary, who were the progenitors of the concealed man, that is, the subtle inner man. The law of the moon, the lunar spirits, were, as already stated, only the ancestors of his form, that is, the model according to which nature began her external work upon him. Thus primitive man was, when he appeared, only a senseless bhuta or a phantom. This creation was a failure, the reason of which will be explained in commentary on Sloka 20. Note on bhuta. It is not clear why bhutas should be rendered by the Orientalists as meaning evil spirits in the Puranas. In the Vishnu Purana, Book 1, Chapter 5, the sloka simply says, bhutas, fiends, frightful from being monkey-colored and carnivorous. And the word in India now means ghosts, ethereal or astral phantoms, while in esoteric teaching it means elementary substances, something made of attenuated non-compound essence, and, specifically, the astral double of any man or animal. In this case, these primitive men are the doubles of the first ethereal Dhyanis or Pitris. End of note. Verse 16 continued. The fathers, within brackets and question mark, Barishad, call to their help their own fire, the Kavyavahana, electric fire, which is the fire which burns in earth. The spirit of the earth called to his help the solar fire, Suki, the spirit in the sun. These 3, the Pitris and the 2 fires, produced in their joint efforts a good rupa. It, the form, could stand, walk, run, recline, and fly. Yet it was still but a chaya, a shadow with no sense. This attempt was again a failure. It allegorizes the vanity of physical nature's unaided attempts to construct even a perfect animal, let alone man. For the fathers, the lower angels, are all nature spirits, and the higher elementals also possess an intelligence of their own, but this is not enough to construct a thinking man. Living fire was needed, that fire which gives the human mind its self-perception and self-consciousness, or manas, and the progeny of Parvaka and Sukhi are the animal electric and solar fires which create animals, and could thus furnish but a physical living constitution to that first astral model of man. The first creators then were the Pygmalions of the primeval man. They failed to animate the statue intellectually. This stanza, we shall see, is very suggestive. It explains the mystery of and fills the gap between the informing principle in man, the higher self or human monad, and the animal monad, both one and the same, although the former is endowed with divine intelligence, the latter with instinctual faculty alone. How is the difference to be explained and the presence of that higher self in man accounted for? The sons of Mahat are the quickeners of the human plant. They are the waters falling upon the arid soil of latent fire, and the spark that vivifies the human animal. They are the lords of spiritual life eternal. In the beginning, in the second race, some of the lords only breathed of their essence into Manushya, men, and some took in man their abode." Unquote. This shows that not all men became incarnations of the divine rebels, but only a few among them. The remainder had their fifth principle simply quickened by the spark thrown into it, which accounts for the great difference between the intellectual capacities of men and races. Had not the son of Mahat, speaking allegorically, skipped the intermediate worlds in their impulse toward intellectual freedom, the animal man would never have been able to reach upward from this earth and again through self-exertion his ultimate goal. The cyclic pilgrimage would have to be performed through all the planes of existence half unconsciously, if not entirely so, as in the case of the animals. It is owing to this rebellion of intellectual life against the morbid inactivity of pure spirit that we are what we are, self-conscious thinking men, with the capabilities and attributes of gods in us, for good as much as for evil. Hence the rebels are our saviors. Let the philosopher ponder well over this, and more than one mystery will become clear to him. It is only by the attractive force of the contrasts that the two opposites, spirit and matter, can be cemented on earth, and, smelted in the fire of self-conscious experience and suffering, find themselves wedded in eternity. This will reveal the meaning of many hitherto incomprehensible allegories, foolishly called fables. Vid infra, the secret of Satan. It explains, to begin with, the statement made in Pimander that the heavenly man, the son of the Father, who partook of the nature and essence of the seven governors, or creators and rulers of the material world, peeped through the harmony and, breaking through the seven circles of fire, made manifest the downward-born nature. See Pimander, Book 2, verses 17 to 29. It explains every verse in that Hermetic narrative, as also the Greek allegory of Prometheus. Most important of all, it explains the many allegorical accounts about the wars in heaven, including that of Revelation with respect to the Christian dogma of the fallen angels. It explains the rebellion of the oldest and highest angels, and the meaning of their being cast down from heaven into the depths of hell, that is, matter. It even solves the recent perplexity of the Assyriologists, who expressed their wonder through the late George Smith. Quote, "My first idea of this part of the rebellion," he says, "was that the wars with the powers of evil preceded the creation. I now think it followed the account of the fall." Chaldean account of Genesis, page 92. In this work, Mr. George Smith gives an engraving from an early Babylonian cylinder of the sacred tree, the serpent, man and woman. The tree has 7 branches, 3 on the man's side, 4 on that of the female. These branches are typical of the 7 root races, in the third of which, at its very close, occurred the separation of the sexes and the so-called fall into generation. The 3 earliest races were sexless, then hermaphrodite, the other 4 male and female, as distinct from each other. The dragon, says Mr. G. Smith, which, in the Chaldean account of the creation leads man to sin, is the creation of Tiamat, the living principle of the sea or chaos, which was opposed to the deities at the creation of the world. This is an error. The dragon is the male principle or phallus personified, or rather animalized, and Tiamat, the embodiment of the spirit of chaos, of the deep or abyss, is the female principle, the womb. The spirit of chaos and disorder refers to the mental perturbation which it led to. It is the sensual, attractive, magnetic principle which fascinates and seduces, the ever-living active element which throws the whole world into disorder, chaos, and sin. The serpent seduces the woman, but it is the latter who seduces man, and both are included in the karmic curse, though only as a natural result of the cause produced. Says George Smith, it is clear that the dragon is included in the curse of the fall, and that the gods, the Elohim, jealous at seeing the man of clay becoming a creator in his turn, like all the animals, invoke on the head of the human race all the evils which afflict humanity. Wisdom and knowledge shall injure him. He shall have family quarrels. He will anger the gods. He shall submit to tyranny. He shall be disappointed in his desires. He shall pour out useless prayers. He shall commit future sin. No doubt subsequent lines continue this topic, but again our narrative is broken, and it reopens only where the gods are preparing for war with the powers of evil, which are led by Tiamat, the woman, from Babylonian Legend of Creation, page 92. This account is omitted in Genesis for monotheistic purposes, but it is a mistaken policy, born no doubt of fear and regard for dogmatic religion and its superstitions, to have sought to restore the Chaldean fragments by Genesis, whereas it is the latter, far younger than any of the fragments, which ought to be explained by the former. Verse 17. The breath, human monad, needed a form. The fathers gave it. The breath needed a gross body. The earth molded it. The breath needed the spirit of life. The solar laws breathed it into its form. The breath needed a mirror of its body, an astral shadow. We gave it our own, said the Dhyanis. The breath needed a vehicle of desires, Kamarupa. It has it, said the drainer of waters, Sukhi, the fire of passions and animal instinct. The breath needs a mind to embrace the universe. We cannot give that, said the fathers. I never had it, said the spirit of the earth. The form will be consumed. Were I to give it mine, said the great solar fire. Nascent man remained an empty, senseless Bhuta. Thus have the boneless given life to those who became later men with bones in the third race. As a full explanation is found in stanza 5, vide paragraph A, a few remarks will now suffice. The father of primitive physical man, or of his body, is the vital electric principle residing in the sun. The moon is its mother because of that mysterious power in the moon which has as decided an influence upon human gestation and generation which it regulates as it has on the growth of plants and animals. The wind, or ether, standing in this case for the agent of transmission by which those influences are carried down from the two luminaries and diffused upon earth, is referred to as the nurse, while spiritual fire alone makes a man a divine and perfect entity. Now, what is that spiritual fire? In alchemy it's hydrogen in general, while in esoteric actuality it is the emanation or the ray which proceeds from its noumenon, the dhyan of the first element. hydrogen is a gas only on our terrestrial plane. But even in chemistry, hydrogen would be the only existing form of matter in our sense of the term, and is very nearly allied to protyle, which is our liam. Note, see Genesis of the Elements by Professor W. Crookes, page 21. End of note. It is the father and generator, so to say, or rather the upadi, basis, of both air and water, and is fire, air and water, in fact, one under three aspects, hence the chemical and alchemical trinity. In the world of manifestation of matter, it is the objective symbol and the material emanation from the subjective and purely spiritual entitative being into the region of noumena. Well might Godfrey Higgins have compared hydrogen to and even identified it with the tuon, the one of the Greeks. For, as he remarks, hydrogen is not water, though it generates it. Hydrogen is not fire, though it manifests or creates it. Nor is it air, though air may be regarded as a product of the union of water and fire, since hydrogen is found in the aqueous element of the atmosphere. It is 3 in 1. If one studies comparative theogony, it is easy to find that the secret of these fires was taught in the mysteries of every ancient people, preeminently in Samothrace. There is not the smallest doubt that the Kabeiri, the most arcane of all the ancient deities, gods and men, great deities and titans, are identical with the Kumaras and Rudras headed by Kartikeya, a Kumara also. This is quite evident even exoterically, and these Hindu deities were, like the Kabeiri, the personified sacred fires of the most occult powers of nature. The several branches of the Aryan race, the Asiatic and European, the Hindu and the Greek, did their best to conceal their true nature, if not their importance. As in the case of the Kumaras, the number of Kabeiri is uncertain. Some say that there were 3 or 4 only, others say 7. Ascieros, Achiokersus, and Camillus may very well stand for the alter egos of the 4 Kumaras, Sanat Kumara, Sananda, Sanaka, and Sanatana. The former deities, whose reputed father was Vulcan, were often confounded with the Dioscuri, Corybantes, Anakes, etc., just as the Kumara, whose reputed father is Brahma, or rather the flame of his wrath, which prompted him to perform the 9th or Kumara creation, resulting in Rudra, or Nila Lohita, Shiva, and the Kumaras, were confounded with the Asuras, the Rudras, and the Pitris, for the simple reason that they are all one, that is, correlative forces on fires. There is no space to describe these fires and their real meaning here, though we may attempt to do so if the 3rd and 4th volumes of this work are ever published. Meanwhile, a few more explanations may be added. The foregoing are all mysteries which must be left to the personal intuition of the student for solution rather than described. If he would learn something of the secret of the fires, let him turn to certain works of the alchemists, who very correctly connect fire with every element as do the occultists. The reader must remember that the ancients considered religion and the natural sciences, along with philosophy, to be closely and inseparably linked together. Aesculapius was the son of Apollo, the son of fire of life, at once Helios, Pytheus, and the god of oracular wisdom. In exoteric religions, as much as in esoteric philosophy, the elements, especially fire, water, and air, are made the progenitors of our 5 physical senses, and hence are directly connected in an occult way with them. These physical senses pertain even to a lower creation than the one called in the Puranas Pratisarga, or secondary creation. Liquid fire proceeds from indiscrete fire, says an occult axiom. The circle is the thought, the diameter of the line is the word, and their union is life. In the Kabbalah, Bath Kol is the daughter of the divine voice or primordial light, Shekinah. In the Puranas and Hindu exotericism, Vak, the voice, is the female logos of Brahma, a permutation of Aditi, primordial light. And if Bat Kol in Jewish mysticism is an articulate preternatural voice from heaven, revealing to the, quote, chosen people, unquote, the sacred traditions and laws, It is only because Vach was called, before Judaism, the mother of the Vedas, who entered into the rishis and inspired them by her revelations. Just as Bath-Kol is said to have inspired the prophets of Israel and the Jewish high priests. And both exist to this day in their respective sacred symbologies, because the ancients associated sound of speech with the ether of space, of which sound is the characteristic. Hence fire, water, and air are the primordial cosmic trinity. I am thy thought, thy God, more ancient than the moist principle, the light that radiates within darkness, chaos, and the shining word of God, sound, is the son of the deity. From Pimander, paragraph 6. Note: the opponents of Hinduism may call the above pantheism, polytheism, or anything they may please. If science is not entirely blinded by prejudice, it will see in this account a profound knowledge of natural sciences and physics, as well as of metaphysics and physiology. But to find this out, one has to study the personifications and then convert them into chemical atoms. It will then be found to satisfy both physical and even purely materialistic science, as well as those who see in evolution the work of the great unknown cause in its phenomenal and elusive aspects. End of note. Thus we have to study well the primary creation before we can understand the secondary. The first race had 3 rudimentary elements in it, and no fire as yet, because with the ancients the evolution of man and the growth and development of his spiritual and physical senses were subordinate to the evolution of the elements on the cosmic plane of this earth. All proceeds from Prabhavapiyaya, the evolution of the creative and sentient principles in the gods, and even of the so-called creative deity himself. This is found in the names and appellations given to Vishnu in exoteric scriptures. As the Protologos, the Orphic, he is called Purvaya, pre-genetic, and then the other names connect him in their descending order more and more with matter. The following order on parallel lines may be found in the evolution of the elements and the senses, or in cosmic terrestrial man or spirit, and mortal physical man. 1. Ether, hearing, sound. 2. Air, touch, sound and touch. 3. Fire or light, sight, sound, touch and color. 4. Water, taste, sound, touch, color and taste. 5. Earth, smell, sound, touch, color, taste and smell. As seen, each element adds to its own characteristics those of its predecessor, as each root race adds the characteristic sense of the preceding race. The same is true in the septenary creation of man, who evolves gradually in 7 stages, and on the same principles as will be shown further on. Thus, while gods or Dhyankochans, devas, proceed from the first cause, which is not Parabrahm, for the latter is the all-cause and cannot be referred to as the first cause, which first cause is called in the Brahmanical books Yagad Yoni, the womb of the world. Mankind emanates from these active agents in cosmos. But men during the first and the second races were not physical beings, but merely rudiments of the future man, Bhuttas, which proceed from Bhuttadi, origin, or the original place whence sprung the elements. Hence they proceeded with all the rest from Prabhavapyaya, the place whence its origination and into which is the resolution of all things, as explained by the commentator. Whence also our physical senses, whence even the highest created deity itself in our philosophy, as one with the universe, whether we call him Brahma, Ishvara or Purusha, he is a manifested deity, hence created, or limited and conditioned. This is easily proven even from the exoteric teachings. After being called the incognizable, eternal Brahma, neuter or abstract, the Pundarikaksha, supreme and imperishable glory, wants that instead of Sadaika Rupa, changeless or immutable nature, he is addressed as Ekanka Rupa, both single and manifold. He, the cause, becomes merged with his own effects,
and his names, if placed in esoteric order, show the following descending scale. 1. Mahapurusha or Paramatman, Supreme Spirit. 2. Atman or Purvaya, Protologos, the living spirit of nature. 3. Indriyatman or Rishikesa, spiritual or intellectual soul, one with the senses. 5. Utatman, the living or life soul. 6. Kshetrayana, embodied soul of the universe of spirit and matter. 7. Prantidarashnata, false perception, that is, material universe. The last name means something perceived or conceived of owing to false and erroneous apprehension as a material form, but in fact only Maya, illusion, as all is in our physical universe. It is in strict analogy with its attributes in both the spiritual and material worlds that the evolution of the Diankochanic essences takes place, the characteristics of the latter being reflected in their turn in man collectively and in each of his principles, every one of which contains in itself, in the same progressive order, a portion of their various, quote, fires, unquote, and elements. Next chapter is stanza 5, the evolution of the second race. The Secret Doctrine, by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 5, the evolution of the second race. Subsections, verses 18, 19, and 20. 18. The first race were the sons of Yoga, their sons, the children of the yellow father and the white mother. In the later commentary, the sentence is translated, the sons of the sun and of the moon, the nursling of ether or the wind. Remember in this connection the Tabula Smaragdina of Hermes, the esoteric meaning of which has 7 keys to it. The astrochemical is well known to students, the anthropological may be given now. The one thing mentioned in it is man. It is said, the father of that one only thing is the sun, its mother the moon. The wind carries it in his bosom, and its nurse is the spirituous earth. In the occult rendering of the same it is added, and spiritual fire is its instructor, guru. This fire is the higher self, the spiritual ego, or that which is eternally reincarnating under the influence of its lower personal selves, changing with every rebirth, full of tanya, or desire to live. It is a strange law of nature that, on this plane, the higher spiritual nature should be, so to say, in bondage to the lower. Unless the ego takes refuge in the Atman, the All-Spirit, and merges entirely into the essence thereof, the personal ego may goad it to the bitter end. This cannot be thoroughly understood unless the student makes himself familiar with the mystery of evolution, which proceeds on triple lines, spiritual, psychic, and physical. That which propels towards and forces evolution, that is, compels the growth and development of man towards perfection, is A. the monad, or that which acts in it unconsciously through a force inherent in itself, and B. the lower astral body, or the personal self. The former, whether imprisoned in a vegetable or an animal body, is endowed with, is indeed itself, that force. Owing to its identity with the all-force, which, as said, is inherent in the monad, it is all-potent on the arupa, or formless plane. On our plane, its essence being too pure, it remains all-potential, but individually becomes inactive, that is, the rays of the sun which contribute to the growth of vegetation do not select this or that plant to shine upon. Uproot the plant and transfer it to a piece of soil where the sunbeam cannot reach it, and the latter will not follow it. So with the Atman. Unless the higher self or ego gravitates towards its sun, the monad, the lower ego or personal self will have the upper hand in every case.
For it is this ego, with its fierce selfishness and animal desire to live a senseless life, tanha, which is the maker of the tabernacle, as Buddha calls it in Dhammapada 153 and 154. Hence the expression, the spirits of the earth clothed the shadows and expanded them. To these spirits belong temporarily the human astral selves, and it is they who give or build the physical tabernacle of man for the monad and its conscious principle, manas, to dwell in. But the solar laws, spirits, warm them, the shadows. This is physically and literally true. Metaphysically, on the physical and spiritual plane, it is equally true that the Atman alone warms the inner man, that is, it enlightens it with the ray of divine life, and alone is able to impart to the inner man, or the reincarnating ego, its immortality. Thus, as we shall find, for the first 3.5 root races up to the middle or turning point, it is the astral shadows of the progenitors, the lunar pitris, which are the formative powers in the races, and which build and gradually force the evolution of the physical form towards perfection, this at the cost of a proportionate loss of spirituality. Then, from the turning point, it is the higher ego, or incarnating principle, the nous or mind, which reigns over the animal ego and rules it whenever it is not carried down by the latter. In short, spirituality is on its ascending arc, and the animal or physical impedes it from steadily progressing on the path of its evolution only when the selfishness of the personality has so strongly infected the real inner man with its lethal virus that the upward attraction has lost all its power on the thinking, reasonable man. In sober truth, vice and wickedness are an abnormal, unnatural manifestation at this period of our human evolution. At least they ought to be so. The fact that mankind was never more selfish and vicious than it is now, civilized nations having succeeded in making of the first an ethical characteristic, of the second an art, is an additional proof of the exceptional nature of the phenomenon. The entire scheme is in the Chaldean Book of Numbers, and even in the Zohar, if one only understood the meaning of the apocalyptic hints. First comes Ein Sof, the concealed of the concealed, then the point, Sephira and the later Sephiroth, then the Atzilatic world, a world of emanations that gives birth to 3 other worlds, called the throne, the abode of pure spirits, the second, the world of formation, or Yetzirah, the habitat of the angels who sent forth the third, or world of action, the Asiatic world, which is the earth, or our world. And yet it is said of it that this world, also called Klippot, containing the 6 other spheres, and matter is the residence of the Prince of Darkness. This is as clearly stated as can be, for Metatron, the angel of the second or Briatic world, means messenger, angelos, angel, called the great teacher, and under him are the angels of the third world, Yetzirah, whose 10 and 7 classes are the Sephiroth, of whom it is said that they inhabit and vivify this world as essential entities and intelligences, whose correlatives and contraries inhabit the third or Asiatic world. Note, see Volume 1, Part 3, God's Monas and Atoms. It is symbolized in the Pythagorean triangle, the 10 dots within, and the 7 points of the triangle and the cube. End of note. These contraries are called the shells, or demons, who inhabit the 7 habitations called Sheba Hakaloth, which are simply the 7 zones of our globe. Note, whence the Kabbalistic term of shells given to the astral form, the body called Kamarupa, left behind by the higher angels in the shape of the higher manas, when the latter leaves for Devakan, forsaking its residue. End of note. Their prince is called in the Kabbalah Samuel, the angel of death, who is also the seducing serpent Satan. But that Satan is also Lucifer, the bright angel of light, the light and life-bringer, the soul alienated from the holy ones, the other angels, and for a period anticipating the time when they would have descended on earth to incarnate in their turn. The soul's monads are pre-existent in the world of emanations. See Book of Wisdom 8, verse 20. And the Zohar teaches that in the soul is the real man, that is, the ego and the conscious I am, manas. They descend from the pure air to be chained to bodies, says Josephus, repeating the belief of the Essenes. See De Bello Judeo 11 and 12. The air is full of souls, states Philo. They descend to be tied to mortal bodies, being desirous to live in them. De Gignat 222 c. De Somnis, page 455. Note, which shows that the Essenes believed in rebirth and many reincarnations on earth, as Jesus himself did, a fact we can prove from the New Testament itself. End of note. Because through and in the human form they will become progressive beings, whereas the nature of the angel is purely intransitive. Therefore man has in him the potency of transcending the faculties of the angels. Hence the initiates in India say that it is the Brahmin, the twice-born, who rules the gods or devas, and Paul repeated it in the 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 3. Know ye not that we, the initiates, shall judge angels? Finally, it is shown in every ancient scripture and cosmogony that man evolved primarily as a luminous incorporeal form, over which, like the molten brass round the clay model of the sculptor, the physical frame of his body was built by, through, and from the lower forms and types of animal terrestrial life. The soul and the form, when descending on earth, put on an earthly garment, says the Zohar. His protoplastic body was not formed of that matter which our mortal frames are fashioned. When Adam dwelt in the Garden of Eden, he was clothed in the celestial garment, which is the garment of heavenly light. Light of that light which was used in the Garden of Eden. Zohar 2, 229b. Man, the heavenly Adam, was created by the 10 Sephiroth of the Yetziric world, and by the common power they, the 7 angels of a still lower world, engendered the earthly Adam. First Samuel fell, and then deceiving man caused his fall also. Deceiving within brackets, question mark. Verse 18 continued. They were the shadows of the Lords. The sentence, they were the shadows of the Lords, that is, the progenitors created man out of their own astral bodies, explains an universal belief. The Devas are credited in the East with having no shadows of their own. The Devas cast no shadows, and this is the sure sign of a good Holy Spirit. Why had they no fire or water of their own? Note. It is corroborated, however, as we have shown, by the esotericism of Genesis. Not only are the animals created therein after the Adam of dust, but vegetation is shown in the earth before the heavens and the earth were created. Every plant of the field before it, the day that the heavens and the earth were made, verse 4, was in the earth, verse 5. Now, unless the occult interpretation is accepted, which shows that in this 4th round the globe was covered with vegetation, and the first astral humanity was produced before almost anything could grow and develop thereon, what can the dead letter mean? Simply that the grass was in the earth of the globe before that globe was created. And yet the meaning of verse 6, which says that there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the earth before it rained, and caused the trees, etc., to grow, is plain enough. It shows also in what geological period it occurred, and further what is meant by heaven and earth. It meant the firmament and dry incrustated land, separated and ridden of its vapors and exhalations. Moreover, the student must bear in mind that, as Adam Kadmon, the male and female being of Genesis chapter 1, is no physical human being, but the host of the Elohim, among which was Jehovah himself. So the animals mentioned in that chapter as created before man in the dead letter text were no animals, but the zodiacal signs and other sidereal bodies. End of note. So why had they no fire or water of their own? Because, as verse 18 continues, they, the shadows, expanded. The spirits of the earth clothed them. The solar laws warmed them, that is, preserved the vital fire in the nascent physical forms. The breaths had life, but had no understanding. They had no fire nor water of their own. That which hydrogen is to the elements and gases on the objective plane, its noumenon is in the world of mental or subjective phenomena, since its trinitarian latent nature is mirrored in its three active emanations from the three higher principles in man, namely spirit, soul, and mind, or Atma, Buddhi, and Manas. It is the spiritual and also the material human basis. Rudimentary man, having been nursed by the air or the wind, becomes the perfect man later on, when, with the development of spiritual fire, the noumenon of the three in one within his self, he acquires from his inner self or instructor the wisdom of self-consciousness, which he does not possess in the beginning. Thus here again divine spirit is symbolized by the sun or fire, divine soul by water and the moon, both standing for the father and mother of pneuma, human soul, or mind, symbolized by the wind or air, for pneuma means breath. Hence, in this Smaragdine tablet, disfigured by Christian hands, quote, "The superior agrees with the inferior, and the inferior with the superior, to effect that one truly wonderful work, which is man. For the secret work of Hiram, or King Hiram in the Kabbalah, one in essence but three in aspect, is the universal agent, or lapis philosophorum. The culmination of the secret work is spiritual perfect man at one end of the line. The union of the three elements is the occult solvent in the soul of the world, the cosmic soul, or astral light, at the other. And on the material plane it is hydrogen in its relation to the other gases. The two on, truly, the one, whom no person has seen except the sun, this sentence applying both to the metaphysical and physical cosmos, and to the spiritual and material man. For how could the latter understand the two on, the one Father, if his manas, the Son, does not become as one with the Father, and through this absorption receive enlightenment from the divine instructor, Guru, Atma Buddhi? Quote, "If thou wouldst understand the secondary creation, so-called, Ulanu, thou shouldst first study its relation to the primary." Unquote. Commentary Book of John 3:19. The first race had three elements, but no living fire. Why? Because, quote, "we say 4 elements, my son, but ought to say 3, unquote, says Hermes Trismegistus. In the primary circle, creation reads root, as in the secondary likewise. Thus in alchemy or Western Hermetism, a variant on Eastern esotericism, we find sulfur, hydrogium, sal, and flamma, natura, mater, and spiritus, aqua, sanguis. And these three are all quaternaries completed by their root, fire. The spirit beyond manifested nature is the fire of breath in its absolute unity. In the manifested universe it is the central spiritual sun, the electric fire of all life. In our system it is the visible sun, the spirit of nature, the terrestrial God. And in, on, and around the earth, the fire spirit thereof, air, fluidic fire, water, liquid fire, earth, solid fire. All is fire, ignis, in its ultimate constitution, or I, the root of which is O, 0, naught, in our conceptions, the all in nature and its mind. Pro-mater is divine fire. It is the creator, the destroyer, the preserver. The primitive names of the gods are all connected with fire, from Agni, the Aryan, to the Jewish god who is a consuming fire. In India, God is called in various dialects Ashur, Ensur, Eashur, Esur, Ishur, and Ishvara, in Sanskrit the Lord from Isa, but this is primarily the name of Shiva, the destroyer, and the three Vedic chief gods are Agni, Ignis, Vayu, and Surya, fire, air, and the sun, 3 occult degrees of fire. In the Hebrew, Aza means to illuminate, and Asha is fire. In occultism, to kindle a fire is synonymous to evoking one of the three great fire powers, or to call on God. In Sanskrit, oshk or ash is fire or heat, and the Egyptian word Osiris is compounded, as shown by Schelling, of the two primitives Aish and Asher, or a fire enchanter. Aesir in the old Etruscan meant a god, being perhaps derived from Asura of the Vedas. Ashvar and Eshvara are analogous terms, as Dr. Kennelly thought. In the Bhagavad Gita we read, Ishvara resides in every mortal being and puts in motion, by his supernatural power, all things which mount on the wheel of time. It is the creator and the destroyer, truly. The primitive fire was supposed to have an insatiable appetite for devouring. Maximus of Tyre relates that the ancient Persians threw into the fire combustible matter, crying, "Devour, O Lord." In the Irish language, Esam or Asam means to create, and Esar was the name of an ancient Irish god meaning to light a fire. See Kennelly. The Christian Kabbalists and symbologists who disfigured Pomander, prominent among them the Bishop of Ayr, François de Tours, in the 16th century, divide the elements in this way. The four elements formed from divine substances and the spirits of the souls of nature represented by Saint Matthew, angel man, water, Jesus Christ, angel man, Michael. Saint Mark, the lion, fire. Saint Luke, the bull, earth. Saint John, the eagle, air. Note: to those who would inquire what has hydrogen to do with air or oxygenation, it is answered, study first the ABC of occult alchemy. In their anxiety, however, to identify Pomander in the mouth of mystery with Saint John the Baptist prophetically, they thus identified also the 7 Kabeiri and the Assyrian bulls with the cherubs of the Jews and the apostles. Having, moreover, to draw a line of demarcation between the 4 and the 3, the latter being the fallen angels, and furthermore to avoid connecting these with the 7 spirits of the face, the archangels, they unceremoniously threw out all they did not choose to recognize. Hence the perversion in the order of the elements, in order to make them dovetail with the order of the Gospels, and to identify the angel man with Christ. With the Chaldees, the Egyptians, from whom Moses adopted the cherubs in their animal form, and the Ophites, with all these, the angels, the planets, and the elements were symbolized mystically and alchemically by the lion, Michael, the bull, Uriel, the dragon, Raphael, the eagle, Gabriel, the bear, Tot Sabaoth, the dog, Eratot, the mule, Uriel or Tartarot. All these have a qualificative meaning. End of note. H. The quintessence, Flui, Flamma Virgo, virgin oil, Flamma Durissima, Virgo, Lucis Aeterna Mater. The first race of men were then simply the images, the astral doubles of their fathers, who were the pioneers or the most progressed entities from a preceding, though lower sphere, the shell of which is now our moon. But even this shell is all potential, for having generated the earth, it is the phantom of the moon which, attracted by magnetic affinity, sought to form its first inhabitants, the pre-human monsters, Ida Supra, stanza 2. To assure himself of this, the student has again to turn to the Chaldean fragments and read what Berossus says. Berossus obtained his information, he tells us, from Ea, the male-female deity of wisdom. While the gods were generated in its androgynous bosom, Svabhavat, mother space, its, the wisdom's, reflections, became on earth the woman Omoroka, who is the Chaldean Tavat, or the Greek Thalassa, the deep, or the sea, which esoterically and even exoterically is the moon. It was the moon, Omoroka, who presided over the monstrous creation of nondescript beings which were slain by the Dhyanis. Vide Hibbert Lectures, page 370 et sequens, also in part 2, Adami. Evolutionary law compelled the lunar, quote, fathers, unquote, to pass in their monadic condition through all the forms of life and being on this globe. But at the end of the 3rd round, They were already human in their divine nature, and were thus called upon to become the creators of the forms destined to fashion the tabernacles of the less progressed monads, whose turn it was to incarnate. These, quote, forms, unquote, are called sons of yoga, because yoga, union with Brahma exoterically, is the supreme condition of the passive infinite deity, since it contains all the divine energies and is the essence of Brahma, who is said, as Brahma, to create everything through yoga power. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are the most powerful energies of God, Brahma, the neuter, says a Puranic text. Yoga here is the same as dhyana, which word is again synonymous with yoga in the Tibetan text, where the sons of yoga are called sons of dhyana, or of that abstract meditation through which the dhyani Buddhas create their celestial sons, the dhyani bodhisattvas. All the creatures in the world have each a superior above. Quote, this superior, whose inner pleasure is to emanate into them, cannot impart a flux until they have adored, unquote, that is, meditated as during yoga. Sefer Mbo Sharim, translated by Isaac Mayer, Kabbalah, page 109 to 111. Verse 19. The second race was the product by budding and expansion, the asexual form from the sexless shadow. Thus was Ulanu, the second race, produced. What will be most contested by scientific authorities is this asexual race, the second, the fathers of the sweat-born so-called, and perhaps still more the third race, the egg-born androgynes. These two modes of procreation are the most difficult to comprehend, especially for the Western mind. It is evident that no explanation can be attempted for those who are not students of occult metaphysics. European language has no words to express things which nature repeats no more at this stage of evolution, things which therefore can have no meaning for the materialist. But there are analogies. It is not denied that in the beginning of physical evolution there must have been processes in nature, spontaneous generation for instance, now extinct, which are repeated in other forms. Thus we are told that microscopic research shows no permanence of any particular mode of reproducing life, for it shows that the same organism may run through various metamorphoses in the course of its life cycle, during some of which it may be sexual and in other asexual, that is, it may reproduce itself alternately by the cooperation of two beings of opposite sex, and also by fissure or budding from one being only, which is of no sex. Note: see Lang's Modern Science and Modern Thought, page 90, end of note. Budding is the very word used in the stanza. How could these chayas reproduce themselves otherwise, meaning procreate the second race, since they were ethereal, asexual, and even devoid as yet of the vehicle of desire, or kamarupa, which evolved only in the third race? They evolved the second race unconsciously, as do some plants, or perhaps as the amoeba, only on a more ethereal, impressive, and larger scale. If indeed the cell theory applies equally to botany and zoology, and extends to morphology as well as to physiology of organisms, and if the microscopic cells are looked upon by physical science as independent living beings, just as occultism regards the fiery lives, there is no difficulty in the conception of the primitive process of procreation. Note on fiery lives, see Book 1, Part 1, Stanza 7, Commentary 10. End of note. Consider the first stages of development of a germ cell. Its nucleus grows, changes, and forms a double cone or spindle within the cell. This spindle approaches the surface of the cell, and one half of it is extruded in the form of what are called the polar cells. These polar cells now die, and the embryo develops from the growth and segmentation of the remaining part of the nucleus, which is nourished by the substance of the cell. Then why should not beings have lived thus and been created in this way at the very beginning of human and mammalian evolution? This may perhaps serve as an analogy to give some idea of the process by which the second race was formed from the first. The astral form clothing the monad was surrounded, as it still is, by its egg-shaped sphere of aura, which here corresponds to the substance of the germ cell or ovum. The astral form itself is the nucleus, now as then instinct with the principle of life. When the season of reproduction arrives, the sub-astral extrudes a miniature of itself from the egg of surrounding aura. This germ grows and feeds on the aura till it becomes fully developed, when it gradually separates from its parent, carrying with it its own sphere of aura, just as we see living cells reproducing their like by growth and subsequent division into two. The analogy with the polar cells would seem to hold good, since their death would now correspond to the change introduced by the separation of the sexes, when gestation in utero, that is, within the cell, became the rule. The early second root rays were the fathers of the sweat-born. The later second root rays were sweat-born themselves. This passage from the commentary refers to the work of evolution from the beginning of a race to its close. The sons of Yoga, or the primitive astral race, had 7 stages of evolution racially, or collectively, as every individual being in it had and has now. It is not Shakespeare only who divided the ages of man into a series of 7, but nature herself. Thus the first sub-races of the second race were born at first by the process described on the law of analogy, while the last began gradually, pari passu, with the evolution of the human body to be formed otherwise. The process of reproduction had 7 stages also in each race, each covering aeons of time. What physiologist or biologist could tell whether the present mode of generation, with all its phases of gestation, is older than 500,000, or at most 1 million of years, since their cycle of observation began hardly half a century ago? Primeval human hermaphrodites are a fact in nature well known to the ancients, and form one of Darwin's greatest perplexities. Yet there is certainly no impossibility, but on the contrary a great probability, that hermaphroditism existed in the evolution of the early races, while on the grounds of analogy and on that of the existence of one universal law in physical evolution acting indifferently in the construction of plant, animal and man, it must be so. The mistaken theories of monogenesis and the descent of man from the mammals instead of the reverse are fatal to the completeness of evolution as taught in modern schools on Darwinian lines, and they will have to be abandoned in view of the insuperable difficulties which they encounter. Occult tradition, if the terms science and knowledge are denied in this particular to antiquity, can alone reconcile the inconsistencies and fill the gap. If thou wilt know the invisible, open thine eye wide on the visible, says a Talmudic axiom. In The Descent of Man, 2nd edition, page 161, occurs the following passage, which shows how near Darwin came to the acceptance of this ancient teaching. It has been known that in the veritable kingdom one sex bears rudiments of various accessory parts appertaining to the reproductive system, which properly belong to the opposite sex. Some remote progenitor of the whole vertebrate kingdom appears to have been hermaphrodite or androgynous. Note, and why not all the progenitor first races, human as well as animal, and why one remote progenitor? ? End of note. But here we encounter a singular difficulty. In the mammalian class, the males possess rudiments of a uterus with the adjacent passages in the vesiculae prostaticae. They bear also rudiments of mammae, and some male marsupials have traces of the marsupial sac. Other analogous facts could be added. Are we then to suppose that some extremely ancient mammal continued androgynous after it had acquired the chief distinctions of its class, and therefore after it had diverged from the lower classes of the vertebrate kingdom? This seems very improbable, for we have to look to fishes, the lowest of all the classes, to find any still existing androgynous forms. Note then, this seems very improbable. Obviously so on the lines of evolutionism, which traces the mammalia to some amphibian ancestor. End of note. Mr. Darwin is evidently strongly disinclined to adopt the hypothesis which the facts so forcibly suggest, meaning that the primeval androgynous stem from which the mammalia sprang. His explanation runs: the fact that various accessory organs proper to each sex are found in a rudimentary condition in the opposite sex may be explained by such organs having been gradually acquired by the one sex and then transmitted in a more or less imperfect condition to the other. He instances the case of spurs, plumes, and brilliant colors acquired for battle or for ornament by male birds, and only partially inherited by their female descendants. In the problem to be dealt with, however, the need of a more satisfactory explanation is evident, the facts being of so much more prominent and important a character than the mere superficial details with which they are compared by Darwin. Why not candidly admit the argument in favor of the hermaphroditism which characterizes the old fauna? Occultism proposes a solution which embraces the facts in a most comprehensive and simple manner. These relics of a prior androgyne stock must be placed in the same category as the pineal gland and other organs as mysterious, which afford us silent testimony as to the reality of functions which have long since become atrophied in the course of animal and human progress, but which once played a signal part in the general economy of primeval life. The occult doctrine, anyhow, can be advantageously compared with that of the most liberal men of science who have theorized upon the origin of the first man. Long before Darwin, Nordin, who gave the name of blastema to that which the Darwinists call protoplasm, put forward a theory half occult and half scientifico-materialistic. He made Adam the asexual spring suddenly from the clay, as it is called in the Bible, the blastema of science. It is from this larval form of mankind that the evolutive force effected the completion of species. For the accomplishment of this great phenomenon, Adam had to pass through a phase of immobility and unconsciousness, very analogous to the nymphal state of animals undergoing metamorphosis, explains Nordin. For the eminent botanist, Adam was not one man, however, but mankind, which remained concealed within a temporary organism, distinct from all others and never contracting alliance with any of these. He shows the differentiation of sexes accomplished by a process of germination similar to that of Medusae and Ascidians. Mankind, thus constituted physiologically, would retain a sufficient evolutive force for the rapid production of the various great human races. Descartes Lafarge criticizes this position in the human species. It is unscientific, he says, or, properly speaking, Nordin's ideas do not form a scientific theory, inasmuch as primordial blastema is connected in his theory with the first cause, which is credited with having made potentially in their blastema all past, present, and future beings, and thus of having in reality created these beings en masse. Moreover, Nordin does not even consider the secondary causes, or their action in this evolution of the organic world. Science, which is only occupied with secondary causes, has thus nothing to say to the theory of Nordin, page 125. Nor will it have any more to say to the occult teachings, which are to some extent approached by Nordin. For if we but see in his primordial blastema the giancochanic essence, the chaya or double of the Pitris, which contains within itself the potentiality of all forms, we are quite in accord. But there are two real and vital differences between our teachings. Nordin declares that evolution has progressed by sudden leaps and bounds instead of extending slowly over millions of years, and his primordial blastema is endowed only with blind instincts, a kind of unconscious first cause in the manifested cosmos, which is an absurdity. Whereas it is our giancochanic essence, the causality of the primal cause which creates physical man, which is the living, active and potential matter, pregnant per se with that animal consciousness of a superior kind, such as is found in the ant and the beaver, which produces the long series of physiological differentiations. Apart from this, his ancient and general process of creation from proto-organisms is as occult as any theory of Paracelsus or Kunrath could be. Moreover, the Kabbalistic works are full of the proof of this. The Zohar, for instance, says that every type in the visible has its prototype in the invisible universe. All that which is in the lower, our world, is found in the upper. The lower and the upper act and react upon each other. Zohar 186, Median for Part 2. Esoteric tenets corroborated in every scripture. Verse 20. Their fathers were the self-born, the Chaya from the brilliant bodies of the lords, the fathers, the sons of twilight. The quote shadows, unquote, or Chayas, are called the sons of the self-born, as the latter name is applied to all the gods and beings born through the will, whether of deity or adept. The homunculi of Paracelsus would perhaps be also given this name, though the latter process is on a far more material plane. The name Sons of Twilight shows that the self-born progenitors of our doctrine are identical with the Pitris of the Brahmanical system, as the title is a reference to their mode of birth, these Pitris being stated to have issued from Brahma's body of twilight. See the Puranas. Next, The Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California.
Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John.
Stanza 5 continued, verse 21. When the race became old, the old waters mixed with the fresher waters. The old primitive race merged in the second race and became one with it. Verse 21 continued. When the drops became turbid, they vanished and disappeared in the new stream, in the hot stream of life. The outer of the first became the inner of the second. This is the mysterious process of transformation and evolution of mankind. The material of first forms, shadowy, ethereal, and negative, was drawn or absorbed into, and thus became the complement of the forms of the second race. The commentary explains this by saying that, as the first race was simply composed of the astral shadows of the creative progenitors, having of course neither astral nor physical bodies of their own, this race never died. Its, quote, men, unquote, melted gradually away, becoming absorbed in the bodies of their own sweat-born progeny, more solid than their own. The old form vanished and was absorbed by, disappeared in the new form, more human and physical. There was no death in those days of a period more blissful than the Golden Age, but the first or parent material was used for the formation of the new being, to form the body and even the inner or lower principles or bodies of the progeny. Verse 21 continued. The old wing became the shadow, and the shadow of the wing. When the shadow retires, that is, when the astral body becomes covered with more solid flesh, man develops a physical body. The wing, or ethereal form that produced its shadow and image, became the shadow of the astral body and its progeny. The expression is queer, but original. As there may be no occasion to refer to this mystery later, it is as well to point out at once the dual meaning contained in the Greek myth bearing upon this particular phase of evolution. It is found in the several variants of the allegory of Leda and her two sons Castor and Pollux, which variants have each a special meaning. Thus in Book 11 of the Odyssey, Leda is spoken of as the spouse of Tyndarus, who gave birth by her husband two sons of valiant heart, Castor and Pollux. Jupiter endows them with a marvelous gift and privilege. They are semi-immortal. They live and die each in turn and every alternate day, eterneroi. Note, see Odyssey 11, 298-305, and the Iliad 3, 243. End of note. As the Tyndaridae, the twin brothers are an astronomical symbol and stand for day and night. Their two wives, Phoebe and Hylasira, the daughters of Apollo, or the sun, personifying the dawn and the twilight. Note, see Jean Cypriac, Ovid, Fast, etc. See Deschamps' Mythologie de la Grèce antique. End of note. Again, in the allegory where Zeus is shown as the father of the two heroes, born from the egg to which Leda gives birth, the myth is entirely theogonical. It relates to that group of cosmic allegories in which the world is described as born from an egg,
For Leda assumes in it the shape of a white swan when uniting herself to the divine swan. Note, see Brahma Kalahamsa in Book 1, stanza 3, page 78. End of note. Leda is the mythical bird, then, to which, in the tradition of various peoples of the Aryan race, are attributed various ornithological forms of birds which all lay golden eggs. Note, see Descartes' Mythologie, page 652. End of note. In the Kalevala, the epic poem of Finland, the beauteous daughter of the ether, the water mother, creates the world in conjunction with a duck, another form of the swan or goose Kalahansa, who lays 6 golden eggs and the 7th an egg of iron in her lap. But the variant of the lead allegory, which has a direct reference to mystic man, is found in Pindar only, with a slight reference to it in the Homeric hymns. Castor and Pollux are in it no longer the Dioscurio of Apollodorus 3:10:7, but became the highly significant symbol of the dual man, the mortal and the immortal. Not only this, but as will now be seen, they are also the symbol of the third race and its transformation from the animal man into a god-man with only an animal body. Pindar shows Leda uniting herself in the same night to her husband and also to the father of the gods, Zeus. Thus Castor is the son of the mortal, Pollux the progeny of the immortal. In the allegory made up for the occasion, it is said that in a riot of vengeance against the Apherides, Pollux kills Lynceus, of all mortals he whose sight is the most penetrating. But Castor is wounded by Idas, he who sees and knows. Zeus puts an end to the fight by hurling his thunderbolt and killing the last 2 combatants. Pollux finds his brother dying. Note, Castor's tomb was shown in Sparta in days of old, says Pausanias 3:13:1. And Plutarch says that he was called at Argos, the demi-mortal or demi-hero. Mysargagetas. See Plutarch, Questions Graeci 23, end of note. In his despair he calls upon Zeus to slay him also. Thou canst not die altogether, answers the masters of the gods. Thou art of a divine race, but gives him the choice. Pollux will either remain immortal, living eternally in Olympus, or, if he would share his brother's fate in all things, he must pass half his existence underground, and the other half in the golden heavenly abodes. This semi-immortality, which is also to be shared by Castor, is accepted by Pollux, and thus the twin brothers live alternately, one during the day and the other during the night. Is this a poetical fiction only, an allegory, one of those solar myth interpretations, higher than which no modern Orientalist seems able to soar? Indeed, it is much more. Here we have an allusion to the egg-born third race, the first half of which is mortal, that is, unconscious in its personality and having nothing within himself to survive, and the latter half of which becomes immortal in its individuality by reason of its 5th principle being called to life by the informing gods, and thus connecting the monad with this earth. Note, the monad is impersonal and a god per se, albeit unconscious on this plane. For divorced from its 3rd, often called 5th principle, manas, which is the horizontal line of the first manifested triangle trinity, it can have no consciousness or perception of things on this earthly plane. The highest sees through the eye of the lowest in the manifested world. Purusha, spirit, remains blind without the help of prakriti, matter, in the material spheres, and so does Atma Buddhi without manas. End of note. This is Pollux, while Castor represents the personal mortal man, an animal of not even a superior kind, when unlinked from the divine individuality. Twins truly, yet divorced by death forever, unless Pollux, moved by the voice of twinship, bestows on his less favored mortal brother a share of his own divine nature, thus associating him with his own immortality. Such is the occult meaning of the metaphysical aspect of the allegory. The widely spread modern interpretation of it, so celebrated in antiquity, Plutarch tells us, as a symbolical of brotherly devotion, namely, that it was an image borrowed from the spectacle of nature, is weak and inadequate to explain the secret meaning. Besides the fact that the moon with the Greeks was feminine in exoteric mythology and can therefore hardly be regarded as Castor, and at the same time be identified with Diana, ancient symbologists who held the sun, the king of all sidereal orbs, as the visible image of the highest deity, would not have personified it by Pollux, a demigod only. Note: this strange idea and interpretation are accepted by Decam in his Mythologie de la Grèce Antique. Castor and Pollux, he says, are nothing but the sun and moon, conceived as twins, he says. The sun, the immortal and powerful being that disappears every evening from the horizon and descends under the earth as though he would make room for the fraternal orb which comes to life with night, is Pollux, who sacrifices himself for Castor. Castor, who, inferior to his brother, owes to him his immortality, for the moon, says Theophrastus, is only another but feebler sun. Unquote from De Ventis 17. See Decam, page 655. End of note. If from Greek mythology we pass to the Mosaic allegories and symbolism, we shall find a still more striking corroboration of the same tenet under another form. Unable to trace in Genesis the egg-born, we shall still find there unmistakably the androgynes and the first three races of the secret doctrine hidden under most ingenious symbology in the first 4 chapters of Genesis. The divine hermaphrodite. An impenetrable veil of secrecy was thrown over the occult and religious mysteries taught after the submersion of the last remnant of the Atlantean race some 12,000 years ago, lest they should be shared by the unworthy and so desecrated. Of these sciences, several have now become exoteric, such as astronomy, for instance, in its purely mathematical and physical aspect. Hence their dogmas and tenets, being all symbolized and left to the sole guardianship of parable and allegory, have been forgotten, and their meaning has become perverted. Nevertheless, one finds the hermaphrodites in the scriptures and traditions of almost every nation, and why such unanimous agreement if the statement is only a fiction? It is this secrecy which led the fifth race to the establishment, or rather the re-establishment of the religious mysteries, in which ancient truths might be taught to the coming generations under the veil of allegory and symbolism. Behold the imperishable witness to the evolution of the human races from the divine, and especially from the androgynous race, the Egyptian Sphinx, that riddle of the ages. Divine wisdom, incarnating on earth and forced to taste of the bitter fruit of personal experience of pain and suffering, generated under the shade of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, a secret first known only to the Elohim, the self-initiated higher gods on earth only. Note: see Book of Enoch. In the Book of Enoch we have Adam, the first divine androgyne, separating into man and woman and becoming Yah-Heva in one form or race, and Cain and Abel, male and female, in its other form or race. The double-sexed Jehovah, an echo of its Aryan prototype Brahma-Vak. Note: Adam Kadmon is, like Brahma and Mars, the symbol of the generative and creative power typifying water and earth, an alchemical secret. It takes earth and water to create a human soul, said Moses. Mars is the Hindu Mangala, the planet Mars, identical with Kartikeya, the war god born of Garmaja, Shiva's sweat, and of the earth. He is Lohita, the red, like Brahma also and Adam. The Hindu Mars is, like Adam, born from no woman and mother. With the Egyptians, Mars was the primeval generative principle, and so are Brahma in exoteric teaching and Adam in the Kabbalah. End of note. After which come the third and fourth root races of mankind, that is to say, races of men and women, or individuals of opposite sexes, no longer sexless semi-spirits and androgynes, as were the two races which precede them. Note on Abel. Abel is Chebel, meaning pains of birth, conception. End of note. This fact is hinted at in eroanthropogeny. It is found in fable and allegory, in myth and revealed scriptures,
in legend and tradition. Because of all the great mysteries inherited by initiates from hoary antiquity, this is one of the greatest. It accounts for the bisexual element found in every creative deity, in Brahma, Viraj, Vak, as in Adam, Jehovah, Eve, also in Cain, Jehovah, Abel. End of note. Note, Abel is Chibel, meaning pains of birth, conception. Also in Cain, Jehovah, Abel. For the book of the generations of Adam does not even mention Cain and Abel, but says only male and female created he them, and called their name Adam. Chapter 5, verse 5. Then it proceeds to say, and Adam begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Set. Verse 3. After which he begets other sons and daughters, thus proving that Cain and Abel are his own allegorical permutations. Adam stands for the primitive human race, especially in its cosmosidereal sense. Not so, however, in its theoanthropological meaning. The compound name of Jehovah, or Jehovah, meaning male life and female life, first androgynous, then separated into sexes, is used in this sense in Genesis from chapter 5 onwards. As the author of the Source of Measures says on page 159, the two words of which Jehovah is composed make up the original idea of male-female as the birth originators. For the Hebrew letter Jod was the membrum virile, and Hova was Eve, the mother of all living, or the procreatrix, earth and nature. The author believes, therefore, that it is seen that the perfect one, the perfect female circle, or Yoni 20612, numerically, as originator of measures, takes also the form of birth origin, as hermaphrodite 1, hence the phallic form and use. Precisely. Only the phallic form and use came long ages later, and the first and original meaning of Enos, the son of Seth, was the first race born in the present usual way from man and woman, for Seth is no man but a race. Before him humanity was hermaphrodite. While Seth is the first result, psychologically, after the fall, he is also the first man, hence his son Enos is referred to as the son of man, vid infra. Seth represents the later third race. To screen the real mystery name of Ein Sof, the boundless and endless no thing, the Kabbalists have brought forward the compound attribute appellation of one of the personal creative Elohim, whose name was Yah and Jah, the letters I or J or Y being interchangeable, or Jehovah, that is male and female, Jah Eve, an hermaphrodite, or the first form of humanity, the original Adam of earth. Not even Adam Kadmon, whose mind-born son is the earthly Jehovah mystically. Note, Jod in the Kabbalah has for symbol the hand, the forefinger and the lingam, while numerically it is the perfect one, but it is also the number 10, male and female, when divided. End of note. And knowing this, the crafty rabbin Kabbalist has made of it a name so secret that he could not divulge it later on without exposing the whole scheme, and thus he was obliged to make it sacred. How close is the identity between Brahma Prajapati and Jehovah Sephiroth, between Brahma Viraj and Jehovah Adam, the Bible and the Puranas compared can alone show. Analyzed and read in the same light, they afford cogent evidence that they are two copies of the same original, made at two periods far distant from each other. Compare once more in relation to this subject Genesis chapter 4 verses 1 and 26 and Manu 1, and they will both yield their meaning. In Manu book 1 verse 32, Brahma, who is also both man and God, and divides his body into male and female, stands in his esoteric meaning as does Jehovah or Adam in the Bible for the symbolical personification of creative and generative power, both divine and human. The Zohar affords still more convincing proof of identity, while some rabbins repeat word for word certain original Puranic expressions. For example, the creation of the world is generally considered in the Brahmanical books to be the lila, delight or sport, the amusement of the Supreme Creator, Vishnu being thus discrete and indiscrete substance, spirit, and time, sports like a playful boy in frolics. See Vishnu Purana, chapter 2. Now compare this with what is said in the book Nobeleth Hokmath, the Kabbalists say that the entering into existence of the worlds happens through delight in that Ein Sof, within brackets, question mark, exclamation mark, rejoiced in itself, and flashed and beamed from itself to itself, which are all called delight, etc. Quoted in Mayer's Kabbalah, page 110. Thus, it is not a curious idea of the Kabbalists, as the author just quoted remarks, but a purely Puranic Aryan idea. Only, why make of Ein Sof a creator? The divine hermaphrodite is then Brahmavak Viraj, and that of the Semites, or rather the Jews, is Jehovah, Cain, Abel. Only the heathen were and are more sincere and frank than were the later Israelites and rabbis who undeniably knew the real meaning of their exoteric deity. The Jews regard the name given to them, the Yahudi, as an insult, yet they have, or would have if they only wished it, as undeniable a right to call themselves the ancient Jehovians, as the Brahmins have to call themselves Brahmins, after their national deity. For Jehovah is the generic name of that group or hierarchy of creative planetary angels under whose star their nation has evolved. He is one of the planetary Elohim of the regent group of Saturn. Verse 26 of Genesis chapter 4, when read correctly, would alone give them such a right, for it calls the new race of men sprung from Set and Enos, Jehovah, something quite different from the translation adopted in the Bible. To him also was born a son, Enos. Then began men to call themselves Jah, or Jehovah, to wit, men and women, the lords of creation. One has but to read the above-mentioned verse in the original Hebrew text, and by the light of the Kabbalah to find that instead of the worlds, as they now stand translated, it is, then began men to call themselves Jehovah, which is the correct translation, and not, then began men to call upon the name of the Lord, the latter being a mistranslation, whether deliberate or not. Again, the well-known passage, I have gotten a man from the Lord, should read, I have gotten a man, even Jehovah. Note, see Source of Measures, page 227, end of note. Luther translated the passage one way, the Roman Catholics quite differently. Bishop Wordsworth renders it, Cain, I have gotten. Cain, from canity, I have gotten. Luther, I have gotten a man, even the Lord, Jehovah. And the author of the Source of Measures, I have measured a man, even Jehovah. The last is the correct rendering because A, famous rabbin, a Kabbalist, explained the passage to the writer in precisely this way, and B, because this rendering is identical with that in the secret doctrine of the East with regard to Brahma. In Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 264, its sequence, it was explained by the writer that Cain is the son of the Lord, not of Adam. Genesis 4, chapter 1. The Lord is Adam Kadmon, the father of Yod-Keva, Adam, Eve, or Jehovah, the son of sinful thought, not the progeny of flesh and blood. Set, on the other hand, is the leader and the progenitor of the races of the earth, for he is the son of Adam, exoterically, but esoterically he is the progeny of Cain and Abel, since Abel or Hebel is a female, the counterpart and female half of the male Cain, and Adam is the collective name for man and woman. Male and female, Sakar va Nakobe, created he them, and called their name Adam. The verses in Genesis from chapters 1 to 5 are purposely mixed up for Kabbalistic reasons. After man of Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, and Enos, son of man of chapter 4, verse 26, after Adam, the first androgyne, after Adam Kadmon, the sexless, the first logos, Adam and Eve once separated, come finally Jehovah Eve, of Cain Jehovah. These represent distinct root races, for millions of years elapsed between them. Hence the Aryan and the Semitic theoanthropographies are two leaves on the same stem. their respective personifications and symbolic personages standing in relation to each other in this way. 1. The unknowable referred to in various ways in Rig Vedic verse, such as Naught was, called later on Parabrahm. The Ein, nothing, or the Ein Sof of the Kabbalists, and again the Spirit of God that moves upon the face of the waters in Genesis. All these are identical. Moreover, in Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 is placed as verse 1 in the secret Kabbalistic texts, where it is followed by the Elohim creating the heaven and the earth. This deliberate shifting of the order of the verses was necessary for monotheistic and Kabbalistic purposes. Jeremiah's curse against the Elohim, the gods, who have not created the heavens and the earth, chapter 10 verse 11, shows that there were other Elohim who had. 2. The heavenly Manu Svayambhuva, who sprang from Svayambhu Narayana, the self-existent and Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists, and the androgyne man of Genesis chapter 1 are also identical. 3. Manu Svayambhuva is Brahma or the Logos, and he is Adam Kadmon, who in Genesis 4 verse 5 separates himself into two halves, male and female, thus becoming Jahuva or Jehovah Eve. As Manu Svayambhuva or Brahma separates himself to become Brahma Viraj and Vak Viraj, male and female, all the rest of the texts and versions being blinds. 4. Vak is the daughter of Brahma and is named Satarupa, the hundred-formed, and Savitri